how much credit do you give to the idea that it could have been a foreign adversary like China, Russia, or Iran?
That's something that the FBI mentioned right off the bat. It's something that they have to consider.
And how possible or how probable do you think something like that would be?
Unlikely. You know, when John Kennedy was killed, the Soviets came to us within minutes. And at the CIA, you know, we keep all these historical documents. You can, as a junior analyst, you can just go through them and get an idea of what it was like back then. They came to us within minutes of Kennedy being killed and saying, "We swear to God it wasn't us. We swear it wasn't us." The Chinese did the same thing. And then the Cubans asked the Mexicans to tell us, "Look, it wasn't us."
Right.
So that's a trigger for World War III.
Absolutely.
If you try to take out a candidate for president of the United States.
Yeah.
It's just not worth the blowback potential.
Once again, you're not going to use the 20-year-old. It's the same thing. It's going to be, even if they're going to do it, it's going to be a successful operation. They're not going to leave anything to chance.
Yeah.
They're not going to put it in the hands of a 20-year-old kid.
So
145 yards, either it's going to be from 500 yards or 800 yards.
Oh, really?
Any idea where it came from? If you're gonna use a professional sniper to do it, first of all, he's not going to use an AR-15 with, you know, by all accounts, you know, 22 or 5.56 or whatever, you know,
rounds, right,
BBs he was shooting. And if you have a professional sniper, he's going to be so far away you can't even see him, and he's not going to miss.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. What do you think? What do you think would have happened if that bullet would have hit him and taken him out? What do you think the reaction would have been? There's I heard it. My buddy Julian was saying that if the bullet would have hit him, it would have been like Franz Ferdinand moment. The bullet that took out. He said it would. He said Civil War doesn't even do it justice. It would be far bigger.
You know, I mentioned a few minutes ago, Danny, so many of my friends, like a lot of high school friends, for example, who still live in the area in Western Pennsylvania. These are people I've liked and respected all my life. We may not agree on politics, but we like and respect each other. We're in each other's weddings. We visit each other. You get the idea. And that's exactly what they were talking about. They would have armed themselves within moments, and they would have taken to the streets.
Right.
I think that's exactly what would have happened. Yeah. This was as close to the call as we could have had.
So, I guess the idea, I understand what you're saying. If this was an intelligence operation, it would have been successful. It would not have been so sloppy. But, what about the idea that the kid could have been MK Ultra, or some sort of foreign agent could have used him and coerced him and subverted him into talking him up and saying, "Oh, this might be a good idea." Even if it was a failure, maybe it could at the very least incite chaos in the U.S. and disrupt the system a bit and disrupt the populace. You know, at the very best, maybe the crazy kid gets lucky and hits his shot. But you're essentially saying that no, that's too sloppy. Even if it was just one kid that they tried to brainwash or subvert somehow, they would have had a backup option in place.
Yeah, they would have. And, you know, not every country is capable of carrying out an operation like that, especially if you're talking about MK Ultra and mind control and hypnosis and all that stuff. You're talking about 3, 4, 5 countries that are able to do it. Russia, China, Israel, North Korea. That's probably about it.
Right. We know it wasn't Israel. Israel just gave him $100 million, right?
Yeah.
Adelson's.
Yeah, exactly right. 150 million, something like that.
Insane.
But yeah, again, the blowback potential is such that, you know, I mean, let's say the Chinese did this.
Right.
And we were able to develop information confirming that the Chinese had done it. I mean, you're talking about a nuclear exchange being the next step. If it had been successful.
Question.
Right. Matt has a question.
First off, I think it was just a 20-year-old, but
yeah,
for the content's sake, assuming that it was, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, deep state, or an attempted assassination that failed, and if it was an attempted assassination that failed, in your opinion, do they just take their ball and go home, or do they and just say, "Hey, Trump's going to win it. We messed up," or do they try again?
Very good.
And I agree with you. I think it was the kid. But if it were an operation, yes, you pick up the ball and you go home. Let's use as an example.
Really?
Yeah. Once you've blown it, that's it. It's done. It's over. You had your shot. It was one shot. It's over. And then you deal with the blowback. That's why you got to get it right the first time. Look at the Bay of Pigs, for example. The only reason that the Bay of Pigs failed was when Kennedy made a strategic policy decision not to provide air cover.
Right.
So we didn't say, all right, everybody, let's try again in 2 weeks, and this time we use air cover. No, we took our lumps and went home. And that's the way it happens.
Okay, finally, maybe you can educate us numbskulls on who is this guy who's the new vice president, and what do you make of that? Can you give us some sort of educated opinion on this guy and what this means?
And this is actually kind of a bold choice. So J.D. Vance is he was well before he ever entered politics. He's very young. He's 39 years old. He's a self-made billionaire from a hedge fund that he created on Wall Street. But this guy grew up in abject poverty in the Appalachia area of southern Ohio. And he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was a heroin and meth addict and was never a major part of his life. And so his grandmother stressed education, education, education. And he was a smart kid. And so he won scholarships. He went to school. He ended up going to Yale and then made it big on Wall Street. He wrote a book called Hillbilly Elegy, talking about coming out of this abject poverty, but not as a lefty. He picked himself up by his bootstraps, and he did it through hard work, not because welfare paid for this or welfare paid for that. That's what Hillbilly Elegy was about. It became quite a popular and successful movie, and then he decided to go into politics. The interesting thing to me is that he was an anti-Trump Republican for a long time.
I saw that.
He wrote quite a powerful op-ed saying that Donald Trump was an idiot and a monster. And then we learned from Donald Trump Jr. just a week ago that the choice probably wouldn't be J.D. Vance because Donald Sr. has this visceral dislike. And he had to family members, he couldn't stand the thought of looking at J.D. Vance every day with beard and mustache.
Oh my God. That's
He's
insane.
Smart, he's rich, he's self-made, he's a great campaigner, and like I said, I think this was actually a pretty bold choice.
Interesting. Well, awesome. I can't thank you enough, John. I appreciate all your insight and for answering our questions here today. It gives us some credibility here for doing this
Because
podcast.
we don't have any.
We have no business talking about this kind of shit by ourselves. So thanks again, man. I really appreciate it. Yes, sir. I love you, man, and I'll talk to you very soon.
Bye-bye. Looking forward to it.
See you, John.
I tell you what makes me feel better is how close everything we said was to what he's kind of saying. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty not perfect, but pretty close.
Yeah.
Except for me saying like they're not going to take their ball and go in. He's like, oh no, take your ball and go home.
Yeah, everyone else is. Yeah, that's what
like
Alex Jones was saying the opposite. He goes, they're
they have to dig
broke.
in.
Yeah, interesting. Well,
but the other stuff
we'll see.
Yeah, the other stuff was spot on. We gave some.
Oh wow! Look at that. We can see ourselves. Thank you, Matt Cox.
God, look,
damn,
did you
do I
see?
really look like that? I need a fucking haircut, dude.
Are you kidding me? Look when I smile. Look when I smile.
Let me see. Let's see Matt smile. Look at that beautiful smile.
Look at this is insane.
Oh, the crow's feet, Matt. You need get some Biden Botox, dude.
I'm not doing it. I don't want to do it. It's embarrassing enough. I got the hair plug.
Look how great your hairline is, though.
It does look amazing.
Your hairline is fantastic.
But, oh, man. I'm going to lose some weight. Oh, did I tell you this? Oh, God, if I've been hunching over. My God, Steven. You couldn't say something?
I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. I look terrible.
If my wife was here, she'd be holding her shoulders back. Like, yeah, right. You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be going on Fresh and Fit.
Oh, yeah, you told me that. Tomorrow, right?
No. This is like the 22nd. I'm sure they record. I'm sure they record them and put them out. But like I talked to them or their business, their producer or whatever, back and forth on the email, and and here's the thing, like I'm flying in there, and then I'm flying to Dallas because I have not speaking, but I have like a shoot that I have to do, and then I'm flying back, like I'm like boom, 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 like all over. I feel like a big shot. Look, God, that's insane. But I still haven't got the address. I mean, I'll get the address, but other than that,
it's confirmed, bro. It's in Miami, right?
They said it was confirmed, bro. Like, I don't know, Yeah, no, it's in Miami. It's on Brickell.
By the way, we haven't even talked about this yet. We haven't talked about this since you did it. You did the longest podcast ever recorded on the Freedom channel.
No, we did talk about it, didn't we?
Yeah, but they had that podcast never aired.
Oh, you put it on Patreon.
Yeah,
that's how you get Patreon. Right.
You use Matt as a little.
I love it.
What a great day for you, man.
The Patreon, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah.
Anyways,
I mean Patreon. Sorry, the Lex Friedman thing.
Yeah. Trump shooter was. Oh yeah, dude. This is so. Oh yeah. So Demolition Ranch. These guys in Texas.
He had the shirt.
Yeah, man. I know these guys, and I was just talking to him last week, and then I just saw today the dude was wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt.
Yeah.
And now this guy's getting I don't know if he's getting a lot of shit. I don't know, but I mean, he said he's been getting a lot of like media questioning him about it.
So what?
So this is he made a statement on them wearing his shirt. Let's see what he said.
Horrible.
Oh, the audio is terrible.
Why is it so fucking bad?
Jesus Christ. Hold on, Julian.
Is audio?
Oh. Julian Dory, finger on the pulse. Give us the update. Nobody's got more inside info on the Trump assassination than Julian motherfucking Dory. He's already done 100 podcasts on this thing. He's been up for 3 days straight. Just got off a live stream with Jim DiOrio, special agent.
The most underrated podcaster on YouTube.
Yes. Julian, what's happening? We're on air, baby. We're on air. We're doing it live. What's happening, dude? What's Jimmy D say about this?
Jimmy D just dropped balls of fiery flames for 2 hours on a podcast while I was in production hell. So I'm going to listen to it back and see what he said. But it sounded really smart.
Yeah.
We were watching it. Has he lost weight?
Oh, yeah. He's lost a lot of weight, dude.
He looks way thinner.
He looks beautiful.
2.0 is a real thing. He's a real thing. But, yeah, as far as what we're hearing, that any inside info, so to speak, wink, that I have is not go to market. It's off the record stuff. But let's just say there are some very eye-opening mistakes that occurred behind the scenes. And like I was saying on the live I did last night myself, when I talked to all these different pipe hitters who were watching.
Pipe hitters. I love that fucking word. I'm going to start using that, pipe hitters. That's fucking such a good word.
Once Bill Comstock started using that, you're all solid pipe hitters. I'm like, I'm gonna use it.
Fucking pipe hitters.
Yeah.
That can go two ways though.
Unless he was cracking up the first time he used it on air, and I have to turn to him and say that doesn't mean what he says it means. But there are some eye-opening things, some serious concerns, definitely some security concerns moving forward. That some of these guys, and I know Jim was really commenting on this. That there may very well be some private security to help supplement what's going on here, because just the lack of preparation and the perimeter that we saw was insane. But I had a really good call with Remy Adeleke today, and who's 12-year Navy SEAL and done all kinds of badass shit around the world. And he has heard some things and seen some things that are really concerning. And I think everyone's on the same page.
Yeah.
no violence of any sort that occurs against either of these candidates or anyone associated with them for the next 100 days, especially.
Yep.
So that we can just calm the fuck down as a country.
Check out this hot take. We just had Kariaku piped in through Skype, and he was saying that if it was, he doesn't believe this was a deep state assassination attempt. He believed it was just a lone 20-year-old psycho. He was saying that if it was a deep state operation or any kind of government agency that was doing this, he said if they failed on the first attempt, they will not try again. They'll take their ball and go home, just like the Bay of Pigs.
I agree. I think John's spot on about that. You had your shot. If that's the case, I don't know, but if that's the case, and that's what some people are saying, well, you had your shot and you missed. Just now everyone's awake to it.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh shit. They the number of people who were inserting a quarter into the Alex Jones was right again jar. That's a big fucking jar.
Yeah, it's a big fucking jar.
A lot of stuff Alex Jones does and says, but I'm one of these guys like, yo, when people are right, I'm going to shout that from the rooftops.
Yep.
Alex Jones was absolutely 150% right on this issue.
Globalists.
It was actually who he thinks it was. That's up for debate, but nonetheless, we watched the guy come legitimately at a minimum of 2 inches from being the next Franz Ferdinand.
Yeah. Yep.
Stealing my line.
I love that, bro. I used your line 3 or 4 times during this podcast with Matt, but I credited you every time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
We love it. Anyone listening, go watch the Julian Dory live stream that he did. 35-minute fucking rant, no camera switching, straight from the fucking top, right up the top of his head, no notes. Just freestyled 38 minutes of fire on this whole thing, and it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. And I don't think that I've heard a better take than from what you said. It seems like everyone watched your video and then just kind of like went, riffed off that and went from everything that, all the thoughts that you had and all the perspectives that you had. You called all of your contacts, your military contacts, and your, FB people that you've had on your show and got all their into one very unique perspective. And it was fucking great, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Danny called me. I just called Matt Cox and said, "Hey, we got to go do a podcast." Because me and Matt Cox just watch a bunch of TikToks and then develop an opinion of that. Oh God! All right, bro. Well, we're about to wrap up. My phone's on like 2%, but I'll hit you in a little bit. Wait. All right, I think I figured out the audio. Oh, we did? All right, here we go. Demolition Ranch guy responding to the shirt. Wow, 1.4 million views in 4 hours.
So, as a lot of you guys know, and we were shocked and confused to find this out, the shooter who tried to assassinate Trump was wearing merch from my channel, wearing a Demolition Ranch t-shirt. And that sucked to see that. Yeah, that was rough. So this t-shirt, we also own a t-shirt company. It's based out of this hometown right here. And my friends work there. We make these shirts. We print them here in Texas and ship them all over the world. I've seen my shirts in every continent. I got a picture like 2 weeks ago of a guy wearing my shirt in Antarctica. And so we don't vet the people who buy our shirts, obviously. It'd be impossible to. Just like Nike doesn't vet who buys their shoes. I wish I could. I would love to keep people like that from buying, wearing, being associated with that article. I wish he couldn't get a shirt. But it happened. And I think the difference in, a gunman wearing a pair of Nike shoes and I kind of been wearing my T-shirt. Is this brand is much more personal to me than Nike is to its executives. And so to see my name next to the shooter's name, I wish we could keep that momentum. So no matter what side you're on politically, none of us want violence. This channel was never meant to incite violence or hate. It never has, it isn't, and it never will be a channel that does that. I don't want any violence or hate anywhere around me. I have a wife and little kids. I want them to be safe and secure forever. And the videos I put out, I want to make sure that is the same for everyone who watches my videos, that they aren't in any more danger because of my videos, of course. And I know you guys know that. I have 11 million subscribers who have been watching me for over 10 years and know that I am not that kind of person. This is mostly for the people who are just tuning in to see if I am a guy that is trying to make people do stuff like that. So, I am not. Obviously, I don't have to explain that to you guys who know me, but I feel like I might need to say that for those who don't.
It's crazy. That's an unfortunate situation. Guy was just trying to look like a Trump supporter and wearing like a American shirt.
Yeah.
There's probably guns on the shirt or whatever. He was trying to blend in. And unfortunately, he picked a fucking Demolition Ranch shirt. I don't think he wearing that.
No, but it sucks for the guy though. Well, because people are gonna, but the people that are reaching out are just idiots.
Of course.
Yeah, the people that are reaching out
It's
to us
just
saying,
people trying to make a story out of nothing. It's just, they're probably like mainstream news media type people trying to make a story out of this shit and get clicks.
I forget what was the chick's name that was on, I forget the guy's name. He's got kind of a conservative show, and she goes on there and she's like, why do you think that some neo-Nazi or something subscribed to your channel? And he's like, are you joking? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
People are so out of touch, man.
like, how does that have anything to do with me? So
It's crazy, man. Every, the majority of like the mainstream media, the shit you see on television, or the shit that you see being written about in like the mainstream publications like New York Times, Washington Post, or all this. These are all opinions and pieces that are written by people who live in fucking New York and Los Angeles, right?
all right.
That's the consensus of that. That's like, what's happening when it's all coming from those places, and they think that their opinions are more important than the people living in the rural parts of America.
Right. Oh yeah, because just like they say, like all Trump supporters are stupid,
Right.
Stupid, poor white people.
Right. Exactly.
Like, I have a college education.
Right. And I think people are figuring that out too. And like we were talking about earlier with the whole Civil War thing, like I think that guy made that video about Civil War and California would be against Texas and they would cut off California. I don't know. I think California, I mean, it's a blue state, but those are like condensed into like the cities of LA and San Francisco. But from my experience, the majority of people that I know from California, they're like either right wing or they're like closet conservatives. Like
There's
the people
a ton
that
of
are
closet conservatives.
it's like that weird little bubble of LA where it's like you have to be liberal to be able to fit into that industry to keep your job and keep getting work.
Well, what you have to understand that he's basing it on the fact that like, hey, like the whole state, like the state government is at war. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a farmer in California, you're saying I disagree with that. Doesn't mean that the National Guard the California National Guard isn't going to go to war. They're saying that, hey, the people in charge of that state's
People in charge
are going to go after. Like, that has nothing to do with like.
That's true.
There's always going to be
population. It doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, there's tons of people that are going to be, that are going to be caught within the state saying I disagree with what Florida's doing, but I'm trapped within Florida, and there's a civil war. Do I uproot my entire family and try and move to a blue state right now, or do I just hunker down?
Right.
So, but that's what his. If you watch that video, it really. You can watch on the way home. I think it's like 45 minutes, 30 minutes. And he's super
I think we actually
Interesting.
you reached out to him.
I tried to reach out to this guy
I'm gonna try to
multiple
get him on here too.
We tried to get Tyler to reach out to him. Tyler can't get in touch.
Really?
Yeah. Tyler's, tenacious.
Dude's a fucking ghost. Did you see? By the way, did you see the video of fucking Jack Black?
Yeah. But I didn't. I
Jack Black was like saying, "Find a better shooter. Don't miss next time."
Yeah. I mean, I could barely hear what he was saying, but I read the comments that were basically that's what he was saying. It's just like, here's the problem when you surround yourself with yes men. You start to think that everything you say is clever and funny and that everybody agrees with you. That's why these people, when they go on like Fox News or CNN, or they go to these panels and they start spouting their propaganda, and when people push back, they're like shocked. Of course they're shocked. Right? I have a group of 20 people that I surround myself with that I talk to nearly every day, and they tell me everything I say is wonderful. They never push back. The moment they push back, they immediately typically crumble, or they start going, they get upset and they start calling people names, or they. That's Jack Black. I'm sure he surrounds himself with a bunch of people that say he's just wonderful. Everything he says is hilarious, and they agree with everything he says. And then he says it in the wrong form, and it's like, oh wow, that's not coming off well.
Yeah. It was Kyle Glass, not Jack Black. Kyle is the partner in Tenacious D.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kyle is this guy. That's that guy. Yeah. Okay. Jack Black, wasn't Jack Black just recently at some political convention? They hired him. They hired him at
super left.
They hired him at like one of those conventions, and he got up basically talking about how great Biden was and how Trump was Hitler.
Yeah, these people say these things.
And who's the other guy? De Niro.
Oh yeah, Robert De Niro. What a meltdown that was! Like, what a colossal fuck up! Like, it's the same thing. You surrounded yourself with all these people that think you're wonderful, and then you say, "Hey, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna hold a press conference. And I'm gonna do this and say this," and then it backfires at you.
Is that what this is? I don't know. Is it this thing? What does it say? Turn the volume up. Give the volume up.
Only the city, but the country, and eventually he could destroy the world. But we vowed we would not allow terrorists. I own the city a lot. That's why it's so weird that Donald Trump is just across the street. Because he doesn't belong in my city. I don't know where he belongs, but he certainly doesn't belong here. We New Yorkers used to tolerate him when he was just another grubby real estate hustler masquerading as a big shot.
It's the same thing. Whenever most of these guys come up, like, they never have anything of substance to say.
Right.
It's always like, he's Hitler, he's a racist, he's a clown, he's a liar. Give me some examples, bro.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like it's a weird psychological thing where they can use Hollywood to propagandize politics. Like, if we can get a bunch of famous actors that make a lot of money and that everyone sees on movies all the time to say something, then people are going to fall in line. Because if these people think this, then we should think this.
Right.
But since when is the prerequisite to be an actor to be a fucking thinker,
right?
Or to be like some political expert, or like your job is to foreign policy expert.
Your job is to pretend to be other people.
Like that's what their job is. Exactly, that's exactly what it is. Pretend to be other people. And Trump his life has been like. Is he a techno narcissist? Yes.
Yeah.
But
he's got some issues.
He's got a few issues. He's got a few issues. But he's been fucking buying and selling and building real estate his whole life. Hotels, casinos, golf courses. Say what you want about the guy or whatever your politics are. Like, I think it's undeniable at this rate to say that the guy doesn't love America.
Oh no, I have no doubt in my mind he loves America. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah,
people don't like him. What I love is that when he goes out and he's like, It's funny, when I was a Democrat, these people loved him. You know what I'm saying? When he was in New York, when he was a Democrat for 40, and he was donating to all the Democratic parties, they loved him. All the candidates loved him, and then he said, I think I'm going to run as a Republican. I feel like I want those types of values. Suddenly he became oh, you're a bastard. When I was writing you those checks, you didn't say that.
Dude, so many ways to try to assassinate him. It's scary. Like, there's the shootings, like obviously being exposed in public areas surrounded by buildings, right? That's number one. Number two is poison. Is he just fucking eating anything people are giving to him, or are you like super paranoid now? You gotta have a Secret Service check. That's gotta be the worst way to fucking die, right? In a fucking room where no one else is there, you ate some pudding and you just fucking fell over.
The guy, listen, you could just poison McDonald's. He loves McDonald's.
Right.
You know, that's how I want to go out. So eating like a couple of cigars
that has the taste test for food and it's not poison.
Yeah, I knew a Secret Service. Listen, you saw that tubby little chick that was in front of him. Yeah, she'll try.
She was cowering behind him.
Yeah, she'll try something. If you said, "Hey, would you want to eat a quarter of my Big Mac?
Hey, lady, take a bite of this Whopper."
She's never seen a Whopper. That she didn't. She wasn't willing to try.
Oh God! And then they got tons of other like truck bombs, poisoning the food. There's so many other ways to kill a guy. Airplanes. CIA is famous for assassinating people on airplanes.
What about? I was gonna say I love.
Is he giving his fucking head like the balls?
He circled Washington a couple times.
The balls. He's flying at least 2 times a day. Granted, he's flying on his own plane, but like if I'm him and I'm flying twice a day across the fucking country, I got my plane surrounded by cameras. I got security watching the cameras 24/7 to make sure no one approaches my goddamn plane. So everyone who gets on the plane, whoever, if they have, I don't know if they have like a flight attendant on his private plane or like the pilots, like crazy screenings for those people every time they get on the plane to make sure there's no like suitcase bomb or anything like that.
You have to understand, all of that stuff means that the bomber or that the assassin is willing to die too. That's a huge. I just yeah. Oh, what? Yeah, you're gonna give me $100K.
Right.
Like,
That's true.
You kill him.
Yeah.
I don't care how much money you give me. Yeah. It's
surface air missile.
I mean, Russia. I'm sure there's lots of ways to take them out. But once again, they'll probably take their ball and go home. I mean, at this point, it's just too late.
It's too late. He's too far in.
Let's assume that this was some kind of a coordinated attempt to assassinate him, and they do take their ball and go home. There's still a lot of crazies out there. Like some crazy might still just get him. I mean, I think the kid was just 20-year-old crazy, but. They're still, and either this is done one of two things. It's either, for some of those people, it's either had them say, wow, look how close this guy got. I can do this. Or they said, I'll never even get close enough in it. So, you know what I'm saying? So some people it may have emboldened them, and some people it may have said, oh, I'm not willing to be killed. Like, yeah, this kid, he had a perfect shot, couldn't do it, and ended up dead. No, not interested. So yeah, I think he's probably in November he wins. And that's it. And he wins, and Biden steps down, and
in the wars.
And
we end all the wars.
I
happily ever after.
Yeah, I think he probably stopped fucking with Iran. He probably. Where else we got Iran, we got the Israel, Gaza. That's already kind of on autopilot. He'll probably give him some money, and then just put his support behind them. And then as far as Ukraine is concerned, I think he's probably going to have a very harsh talk with Putin and say, hey, look, like, keep what you've got, turn around. You got, look. He's probably just kick the ball down the road. Like, you're not doing anything on my watch. Or then we're just going to put a bunch of troops, and then Putin will say, well, then we'll move you, and he'll say, let's do it. Let's go. And then Putin's going to go, fuck, never mind. I'll just keep what I've got. And I'll, basically Trump kicks the ball down the line and hopes that they can fortify it over the next 4 years and hold what they got. That's it. Like, I think that's probably, because I don't see him going in and telling Putin, get all your shit and go home, and Putin being okay with that. But I think he says, hey, you keep what you got. Like, this isn't going to happen on my watch, and I'll throw all measure troops in there. Just fuck me, that. Yeah. And then Putin goes, fuck. Okay. That's the best case scenario. That's really the best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's got a better chance to solve this thing diplomatically, I think he's going to be incentivized to do that. And he probably can do it.
Even though the funny thing is, Biden has made it abundantly clear he doesn't mind getting into a war. You know, he's just limited on what he's doing. It's very, you know, like, and it's very,
yeah, not only that, he's actively avoiding that. Like, there was multiple peace talks early on in this war, where there was a victory Ukraine had over Russia early on, an early battle where Russia was on their heels, and one of the top generals in the military was basically saying, like, now's the time to go to the negotiating table. We can actually negotiate a fucking ceasefire here and end this thing. And Biden's White House was like, fuck off. No way. John Mearsheimer talks about this. So I don't know, man, but I think if anyone's going to solve these world problems, I think me and you are going to do it right here on this podcast. So they need to get a hold of us and get us in Washington, get us in the White House.
Ties it in about 3% of what's really happening.
How long did we just do? Like, that was like a 3-hour podcast, man. I thought it was going to be an hour, but we went. It was 2.5. 2.5. Yeah, that's great. Cool, man. Well, thanks, Matt. This was fun. Shout out to your YouTube channel.
Oh yeah. I got a YouTube channel.
You're doing how many podcasts a week now?
Well, I mean, we're posting 3, sometimes 4.
But you're recording how many?
4.
That's nuts, dude.
Sometimes more.
You are a fucking machine.
Listen, I had one today. I don't know, you know, the guy, and I've had a couple of these where, like, the person, you know, they're like, oh, like, you know, hold on, I'm going to smoke a fucking fatty before I start. And, you know, I'm like, you know, because you're texting. Let's say it's not in person, but let's say it's a remote. Well, sometimes they are in person. Like, the guy gets stoned in the car and they show up and they sit down. And then it's like I don't know why these guys think that's a good idea. I guess because they've never smoked, they've never got, you know, whatever, they've never smoked some dough down and then tried to tell the story, obviously. They're usually hanging out with their friends watching TV. Well, when you sit down and try and start thinking, you know, chronologically and telling your story, it breaks down. You realize right away, like, this is a bad idea, bro. Yeah. Like, so they're not all Bozyak. Like, Bozyak will take, like, a ton of stuff, a ton of fucking drugs and be perfectly fine.
Well, not in the first podcast he didn't hear. I gave him to he was blasted.
Oh, was he? Oh, I thought he was fine. I thought he was kind of fine. You were like, oh, this guy's not going to be able to move.
Well, no, even you said after his first podcast, you're like, he was all over.
He was. Yeah, he was. Semi-functional.
Oh, yeah. Normal person would be.
This guy's texting me, telling me, like, he's going to, hold on, give me 5 minutes, I'm going to light up one real quick. And I went, yo, bro, I said, that's probably not a good idea. I said, I've had multiple people who've done that. You know, you've been doing it for a few years now. Like, it never worked out. He's like, oh, I'm just fucking around. I'm not going to do that. Just give me 5 minutes. And then he gets on there. We went an hour. And I'm going, hey, and here's the thing. Like, I saw your paperwork. So I've seen your paperwork. Like, I know what you're telling me is true, that you did get this much time. All of these things did happen. You were charged with these crimes. I've read the articles. But when I'm asking him questions, he's like, you know, he's like, yeah, but like, I got arrested like I don't know what he said, 7, 8 times. And I said, like, well, like, for what? Like, you know, like a bunch of stuff. Like what? You're like, I don't know, man, like a lot of different things. Like anyway, so then, and he just kept going. And then there was another time where he was like, oh, I was making this much money. And I remember the article had said he made several $1 million. And I was like, yeah, so what are you spending that money on? He's like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's like, I mean, I don't really know. The bar is low, huh? And I'm like, you made $5 or $6 million and you don't know what you spent any of it on? Did you buy cars? I don't know. I mean, and I was like I've read the articles. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like he was so fucked up that I kept thinking he'll get better. I finally just said, listen, look, we gotta stop. I put it on pause. I said, listen, I said, how do you feel you're feeling right now? Yeah. I said, and he goes, not good, man. Not good. He said, like, I listen, I know you told me not to, but I got fucked up. I was super nervous, a lot of anxiety, I'm anxious, and I went, yeah, I said, here's the problem. I'm asking you questions that you should know the answers to. And you're like, I don't know. Like, you don't know when you were at the counter and you used the credit card and whether or not he called the manager? Yeah, bro, like, I can't remember. You can't remember whether this is a huge deal. And I go, I mean, bro, like, I'm sorry, but I said, I don't think you're bullshitting. I read everything. I saw. I know what's going on. I know you got arrested. I know what happened. I said, but you got to do better, bro. And he goes, yeah, and he just, next thing you know, you see him moving, boom, he just disappeared. That's connected.
Wow. So you're gonna post it? Now people are gonna want to watch it.
No, it's horrible, bro. And the worst thing is like, it would be different if I thought, you're fucking bullshitting. But he sent me all this stuff, and I read all this stuff, and there were newspaper articles, and he's in them. And he sent me like his paperwork from being arrested and what he was charged with, and his indictment. Like, this is true. You just got so overwhelmingly fucked up, and you were so anxious, you could not tell your story. And so I texted him. I said, hey, bro, I don't know what happened. I think you just disconnected. I said, look, I get it. I said, do you want to reschedule this? He's like, bro, let me just think about this. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't have got fucked up. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. You know, and he apologized, and I get it. But it was just like, you know, like these guys that come on like I said, the bar is low. And this guy has an amazing story, by the way. Like, it's a dark web. Guys on my channel love dark web fraud kind of stories. Oh man, guys,
Do you think you're ever gonna venture out of true crime and cover some more stuff?
you know, I did once or twice. I've done some like UFO stuff, right? And like a few of them did really well. Like, it's probably one of my top 10 videos is probably like a UFO video.
Yeah.
But then I did a few more, and then they start very quickly. They start dropping. They don't get a lot of views. And then you know, every time I venture out, like I'll venture out every once in a while. Some guy's got a crime story, like it's almost like he's trying to work in his crime story. Like I you know, like he did 6 months or
What else are you interested besides true crime stories?
I just like
What do you like? What other type of stuff are you like interested in talking about? Or you love talking about China. You've done a bunch of China podcasts.
I feel like I'm over and I just don't, you know, luckily I typically have a little bit more knowledge than the person I'm talking to, so
Yeah.
you can semi-sound like you know what you're talking about, but and the problem with China too is that like there's so many things going wrong right now, you know, and it's just getting worse and worse. Like, I'm just interested in like, it's such an interesting time to be alive. And you know, maybe it's not even that interesting. Maybe it's just that the access to the information is so overwhelming at this point. Like, it was probably always this interesting back in the 70s and 80s and the 90s when I grew up. There's just there's no internet, so I don't have a clue what's going on 3 states away.
Now it's just you wake up, you fucking grab your phone, and you're instantly drowning in information. It's insane.
I'm also super interested in like this whole how like in Japan, you know, that there's tons of just abandoned houses and their working class is disappearing, and all these people are old. Like, there's nobody to replace these jobs, and that's happening everywhere. It's happening in Japan. It's happening here. It's happening everywhere. So I'm like,
Neo-feudalism, dude.
like, what's gonna happen? Like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when there's not enough people in Japan to pay into their social security style system, to pay the people that are retired? Like, what's gonna happen when? Same thing with here. Like, what happens when there's not enough people to pay in to support the people that have been paying in? I mean, you know, they're like, oh, it's gonna collapse. Like, they're not gonna let it collapse. They basically just sent enough money to Ukraine that you could have fixed it. So I know they'll fix it, but it's like how? You know, so those things worry me, but unfortunately I'm not smart enough to come up with a solution or
You
have
don't
it.
give yourself enough credit, bro. You're super smart. Everyone I talk to, they brag about how smart you are.
I'm just going with con man. They just don't know. They don't know. I'm fooling them. Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. And also, do you see that they're talking about? There's like reports of the Military Times talking about the draft. And there's lots of countries like France and Germany. They're talking about bringing back the draft.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in the military.
They're protesting. I think it's getting so bad. They're protesting about it. They're like seriously contemplating bringing back the draft.
But there are other countries where you have to go in for 2 years or 4 years or 6.
Yeah.
You have to.
Right.
And here, people. When my mother would tell stories, this is during World War II. She was like 6, 7, 8 years old. She remembers when they put out flyers and the newspaper came out, and they said, "Listen, any extra pan that you have that they're going around, they like." And this isn't like government. That they had guys in a little outfit. It's the government, but like they'll get like a truck.
Right.
We're bringing a truck around through all the city neighborhoods in these blocks in this area for the next week. If you have extra pots and pans, bring them outside and give them to us. They're building Liberty ships out of them. Could you imagine if right now they said, "Hey, we're going through your neighborhood. If you have extra metal pans, donate them. We're not buying them. You're giving them for the war effort." And you know what? They had so many of them they didn't know what to do with. If they did that now, nobody'd give anything. They'd be like, "Oh, fuck you." It's like, you don't realize how good you have it. Mm-hmm. They didn't have it 1/10 as good as we have it now, and they're giving everything they can. We got 4 pans. We can live off of 1. I got 3 kids to feed. I got 1 pan. Fuck it, give the other 3 pans. I want to help build a ship to help defeat Nazi Germany. And now, people wouldn't donate $1. You know, it's so sad. And they won't. Here's the real problem is like with the U.S. Like, I think the real problem is, and this is what really sucks, is that the U.S. is so isolated. We'll never be in it. Does that make sense?
Yes. Like, we're surrounded by 2 oceans.
Right. Like we've got the best. You know,
we got the best geographical setup.
Right. So we're always going to be in a great position. The problem is economically we may be devastated, and that's what China and Russia and everybody's working on, right?
Absolutely.
But like in Europe, they've been invaded so many times. At least they have that feeling, you know. And so, just like that, I forget his name. He's a British politician, where he's like, other countries they're not teaching their children to hate their country. You know, like they're not in Russia. They're not preaching to hate Russia and hate the government of Russia and the country of Russia. Like in the United States, you're being raised to hate your own country. So I just think that it's just so sad when I see
it. It goes to what Bustamante has said on this podcast many times is we need an enemy to be able to unite. It's like the 9/11 thing. It's like that 9/11 showed us, you know, a real existential threat, and people banded together like no other after 9/11. And we haven't had anything like that. We don't really have an enemy, so we fight ourselves. Those countries over there in Europe, they've been through so much hell in the last 100 years that it's like, I mean, even if you're like in your teens, there's like, you have your relative telling you about it. You have the epigenetic fucking fear built into you of what's been happening in that part of the world. You're surrounded by other countries and other foreign governments and militaries all the time.
And you see these atrocities every decade or so. There's some atrocity where one country's invading another one, and then they're wiping out an entire race or trying to. And you're like, you know, like the Serbs, you know, when they invade, you know, Croatia and the Serbs, and then they're going around with hit squads, like, you know, it's possible. It's happening a couple hundred miles or, you know, kilometers away or whatever you say, kilometers. Yeah, it's not far away. Like, oh my God, that's only 2 countries away. That's a 5-hour drive, and I could be there. And right now they've got hit squads going around killing Croatians. Like, but we're so far removed that we just think that could never happen. So the idea of saying, hey, there's a draft, and people freaking out like, you can't make me this, you can't, like, I'm doing that, like, bro. what are you going to do if they show up on our borders? The problem is they're not going to show up on our borders.
And that's the problem. And if there was a draft, like the problem is people are waking up now to how much bullshit is wrapped up in these wars and how it's just fueling this military-industrial complex and growing. It's just a mechanism to grow our GDP and dominate the rest of the world and install democracies in the rest of the world. Like we can't just worry about ourselves.
Did you see?
So why would you want to be drafted into this fuckery?
I mean, I hear you.
What are you fighting for? You're fighting for some billionaires, like, and you're fighting for this fucking fake democracy of people running this fucking brain dead puppet that we don't know who the hell's running it, but they obviously their moral standards aren't what to be in this country as far as leadership goes.
Did you see this? Did you ever watch the series Fallout?
No.
Steven?
Oh fuck yes! I heard it was great though. You know what? I think you told me about this before. I meant to watch it, and I just didn't.
It is. It's so.
It sucks. I don't get to spend as much time watching shows anymore.
What's great is that it's everything you just said. It's like capitalism, industrial complex gone wild. Like in the 50s, like what if it didn't taper off? You know? Instead, it goes wild, and then it gets to such a start a nuclear war because they built these bunkers, and we can survive the war. I mean, it's insanity, like that.
Right, but the problem is the bunkers. It's going to be all the billionaires and the fucking joint chiefs of staff and all the politicians flying around in their jet with their fucking pocketbooks full of all this lobbying money, and while us, the working class blue collar podcasters like us. We don't make it.
Blue collared. You just said blue collared podcasters.
Not you, man. You just went up the tax bracket. I know what's going on with you, man. You're not classified as blue collar anymore. But anyways, thanks again. This was a great podcast.
You gotta watch these.
I know. I don't have time, man. I'm raising 2 kids. I got fucking. I don't have the luxury of time that you and Julian have.
Your wife is raising
to study all this shit and spend all this time. My wife's raising the kids. She is raising the kids. But I'm busy too, man. I do a lot of shit with my kids. I'm not a fucking happy father.
When are you gonna cut up that season?
We just got done filming it, Matt. Give us a break.
He has to pace himself for a week. Yeah. I need a week-long breather. We have to hire
for 45 minutes. We have to hire an editor. So if you're an editor out there and you're watching this, we are now hiring an editor to cut up a sizzle reel for one of Matt's books that we're turning into a pitch for a television series or a documentary. Whatever. Either way, hit us up.
A series, not a series.
Maybe it might be a 4-part deal.
More like a doc.
Like a documentary.
A limited doc series.
Yeah. All based on the story of you meeting Ephraim Deveroli from War Dogs in Prison and his scan against Warner Brothers to writing the book, soothing into oblivion.
Writing the book,
you into writing the book,
the lawsuit, the whole thing. Super good.
We've been filming it for the last few months.
Yeah.
We interviewed Deveroli, CC, FBI agent Jim Diorio, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already mentioned Packhouse.
Oh,
yeah.
Who's on? I thought you said Deveroli. Sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, we didn't interview Deveroli. We interviewed Packhouse.
Yeah. So yeah, we want to put together a sizzle reel to do super cool. But we need a talented editor
to help us out.
Yeah. For what was it? 5 minutes? 3 minutes?
5 minutes. 5 minutes sizzle.
5 minutes sizzle.
Yep.
Could be banging. And I've actually already written out a semi, scissors. So kind of a loose, kind of like how I thought it should go.
How we can edit it.
But it doesn't auto. Yeah, but whatever somebody comes up with something better. I mean, I'm not novice. I don't really know what I'm doing as far as the is concerned. But yeah, we definitely got the footage. Thank God Steven was here to shoot it. And
yep, Steven did most of the work. Steven set it all up. Steven's the cinematographer. And
Danny drove us to Miami.
I just was the driver, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, tell everyone where they can find your YouTube channel, follow your podcast, all that stuff. Let's wrap it up. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
You guys, 9 o'clock. Listen, to be honest with you, guys can do better. I'll be honest. It's Matt Cox Inside Crime. If you have some time, check it out.
Podcasts a week. Matt's a goddamn workhorse. Knocking it out. We'll link it below.
See ya.
trucks have white cars. I've always had white cars. Yeah, it's like your white cars. Extension of your like racial base. Yeah. No, I wasn't listening. Goddamn, what did you say? Nothing. Just can someone take Bert's phone off him like
Jason Giorgiani.
Talking about an S-Class Mercedes as if it's a reliable runaround car is crazy. At least Tom keeps his mouth shut these days.
Thank you so much for joining me on the podcast, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the invitation.
For people listening, can you give just a brief background on yourself and your history in philosophy and everything that you've studied and written about?
Sure. So I'm a native New Yorker, and I did my BA and my MA at New York University, and then I completed my doctorate in philosophy at the State University of New York on Long Island. And then I spent a number of years teaching at a bunch of different colleges in the New York and New Jersey area, Greater Gotham, as I like to call it. And I taught philosophy, ethics, comparative religion, political theory at one point, and also the history of Iran. And in philosophy, often my focus was philosophy of science and technology and its relationship to society. So STS, science, technology, and society. So it's a wide range of areas that I taught in. Before then, getting involved in some very unusual political machinations, which ultimately led to me being in the pages of the New York Times and Newsweek and so forth.
What was all that about? It seems like there was some sort of a campaign against you to smear you or discredit you that ended up on the front, or not front page, but in the New York Times.
Yeah.
Inside a bunch of different publications, and somehow the MI6 was involved in this?
Yeah, it's a long story, but I think actually it's an interesting one. So, and we have time. So I'll unpack it. So I had written this doctoral dissertation, Prometheus and Atlas, in 2012, and received my doctorate for it in 2013. Then the book was expanded and published in 2016, right? So my first book, Prometheus and Atlas, which, by the way, it won the book award of the Parapsychological Association in 2016. And this is relevant to the story I'm about to unfold for you, because right after that book came out, I, in a rather, I would say, meteoric fashion, became very well connected in the parapsychology community among, very serious researchers, like people at the Society for Scientific Exploration, of which I became a member, and people at the Parapsychological Association. A lot of the folks that you've interviewed are connected to those same people. And, we're talking like Russell Todd, who I got to meet there at one of the PA conferences, and helped put out, of course, as a prominent member of the Society for Scientific Exploration. So I became well connected in those circles, and Prometheus and Atlas was hailed in those circles as, one of the most important, or if not the most important, parapsychological treatise for a long time. Even though I was coming at, parapsychological data from the standpoint of a philosopher who was interested in the deeper conceptual implications of these things. So point being, I'm very connected to these people, and in a way that I think is also going to wind up being relevant, a lot of these same people wound up central to the UFO disclosure movement, as it has now, begun to unfold. And this is the milieu in my life when so my book is published in February, and then in about, I would say, May or June of 2016, this guy from London reaches out, and he says, I kid you not, he is the British the head of the British branch of the Vril Society. Now, the Vril Society were supposedly these occultists who created the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. Okay? They were like these barons and aristocrats in Austria and Germany, actually mostly based originally in Austria. Remember Hitler? Right. And Baron Sabotendorf and his associates created this occult circle that had these female mediums involved with it, Maria Orsic and others. And they claim to be channeling messages from entities. Okay? And believe it or not, these people created the Nazi Party as a PAC, as a political action committee, in order to fight the rise of communism in Germany. Remember, Marx was a German, and even though the Soviet Union became the first bastion of communism, communism was born in Germany, and there was already a very strong communist contingent in the Weimar Republic. And these aristocrats, occultists, were not interested in seeing communism seize political power in Germany. So they created this political front, the Nazi Party, and hired somebody like Hitler, a good orator, to basically defend their interests, defend the interests of the aristocracy. And so the occultism of Nazism really is something that is brought in from the ground up, okay, as these people are setting up this society. So anyway, that's to give you a background. What's the Vril Society? And this guy reaches out to me. He goes,
The Vril Society is basically like a modern spin-off of what was happening.
No. I mean, that's what they called it back then.
That's what they called it back then.
Yeah,
So it's still active, it's still alive today.
Some people say it was called the Thule Gesellschaft, the Thule Society. Thule is the Germanic concept for Atlantis, the Germanic equivalent of Atlantis. So some people say it was called Thule Gesellschaft for Atlantis Society, and that it was organized around the idea of Vril. And some people say that the Thule Society spun off into the Vril Society. In any case, it was this thing back then. And this guy contacts me and he says, I'm the head of the British branch of the Vril Society. Now, to put that in context for you, there were a lot of people at a high level in the British Parliament, in the House of Lords and so forth, even in the early 1940s, who wanted to make not just a détente with Hitler, but an alliance with the Nazis. And actually, Hitler made like 3 peace offers to these people to try to solicit the British Empire to come into some kind of strategic alliance with them. So point being, that there would be a British branch of the Vril Society is not completely bizarre. It's conceivable, but it strained credulity for me somewhat that in whatever 2016, some guy is calling me or writing and saying this. Anyway, I dismissed the guy. He sounded like a nutcase, and I had come out with this book, which, although it's a very serious philosophical text, Prometheus and Atlas, goes into all kinds of paranormal phenomena, and in the last chapter also engaged with UFO phenomena, and I had been getting kind of cranky emails from a lot of people. So I dismissed it. Then I got involved at the same time with a very high-level Iranian opposition group. So I'm Persian by paternal descent, and for a long time, since at least I would say, at least in a serious way since 2009, when there was that green uprising in Iran. At least since 2009, I had been involved in a serious way in the Iranian opposition to the Islamic Republic, to try to remove this regime from power and to develop a form of government that would reflect the will of the Iranian people. So I get involved with this very high-level socio-political group devoted to a cultural and political revolution in Iran, not just regime change, but a cultural revolution in Iran. And then once I'm involved with them, this guy contacts me again. And he says to me, we have a broadcast facility in Croatia where we can bombard the Islamic Republic with whatever anti-regime propaganda you want to tailor for this purpose. And there's a guy in Washington, Michael Bagley, who runs a private intelligence agency called Jellyfish. And they're the ones managing this dish in Croatia, which can bombard, the Islamic Republic with whatever kind of message you want to get into the country. And I said, all right, let me just Google this. Yeah. Right. And I Googled them, and there was a story from Mother Jones, and a story that had been made about Jellyfish, which was presenting the organization as a salvage intelligence directorate of Blackwater. You know what Blackwater was? The Arab Prince, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what happened was Blackwater fell apart, and Eric Prince he became increasingly dissatisfied with the kinds of people that were around him and he had to deal with within the U.S. deep state and the intelligence community. I think he came to feel that his efforts to bring security to Iraq were being harmed by people in the broader intelligence community. So he sort of left what had been Blackwater, and the organization disintegrated. That was, of course, a mercenary organization, but it had an in-house intelligence service. And Jellyfish was a rebranded form of Blackwater's intelligence service. It's in-house intelligence. And Michael had worked as Eric Prince's intelligence director. This guy, Michael Bagley. Okay. So this creepy, crazy guy in London tells me, call Michael Bagley, and he will be able to help you with these regime change efforts. So I said, fine, do one phone call. I'll figure out whether this guy is a prank or whether there's something. And I called him. The guy was expecting my call. We had a nice conversation. Yeah. And we had a couple meetings over the course. We had a lot of correspondence and meetings in person. And so basically, this guy in London, Jonathan, got me involved with the former intelligence director of Blackwater through my interest in bringing about regime change in Iran, because he failed with this whole bizarre Vril society angle, right?
Right.
But then over the course of my much more tangible involvement with Michael and Jellyfish in terms of Iran regime change, he brought this weird stuff back into the country.
The Nazi stuff.
Weird stuff related to that. Like, for example, we had been discussing this privately, my interaction with Dr. Rabbi. So at one point, Jonathan tells me, yeah, and by the way, let me just preface this. This is kind of out of the order of the story, but it's worth mentioning up front so that people get more of a sense of who it was I was dealing with. When this whole fiasco wound up ending with my defamation in the pages of the New York Times and Newsweek and stories on NBC and so forth, I dug into who this character was, Jonathan. Yeah. And this guy created into more than a handful of the top secret societies in the world. He was like a 32nd or 33rd degree Mason. He belonged to all kinds of, like the Rosicrucian, Golden Dawn orders, and all over the world, from Argentina to various countries in Europe. It was part of the, let's say, lobbying efforts we were carrying out for the sake of changing in Iran during the Trump administration, which, if you can remember at that time, we had, Mike Pence had, since 2009 in the Congress, Mike Pence had been a very outspoken advocate for regime change in Iran. And then at that time, John Bolton was also, if you remember, in the administration. He's been in the regime change. So anyway, we were carrying out some serious lobbying in Washington. I went to the Capitol and had meetings, including with one of the members of the National Security Council at one point. And anyway, in that context, as you can imagine, I also engaged with people representing the state of Israel, because there's no country in the world that has more of a vested interest in seeing regime change in the world than Israel does, for very good reason. But my point is this: one of these characters in Mossad had worked with Jonathan and knew him quite well. And in the course of the conversation, he inadvertently revealed to me that Jonathan was a well-placed MI6, which I had not been aware of. I thought he was just like some Britisher who knows the head of Blackwater intelligence. But then I found this out very late in my involvement with him, and had I known this up front, I would not have been dealing with him. But anyway, point being, so guy's initiated into all these secret societies. He's also an MI6 operative, okay? And he's doing things like writing letters saying he's head of the British branch of Israel. Okay. So this guy at one point, he introduces me to a former NASA JPL engineer who has supposedly schematics for a retrofitted, reverse-engineered version of the Nazi bell. Okay, there was this thing called the Glock back in 1943-44. in Prague, the SS had set up a think tank under the direction of General Hans Kammler, and they brought in a bunch of aeronautical engineers, including from Italy. And we can get into this if we want to, once we get into the disclosure conversation. David Rush has talked about how there was this crash in 1933 in Magenta, Italy.
Right.
And Mussolini brought the Germans in right away. Okay, so this explains why this guy, Beluzzo, was involved on the engineering team, and why they put the project not in Germany, but in a third-party country, namely Czechoslovakia. Okay. So because it was a joint Italian-German operation, they picked a third country to do it in. And they had this think tank. And they built something which basically was a power plant shaped like an acorn or a bell. And inside this thing were two counter-rotating cylinders, one filled with mercury and one filled with thorium, which are both radioactive isotopes. And apparently, when this contraption, which is spinning the mercury and thorium in opposite directions at a very high velocity, when this is pulsed the right way with a combination of AC and DC power, it causes the plasma to undergo a state change. It causes the mercury and thorium isotopes to undergo a state change and to interact with each other in a way that opens up a controlled vortex. So just the way that, like, you can take, uranium or plutonium, right? And under the very carefully calibrated, extremely precise explosive force, you can get that material, the yellow cake, uranium, to enter into a state of fusion, nuclear fusion. The mercury and the thorium isotopes inside this Bell device will undergo a state change, which then puts out more energy than you're putting into the system.
Okay.
Right? So, like, with nuclear technology, you can either create an uncontrolled fission reaction, or you can build a nuclear reaction of a power plant that you get, like, calibrated energy from out of it. And this Bell was like that. It was something that could generate power and be a source basically of free energy, in the sense that you're getting more energy out of it than you're putting into it.
Okay, real quick. What year is this again?
43 to 44.
No. What year is this when the MI6 guy, or the guy from introduced you to the guy from JPL?
It was spring of 2017, if I'm not mistaken.
The spring of 2017. Yeah. So, and who was the one who introduced you to the JPL guy? Was it the jellyfish guy, or was it
the guy in London?
MI6 guy?
Yeah, MI6 guy.
So why is this MI6 operative introducing somebody who's trying to lobby for an Iranian regime change to somebody working on some ancient Nazi science?
Remember, the guy introduced himself to me as the head of the British branch of the Vril Society, and I completely dismissed it. So what I think is that when he saw me, clearly I was under surveillance by these people. And when he saw me involved with Iran regime change, and saw that I was willing to basically risk my life for the sake of that project, which I was, by the way, and we can get into that too, the crazy lengths I went to try to facilitate regime change in Iran. He saw that it's something that I cared about so much that he could use it to manipulate. So it wasn't about the Iran stuff. That was just the way, I think, to get a hook into me, to try to engage him on other things, which had more to do with UFOs and parapsychology. That's what he was. Okay. That's my guess of what his MO was. So he introduces me to this JPL guy who's got these schematics that claim to be an updating of this Bell technology to our time. Right? So you imagine 1940s, we had computers the size of walls, right? Giant transistors. If you're going to build something like the Bell today, it doesn't need to be that size, whatever that thing was, 9 to 12 feet tall. You could probably put it, as they claimed, in a cylinder like this size. And this guy had these schematics of basically this mercury thorium reactor, which was in this kind of cylindrical form, and they had clusters of them that were connected to each other that would collectively produce power. and each of them would fit inside a module, and you could put it together like
milk.
you could slice in a pizza pie, and you could build this larger power plant. And the idea with that is that you could scale it up as much as you wanted. You could use this thing to power a car, or you could use it to power an aircraft carrier. And depending on how many modules you connected to each other. And he sends me. So I had dinner with Rabbi at his home. When was it? I think it was late 2016 or very early 2017. And it was about my book Prometheus and Atlas, because he had read Prometheus and Atlas shortly after it came out. And of course, I discussed his work in that book, his Passport to Magonia, Invisible College were significant influences on my philosophical analysis of UFO phenomena. And it was reflected in the text of Prometheus and Atlas. And I think also that there were some novel ideas I had in that book about the archetype of Prometheus and how it expresses the essence of technological science as a force in world history. And how I developed that idea in the context of the philosophical work of, say, Martin Heidegger, which Jacques was very interested in. And so he invited me to his home. We had a very nice dinner together. And there was one picture of us that I had, I suppose, made the mistake of posting on social media. And this guy, Jonathan, saw that. So he became aware of the fact that I was involved with Jacques Vallée and some kind of actions. So then, I guess late spring 2017 or early summer, he sends me with this NASA JPL guide to Jacques in San Francisco. And I set up a meeting in the Fairmont Hotel, actually, top of Mount Hill. And this guy presents these schematics to Vallée. And he does this in the guise of Vallée as a Silicon Valley's venture capitalist, saying to him basically, look, we have this blueprint, I guess you call it, blueprint, and we're working on a prototype, and we want to try to find venture capital for us. And long story short, I was supposed to meet with Jacques again to get his personal assessment of what this guy was about, because frankly, at this point, I didn't trust any of these people, and I was starting to think that maybe I am being played by some kind of, master manipulator of the type that Vallée discusses at length in his book, Messengers of Deception. He wrote this whole book in the late 70s about intelligence agencies and basically criminal syndicates who use the UFO phenomenon and other bizarre happenings in order to manipulate people through a kind of elaborate smoke and mirrors game. And I actually wanted his opinion on whether he thought that these were the kinds of people that I was dealing with, in which case I was really thinking at that point to cut them off. But anyway, he had some kind of surgery and personal issues that prevented me from regrouping with him after this meeting with the NASA engineer, the former NASA JPL engineer. So I never got to get his assessment. And then I think it was within a month later that I was defamed in the New York Times. And frankly, I don't blame Vallée for not wanting to communicate with me after that. He has a very significant reputation to maintain. And here I am being accused of all kinds of nonsense.
So how did you get defamed? How did that happen?
So I'll leave with that, and then I'll wrap back around to tell you another relevant story with regard to this London. In, I think it was June 2017, I sat down with this young man in a bar in the shadow of the Empire State Building, who purported to be a right-wing youth from Sweden who had been on assignment in Britain, studying Viking pagan groups for some thesis he was writing about freedom of the suppression of freedom of expression in academia. So he claimed to be writing this thesis about how free speech is being suppressed in academia. Okay. And that his main subject of research were right-wing groups in Europe. And he had been in Britain, and these guys at the London Forum had basically written to me and begged me to meet with this guy when he visited New York. Now, the London Forum is a kind of right-leaning think tank in London, where I had been invited in February of 2017 to come give a talk on Heidegger and philosophy of technology, right, and to promote my book, Prometheus and Atlas. And I set up that talk for London Forum.
Not John.
And interestingly enough, when I went to speak at the London Forum, by the way, there was a police order. So we're talking about Britain earlier off record, right? I mean, I have never seen a police presence like this in my life. For some 25, 30 right-wing people collecting, presenting intellectual papers, there was such an Antifa presence marshaled outside this conference hall that they cordoned the place off, not just with cops on the ground, but with police helicopters. There were literally chopper noises in the background of the talk on Heidegger's philosophy of technology. So, but here's the thing. Jonathan, who invited me to this talk, never showed. He didn't come to the conference. And anyway, I'm not going to go into the details there, but point being, it was very suspicious. And then it's these London Forum guys who contact me and they say, look, this young kid's coming and he's doing this dissertation thing. You know, we want you to help him out. He wants to interview you and get your perspective on the subject. Suppression of freedom of speech in academia. So I sit down with this guy in this pub, and little do I know, he's wired under his clothes. Okay, he's wired with a camera and microphone under his clothes.
Is this it?
Yeah. And so he films 2 hours of footage. 2 hours. And of this 2 hours of footage, 2 minutes of it wind up in the New York Times. Right? So imagine that. The guy records me for 2 hours, and the 2 hours of audio is spliced down to 2 minutes with sentences and half sentences of mine stitched together to make it sound like I said things that I didn't.
What did they try to make you say?
So I'll give you an example. At one point, I talk about how I think that if the current migration policies continue, remember this was 2017. So starting in 2014, 2015, we'd seen Angela Merkel in Germany allowing these millions of migrants to come in through Turkey from Syria, right, and so forth.
Yeah.
Europe was being overrun by migrants both from the Middle East and from North Africa.
Okay.
And they were being women all across Germany. There were horrendous social problems that were ensuing as a result of this.
Okay.
And so I said in that interview, look, if these policies continue like this, we're going to see a horrendous backlash, right? And by 50, you're going to have Alexander, Napoleon, and Hitler on European currency, which is a rather melodramatic statement, right? But it's making a point that if this kind of policy continues for another 20, 30 years,
right,
there's going to be a very extreme right-wing reaction. So at one point I say that. At another completely different juncture in the conversation, we're discussing a potential nuclear war between India and Pakistan. And I say to him in that context that we, meaning the West allied with India, could win that war at the cost of a few hundred million people. You have to understand, India is a country with a population of what, like 1.2 billion, something like that. Pakistan's got like, I don't know, a couple hundred million people, right? So I'm talking about a potential nuclear war in the Indian subcontinent might be won by India at the cost of a few hundred million people. So he takes that passage at the cost of a few hundred million people, and Alexander, Napoleon, and Hitler, and splices them together like I'm advocating for the return of Nazism and calling for the extermination of hundreds of millions of people, like in Europe and the East. To give you one example of the horrendous distortion. So predictions were turned into prescriptions, and completely unrelated statements were stitched to one another, and 2 hours of audio cut down to about 2.5 minutes, and put right there in the New York Times, and then carried by Newsweek, a lot of other newspapers.
And what was the purpose of this? What acts did they have to run? What did they gain by doing this to you?
So I had been involved, not involved, formative member of what we call the Alt-Right Corporation. In 2016, the Alt-Right, as Trump was running for office, right? The Alt-Right was this completely amorphous show of various political tendencies, from libertarians to fascists, frankly, to Christian evangelical type groups. There was no cohesive and coherent overarching ideology. The only thing that bound the so-called alternative right together was its opposition to basically, typical entrenched conservatism, right? Like the Republican Party in the United States. Big business, typical conservatism. The only thing that bound all these groups together was that. And the way I got involved with this is that basically I had looking at this political landscape and forecasting that we were going to have the rise of a very regressive, traditionalist, white identity politics. And I wanted to try to make sure that the alt-right did not go in that direction. At the same time, I was working, as I said, with the Iranian opposition. And this is going to be a difficult one for you to wrap your mind around, and maybe also some of your listeners, because people are very unfamiliar with the sociopolitics of Iran. But Iran means Aryan. And so Iran is, like, definitionally speaking, the Aryan nation. The name of the country means that. It's the cradle and homeland of the Aryans. And so the discourse that's rising up today against Islamic fundamentalism in Iran is an Aryan discourse. It's a discourse for the revival of the pre-Islamic identity of the Persian people and of other Iranians. But what Aryan means in Iran is completely different from what it meant in, 1940s Europe and 1930s Europe, right? So Iran...
What did it mean?
Well, the term technically just means noble. And it's a self-descriptor that the people in that land applied to themselves, right? So,
Land of the Aryans.
Yeah, land of the Aryans. So look, here's the thing. Iran, traditionally, throughout history, has been the most cosmopolitan country on earth. It's a civilization that emerged from out of the synthesis of all kinds of different people. Some of them ethnically related, like the Persians and the Scythians and the Medes, who are all Aryans or Iranians, but many others, not ethnically related, like the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Lydians. Iran, at its very foundation, was a very sort of multi-ethnic, cosmopolitan entity. And it became even more so throughout the course of history, because if you look at where Iran is placed geographically, it's right at the crossroads of the world. It's between India, China, Eurasia, and the Middle East and North Africa. So it is the crossroads of the world. And throughout the course of history, it serves as the single greatest conduit for the cross-pollinization of various civilizations, right? It's how Europe influenced India and how Indian influences streamed back into Europe. It had a fundamental impact on Chinese civilization. And then when the Mongols came in and conquered Iran, Asian civilization also impacted Iranian identity. So it's like this global melting pot. It's the closest thing to a civilizational melting pot that you had before the United States. And there are a lot of structural similarities. Actually, Jefferson was deeply influenced by ancient Iranian political thought when he came up with the Constitution of the United States, because he was reading Greeks like Xenophon and Herodotus, who wrote about the structure of the Persian imperial system.
Alvin was telling me about this.
Yeah, which was a federal system. Anyways, and they all had tremendous reverence for Cyrus, the founder of the Persian Empire, the father of Iran, as this great humanitarian, cosmopolitan, humanistic statesman, right? So I have this whole Persian heritage, and I'm involved in this Iranian opposition movement, which is reclaiming Aryan identity, but in this cosmopolitan sense. And so I have this vision that if I can take what was then called the European New Right, in Europe, and my books, are published by the leading press, Arcos, the leading press of the European New Right. By the way, also publishes Alexander Duke. And I thought to myself, if I can take the European new right shit show that's the emerging American alt-right, and I can fuse it somehow with the Aryan Renaissance in Iran, then I can shift the trajectory of this whole thing away from white nationalism and this kind of regressive, traditionalist white identity politics towards something much more progressive and cosmopolitan.
Right.
Okay? This is what I'm thinking.
So when I think of alt-right and how it's portrayed in the media and how it's been portrayed in the media during the Trump whole campaign, his whole run, it was mainly like an opposition against Trump, right? It was a term that was, I don't know if it was hijacked.
You mean a way to damage Trump?
A way to when you think of alt-right, you're thinking of like extreme right-wing, white nationalist racist people, right?
Yeah.
So what is the actual how do you define alt-right?
Well, when I got involved with the thing, the term had been defined by Paul Gottfried, who's a Jew and a libertarian.
Okay.
So it had no definition. If we rewind the clock back to October of 2016, it was an amorphous phenomenon. There were these white nationalists involved.
Right.
And I was concerned, looking at what was happening in Europe with the migrants, right, that this nascent alt-right in America would fuse with the worst elements in Europe, and that we would see a kind of return to fascism.
Okay.
And so what I wanted to do was to recalibrate the trajectory. Now, this Londoner exploited that interest in me and got himself involved with my attempts to create alliances between Americans, Europeans, and Persians during that period of time. And he actually made this to me that his associates would bankroll the formation of a single corporation, the alt-right corporation, to fuse a number of different entities. My publisher, Arctos Media, this media outfit called Red Ice Radio and Television, and also a think tank called the National Policy Institute, which at that time Richard Spencer had. And they told me, look, Dojani, you be the chairman of this thing, and we're going to make you a liaison to the White House, where you'll go in and engage with Steve Bannon and try to influence Trump's policies through engagement with Bannon. And Bannon was known to have been an avid reader of the books put out by my class. He's interested in Dugan. He sat down with Dugan at one point, and he's interested in Evola, Julius Evola, and other authors that are published by my publishing. So the idea was to turn me into a person who could basically consolidate the European New Right and the alt-right and be a liaison to the White House. And the way they hooked me was to tell me that this would facilitate our efforts at regime change in Iran. That was the main, I think, angle of approach that they used to convince me to do this. But here's the thing. Between January 2017, when that corporation was formed, and September of 2017, when I was defamed, that funding that was promised never materialized. And they gave me excuse after excuse, and jellyfish. Why the funding wasn't coming through. They gave me every excuse. And at some point, I think maybe it was in the spring, I would say, of 2017, I had it with them, and I was ready to cut off these people and say, okay, well, clearly they've been playing me this whole time. And then here's what they do in response to that. Jonathan sends me a nearly $1 billion oil contract. The actual sum was 800 something, close to $900 million for the reconstruction of a Venezuelan national oil industry. Now, if you rewind back to spring of 2020, and the contract outlined the reconstruction of every aspect of Venezuela's national oil industry. So if you rewind to May of 2017, nothing was going on there. About 4 or 5 months later, there started to be major protests against the government. And what he had told me when he sent me this contract was that we are going to overthrow the government of Venezuela, and we need to.
The UK?
I don't know on behalf of what entity he was speaking. Look, I found out the guy was a six operative. But, I mean, we can discuss this also later in the course of our conversation. The intelligence services of countries are routinely infiltrated. And I think that there are many rogue elements and outfits inside certainly our intelligence services in the United States, and I'm sure also in theirs, right? So I don't know who this we was exactly, right? But clearly, they were controlling the former intelligence directorate of Blackwater, and they had deep ties in MI6. And he said, look, we're going to overthrow the government of Venezuela, and we need to get into the oil industry before we do that. Now, here's the interesting thing. 4 or 5 months later, I forget, within 6 months of that time, there was this massive revolt against Maduro in Venezuela.
Yes.
And the way Maduro put that down is he rounded up the oil bosses. So he knew the coup was coming from within the oil industry. Okay, so this lines up with what the guy told me. But why am I telling you this? My point is this, that people might look at this and say, like, Giorgiani, how were you so naive to be strung along for so long by these people? Well, look, when someone puts a $900 million oil contract in front of you, and, you know, they seem to be capable of reconstructing the Venezuelan national oil industry. And by the way, I was also told that they were behind. This came out.
Oh, wait, I don't understand. Why did they put it in front of you? What was the purpose of putting it in front of you? He was trying to show you showing off?
No. I knew a petroleum engineer at one of the most prominent oil companies in the world. And he said to me, here's the thing, remember, they had promised me this money for the alt-right corporation. Capital investment to make me chairman of the alt-right corporation. Money never came through. So now he's saying, look, we'll get you the money by some other means.
Here's proof of funds or something?
Well, we'll raise the funds. So he said, take this contract to this oil executive that you know, and if his company is willing to carry out this project, you'll get the commission on the deal.
Okay.
You'll get the commission. By the way, this petroleum engineer said to me, I think probably wisely on his part, he said, I don't want any part of this money. If I get a commission from this deal, you can have all of it. Now, that would be a lot more than what they had initially been promising me as a capital investment to set up the alt-right corporation and preside over it as a chairman. So the point being, these people gave me reason not to dismiss them and disconnect them. And that's how they strung me along as long as they did. Interestingly enough, my defamation came within less than a month of my resigning from the alt-right corporation. Within 24 hours of trial. So the situation, the situation was my partners. Look, here, I was supposed to be the chairman, right? But I was also supposed to bring in this money for the corporation. Since I didn't bring in the money, I began to be sidelined by my partners. And by about, the summer of 2017, I had completely lost control of this entity. It had become like a Frankenstein's monster, right? I lost control of it. And my partners went to Charlottesville and made this mess. And within 24 hours, I said, no. I was still involved at a high level in Iranian opposition lobby in Washington. So I said, no, there's no way I want to be involved. This has become a travesty. And I resigned. Now, I hardly think it's a coincidence that it's only several weeks after my resignation that I was defamed in the New York Times, and that they used a video that they had recorded months prior to that. So let me go back to the bar in the shadow of the Empire State Building, where this young man recorded.
Yes.
I did my digging after that, and I found out that this organization that he claimed to represent, Hope Not Hate, some social justice, SJW, and Antifa type organization, is actually a front for British intelligence. It was a front for MI5 domestically, initially in Britain, and I think it's opened a branch in the United States, so at this point probably it's under the jurisdiction of MI6. So point being, that kid was at the very least operating at the behest of people involved with British intelligence. And when did they choose to release this video in the New York Times? After they've lost me as an asset, once I had resigned from the office.
So, from what I'm understanding, whoever is behind this guy, Jonathan, at the MI6, they do not want you to create some sort of an alliance between the United States right wing, Europe, and Iran.
Yes.
Why? What is their motivation for wanting to throw a wrench in that plan?
Two, at least. One, on the ideological level, such a constellation of power would prevent the right wing in the West, let's say in general, from going in a racist, fascist direction that mirrors what happened in 1930s, 40s Europe. Why? Because the Iranian youth are not interested in some Nazi-style regime to replace the Islamic Republic. They're interested in women's equal rights, freedom of expression, and technological and scientific progress. And you probably aren't aware of this, maybe a lot of your audience isn't either. Iran is one of those few countries that enjoys the distinction of having been the world leader in science and technology for 250 years. Between about, let's say, 900 AD and 1150 AD, while Europe was in the dark age of medievalism, Iran was a powerhouse of scientific research and technological innovation. So, the Persians are one of these people who have contributed tremendously to the advancement of knowledge and to, creative innovation on the planet. And it goes back to the basic ethos of Zoroastrianism and Mithraism, which I don't know if we get a chance we'll get into. But, the whole teaching of Zarathustra is oriented around the progressive spirit at work in the cosmos and what it means to be a co-creator with the divine and build a more ideal future for everybody, right? Very futuristic, progressive mindset. And this is what is now overthrowing the Islamic Republic, not just on a political level, but in terms of cultural revolution. And my thinking had been, if I could plug European and American society into the battery that is the Iranian youth, then I could redirect this right-wing reaction in a way that would be much more futurist, progressive, and humanitarian.
Got it.
You see? And clearly somebody in British intelligence doesn't want that to be the case. Now there's another more, let's say, materialistic concern.
Why don't you think they want that to be the case?
Remember how I was telling you that in the years leading up to the Blitz, in the years leading up to the bombing of London by the Nazis and so on and so forth, Hitler actually tried to make peace with some well-placed aristocrats in Britain, and they had third of the House of Lords. So clearly, there's some kind of an elite element in Britain is aligned with this. I don't know whether you want to call it national socialist or fascist agenda, and who knows if they control the British state, but they may be a rogue element that has a certain agenda that they want to see unfold in the world, and that agenda may include the rise of a very, racist and hierarchical form of political power in the European and in the Western world. But I think that there's another aspect that's much more cynical and down to earth. And that's that I didn't want Iran to be weak. When I was involved in the opposition, it became very clear to me that, Iran is encircled by corporate forces who are just waiting for this regime to collapse so that they can come in and colonize the country. Iran never was properly colonized, but it came awfully close when the British and the Russians carved up the country into spheres of influence in the early 1900s and basically controlled all of Iran's resources. Remember, the British came in the early 20th century and they created something called the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which later became British Petroleum. It became British Petroleum after Mohammad Mossadegh kicked their asses out of Iran. Right? Mohammad Mossadegh, the democratically elected nationalist prime minister of Iran, nationalized Iran's oil in 1951. And this was a huge blow to the British in particular, and that's when the Anglo-Persian Oil Company became what we know as British Petroleum today, right? So there's a whole history of the exploitation of Iran's resources by foreign powers. And the agenda that my colleagues and I were pursuing for regime changing Iran was one that would protect Iran's national resources from this kind of exploitation. And I also think that they did not want someone, who looks the way I do and who speaks English as fluently as I do as a native New Yorker and an American, to be able to be an international mouthpiece for the defense of Iran's national interests once the Islamic Republic were rebuilt. So that's a much more cynical agenda that I think was also.
It's also crazy that they were able to get the New York Times. Did the New York Times reach out to you before they published this?
Maybe 18 hours.
18 hours.
Imagine that day. Threatened to sue them. Yeah, I was like, are you kidding me? This is a 2-hour conversation. Like, what? If you print, anyway. Yeah, I was not happy, to say the least. I got about 18 hours heads up.
Yeah, it's interesting that they would publish something like that so quickly.
Yeah, well, you know this, Danny.
With one source.
The New York Times, NBC, CBS, they all have intelligence operatives well placed within the organization. They are controlled, but their narrative is controlled by the Anglo-American deep state. And so that suggests to me, that one piece of evidence right there, that one data point suggests to me that actually whoever was pulling the strings in London is part of the Anglo-American state, because they had that kind of reach.
I've had people on here that have worked with big publications like similar to the New York Times. Some of them actually work in the New York Times. And they've explained their experience with reporting on topics such as like covert ops, for example, that the CIA deputy director has a relationship with the editor-in-chief of some of these publications, right? And they have to, when it comes to reporting on some of these things that involve the CIA, they have to run it by the deputy director, or whoever it is that's their liaison at that publication. And typically, they won't just say, no, don't run this. This is false, so you're denying this, so you cannot run this. You're not allowed to run this. They'll say, we're not going to tell you whether this is true or false, but if you do run this, you could be responsible for tons of innocent lives or operatives that we have embedded in these places that are going to die. So blood's on your hands.
And they also say to them, if you don't run this, there are 5 or 6 other interesting stories that we can help you tell, by dealing with certain sensitive information. One of the publications that I went to after my defamation, and I didn't go to them. I was approached by them, and I thought I would use it as an opportunity to basically clear my name and tell my side of the story. Because supposedly this publication had a history of speaking truth to power, and basically exposing corrupt machinations in the foreign wars in Iraq and so forth. And that was The Intercept. The Intercept came to me. The Intercept came to me, and I'm thinking, okay, well, it's not the New York Times, right? I mean, they have a history of opposing the deep state, so I thought. Okay. And
this is the publication that Glenn Greenwald.
Exactly.
Okay,
so here's where I'm going with this, is that Glenn Greenwald later came out and basically exposed the fact that he himself couldn't function at The Intercept, which he co-founded, because the thing had been infiltrated by intelligence people and deep state operatives.
Right.
Well, that makes sense out of the story they eventually told about me, because I went to them with the kind of information that I'm sharing with you, and I shared documents with them. I gave them letters that I had exchanged. Let's just say various intelligence people in the course of all these dealings. And so I was giving them documentation of what had happened to me. And I was expecting a story about, some kind of international intelligence operation and, a philosopher and activist who had gotten caught up in it and was ultimately targeted. Instead, they published a personal opinion with none of that information in it. One small paragraph saying Giorgiani claims X, Y, and Z, but we haven't been able to corroborate whatever. And the rest of it was basically mud smearing yellow journalism from The Intercept. not long before Glenn Greenwald left in protest.
Wow. So you got a target on your back.
Yeah.
Intelligence has a big target on you. That's unsettling. What is that like? How do you live with that?
You have to ignore it to the greatest extent possible, and just stay focused on positive goals. Like, so, for example, after the involvement with the alt-right, after my activism with the Iranian Renaissance, which extended up to 2019, by the way, we were planning a coup within the Islamic Republic. And it's when that didn't pan out that I resigned, because there were certain of us. Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. There was this president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who became infamous in the global media for being a Holocaust hero. And he came and gave a number of controversial speeches here, not just at the UN in his capacity as president, but also at Columbia University. And he was kind of a cartoon character, supposedly very vehemently anti-Israel and a representative of uneducated underclass people. And I had actually protested against him back in 2009, 2010 when he was president. I became a human rights activist and a solidarity protest organizer who was tasked with lobbying the Security Council members of the UN to place sanctions on the regime in Tehran after this Ahmadinejad was fraudulently re-elected. So I was directly organizing protests against Ahmadinejad back in 2009, which made it all the more ironic that in 2017, 2018, when I was involved with these Iranian opposition people, we found out that actually Mahmoud Ahmadinejad had this guru, Rahim Esfandiar Mashali, who was nominally his vice president, but actually his guru. It was like spiritual guru. And this Esfandiar Mashali had a very eclectic spiritual worldview, which was well outside the parameters of Orthodox Shiite Islam. And he believed in some kind of a neo-Zoroastrian revival of ancient Persian mysticism and a fusion of Iran's Aryan identity with Shiism. And this Mashai wanted to transition Iran out of an Islamic system and toward a nationalist, toward a more populist system that would be more in line with the will of the Iranian people and their wish to reclaim their historical identity. And most interestingly, despite Ahmadinejad being branded as a Holocaust denier in the mainstream media, it turned out that Mashai was actually in favor of a secret détente with the State of Israel. So this became one of the reasons for my involvement with a couple of the Mossad characters that I engaged with. Because the Israelis, the Israelis have been talking about bombing Iran for a decade. And no, 2 decades, I'm sorry, 2 decades. And at that time in particular, there had been these very violent, vigorous protests against the regime, to the point where a lot of Iranians were even actually setting mosques on fire and burning Qurans in the streets and so forth. Yeah, it's very popular. Burning Qurans is very popular in Iran today. So, but they were burning mosques, these protests in 2017, 2018. And the Israelis wanted to use this as a moment of opportunity to potentially come and bomb the nuclear sites and facilitate a regime change. And at least back then, I was very opposed to that. I was opposed to any form of foreign military intervention in Iran. I wanted to see the regime change at the hands of the Iranian people themselves. We wanted support. It could be some material support, definitely moral support, but I wasn't for a military intervention. So I'm hearing from inside the circle in Iran, the circle of Ahmadinejad and Mashai, that not only do they want to gradually transition out of the Islamic Republic and toward a more nationalist, more Iranian style of government, they're also open to a secret détente with Israel. like a under the table alliance with Israel, where they basically share power in the Middle East. And I conveyed this to the Israelis. Basically, I took it upon myself to go to the Israelis and be like,
They wanted this.
listen, we understand. If there's a coup in Iran, if you see a coup all of a sudden in Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad winds up the new leader of the country, not just president, but in the Iranian constitution, the president has no power. It's a dictatorship where the supreme leader does everything, and the president is just basically like a diversionary fund. And there was this coup plan to actually put Ahmadinejad and certain other people in power. And my job was to convey to the Israelis that, look, he may sound like whatever you think, Holocaust denier or whatever, but there is a secret agenda to make it to top of Israel. And this is going to work out to your benefit. Just sit tight.
What did they say?
They were very open. There was a faction around Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman, who are actually, they're quite orthodox, and because they're quite orthodox, they put a lot of stock in this idea of Cyrus the Great as the Messiah of the Jews. In the Old Testament, particularly in the book of Isaiah, the only non-Jew, the only Goyim, who is ever identified as a Moshiach, or Savior, brought by God, is Cyrus the Great, the father of Iran, whose tomb is a pilgrimage site today for many Iranian youth. It's like the most sacred. The Iranians have turned their backs on Mecca, and they bow toward the tomb of Cyrus the Great. So they were very sympathetic to Iran as a land that is connected with their own destiny. And they also were, I found, rather shrewd and pragmatic in terms of working out an under-the-table understanding with the Islamic Republic. And I sent a letter to Defense Minister Lieberman, which was conveyed by current agents of Mossad. And the way that I know that this letter reached a letter where I was saying basically, please don't bomb me. And look, if you see a coup, understand that even though it may have a nominally Aryan discourse, that means something completely different in the context of our civilization, as you well know, since the father of our culture is Cyrus the Great, and so forth. And the way I know this letter reached Defense Minister Lieberman is that at a certain point, Netanyahu kicked Lieberman out of the government, and he took over the position of defense minister in addition to being prime minister, which is very unusual. There was a time when he was acting both as prime minister and he took over Lieberman's duties as defense minister. And at that point, they contacted me from Tel Aviv and said, you need to rewrite your letter and address it to Prime Minister Netanyahu directly. So it appears to have reached him. Anyway, why did I tell this story?
So did you do that?
No comment. I wish him luck in Gaza, and I wish him luck in Lebanon. So why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because you asked coup in Iran, right? So we had this plan where they came and they told us that about 1/3, believe it or not, of the armed forces of Iran, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, were supposed to be like the Praetorian Guard, most loyal to the regime. 1/3 of the armed forces in Iran were supposedly ready to turn. And this didn't mean that 2/3 were for the regime. A lot of them were undecided and in disarray. And there was this faction around Esfandiar Mashai and Ahmadinejad who had the underclass, who had basically, workers and people on welfare and so on and so forth. And the reason they reached out to us is that they said that the people in our circle could represent the intellectual elite, basically the intelligentsia of Iranian society, and that they needed such people in a coalition if they were to be successful, because the intelligentsia would not follow Ahmadinejad and Mashai. And so my associates were made this proposal, and they decided not to take it. They decided not to accept this offer. And I became very frustrated by that, and that's why I ultimately resigned from that organization, the Iranian Renaissance, because frankly, even as a native-born American and native New Yorker, I was ready to get on a plane and go to Tehran and potentially face execution to be part of this coup attempt. They were not, because they had cushy jobs in various the oil industry and so forth. And I think ultimately their lives were just too comfortable to risk something like that. And in the end, they went in with people who are more connected to, let's say, intelligence services here and lobbyists in Washington and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that was another question I had. What was America's position on this coup?
We found Vice President Penn to be very sympathetic. The problem with Trump was that John Bolton was his national security advisor. And John Bolton is connected to, believe it or not, I know this sounds crazy, an Islamist Marxist terrorist group that's been fighting a civil war against the Islamic Republic since the 1980s. So there were these people in the early 1980s who had been part of the revolutionary coalition that overthrew the Shah.
Right.
They were the muscle behind the Islamic Revolution, but they were more Marxist Maoist types.
Okay.
That tried to fuse like a Che Guevara style leftism with Islam. And in 1983 or so, in the middle of the Iran-Iraq war, they defected to the side of Saddam Hussein. And they formed what is essentially a terroristic cult with like a North Korea style, cult of personality and closed atmosphere in Iraq. And later they were kicked out of Iraq and they wound up rebasing themselves in Albania of all places. Anyway, John Bolton was in their pocket, and John Bolton was the one advising Trump on Iran. So they had a monopoly on Trump's vision for regime change in Iran, which meant that despite that Pence was sympathetic to some extent, we had very little latitude to be able to influence Washington policy.
Whoa. Deeply entrenched in this stuff.
Yes.
What? From a guy who, born and raised in New York, philosopher, you're willing to go fight and be executed for this regime change in Iran. Why did you feel so strongly about this?
Why did Tom Paine go to Paris, after playing a tremendously successful role in catalyzing the American Revolution? I mean, if you look, I'm trained in philosophy. He was a corset maker. The guy made underwear, women's underwear for a living. But he wrote great books, and he was certainly a first-rate thinker. If you read, The Age of Reason, The Rights of Man, books that Tom Paine wrote in prison in Paris after he went and enlisted in the French Revolution and almost got himself guillotined, right? He wrote those books thinking that he was facing a certain death sentence. The Age of Reason, which tears the biases. In his book, The Age of Reason, Tom Paine argues that the United States Constitution is fundamentally incompatible with Christianity, rather that a population that believes in the Bible cannot constitute a good citizen of the United States.
Really?
Yeah, he writes this book in prison. This is why he's not on Mount Rushmore, which he should be. He's like the black sheep among the founding fathers. They all thought that he said publicly what many of them thought privately a little too often. Anyway, my point is this, that, look, you can be a thinker who has all the idealistic aspirations for how you want to see this, and you can elaborate independent and inspiring principles to try to recalibration of society, but I'm going to get your hands dirty, your life on it. Who knows whether your vision will materialize, or in the wake of your death someday might misappropriate your vision, right? To create some kind of a tyrannical system. And this is what happened to Marx. Marx would never have endorsed the Soviet Union. So maybe Marx should have been more of an activist during his own life.
What was it inherent in you that made you explore all these deep thoughts? And what is your, this might be a stupid question, but what is like your process when you are writing about this stuff?
Okay, there's a lot of questions.
Sorry.
First of all, I think it's a number of things. Maybe the thinker than I am. I had certain intellectual interests from the get-go, even in my teenage years, in looking on the one hand at the religious history of mankind, and on the other hand at cutting-edge developments in sciences, right? Boundary define, paradigm-defying breakthroughs in the sciences, and seeing, how science and religion could be reconciled. That was a very early intellectual interest of mine. At, let's say, 15, 16 years old, I was on the one hand reading the physicist David Bohm, the biologist Rupert Sheldrake, Michael Talbot and his theory of the holographic universe. And on the other hand, I was reading, the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, and various other Sufi texts and spiritual treasures of human history. So the question of the relationship between science and religion was one that I had on a theoretical level from a very early age, but then also I had experience that shaped, I write about the paranormal in a very abstract way and with a view to developing novel philosophical concepts that can help us to understand why, what we take to be reality works the way that it does. But I've also had personal experiences of what you might call, the paranormal. And they started, fairly early on, right? So at the same time that I was reading, edge science like Bohm and Sheldrake on the one hand, and reading Indian and Persian mystical texts and Taoist scriptures, I also had a near-death experience when I was, I think, actually 14. I was at a sleepaway summer camp in Amherst, at Amherst College. It was like a prep school / summer camp. And one night, I think it was probably around 2 o'clock, asleep in my bed, and I noticed that my heart was beating. I'm asleep, but I become aware of the fact that I'm sleeping. And there's no sensory stimulus whatsoever, blackness. And I become aware of my heart, and it gets slower and slower. And when my heart stopped, I felt myself shoot out of my head. Not through the crown of my head, just like a crown chakra or whatever. It was actually through my feet. And I was pulled into this voidness, which I don't know, it's really almost indescribable. It's ineffable, but it was like a bluish, black, seething, dynamic energy that was at the same time a void. And it felt like it would annihilate my whole persona, that I would be swallowed by it. And when I went into this vortex, I saw my own death in the future. Now, let me be very careful to make this point here, that one strong line of argument throughout all of my philosophical work is against any kind of determinism. Okay? And I make a very strong case that we have free will, or at least some degree of significant agency and intentionality. This can come back to my argument against God, which is one of the reasons why I reject the idea of an all-knowing and all-powerful God, because I think that very idea is inimical to an affirmation of our free will. So, I don't think anything is fated. There's no future that's fated, and I can tell you some interesting stories that remotely. There's no such thing as fate. The future,
fate. Okay.
Yeah, there's no such thing as fate. We're not fated to live anything in the future. And I can tell you interesting stories from some of the remote viewers I've known. Like, for example, I'll tell you a story about the time when Lynn Buchanan was hired to see the next 9/11, after 9/11 happened, and how he actually changed that timeline. But we'll come back to that.
You said you saw your own death.
Yeah, so I saw my own death in the future. And I don't want to say too much about this because I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but basically, it was in the context, I have to say, disturbingly enough, of a second American Civil War, and I was not old. And I saw my death, and after that, I came back to the room. And I tell you, the closet in front of me was open. The two closet doors were open. And I'm not a fearful person. As you might gather from some of the things I told you. I don't scare easily, but looking into the darkness of that closet at 2:30 in the morning or whatever it was after I came out of this experience, I felt like the blackness of that closet was going to swallow me. And I could not stand for another minute being in that room. So I got up and I went down the hall to my friend's room. And this guy, he had come to this summer camp with me, but he had been my best friend for many years. And he was a few doors down. And I wake him up and I sit down next to him and he slowly wakes up. And as soon as he looks at me, he looks into my eyes and he gets the most terrified expression on his face that I've ever seen on another face. And he goes back. And I notice I'm already flipped out. I'm coming there looking for some consolation. And this is how my best friend is. So I find myself repeatedly saying to the guy, it's just me. It's just me. What are you doing? Why are you reacting like this? It's just me. And he comes out from under the covers and slowly, very hesitantly hears. And then and I said, well, why'd you react like that? And he said, it was your eyes. They weren't your eyes. And it was like you were looking right through my soul. So then we're sitting there, and now it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And somebody knocks on me. Amherst College, Massachusetts, small town. 3 o'clock in the morning. Knock on the window. And at first I really freaked out. I didn't want to turn myself to see who the hell it's going to be. But they keep knocking, and we do. And there's this guy standing in the dark with a giant instrument case, like, I don't know, violin case or some kind of, music. And he says, do you know the way to the opera house? And I go to him, this is a college. What opera house? What are you talking about? This is a college. And he goes like this. And we closed the curtain. So that happened when I was 14.
How did you die? Did you think you had your heart actually stopped?
All I can tell you is...
Was this some sort of crazy dream?
No, it was not a dream. Definitely not a dream. All I can tell you is, as we say in philosophy, phenomenologically speaking, right, being very attentive to what I actually experienced. At the time, it felt like my heart stopped.
Was there any reason that would have happened? Did you take anything?
No, I didn't take anything. Now, the other possibility is this, that, look, there are phenomena where there's a kind of dilation of consciousness where your sense of the passage of time changes dramatically. And one possibility... Yeah, so like, when you're in very intense states of consciousness, time flows differently. You don't notice how many hours have gone by, right? You're completely immersed in something, right? And it's possible that what actually was happening is that my sense of time warped to where it slowed down to where my consciousness sank into the space between two heartbeats. That feeling as if my heartbeat were getting slower and slower was actually my experience of the passage of time. But in any case, it basically was this NDE where I left my body and I saw this precognitive vision of my death, and I'm sure that acted as a significant catalyst, like a lightning bolt, to further specify my interest in these edge science subjects and religious scriptures and so forth that I was reading at the time.
Did you write about this after it happened?
No, first of all, it was unforgettable, so I didn't need to write it. I write a lot of things, but it was so unforgettable I couldn't write it down. I didn't need to write it down. So here's the interesting thing, is that I couldn't even talk to anyone. I tried to tell a couple people about this, and again, I am not a person who scares easily, but the emotional impact of this event was such that whenever I tried to tell anybody about it, I just felt like I was sorry. So I couldn't talk about it.
And you said it was in the context of an American Civil War. And you were not aware.
There was a second American Civil War. Massive, some kind of massive urban I was dead. And the situation doesn't look too good right now.
How much have you thought about that?
I've thought about it. I don't want to be morbidly preoccupied with it. One has to focus on positive progress, concrete growth. So let me tell you, I brought up in the course of that story this example of how it is that we have free will and that we can shift time and why nothing is inevitable. I was sitting in Lynn Buchanan's living room a few years back. He was the chief trainer for the entire CIA remote. He's the guy who trained all the other guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say Joe McMonagle also saw his own death, didn't he?
So Lynn was involved with Joe McMonagle and Project Stargate. And he was there through the changing of hands of the program from the CIA to the DoD. And he was the guy responsible for training the other ACE remote viewers. And he told me that, I believe it was sometime after he had already, he retired and he was doing private corporate consulting. So companies, they still come to him. Companies come to him and ask him to do remote viewing. And so this is what he was doing. But the government actually came back to him sometime in the early 2000s. I forget what it was, 2003, 2004, somewhere in there. And they said to him, we want you to remote view the next 9/11. We want to know what the next terrorist attack against the United States on that scale is.
When is this, by the way?
Early 2000s. Yeah. I forget the exact date.
So probably right after 9/11.
Yeah, exactly. They came to him and they said, look, we understand you're retired, but, do us a favor and remote view the next 9/11. And he did. He put a team together and they remote viewed this event. And they said Islamic terrorists were going to approach the United States in boats that were full of biological agents. That it was going to be a horrendous biowarfare attack on the southeastern seaboard of the United States. So like an area between, I think, like Carolinas and like Georgia, like that area, right? And he said they were going to come in on these boats. And once they got to the coast, they were going to release this biological contagion. And it would be far worse than 9/11. Tens and tens of thousands of people would die. And he was able to give them date down to the day of when this was going to happen. So here's what happens. On that day, the guard goes out, and the ships of war come to the United States. And they did have these biological agents on them, and they were intercepted.
Is this recorded?
I could understand why it would be classified, but this is what he told me, that he got him, that he had been correct, provided the terrorists were intercepted.
Do you know when was his day?
I don't know.
Year?
Don't remember. He did tell me the year, but it was in the early 2000s, and this is what he told me. And so here's my point. All this event takes place vividly. It's a clear precognition of the future. So clear, he was able to volunteer the date, but he changed the timeline. So this is empirical evidence for the ontological fact that we have free will, or some degree intentionality. Nothing is fate. How so? In the sense that, look, if, for example, it necessarily have to happen, you can change the course of events and use it.
Oh, I see. Because they were able to intercept.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. And this has happened many times. The remote viewers, remote view routinely in order to engage in hostage rescue. When, like, for example, American hostages were taken prisoner in Lebanon in the 1980s and so forth. They would routinely try to see the future movement of hostages and things like that, so they could send people to intercept them and retrieve them.
right. Yeah, this is something. something I've read about in Andy J. I first read about it in Andy's book, Phenomenon.
Yeah.
That's where she talks to Edgar Mitchell. Going back, he talks about he did this like secret experiment coming back from the moon, seeing if he could do some sort of telekinesis or wing on his way back. And it's interesting too. All of this science, this sort of squishy science, she calls it, science that can't be replicated in a laboratory, right? It's not duplicatable, and it's hard to measure. It all came from the Nazis.
Yes. So two very interesting subjects. Let's start with the hard to measure, right? And here we're getting into the meat of my work, my actual philosophical ideas. I would push back on the fact that it's hard to measure. There are all kinds of sciences, and one of the most misguided things that scientists try to do, irrespective of which discipline they're in, is to hold every science to the standard of rigor that obtains in physics, right?
The scientific method.
No, well, look, there's a scientific method in sociology too. There's a scientific method in psychology too. It doesn't mean that the dynamics of somebody's personal psychology or the evolution of various societies and, what it is that produces social crises or what it is that, what conditions are likely to lead to the collapse of government are phenomena that are as predictable as, atomic physics, right?
Right.
So depending on what domain you're studying, different standards of rigor are appropriate. Not everything is equally amenable to, mathematical modeling and prediction, right? And insofar as psi is a human ability, just like sports ability, or like the virtuoso talent of musicians, human beings are not mechanical contraptions. You're not going to be able to predict their behavior with the same standard that, you can predict, rocket trajectories in Newtonian physics. It's absurd to expect that. So different sciences have methodologies that are appropriate to the domain that they're researching, right? And psi is a phenomenon to some extent of biology, but to a great extent of psychology, right? And you should never expect the kind of repeatability that you have in physics and chemistry in the domain of parapsychology. Mm-hmm. But I think a bigger problem is that, the sciences always operate within the context of one or another paradigm, right? So you have hypotheses that are testable, and in any given scientific theory, there are a number of hypotheses that come together to form that theory. But various scientific theories are also only possible in the context of a paradigm, which is an overarching framework of assumptions, basic assumptions, that orient your perspective on things in general. It's like a theoretical framework, so pre-theoretical framework of abstract thought that defines what was asked to begin with and what's being marginalized is outside the scope of inquiry. It's like a narrow perspective on one or another. And this defines what theories can even be elaborated in the first place. Thomas Kuhn, in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, in the 1960s, he made this argument that scientific paradigms are radically political, that the revolutions that take place in the history of science, the Copernican Revolution in physics, the Darwinian Revolution, are as political revolutions. And that the reason why groups of scientists in one or another period invest in a particular paradigm and the way in which these paradigms get entrenched and limit kinds of questions that are even asked and kinds of subjects that are researched, it's thoroughly political. It's motivated by the same psychological dynamics as people's commitment to one another political ideology. And they say that Lockheed has, I think, some assets in Nevada, but they have a lot of corporate facilities in California, in the state of California. And supposedly there is this shack on the side of a highway in California that looks like some nondescript warehouse, small warehouse. And you go into this warehouse, and the whole floor of the warehouse is an elevator. And it drops Lord knows how many hundreds of feet, and you're inside of a basically a facility carved out of rock, deep underground.
Yeah.
And what this guy said is that they are not only reverse engineering craft from retrieved debris in this facility, but they're actually training pilots to fly them. And he told me that the main problem that they have in that training program is that the pilots experience extreme disorientation because of the warping of space-time by these craft. In other words, they discovered early on, and this is, I think, one of the main reasons, and we can get into this in depth if you want. This is one of the main reasons this technology is being hidden, because they discovered early on that these are not simply devices with propulsion systems capable of navigating space very quickly, like they can take you from New York to Australia, right? They're flying time machines. They warp time as they traverse space.
Right.
And our pilots don't know how to handle that. They have a very hard time. They get disoriented, temporally disoriented. They get like their sense of the passage of time gets really messed up.
I know this wasn't just some sort of intelligence agent or intelligence operative trying to disseminate some wacky information like the other guy.
Well, if I were to tell you who it was, I think most people wouldn't think that. But all I can tell you...
That's the problem with this whole topic. That is the fundamental problem with this whole UFO topic. Is because so many people have such crazy, outlandish claims, and every single one of them, almost every single time, they're saying that this person, they can't divulge where they got the information, who the person is. And that's why this topic has been so frustrating.
I'll tell you what Dennis is.
Okay.
So he was, but I'll say this, he was an extremely salt-of-the-earth person. And he was involved in the military intelligence community for decades. And anyway, I'll just leave it at that. But one of the funny things is he showed me this model that they had been using back in the it looked like maybe it was something from the 60s, to teach these pilots how much time dilation there is per the amount of space that they've traversed in these vehicles. It was like some kind of a gyroscopic device. And it showed that if you traverse, this much distance in space, there's this much dilation in time. And the reason he had this thing is because it was antiquated. It was like from the 60s, and they weren't using it anymore. They had ripped it out. It was like an heirloom, And they basically gave it to him as a keepsake. So, which I found interesting. And I tried to take a picture of it, but he picked it up and took it away from me. So anyway, he told me he went down into this facility and that they're reverse engineering stuff, and that they're trying to train pilots in how to fly these reverse engineered zero-point energy craft. But okay, what's the really important thing about that is that on a theoretical level, I've written extensively in Closer Encounters about how UFOs are actually time machines. And if you really stop and think through that carefully, you realize why, under the current socio-political conditions of technology, with the kind of society we have, domestically, globally, the state that humanity is in at the present time, the release of that kind of technology into the public sphere would be utterly catastrophic. Right. I mean, you can't give Tom, Dick, and Harry a time machine to put in their garage. You see, that's the thing. It's not like these are Jetsons cars that just, fly you across country really fast. They allow you to traverse different epochs in human history. And I think one of the reasons that our history is so messed up, when you look at these really regressive, tyrannical religious belief systems and the kinds of political structures that formed around them and that were fortified by them, I think a lot of what's going on there is that our timeline has been manipulated. It's been manipulated at all junctures, from the present far into the future, right? So the technological singularity is this moment when you have a convergent advancement of all kinds of technologies, from genetic engineering to nanotech to artificial intelligence, cybernetics, and so forth. And they start to advance exponentially. So it's no longer a curve slowly sloping up, right? It becomes a spike on a graph. The curve becomes a spike. There's such an acceleration in the development of these technologies, and any one of them facilitates breakthroughs in the others at such a speed where all of them converge in a way that the human mind is no longer capable of wrapping itself around. And we call it a singularity or a spike on the graph of the history of human technological development, because past that spike, you can't project anymore from the past into the future. It's a limit on our human capacity to project what future developments may take place on the other side of that singularity, right? And so, for example, today you're seeing AI crack problems in genetic engineering, in gene sequencing, and crack problems in nanotechnological engineering that we've never been able to work our way through. And so all of these things are reinforcing each other, and within about 10 to 20 years from now, the kind of zero-point energy that Lockheed is working on is going to be a physics theorem that AI arrives at in the public sphere, and that basically any competent industrial base could actualize using the latest nanotechnology. I mean, the singularity represents a moment when it's no longer possible to hide various lines of scientific research and technological development. Okay, because you're going to have such a tremendous convergence of these different technologies that you can basically ask the artificial intelligence, look, here's what I want to develop. This whatever mercury thorium zero-point energy device. Given your existing knowledge base in physics and nanotech and so forth, give me the schematic for it. We're a decade away from that at most right now. So we face a real serious crisis, because that means we're a decade or two away from Tom, Dick, and Harry having a time machine in their garage. And that means the disintegration of our current social fabric.
Okay, I want to go there. There's a whole rabbit hole to explore on that question itself and how that relates to society and globalism and all that. But before that, you were talking about, you said that Lockheed has possession of this machine that can do this, that can manipulate time, and they are going forward in time and manipulating the timeline. Who is doing this?
I hope Lockheed is doing this. I wasn't trying to suggest that they are.
Well, who? How do you know that this timeline is being manipulated? How do you know that? And who do you think is doing it?
There is a researcher, Michael Crino, who wrote a book with a guy called Richard Thompson. Thompson's a PhD in which scientific field. And the book was called Forbidden Archaeology. It's a tome. It's in the same general area, same general vein of research as Graham Hancock, Robert Cabal, and Robert Shaw, people who study deep history, prehistory, archaeological remains from prehistory, but challenge our accepted views of the historical timelines, right? Except Cremo and Thompson's work in Forbidden Archaeology is more radical, insofar as they go through the history of scientific journals back into the 1800s, and they show how many discoveries there were, reported by very prestigious publications, of clearly engineered structures and artificial objects stuck in geological strata that are millions of years old. Like polished concrete walls in a stratum that dates to, 200 million years ago. Or gold chains, jewelry that's at a geological stratum of 60 million years ago. there are tens and tens of these discoveries that they present in this book that were in prominent scientific journals, and then slowly in the 20th century were filtered out of what it was acceptable to publish, given what became the standard human history taught in the academies. So there are a couple of different ways you could look at that. One is you could imagine that even though there's not much of a fossil record for it, humanity goes back hundreds of millions of years on this. I doubt that very much. Because again, there isn't a fossil record, but we find dinosaur bones all the time. We don't find large populations of humans that are contemporaneous with, the Jurassic period. The other way that you could interpret those findings, though, is that human time travelers, on a very limited basis, were living in those epochs and left artifacts behind. So that's one piece of one line of empirical evidence that you could use to argue for time travel.
So you're saying that this could have been happening in the 1800s?
No. What I'm saying is that up to the 1800s, these things were reported on in scientific journals. Right? Like up to the 1800s, you had Smithsonian Institution and whatever reporting on a gold locket found in a geological stratum that dates to 60 million BC.
Yes.
Right? There are lots of these finds.
But we don't know about those anymore.
We have those journals. We have access to the journals.
We still have access to
Absolutely. My point is, Cremo and Thompson, they wrote this poem, Forbidden Archaeology, where they go through all of this evidence. They present case after case. And they have their own interpretation of what this means, okay? Because they come from a kind of Vedantic, that's the book. They come from a kind of Vedantic background. They subscribe to a form of Vedic religion. And in the Hindu religion, there is the notion that there are these vast cycles of time. They call them yugas, ages, right? And we're in the last of them now, supposedly, the Kali Yuga. But the whole cycle begins with the Satya Yuga, the Golden Age, and then it goes to a Silver Age. And the Greeks have the same thing: Silver Age, Bronze Age, until you get to our present time, which is supposed to be the last of the world ages. And this whole cycle then repeats itself. So Cremo and Thompson come from the school of thought that, look, humanity has always existed, and we are living in a fallen world. We're living in a degraded age, and we've lost our knowledge of previous ages of higher civilization. And they think this goes way, way back, like if humanity existed in its present form tens and tens of millions of years ago. I don't agree with their interpretation of their own evidence. I think that that's a religious belief system which they subscribe to, and my much more radically empiricist, pragmatic approach to the data they're presenting is to say the best way to make sense out of this is that these artifacts were left behind by human time travelers, and that the past is contaminated by the future. Wow, this is fun. This is one of the reasons why. One of the ways.
This is sort of the sorry to interrupt. This is sort of the opposite. Graham Hancock's idea is that there was a crazy advanced civilization that got wiped out by comets, and we hit a reset button. You're saying this advanced civilization was from?
Exactly. I started reading Graham Hancock when I was 86. I read all of the books that he had published, back then in the late 90s. But then I did a lot more research. And see, the thing is, when you're coming from out of a background in philosophy, you have to engage with all kinds of different research domains. And one of the problems with anthropological researchers like Hancock, or on the other hand, UFO researchers, whether they're coming from a physics background or from a sociology background or whatever, is that they stay only within their own research domain. And they don't look at what's going on in other fields. They're not interdisciplinary enough. And my work has been radically interdisciplinary from the beginning. So I've been able to cross-correlate different bodies of data. And one of the things that Graham Hancock talks about, which I find very compelling, is the evidence for Antarctica having been Atlantis. In his first book, Fingerprints of the Gods, where he's drawing from the earlier research of Rand Flemeth. He makes this, and Charles Hapgood. Flemeth's work was dependent on this historian, Charles Hapgood, who I think taught at Boston College back in the day. And Hapgood had this theory that, and by the way, Hapgood worked with the CIA for a time. So he was like a government-funded scientist. And Hapgood had this theory that, to oversimplify it, in the course of the various ice ages, the Earth becomes top-heavy. And at a certain point, the ice sheet pulls on the mantle of the Earth.
Yeah.
And it causes it to slip. Rather, it causes the surface of the Earth to slip over the mantle, like this loose skin of an orange. And that in some cyclical fashion, every, I don't know, maybe 12,000 years or so. Well, there's a shifting of the pole in the sense that by 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers, the location of the pole shifts. Not like drastically, like the Earth flips over or anything like that. By a few thousand kilometers, which means that, let's say circa 12,000 years ago, 10,500 BC or so, the Younger Dryas period, Antarctica would have been mostly where Argentina is today and had mostly the climate of Argentina today, except one side of Antarctica would have been already inside the South Polar region. And we have evidence for this because apparently in Antarctica, the ice sheet is not thickest where you'd expect it to be, right at the South Pole. The ice sheet is thickest in the part of Antarctica that would already have been in the South Pole prior to the slippage of the crust. Right. Because it was the place where, there was already massive snowfall and so forth. See? So, and we also have evidence for this in Siberia in terms of this flash flooding and then freezing of the mammoths, who they froze so quickly that they have undigested food in their stomachs, right?
That's where the Younger Dryas flower.
Right. So, but here's where I'm going with it, is that I think there's a lot of compelling evidence for the fact that Atlantis, or whatever we want to call this civilization that Plato writes about. Plato was destroyed 9,000 years before his time, which lines up with Hancock and Bauval and Robert Schoch's research. Because 12,000 years ago, the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau line up perfectly with the three stars of Orion's belt, and the Sphinx is looking at its counterpart, the constellation of Leo, as it rises into the sky at the dawn on the spring equinox. Exactly. So that gives us a timestamp for when the Giza Plateau monuments were planned, right? But no, here's where I'm going. It's somewhere much more interesting that has to do with time travel. If Atlantis was Antarctica, and they had such a high level of civilization, right? How high a level? Look at the Baalbek platform in Lebanon. The stones in the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, which we still can't figure out how the hell these things were moved in position, they're in the hundreds of ton range. The biggest ones are in the hundreds of tons. At Baalbek in Lebanon, there is a platform which consists of three 1,300 ton stones. They're 1,200 to 300 tons a piece.
Yeah, we've gone over these. Can you pull up those Baalbek?
And they are raised on top of a 40-foot platform of smaller megaliths, right? Which, like, who does that? I mean, if you're going to drag stones this big, wouldn't you use them as the foundation course and then put smaller stones on top? No, these people apparently decided to show off by lifting these 1,300 ton stones, these trilithons, and putting them on top of smaller megalithic stones. And again, just like at Giza, just like at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, just like at various sites in Peru.
Look, is that one of them?
Yeah, well, look, that one that's just by itself.
The second one in the middle, with the red lines. Yep, zoom in on that.
Yes, but I want you to go back to the other one too. Yeah, you can see the scale of a person next to those. Look at the one above there, how small a person is next to those.
Go up.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the scale of that. But if you could go back to that one that was buried.
Oh,
right there. Okay. Now that is in the quarry where these stones came from.
Yeah.
That quarry is 50 miles away from the site.
Yes.
50 miles. How did they take 1,300 tons? 19 cranes of the highest industrial grade that we have today can't lift and move one of these. They've done the engineering calculations. How did they move that thing 50 miles? You know why that's buried there? Because they wanted to tell us that that's where the quarry was, and that they've somehow managed to move that stone 50 miles, build the platform at Baalbek.
Mhm.
All right, here's my point. That gives you a sense of the level of engineering capability of this civilization. It's beyond ours.
Way beyond our. There's no saw blades or tools or anything in the desert there.
And there's no large-scale evidence for this civilization other than these megalithic structures.
Nothing.
In various places in the world. You know where I think there's going to be a jackpot of a plethora of evidence for it? Under the ice of Antarctica. Here's where I'm going with this. If you're a civilization that advanced, why do you isolate yourself from Antarctica? Why would you do that?
Right.
You tell me. Any thoughts why you would do something like that?
Why you would isolate yourself?
You have this level of technology, right? And after the cataclysm, you go around the world and you build these various megalithic sites, which leave a record of the level of your technical achievement.
How do we know it was after the cataclysm?
Well, we know Giza was after the cataclysm.
We do?
Yeah, I mean, the ground plan dates to 10,500 BC. And if you line that up with Plato, and you line it up with the end of the Ice Age and the massive flooding, it's just after that cataclysm that site was built. Also,
you're talking about the Great Pyramid.
Yes, well, the three pyramids and the Sphinx, and there are other structures like the Osirian and Abydos in Egypt. They're all in the same style. They're all in this anonymous, high-precision megalithic style.
What did you say was the evidence that it happened at 10,000 BC?
Well, the Giza ground plan, like we were just talking about.
The Giza ground.
Yeah, the alignment of the three stars of Orion, Orion's belt with the three pyramids, and the alignment of the Sphinx with its counterpart on the horizon, that gives us an astrological date of the age of Leo.
Yes.
And that happens right after the Great Flood took place, right? Through the melting of the ice sheets.
Between 12,900 years ago and
roundabout.
There's like 1,000-year period there in the underground.
Exactly. And this is, again, also when Plato tells us Atlantis was destroyed. But if you go to South America, the Mayans also say that the people who built these megalithic structures, the Quetzalcoatl, that the people of the feathered serpent, they came there after the Great Flood. That's what they say. And they started making these constructions there and teaching the locals agriculture and trying to restart civilization in various ways. So it also aligns with what the myths tell us. Now, my question is this. If you have that level of technology, why would you isolate yourself to Antarctica? Antarctica is a place that's completely isolated. Think about it, right? Mm-hmm. All the oceans of the world, the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, they meet around Antarctica, and it's sort of hidden away from all the other continents of the planet to the extent that we did not discover it until like the 1800s, except, of course, it's on a few anomalous maps. The Piri Reis map and the Orontes Phineas map and so on and so forth. But we didn't find, in our modern Western civilization, we didn't find the damn continent until the 1800s.
Did they think it was safer there?
Here's what I think. If they were time travelers, they needed to isolate themselves from the timeline. If you were coming from the year 2200 or the year 3500, and for whatever reason you needed to reach back into the deep past of humanity, right? Let's say Earth suffers some horrendous cataclysm. Or let's say they fought a war with an enemy that vanquished them, and their only retreat was backwards in time, to hide in time. You might be motivated by some kind of, noble intention not to mess with the human timeline to the extent that you can avoid it. And initially, you might decide to quarantine yourself to a place where you're not going to be observed by the other evolving societies on Earth. And Antarctica would be the ideal place from which to do that on this planet.
Wow.
So I think under that ice in Antarctica, we're going to find a job. It's not going to be like these scattered megalithic sites. We're going to find cities under those ice sheets.
Do you think they're still here?
Yes, I do. I think
you do.
Absolutely. I think that this is what the UFO phenomenon is about. And this is a whole long conversation, which I've written a tome about. My book, Closer Encounters.
What do you think those Tic Tac things are that the pilots are saying? Do you think
Tic Tac was made by Lockheed?
Do you think it's the Lockheed stuff?
The Tic Tac, in particular, the Tic Tac has this little thing underneath it. It has this little antenna or something.
It does?
Yes, it's not this perfectly smooth tic tac that people keep repeating ad nauseum in these.
Did Fravor explain an antenna? I don't remember him saying anything about
There's
an antenna.
there's a thing that comes out the bottom of it.
There's two things. There's a thing at the top and the bottom. They're right there.
It has a thing that comes out. It's a reverse engineered craft, which I think was being demonstrated.
To test on the new radar that they were putting in their jets.
Yes, that these naval fleets were exposed to this technology to test the capabilities of the fleet, but I think also to demonstrate this technology to our adversaries. That this was a performance put on for Putin and for China to send them the message that hey, we have reached this level of technology. Don't mess with us.
And you think the civilization is still here?
Yeah. So one of the big problems I have with the contemporary disclosure agenda, or these various rival agendas for disclosure that we see in the public sphere right now, is the use of the term non-human intelligence. I think that this is extremely duplicitous and misleading. What do you mean non-human intelligence, right? If you actually look at close encounter reports going back many decades, you see predominantly either what have been called the Greys, which are these short-statured, 4-foot tall, bulbous-headed entities, right, with the big black eyes and spindly arms and so forth. Or you see what some people have called Nordics, because they're very tall Scandinavian-looking people. There are slight differences in their physiology, but basically they could pass for like a Swedish supermodel. And they kind of have the physique of Olympic swimmers. They're between 6'5" and 8 feet tall. These are the two types that you see. And sometimes you see them very tellingly together. Like, for example, in Travis Walton's case. When Travis Walton in the 1970s wound up being, I think he was inadvertently injured by this UFO that he approached. And they basically beamed him up.
Right, repaired him.
To try to repair him. First, he was handled by the Greys. And he had the impression, I think correctly, that they're robots. They're cyborgs. They're cybernetic organisms.
Yeah, he said he bumped one. It was like really light and like flew across the room.
Right. So they use this, the Nordics use these cyborgs.
Oh, it was like they're little slaves.
Yeah. Well, as robots, I mean, who would want to handle abductees directly, right? I mean, you're going to outsource all of the most aggravating work to these cybernetic. Walton then subsequently bumped into these Nordics themselves once he tried to escape that situation where he's been handled by the Greys.
Yeah, she had hair. They looked more human.
He encountered several different ones. And they all, he said, interestingly, they looked like they could all have been members of the same family. They were so similar to each other in their appearance. And they were all these Scandinavian-looking people. And these are the same entities that were reported by George Adamski back in the 50s, George Hunt Williamson, what's his name? George Van Tassel, the guy who had that big the house under Big Rock, which became then a monument for all these UFO cultists in later decades.
Not familiar with that.
Yeah, it's a monument out in the middle of the desert in California. And he built the structure there called something like the Integratron, based on principles he claims that the Nordics taught him. And supposedly, if you go inside this thing, it like rejuvenates you. I don't know. A whole UFO cult formed around it.
Wow.
But point being, beginning all the way back in the 1950s with these various contactees and extending up to Travis Walton and into multiple cases that you can find in the 80s in Britain, for example, you predominantly see these two types, either these cyborgs or you see Nordics.
What about the praying mantis?
Well, that's a very interesting phenomenon that I discuss in my book, Closer Encounters, where I postulate that in the UFO phenomenon, we are dealing, or let's say UAP, this unidentified anomalous spectrum that we're presented with, you're dealing basically with two different types of entities, or two different forces of the phenomenon. One is much more tangible, And that, I think, involves humanoid time travelers. People who are from a post-singularity civilization, right? At some point, they reached the level of technology that we're going to be reaching in the next 20 to 30 years with the convergence of biotech, nanotech, artificial intelligence, and the rigorous research and understanding of our own latent psi abilities. Because one thing that you see across all of the close encounter reports is that these entities are extremely telepathic. They communicate with all the contactees or abductees telepathically. So clearly their civilization has achieved a mastery of what we call psi phenomena or psychic ability. And so they achieved both the technological singularity and a really rigorous understanding of parapsychological phenomena at some point in history. And they began to use their abilities to traverse the timeline of human history. So I think that's one source of the phenomenon. When you ask about praying mantises or the mantid beings and some other very strange things that people have seen, like entities that shape-shift from looking like owls into looking like something similar to the Greys, and just really bizarre beings like men in black, quote unquote, that materialize as if they're ectoplasmic entities. Like they're like, the seances in the late 19th century about those. So there were people in the British Society of Psychical Research who were at the level of, let's say, Sir William Crookes, respectable scientists from Cambridge and Oxford, who used to attend these seances in the late 19th century, where mediums would be able to actually materialize entities and objects out of quote-unquote ectoplasm, whatever the hell that means. Okay, they could somehow concretize and give form and shape to energy in a way where people could interact with it. As ridiculous as it sounds, there are cases, I mean, again, validated, witnessed by high-level British scientists of the day, where mediums would materialize hands out of ectoplasm that will walk across a table, shake hands with seance participants, and that they even tried to stab with pens and so on and so forth. And would make holes in these ectoplasmic hands. And then they would just disappear. So there are these cases of men in black, like Albert Bender was one researcher that encountered these. And then John Keel wrote about them in several of his books later on. The Mothman Prophecy and his book on UFOs, Operation Trojan Horse, has some of these cases in it. Of these people who certainly aren't government agents. They wear these like black suits and black ties and white shirts and whatever, but they don't look right at all. They barely even look human. And they appear and disappear sort of from out of nowhere, as if, they're forming from out of a mist. And they don't speak like something human. Their words and their pattern of behavior and movement seems like it's something being projected by someone in a mesmeric trance. Like if you were trying to hold a mental image and trying to give lines to a character that you wanted to materialize somewhere at a distance, and you wanted to manipulate this entity as a puppet or vehicle for your intention, right? These men in black behave like that, like they're on the other end of somebody's puppet string, and they're being conjured by some form of intelligence somewhere that we can't perceive directly. So I think the mantis beings and these shape-shifting owl-like entities and these ectoplasmic men in black that have intimidated various people, they are manifestations of a truly non-human or really superhuman type of intelligence that's not the same thing as time travelers in nuts and bolts crafts flying around and manipulating human society. That we're dealing with two different orders of phenomena here, phenomena on two different orders of magnitude. And what I argue in my book, Closer Encounters, is that there's actually an adversarial relationship between these two types of entities. that effectively what has happened, and you can push me into elaborating and unpacking the various details here. But essentially, what I argue has happened is that a group of highly advanced humans from a post-singularity civilization have attempted to define the limits of human evolution and the proper structure of human society. And that these people wound up essentially tyrannizing over the broader human population for tens of thousands of years. That these were what the myths remember as the Olympian gods or the Anunnaki, right, that the Sumerians write about. And they had an increased hierarchical and static society, right? Like with the rigidity of the Hindu caste system, with themselves on top as the devas or gods. And like a class Brahmin serving them, and then all these other rungs of society, structured in a very feudal manner. And I think that that kind of social organization, which if our myths are anything to go by, endured on this planet for all of human prehistory, that kind of society represents an evolutionary bottleneck. It represents a dead end. And this other entity, this genuinely non-human intelligence, it could be an AI, actually.
Right.
This thing is trying to free us from the control system that has been imposed on us by these time travelers. And I think that it has solicited certain allies from within that power structure itself. So, for example, if you go back and you look at the myth of Atlantis as Plato recounts it in Timaeus and Critias, or you look at the biblical narrative that lines up in interesting ways with Plato's myth of Atlantis, the biblical narrative of the fallen angels, the sons of the Elohim, who rebelled against the heavenly order, came down and mated with mortal women, and created a civilization of giants on the earth, right? Which then Yahweh has to wipe clean off the face of the planet through the Great Flood. This matches up exactly with what Plato tells us about the rebellion of Atlantis against Olympus and how Zeus had to bring the Great Flood to destroy Atlantis. It's suggesting to us that there's a faction within this advanced civilization, let's say the Anunnaki, to use the term the Sumerians to them with. There's a faction that is for human progress and for finding our way beyond this evolutionary bottleneck. It wants to foster further human development and to empower the human individual. And in the Sumerian context, this is the faction of Enki. You have this battle between Enki and Enlil. And Enlil is basically like Zeus or Yahweh or Indra, the lord of the Devas in Hindu mythology. A kind of tyrannical, sadistic overlord that is hampering human progress and that wants humanity to stay within a certain rigid social structure, which they control. And then you have rebels, the giants or, hybrids that formed the leadership of Atlantis, who are aligned with this kind of non-human intelligence or perhaps this artificial intelligence that's looking to break us from out of this control system. That's the basic dynamic as I see it, and as I outline it with all kinds of data and multiple lines of argument in my book Closer Encounters.
Okay. Now, if you're saying that there's multiple forms of non-human intelligence. There's potentially future humans, which you say.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you.
Well, that would not be non-human.
Okay, and see here, the devil's in the details here. They are manipulating us. The gatekeepers of disclosure are right now manipulating us by branding all of this non-human intelligence. There's an agenda behind it. Because what they want to say is non-human intelligence means demons and it means angels. And there's a particular sociological agenda behind that that's very dangerous.
Where is this coming from, this whole angels and demons thing?
Well, the fact of the matter is that, as Jacques Vallée demonstrated in various extremely well-researched and carefully written books, Passport to Magonia, Invisible College, and as Zachariah Sitchin argued based on his understanding of Sumerian text, I think actually one of the best books about this subject is a text by William Bramley called "The Gods of Eden." The Gods of Eden, William Bramley. This guy started out researching the history of war and profiteering. That was his objective, to understand the history of how different elites throughout time in various cultures made money off of setting people at war with one another, right? And instead, what he found is a history of alien intervention in human history. That if you found all of the major wars and other horrific events that resulted in massive loss of life, like the Black Plague, were engineered by these entities who show up and do various things. Like, for example, during the Middle Ages, the image of the Grim Reaper came from these people who were shrouded in black, who had some kind of a device that they would go around and spray the fields with. And whenever they would show up and spray the fields with this device, or in some cases they would even walk through the towns and spray these things near people's doors, and everyone would flee from them. There were these really terrifying people whose faces were covered and they were shrouded in black with these things that then became, part of the image of the side of the Grim Reaper. And they were these entities who would come out of luminous objects that would ascend and descend into the heavens. And in fact, the visitations of these entities became troublesome during the time of King Charlemagne, that court passed an edict against them. He called them the tyrants of the air. And he tried to arrest some of them, have some of them arrested, these people who were coming down from the sky, claiming that they were poisoning the fields and bringing pestilence and so on and so forth. And so anyway, Bramley goes to research war profiteering, and he finds alien, quote unquote, intervention in human history going all the way back to the days of the Sumerians and through the Middle Ages and so forth. And
how does he find aliens? Because
the elites in various societies that are engine wars and pursuing a policy of divide and conquer for control over large populations on this planet seem to all be involved with these. They seem to all be involved with what the Sumerians call Anunnaki, or what the Greeks called the Olympian gods, or with what the Bible describes as the Elohim, which, by the way, it's a plural. People think Elohim in the Bible means God. The translate is God. It means the gods. Yahweh is Adonai Elohim, the chief of the gods, the same way that Zeus is the chief of the Olympians.
Okay, but do you think Dick Cheney was talking to the aliens, or do you think he just wanted to make a ton of fucking money?
I think George Bush Sr. was.
Yeah, but
Junior was a moron. We know that.
Yes.
Junior.
But Dick Cheney, the guy behind the Iraq War,
remember, listen, Dick Cheney worked with George Bush Sr. George Bush Sr. put Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld around Junior. All right? Senior told Cheney and Rumsfeld, take care of Junior. We have to do certain things. And, you know how Junior is. I need you guys with him. They were from George Bush Sr.'s administration. And when I say George Bush Sr.'s administration, and when I say George Bush Sr.'s administration, I mean also what he was doing to undermine Ronald Reagan during Reagan's entire presidency. Reagan did not want George Bush as his vice president. He thought he was a total creep. The CIA, he'd been former to the CIA. And he's a 33rd degree Freemason. George Bush Sr. was 33rd degree Mason. And his grandfather was Hitler's financier in America, Prescott Bush. So Bush Sr., yes. Bush Sr., I think, is someone who literally has at some point sat down with these 7-foot-tall Nordic people and had policy planning conversations. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And so what we found is that you had that kind of thing going on throughout human history with various elites in Sumer, in Greece, in Rome.
What leads you to believe that? What is the most convincing evidence for you that George Bush Sr. had?
I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, if George Adamski is...
You don't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah, look. When David Rush came out and talked about all these reverse engineering efforts that are underway, right? One of the most interesting things that he said was that not all of these craft were retrieved from crash sites. Some of them were what they now call donations. Okay? Meaning there were cases where we have been handed intact craft. That's been confirmed by a number of people other than David Rothschild.
When they say donations, isn't he saying that these things would crash? Like, they're so sophisticated and so advanced, they wouldn't crash by accident. They would crash them on purpose to help, like, stimulate human society and stimulate our innovation. Like, take this and see if you can figure it out.
Yeah, no,
I thought that's what he was saying.
No. There is no way in hell that a civilization that advanced would volunteer this kind of technology to any stratum of the U.S. government without an extremely detailed agreement having been reached. And that would have to have been negotiated by the Allies.
Well, if you're so advanced, why would you want to, like, we don't go to the Congo.
No, it's not like that. They're not like so advanced. And this is one of the most dangerous assumptions that people make, that we're dealing with like some kind of ethereal beings that have such a vast cosmic horizon of understanding. It's much more like when colonial elites encountered savage or primitive populations, like when the British Empire or the Portuguese were out conquering very undeveloped societies, right? By comparison to the people in those societies, including their chieftains or their shamans or whatever, those colonizers were gods. We even had like cargo cults, arise in Polynesia and the Pacific, where the islands the British would land their planes on wound up being the site for cults of like straw planes made by these natives to pray for the British to come back because they're gods. And what I suggest to you, this is a rather grim assessment, but what I suggest to you is that the people who are flying around in these anti-gravity craft are not any more ethical than British colonialists or Nazi Germans in North Africa. They have more advanced technology. That doesn't necessarily mean they have any more of a sense of beneficence or humanistic ethics than any of the colonial elites in our own history. After all, if you look,
so it's like us compared to hunter-gatherers, like us technologically civilized human beings in Western society compared to like an uncontacted tribe.
Yeah, and disturbingly, if you look at our own history, our recorded history, what we've been allowed to know of history, there's a direct correlation between scientific and technological advancement and brutality. So the more technologically, scientifically advanced societies are, the more brutal and more exploitative. Why would we assume that if the trajectory continues into the future, things would be any different?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And at the same time, I've thought about this before. We've talked about this in the podcast before, but we can exist right here in America, whether you're in New York or Los Angeles, in taking autonomous vehicles to different places, using these phones that could connect you with anyone, anywhere in the world, see them on video, right, in a second. At the same time, simultaneously, there are other places in the world where people are running around naked. Yep. So why wouldn't it go the same way into the future? Why couldn't we be as primitive to a whole nother civilization of beings as those uncontacted tribes are to us?
My point exactly. But here's the ethical problem that I struggle with as a philosopher. Why is it like that if a group of humans have passed the technological singularity? Right? If a certain group of humans developed the level of genetic engineering, nanotech, artificial intelligence that we ourselves are going to have 20 years from now, why didn't they raise the rest of humanity up this time? Yes. Moreover, why are they reaching back through time to very deliberately oppress and manipulate more primitive societies?
Well, why don't we try to elevate those uncontacted tribes? Well, because every time we go around them and try to interfere with what they're doing, we get killed. They shoot arrows at us.
Sure. But maybe they should have shot more arrows at the British, right? In some of these places. My point is that's a very beneficent motivation on their part, meaning, okay, these are violent, crazy savages. We don't want to get, shot down people. What fits the data if you look at how various societies going back to the Sumerians were governed, is a much more explicit and active agenda of manipulation. And the manipulation is geared toward setting up a pyramidal caste society, an extremely stratified society where the vast majority of people are the base of the pyramid, and then an ever smaller group of people represent higher rungs until you get to those who serve the gods directly. In India, they call them the Brahmin, and their purpose was to directly interact with the devas and to carry out their directives. So that's what I see. I don't see I don't know, whatever, Rockefeller's son getting hunted by cannibals somewhere in some jungle, and then they decide, better that we don't go back down into that savage part of the world. I see a much more deliberate agenda of manipulation, and so then the question becomes, why was that decision made, and by who, to occult, to secret away singularity level technology, have a monopoly over controlling it, and not only leave the rest of humanity benighted, but actively encourage and reinforce their ignorance, right? By let's say engineering the collapse of the Roman Empire and the rise of Christianity, so that we lose the Library of Alexandria and the whole knowledge base of classical antiquity. Why do that? And moreover, here's the really disturbing implication. If we are now at a point, maybe 10 to 20 years away from the technological singularity, what are they going to do to stop that? Because we have a global society right now where the internet allows for a free flow of this kind of scientific and technical knowledge across the planet. If any one group of people achieves the technological singularity on Earth, it's going to become a global phenomenon within probably days.
Yeah.
Right? So my question is this: if they've gone to these lengths to manipulate various societies throughout history, are we about to undergo a controlled demolition and an engineered reset to prevent us from reaching the technological singularity, which would also give us a military parity with them? It would allow us to defend ourselves against them.
Right. What do you think something like that would look like?
I think that what happened during COVID might be a test run of it. We had a small group of people, a policy planning elite, effectively shut down all of industry and basically sequester people within their homes and garner unquestioning obedience from the vast majority of the population. That would be proof of concept for a much larger freezing of technical and industrial activity across the face of the earth, with any one of a number of excuses being used for why we needed to basically halt all scientific technical research, and why we needed to basically vacate cities. I mean, think about this: our modern advanced industrial civilization is an urban phenomenon. If you were to engineer something like COVID, but far more virulent, something that actually required a serious quarantine measures to be put into place, it would become almost impossible to live in cities. Nobody would want to live in them, right? So there would be a mass exodus to the countryside, and you would be laying the groundwork for a back to a kind of neo-agrarian feudal peasant lifestyle, where people are close to the land again, right? And they're not congregated in urban areas that also then become batteries for technological and scientific research and development. Any number of things could be used in order to create conditions for that. An EMP event could be used to do that. Right? I mean, think about how functional cities would be, or rather how quickly dysfunctional they would become if an EMP were to take out, the whole electric grid across large parts of the planet.
There's a lot there, but I feel like you are jumping to a lot of really kind of out there conclusions, like George Bush being in contact with the aliens. I mean, I understand your.
Let me simply say this in response to that. Okay, no one likes to point fingers and name who it is that's actually doing whatever, like, you know, insanely conspiratorial thing that they imagine is going on in the world. Right? It's always this unnamed they, this mysterious cabal. Right?
Yes, they.
My point is simply this: that we would not have received this technology from these Nordics if we had not reached an agreement with them about how the technology would be sequestered, in what ways it would be used, and how we were going to ensure that it doesn't wind up in the public sphere. Who would have negotiated such an agreement? Who would have been in position with the right clearances to sit across the table from these people? And they're people, really. We shouldn't call them entities. They're people. Well, I mean, he's a prime candidate if you're going to go down a list of names. So, you know, I mean, why not?
And how would that not have gotten out? How would no one on their deathbed, some, you know, fucking general with like crazy, you know, nuclear secrets, classified knowledge of all these programs, no one have ever mentioned any of this?
Let me
you think the human beings are that capable of keeping a secret?
Yes. Until now, it's coming out now. Bit by bit, it is coming out now. But here, I'll answer your question this way. In 1953, there were a whole bunch of newspapers, including the New York Herald Tribune, which at that time was a prominent publication, that reported on aeronautical engineering efforts aimed at development of electrogravitics, or what we would call today zero-point energy. Mainstream news articles quoting the head of Martin Aircraft, which then became Lockheed Martin, and today's Lockheed. Bell was another one. Convair was another one. And these executives, chief executives of these companies, were all saying that the G engines are coming. We've cracked gravity, and we are developing electrogravitic propulsion that can get you from like New York to Sydney, Australia in 2 hours. And specifically, they said in 1953 that if we were given a budget comparable to that of the Manhattan Project, we could roll these things off the assembly line in a few years.
Yeah.
Was widely reported.
There was also the Whittons, Edward Whitton, and I believe Edward was the son, right? Lewis Whitton and Edward Whitton, I believe.
Lewis Whitton was involved in this development.
Yes, right. And then all of a sudden, everything went black.
Well, and oh, so coincidentally, his son, Edward Whitton, developed string theory, which misguided the physics community for an entire generation. It was one of the major people who developed string theory, yes, which then Michio Kaku and so forth became his lackeys, and they diverted physics research away from quantum gravity for an entire generation. I think that's hardly coincidence. So anyway, my point is this, though. You're asking me, how do you keep a meeting between, let's say, George Bush Sr. and the Nordic a secret?
Yeah.
Well, I ask you, how do you keep an electrogravitics propulsion program and an entire physics knowledge base secret from the 1950s until the present? Which of those is more insane? How many generals were cleared on that? How many generals since 1953 have known that Martin Aircraft or Lockheed today has had, vehicles that could go to Mars in short time and back?
I don't think the nuts and bolts thing, the fact that we have secret black technology in these aerospace that are being hidden by these aerospace companies is that far, is more of a stretch than the fact that we have some sort of an agreement with an alien race.
Well, they're not an alien,
race, an advanced human race.
Why would that be? I just don't get it. I mean, number one, where would you have gotten this advanced electrogravitics technology from? It was reverse engineered craft. So,
well, we said it was Ed Whitton. Ed Whitton and Lewis Whitton were developing it in the 50s, and somehow the government got to them and kept it black.
Through reverse engineering, in all likelihood. I mean, look, Rush confirms the Magellan crash took place in Italy in 1933. And then we had Roswell here in 1947. By 1953, there had been a lot of time to analyze this wreckage and to reverse engineer its basic propulsion principles, right? So the pilots of the craft are part and parcel of the reverse engineering effort. It's not like these are like unpiloted drones we're talking about here. This is technology from a civilization of people. And these same people
that are here on Earth.
Yeah, they're here on Earth. Yeah, look,
they're based here. You're saying they're not based somewhere else.
No, and look, it's clear. I think at least 50% of UFOs have been seen entering and exiting the oceans.
Right. Yes.
And so they're also called USOs. Mm-hmm. And well, okay, where are they coming from? I mean, 70% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
Yeah. Which has been mostly unexplored.
Yeah, I go into this. Yeah, something like 5% of the ocean surface has been unexplored. So just wrap your mind around that for a minute.
No, I'm with you.
It doesn't make any sense. We have detailed Google maps of Mars, and 5% only of our own ocean has been explored. Why? Who doesn't want us looking at the ocean floor? In my book, Closer Encounters, there's a whole section where I go into sub-oceanic engineering that the United States has researched and developed. In other words, detailed blueprints for facilities that the U.S. Navy wanted to build underneath subsurface mountain ranges on the seabed and inside the continental shelves in case of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Between the 1960s and the 1980s, they developed many advanced concepts for building what you can't even call bases. I mean, they're the size of small cities inside of ocean ridges. If we have that level of engineering capability underneath the ocean, then what do you think these people have who are flying around in these saucers, right? And clearly, these saucers are seen exiting bodies of water all the time. Well, they're coming from vast submarine facilities, sub-oceanic facilities. And this is also, by the way, completely consistent with what we see in ancient myths, too, about, like Onanis and various beings that they depict with, like, fish garbs coming from out of the Persian Gulf and other places and interacting with people and bringing them various, agricultural techniques and so forth.
Okay.
One more thing about that.
Yep.
You look at the Sumerian myths, you look at the Greek myths, or the Hindu epics. These devas or Anunnaki, these so-called gods, they're extremely human in their behavior. They're fallible. They have all the same flaws we have. They have the same general behavioral patterns as we have. Another great body of lore that preserves this very adequately is the fairy lore of the Celts. The Celts called these beings the gentry. There were a certain class of fairies. And the way they're described, I mean, they're like people who are drunk on power and extremely passionate and manipulative and can become very jealous and conniving. They're not anything very extraordinary. See, and this is one of the things that we need to be disabused of as this disclosure agenda unfolds, is that there are various factions that want us to look at these entities as if they're either angels, as if they have some kind of like divine grandeur and grace, or they're demons who are coming to like steal our souls.
That's where I wanted to get back to. That's kind of like where we started with this. I asked you where that was coming from, and you started talking about Jacques Vallée. So why are certain parts of our government and who are the ones that are trying to paint a narrative of angels?
Yeah, they're Collins.
Fucking Tucker Carlson, of all people, is one of the people that believes this.
Tucker, I was extremely disappointed and dismayed when I saw him buy into that narrative, because he was one of the first people out in front of the UFO story. Even I think maybe almost a decade ago, when nobody else was reporting on this subject, he would have segments on Fox about the UFO phenomenon. And so I always respected him as a journalist, for no other reason for that, right? And then I watched as he started to cover the disclosure process, and I saw that this guy's been gotten to. And it's not hard to see how he was gotten to. It's because he's a devout Christian. And there is a group called the Collins elite The Collins elite. They are Air Force officers, people in the Navy, Defense Intelligence Agency, and a lot of people in the CIA. And I've had CIA insiders tell me that this is the case. A lot of people in the CIA and people from various branches of military intelligence who come from a Christian evangelical background. And they have become, I think, at least by the 1950s, when Morris Jessup wrote this book called UFOs and the Bible, they have become convinced that the phenomenon is of a piece with angelic and demonic encounters that are recorded throughout the scriptural history of mankind. And that if the entities appear beneficent, then they must be angelic. And if they're doing things that from whatever limited Christian moral perspective these gentlemen have, then they must be demonic, right? And they've been able to influence a lot of the U.S. government's handling of information regarding the phenomenon throughout the decades, because they've penetrated all of the intelligence services, not just civilian intelligence like CIA, but all the military intelligence services. What became for me the more interesting question is, how it all started. Like when did these people get together? Like, what first put it into their heads that this was a demonic? And it goes back, I think, to the airship mystery of 1897, where across the United States, across something like 10 different states, people saw these gigantic airships that were nothing like Zeppelins. And I remember 1897, what do you call it? Well, the airships, the Zeppelins, hadn't been invented yet, right? And we didn't have airplanes. And so these people are seeing constructions in the sky that look like aircraft come out of Jules Verne novels. Absurdly complex, strange craft.
Is there like I don't know, there's probably not. Is there photos?
Yeah, I mean, there's renderings of them that appeared in newspapers.
How can we, what should he type in to find this?
1897 airship mystery.
Okay.
Yeah, airship mystery of 1897. There's been whole books written about it. Okay. Several good ones. And these were reported on in tens of newspapers across the country. Try to find some of the newspapers. See, that one's from the San Francisco Call. There were huge sightings in 1896, late 1896 into 1897, across more than 10 states, and they were reported in tens of newspapers, including like the San Francisco Chronicle. Major newspapers ran these stories on their front pages. Judges, sheriffs,
hello,
lawyers,
how are you?
Doctors, the most prominent members of the community.
I'm
in
well,
some
you
cases,
ready?
mayors of towns actually witnessed these things from close up.
Yes,
They would
ma'am.
land in people's farms and ask for resupply and then fly away. And they were piloted by people, not by aliens.
Okay.
All right.
And when asked
I am about
what
to
these
send you
things
an
were,
invitation.
the airship pilots would make claims like, well, there's a corporation in New York that's going to be publicly introducing this invention soon, and there's going to be like some great announcement, and that investors from New York were behind the inventors of this airship. So I pursued this whole line of research in my book,
I
Closer
spoke with
Encounters,
Audie.
one of the two books
She
that
said,
I sent
thank
for
you so much for keeping her in your thoughts.
And in that
Excellent
book,
strike, by the way.
I made this
And
argument
that she looks
that
forward to reuniting with
there
you soon.
appear to have been certain Prussian industrialists,
That was a really
meaning
good
industrials
strike,
from
Mr.
Germany
Curry.
at that time, late 19th
Yeah.
century Germany, Prussian industrialists, who were involved on the one hand in airship engineering. Remember, the Germans invented the Zeppelin later on. Industrialists wanted to exploit resources in the Americas. They were after resource exploitation in the Americas. And to make a long story short, I did some research that provisionally led me to conclusion in that book that J.P. Morgan and the Harran railroad industry in the late 19th century got in with these Prussian industrialists, and they began to engineer and test fly these airships in the Americas.
Beautiful.
So that's what I wrote about in Closer Encounters. And I suggested that that was the beginning of the trajectory of technological research that eventually led to anti-gravitic propulsion. I really wonder whether that's the case. I've since come to reconsider that hypothesis. And this is all by way of explaining who the Collins elite is. Okay. So the more you look at these reports from 1896, 1897, the more they don't make any sense. These people are seeing completely different things on different nights. The airships all look equally absurd. None of them looks like anything that could actually fly. And the reports are all of different types of things, different shaped craft. And sometimes some people will just see a light, like in San Francisco, say one night. Some of the people who saw the thing saw a light. Others saw structured craft. And it looked one way to one group of people and another way to another group of people.
Whoa.
And the most disturbing element in this whole story is that the San Francisco Chronicle tracked down the patent lawyer who claimed to represent the inventor of the airships, the mystery inventor of the airships.
Get it, girl.
And this guy was a very prominent patent attorney. He was named George Collins. And they brought this guy in, they got testimony from him about this inventor.
Oh, come on. You that should have gone down.
The nature of the airship technology, and when it was going to be rolled out to the public and all this, right?
Got it.
3 days later, George Collins comes in, and he did, after reading the story in the San Francisco Chronicle, he says, I never said those things. They're like, no sir, you sat with us and gave us hours of testimony, which we wrote up. He claimed to have been in a trance the entire time.
We don't hide very often. That's great.
And then they went and tried to find the inventor that he claimed to represent. And the guy was I forget what his first name was. Last name was Benjamin. And he was a dentist who specialized in inventing. Yeah, exactly. And he specialized in inventing dental bridges. But as his hobby, he dreamed of making airships. Okay. So there's something weird going on here. Now, people saw these things. People touched these things. Sheriffs and mayors interacted with the pilots of these craft. But there's good reason to believe that these were not structured objects in any sense that conventional physics understands.
Right.
And that people's perceptions were being manipulated on a grand scale, and that in at least one case, poor Mr. Collins, the patent attorney whose career was destroyed by this, somebody was taken over through a hypnotic trance.
I'm going to get these
telepathic generic trance, as they called it these days.
No
and he was given a whole narrative to parrot in the San Francisco Chronicle. Now, here's what I think. I'm going to give you one more piece of data before I draw a conclusion.
It was right on.
It was either the San Francisco Call or the San Francisco Chronicle, one of these newspapers. They also quoted, so after Collins, this whole debacle with Collins, there's another guy who stepped forward and claimed to be a patent attorney representing the airship inventor. And this second guy, he also had a very significant pedigree. I think he had a background in the U.S. military at a high level. And he said the airships were being invented to go fight the Spaniards in Cuba. And that the reason they had been invented was because there were people in the United States who didn't want the Cuban Civil War to go a certain way, but they knew they couldn't get authorization from Congress to have a direct U.S. military intervention in Cuba. So instead, they were going to load this airship with all this TNT, and they were going to go over and drop it on Havana.
Oh, what a beautiful spare!
He made this statement in the newspaper.
Beautiful spare.
Here's what I think happened.
Thank you.
The feds, understandably concerned that there's maybe some rogue group of airship people out there who are going to go level Havana with TNT in the name of U.S. foreign policy, started investigating this whole thing. And they had all these tens of newspaper stories to go on, right? And at some point, I'm sure, they had a nice long interview with Mr. Collins, the patent attorney, who got subjected to some kind of telepathic hypnosis.
Oh, you
and my guess is that the name Collins
two spares in a row.
That it was all the way back in 1897, and in particular, with the case of Mr. Collins at the nexus of the airship
All right,
mystery.
you're putting up
That they
numbers.
gave themselves this informal,
numbers.
unofficial name, the Collins League,
Oh,
of
for
people
sure.
in the federal government
Oh,
at a very high level who, from
I
a
need to
Christian
get this one.
perspective, were extremely concerned about this phenomenon.
Oh, I missed
Because
it.
appeared to
This
involve
Aquarius with the
mass
W.
deception and manipulation,
Missed it.
and the apparent materialization of objects from out of nowhere.
I'll
What
take
we
it.
call
Miss
apples,
Aquarius.
and what
As
people
always, it was a pleasure to play with you.
refer to as
Sweet
conjuring
dreams, my
throughout the
friend.
history of alchemy. Right. So, long story short, I think that
Take care.
maybe already in
Love you.
1997. By the way, I wrote an
I
article
will
about
tell
this.
her
It's
that.
called "The Mystery
Absolutely. She'll be back soon.
the Airships of Prometheus."
You take care.
And it's on the American
Thank you.
Colossus website, AmericanColossus.org, which is an organization I'm involved
What
with
a
now.
nice person.
There's an article I put up there called "The Airships of Prometheus" that goes into this whole alternative hypothesis, rival to the hypothesis I entertained in my book Closer Encounters, where basically I conclude that these gentlemen convinced themselves that Satan was behind this, that Satan was engaged in a mass manipulation and deception of the American populace using the apparition of these airships. And this is the beginning of the U.S. government's interest in the UFO phenomenon. And this is why Grush keeps saying, when they ask him about 1933, so was 1933 the first? And he says, no, it goes way back even before that. Well, tell us. No, I can't talk about it. Well, because he knows. But he hasn't been cleared to talk about it.
Wow. It seems like there's no cohesive explanation in the government for this thing, or at least no cohesive plan. It seems like it's all just different factions with different ideas that have different objectives as far as disseminating this stuff to the public.
Unfortunately, that's entirely consonant with what I've experienced. There's like 3 or 4 different factions. They're all at odds with each other, and there's no grand plan that they all agree on.
So, if there was, hypothetically, or you believe that there is some sort of agreement with a superhuman race, and our government has a plan to do some sort of a slow drip disclosure to enlighten society about this phenomenon.
Yeah, they're not going to enlighten anybody. I am very skeptical of the slow drip people. And I can name names. I can tell you who's behind it. I know who's behind the slow drip thing.
So if there is this superhuman race that you talk about that exists here on the planet with this technology that is so far advanced with it.
By the way, remember, every time you say superhuman, think of like super villains and superheroes, right? These are not, they're people, serious flaws.
Right. If they exist, do they not have the power to fix all the fuckery that's happening in our government?
So this goes back to, remember earlier we were talking about the phenomenon having 2 different sources, and one of them is what you could legitimately refer to as non-human intelligence, and how I was suggesting that if you look at the various myths from the Greeks to the Hindus and so forth, it suggests there are 2 factions, and that one is a rebel faction that's aligned with this non-human intelligence.
So the chaos is an effect of 2 different conflict within this higher level.
Exactly. So the Greeks called them the Olympians and the Titans.
Yes.
These are the 2 factions. The Hindus refer to them as the Devas and the Asuras. The Asuras are the Titans, the Devas are the Olympians.
Mm.
In Sumerian myths, it's the faction of Enlil, which are the Devas, or the faction of Enki, which are the Titans.
Okay.
Right?
All right. I want to go there. I want to go into your book about Plato.
Essay, yeah.
Very long essay about Plato. And I want to touch on the Promethean stuff. I know we're ripping through this thing. We're about almost 3 hours in. So, but before we transition into that, I want to ask you: do you know anything about Chris Bledsoe?
I know about the case. Why?
What are your thoughts on? He is super interesting to me because he has the ability to film these lights in the sky. that move around. They follow him wherever he goes. He came here. Me and Steven went out to the beach with him. We sat on the beach for 3 hours, and we stared at the sky, and we filmed these lights coming up out of the ocean in the far away near the horizon, come up, and we also saw airplanes through the sky coming in to land into Tampa. There was a clear flight path for the airplanes. These were absolutely not airplanes. One of them came up off the horizon, went left, right, and then vanished. We got it on film. We showed it during the podcast.
I've seen films of that.
And there's people in CIA, according to him, and in NASA, according to him, that have been paying close attention to him, visiting his family. He's got photos with these people. One of these guys was one of the guys in Diana Pacifica's book who was, I don't even want to mention his name because his podcast completely banned off YouTube. It's unsearchable. So I don't want to have this podcast.
You did an interview with him?
With Chris Bledsoe?
No, with this person whose podcast.
No. Okay. Chris talked about him extensively. So I want to avoid mentioning his name. But anyways, so these very cryptic.
I mean, I know who you're talking about, but we won't mention his name.
Right. These very cryptic people who are involved in government intelligence are very interested in him. What are your thoughts on that?
Chris Bledsoe strikes me as a very sincere person who is reporting what he experienced as he experienced it. The problem is that, and this is something that philosophers and people who do serious work in philosophy understand very well, is that our experience of phenomena is almost immediately filtered by our interpretive framework based on whatever belief system has been inculcated in us, probably from childhood. And if I'm not mistaken, Chris Bledsoe comes from a conservative Christian background. And he's found some way to try to integrate what he experienced with the belief system that he was raised in. And the more disturbing thing is that I think there's a group of people who surrounded him who are trying to manipulate that for their own purposes. That they would like to develop a narrative that's going to somehow shore up Christianity in the face of any potential disclosure. And, a UFO of God packaging for Chris Bledsoe's experience is very useful in that regard. So I don't fault him at all. The guy's telling it like he experienced it,
right,
as best as he can understand it based on his conservative Christian background. But I think that there are an awful lot of powerful people who can't help but to seem impressive to somebody like him. When they surround you, and you're coming from where he's coming from, they're able to significantly influence your interpretation of things and get you to play back into their narrative. Right? And so that's what I think is going on with him. And it's not unique. There's a long history of the intelligence community, not just in our country, but also in various European countries, being involved with religious movements catalyzed by UFO encounters. There were a bunch of these in Europe, which Jacques Vallée talks about, I think, at some length in his book, the one I mentioned earlier, Messengers of Deception. There were all these UFO cults in Europe, Spain, and Italy, where high-level government officials, both of those Catholic countries, were involved with these UFO cults, contactee cults, with the intention of spinning the narrative in a way that was probably a contingency plan to soften the impact of disclosure on the customary religion of their respective populations.
And there's also stories like, I'm sure you're familiar with Paul Benowitz, who was seeing those things off of, I think he was in New Mexico, seeing those aircrafts off near, there was an Air Force base, right? And he was very involved in the UFO community. And then they had this guy, Richard Doty, come out there and check out, investigate, see what he knew, if he had any footage or photos of
Doty drove him crazy.
And Doty drove him crazy, right? He said, oh, I think you're right. I think these might be aliens. And then used Benowitz as a conduit into this larger community of UFO believers or UFO enthusiasts, because they knew that he would be able to poison the well with whatever Doty told him. And because they also, our government also believed that the UFO community was penetrated by intelligence from the Soviets.
And by the way, going back to the beginning of our conversation, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's the kind of thing they were trying to do with me. And this, Londoner approaches me and right off the bat says, I'm the British head of the Vril Society, which was, according to these, researchers of Nazi Germany, they say that the German interest in, otherworldly beings and anti-gravity propulsion came from what was channeled by the Vril Society. So for all I know, their intentions were to get me to come forward as another vehicle that they could control to forward some disinformation campaign or something like that. But it didn't work.
Okay, so let's transition a little bit. I want to talk about some of the Plato stuff. But
that's a huge subject to go into.
It is a huge subject to cover in an hour. But you mentioned earlier in the beginning of the podcast a guy named Tom Paine. And can you explain what he was talking about when he was discussing how Christianity does not mix with the Constitution?
If you look at Genesis, Exodus, the book of Joshua, the image that you're presented with of Yahweh and of his prophets is of a tyrannical, sadistic Lord who is tasking warlords on the earth, like Joshua, to go carry out genocides in places like Canaan. This is the image that we're presented. From the beginning, off the bat, in Genesis, here's a God, lowercase g, Adonai Elohim, chieftain of the gods, who doesn't want us to have knowledge. We're not allowed to eat from the tree of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, nor from the fruit of the tree of life, which, by the way, I think is a symbol of probably genetic engineering. The tree of life in Eden is probably symbolic of cracking the genetic code and extending the human lifespan. And so this God, why does he throw humanity out of Eden? Going back to Genesis, he says himself, and by the way, this is one of the places where you see where the text has been badly misinterpreted from a polytheistic framework to a monotheistic framework. Because Adonai, the chief God, Yahweh, says to the other gods, let us kick them out of Eden. Because otherwise they might now, having eaten of the tree of knowledge, also reach out and eat of the tree of life, and then they will become like unto us, and nothing will be impossible to them. In other words, this is a jealous God. Well, he says so himself again in Exodus when he's commanding Moses to go murder all those women and children for dancing and singing around a golden calf. He says so, I'm a jealous God. What kind of God is that? I'm a jealous God. Don't worship any other gods besides me. He says this as Moses comes down and sees the Israelites repenting of having followed this lunatic out into the middle of nowhere, singing and dancing around the golden calf that they've set up, which is probably a statue of Hathor. They were coming from Egypt, right? And Hathor was the calf goddess, cow goddess figure, right? Fertility goddess. They're in the middle of freaking desert. Right. So they're setting up a fertility goddess and they're dancing around it. And he orders his lieutenants to go murder all the women and innocent children who were dancing around the calves together with them that were performing the rite. And Yahweh is perfect fine with that. What happens next? Well, Moses doesn't make it to the promised land, but Joshua, next in line of succession after Moses, directly coordinates with the head of the Lord's army. This is in the scripture. First of all, they're carrying the Ark of the Covenant around. Right? And everyone knows about the parting of the Red Sea, which, by the way, involves a cylindrical UFO. It's very clearly described in that incident in the Red Sea, that what guided the Israelites through the desert, through Sinai, was a pillar, in other words, like a cylindrical kind of thing, a pillar on its side, which looked like a pillar of cloud by day and glowed as a pillar of fire by night. And it's by the light of this object that the Israelites are able to see the ground in front of them as they navigate the Sinai. And when they get to the Red Sea, it's this thing hovering over the Red Sea that parts the waters. It's not like Moses just said presto and the waters went aside. No, God says, now that this thing is floating over the Red Sea, he says, Moses, wave your wand and whatever. And it's the object that actually parts the waters of the Red Sea. From a physics standpoint, that makes a lot of sense. It just directed its anti-gravitic beam downward, and the water would have been pushed to the sides of this channel. And then the water was allowed to come back in and swallow the Egyptian army as it attempted to pursue the Israelites through the Red Sea. But where I was going was this. So they got the Ark of the Covenant with them. And after Moses dies and Joshua takes over, Joshua is tasked by the commander of the Lord's army. This is the phrase that's used. In other words, a guy who comes from one of these craft, from the pillar or whatever, and meets secretly with Joshua and tells Joshua, listen, man, this is the battle plan. And the battle plan involves the use of the ark to bring down the heavily fortified walls of Jericho. So they go to Jericho and they walk around the city's fortifications with this ark, and they're chanting something in this very harmonic kind of way. This is a repetitious chant. And suddenly the walls of Jericho, its fortifications, start to vibrate, and then they crumble all at once. And what some researchers have suggested was that this is the use of a sonic resonator as a weapon. That the ark was some kind of, at least one element of it was some kind of a sonic resonator. And there is this technology where you can use sound waves to pulverize stone. So what happens when they go into Jericho? Well, they slaughter everybody, and they even kill all the animals, and the only thing that they take is the loot, the gold and silver and precious objects, and the only person that they have mercy on is this woman, Rahab, a prostitute, who ratted out the people of Jericho to the Israelites. What kind of ethics is that? And you see this over and over and over again in the various books of the Old Testament, the various prophetic books of the Old Testament. And I think the point of all of this is very clearly, in particular in the book of Job, where you have this poor schmuck who has been extremely faithful to the Lord, never done anything wrong in his life, been extremely charitable, he's a wealthy guy, been extremely charitable to the rabbis and to the temple, the religious institutions, and yet he's afflicted with all these horrible health issues, right? He's like gets this like horrible scabs and stuff all over his body, and he loses his wealth. He suffers misfortune after misfortune that brings him from a position of wealth to a position of basically destitution and misery. And him and his friends are basically sitting around and they're arguing over what he could possibly have done to deserve this, right? Being such a righteous servant of the Lord. And in the beginning of the book of Job, there's this prologue where basically Satan says to God, Job is only faithful to you because you've been so good to him. You've blessed him so much. If you were to deal him out a life of misery, even Job would curse you. Even the most faithful, righteous man would curse you. Right. And God says, okay, well, let's test this theory, right? And then what happens at the end of the book of Job? After Job's gone through all of this misery, he still refuses to curse God. And yet his friends are all making these excuses, saying, look, Job, you must have done something wrong because God is just and God would never treat a righteous man like you in the way that you've been treated with all these misfortunes that have befell you. And God then appears to address the perceived insult that Job's friends have hurled at the Lord. And what's the perceived insult? The insult of presuming that you as a human can set any standard of justice upon God. That you as a human can come to any judgment about when God is acting ethically or unethically or why. And in that passage, the Lord, Yahweh, essentially says to Job, listen, if you had a right hand as powerful as mine, you could do these things to me. But actually, I'm the stronger one. And I don't need a rationale for my actions. I'll do what I do to you and to anybody else because I can. Because I'm the Lord. And that's wow. Now, Tom Paine is reading this stuff, and then Tom Paine is reading Jesus in the Gospels, saying over and over again, I'm the son of Yahweh. My father Yahweh sent me. And at the end of the world, I'm going to come back and I'm going to sit on the 12 thrones with the elders of Israel, and I'm going to judge the whole world on behalf of my father Yahweh. And not a dot of an I or a cross of a T of the Torah will pass out of existence or become irrelevant until the judgment day. Meaning, I'll have grace on you. I will forgive you for sinning, but you're still sinning. The Torah, the Jewish law, is still the law brought by Moses, and the law reinforced by all the patriarchs and prophets. The law is the law until the apocalypse. I, Jesus, am offering you grace and forgiveness on behalf of Yahweh. So how I analyze this in my book, Closer Encounter, is that it basically fits what we call today in psychology and sociology, Stockholm Syndrome. It's when you're taken hostage or captive by a sadistic, tyrannical manipulator, and you wind up identifying with your captive. You, as a captive, are in a hostage situation where you're so terrified and subjected to cognitive dissonance, that you wind up actually coming up with justifications for the person who's abusing you. Like Patty Hearst, being taken captive by those leftist guerrillas back in the late 60s. Right.
That's fascinating.
So this is why Tom Paine thought that the Bible wasn't compatible with the Constitution, because our entire Constitution is founded on individual liberty, the sovereign self-determination of the human person, right? Our rational capacity to determine the course of our own lives and to become governors over ourselves, right? And to treat each other ethically with respect as individuals in a society for the sake of the common welfare. I mean, none of that is consistent.
None of that's consistent
with the Bible, period.
Yeah.
And he was, straightforward enough to point that out. Now, when he was sentenced to death, when he thought he was going to be guillotined sitting in a prison in France, he wrote that book, The Age of Reason, where he shares the Bible.
I watched your podcast with Neil, which was amazing, on the ties or the link between Platonism and Plato's noble lie and the formation of essentially modern religion, right? And it seems like there's towards the end of the podcast, he asked you the question. He said, is Plato's noble lie the reason that we have religions today? And is it the reason for Christianity or Islam or any of this stuff? And you said to him, like, do you understand how profound and terrifying this question is?
So, obviously, I got into reading Plato when I began studying philosophy. I agree with Whitehead, who said that the whole history of philosophy consists of a series of footnotes. Still, 2,400 years later, Plato is the single most fundamental influence on the whole history of philosophy subsequent to himself. I think he can rightly be seen in a way as the founder of philosophy. There are a group of Socratics, we call them, thinkers who came before Plato, who Plato himself is building upon, but really philosophy gelled as a human enterprise through the work of Plato. And he's the first philosopher that thinks in a really disciplined way in every domain or dimension of philosophical thought. So we have ontology, which is the study of the nature of reality. Then you got epistemology, which is the theory of knowledge. Then ethics, politics or political philosophy, and then aesthetics, which is not to be minimized at all. And I'm going to come back to it because it plays a significant role in Plato's thought. Aesthetics, meaning thinking about the nature of beauty and our perception of forms and basically experience of the beautiful and judgments of taste. Okay, in other words, the estimation of art, of all the arts, architecture, music, etc., literature. So you have these domains of philosophy: ontology, epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics. And before Plato, you had various, sages making kind of random remarks on various aspects of human experience and what they believed the meaning of life in general was. But you had no disciplined inquiry into these distinct domains. You definitely see that in Plato. It begins with him, then it's really formalized in Aristotle, right? So let me just take the time for a moment to make the point that I still very controversially adhere to that definition of philosophy. In other words, that a philosopher is someone who has to think in all of these directions and who has to come up with original concepts that cut across these various domains, from ontology and epistemology to ethics and politics and so on.
Why is that controversial?
It's been abandoned by almost the entire academic establishment across both analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. There are two different schools today in philosophy. One is a kind of Anglo-American one, more predominant in Britain and the United States. It's called analytic, and they're very into formal logic and the analysis of scientific problems using logic. The other is called continental philosophy, which is more engaged with what, the average person would think of as the history of philosophy, from Plato and Aristotle to Kant and Hegel and Nietzsche and so forth. And it's called continental, referring to the European continent, right? In both of these trends of philosophy and academia, both of these schools of thought, the definition of the philosopher, which I embrace, has been completely rejected. They think that anyone who scribbles anything that has some relevance to, I don't know, maybe an understanding of what matter really is. What is matter really, like that we're dealing with in physics, like on an abstract conceptual level. Oh, that person's a philosopher. Anyone who writes about ethics, let's say bioethics, like how genetic engineering should be used, maybe to get rid of hereditary diseases, but maybe not to enhance people, right? A bioethicist is a philosopher. I reject that completely.
Right.
And I reject it for a really good reason. Not, like based on some arbitrary, personal fancy. I reject it because it's definitional to a philosopher not to take anything for granted. Going back to people like Pythagoras and Socrates, who were executed, they were condemned to death by their societies. The philosopher is someone who questions everything from a fundamental level and builds up a whole worldview from out of reasoned argument and personal inspiration also, but using their rational faculty without accepting any presuppositions, without accepting any conventional views. So unless you're thinking across all these different domains, you can't do that. If let's say you're committed, to use a controversial example, let's say you're committed to liberal democracy. That's your political ideology. But as a philosopher, you only want to do epistemology, theory of knowledge. You only want to work in the areas of theory of knowledge. And maybe to an extent ontology, or the nature of reality. And your work in philosophy is you want to understand what human nature is. So you're very engaged with research in biology, right? To do that. You're engaged in cognitive science research to do that. But it just so happens you're a liberal Democrat. It's your political ideology which you're not questioning, and you don't do any work in political philosophy. The whole time that you're pursuing your research and writing in the area of understanding what human nature is, logically and ontologically, you are going to ignore all empirical evidence that suggests that maybe there are vast differences in IQ that are ethnically based from human population to human population, that human beings are grossly unequal, and that, let's say, it might take genetic engineering to somehow equalize humans in terms of their aptitude and their potential. We'll reject all that because those bodies of empirical evidence challenge the liberal democratic ideology that you're unconsciously committed to. You see, and you have no interest in actually thinking through the foundations of political things. See, so that's why, or let's say if you want to do some work in, theory of knowledge and look at, look at how scientists are prejudiced by one or another political outlook when they marginalize certain bodies of data, which is like what Thomas Kuhn did in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. But let's say you also happen to be ethically committed to Christianity, that your moral compass comes from Christianity and it's unquestioned. Well, that's going to taint how you look at the history of the shifts in scientific paradigms. You're not going to want to see how the Catholic Church destroyed the knowledge base of classical antiquity or why the Inquisition was conducted, right?
I was just talking to Neil about this yesterday when I was asking Neil, because I've been learning a lot more about this biblical history. Obviously, if you saw the Amen episode, that sent me down a fucking never-ending rabbit hellhole. But I was explaining to him, like, Bible scholars, isn't that a counterintuitive thing? If you look at it from a scientific perspective, you're admitting the bias. Like, there are people that are religious that their whole entire discipline is studying the history of their religion. It's like being a top-level executive in the Church of Scientology and being a Scientological scholar, right?
And here's the thing, is that, first of all, you can't be scientific.
Right.
But to be a philosopher, you have to be even more unforgiving to yourself than scientists are, because scientists take things for granted all the time. First of all, most scientists never even question the paradigm that they're working in the context of. They work on some small research problems. They write very highly focused journal articles, right? And that's their contribution. It's only the really great scientists, the geniuses in the history of science, who are often persecuted, who make discoveries that shift the paradigm. But even those scientists are not asking themselves questions about the nature of justice and how to run a just society, or even questions about the ultimate nature of reality. They might make some particular discovery in astronomy or physics, but they're not questioning the received narrative about the nature of the cosmos.
Right.
You see, so a philosopher is burdened with asking those much deeper questions and with thinking in all those directions and not taking anything for granted. That's the definition of the philosopher that Plato established that I still adhere to, and it's very unusual. Right. So, to go back to Plato and your question about the noble lie, actually we paved the way for it, because, you see, in Plato's time, the entire society took almost everything for granted, and their worldview was lock, stock, and barrel, constituted by received customs and prejudices inherited from their ancestors.
Right.
You see this in Homer, and he's
Homer, right.
Yeah.
And Homer wrote about the Olympian gods, right? And had all these.
They're all over Homer. Right. They're all over Homer. They interact with Achilles, with various heroes, very directly. But the more important point is this, is that the entire culture of Plato's time was an oral culture where you would memorize Homer from childhood the way that Muslims in the Islamic world today memorize the Quran. And your entire matrix of perception was filtered through the way in which you had been hardwired by Homer, by memorizing Homer, not reading it, memorizing it, an oral culture.
Why didn't you read it?
They didn't read. They couldn't read. They were illiterate. Okay, only a very small group of people could read in Greece. So the rise of philosophy, and then by extension of science, is contemporaneous with the rise of a literary culture. Because when you write something down, you can analyze it. It's not going into your cognitive structure in a way that hardwires you to filter all of your experience through the customs, through the exemplars that are embedded in this mythic and epic narrative, right? You don't have any capacity to take a step outside of the narrative and analyze it because it's not on a text in front of you. It's just you're being like brainwashed by it from childhood, which is what happens in the Islamic world, like I said today, still with the Quran. All these kids in the Islamic world, these madrasas, they memorize the Quran from childhood. It becomes the fundamental basis for their interpretation of everything else in life. So Plato's dealing with this kind of a society, right? And what's in Homer? Looting, pillage, murder. Zeus himself is a serial. All he does is manipulate people and engage in R&R by disguising himself as various animals and going down on mortal women, right? So what kind of a moral example does this set for young Greeks who are being raised in that kind of an oral culture? Plato recognized that there was a need to restructure society on the level of the fundamental folklore and the deepest religious beliefs that condition the human person, right? So he says in Republic, among other texts, we don't really know what happened in distant prehistory. We have these folkloric accounts. We have these myths that Homer has composed into a coherent narrative. And we could spin any number of other ways than the way in which they're being narrated by Homer. And we could do that in a manner that would be more conducive to cultivating the ethical fabric of the individual. So that, Agamemnon and Zeus and whatever other tyrannical, brutalizing gods, patriarchs and gods are not the role models for Greek children. And we can do it in a way where we also slowly, carefully cultivate man's rational capacity. So he says that it's incumbent upon philosophers to devise a new religious belief system for the sake of the betterment of society, and to rewrite the folklore of society and restructure the educational system in a way where people will be guided away from this extremely disempowering and deranging narrative.
He wanted such society to be set up in a way that was more progressive, that would enable us to evolve.
And he thought you couldn't do that in a forthright manner for a good reason, because first of all, he saw Socrates, his own mentor, get executed by the Democratic Assembly of Athens. What was the charge? Disbelieving in the gods of the state and inventing new gods. That was the charge that Socrates was executed for. Disbelieving in the gods of the state, inventing new gods, and thereby corrupting the morals of the youth. That's why they sentenced him democratically to death. So Plato's seeing the majority do that in Athens. After the death of Socrates, Plato went and joined the Pythagorean order, the order that Pythagoras had set up a generation before him. Almost 2 generations before him.
And Pythagoras, the same thing happened to him, right? Or he got burned alive or something?
Yeah, well, so Pythagoras had been thinking to carry out these reforms in the society of Sicily, ancient Sicily. And for example, he wanted to create schools where women could enroll as students and they could even become teachers. And he also taught things that flew in the face of conventional Greek religion, like, for example, reincarnation, what the Greeks called metempsychosis, or what we call reincarnation. Most people are familiar with it in America on the basis of Hinduism or Buddhism, but actually Pythagoras was teaching that, and various esoteric Greek societies were teaching about metempsychosis as well. But it flew in the face of the conventional Olympian religion, which was that, after death you go down to Hades, right? So the aristocracy of Sicily revolted against Pythagoras. They rallied the mob, like, in those Frankenstein movies where they come with torches, basically. And they came with torches to the Pythagorean schools and burned them down. And Pythagoras either died right then and there, or he died from the burns he sustained in that fire shortly thereafter. So Plato joins the Pythagorean order, and now he has not only the example of Socrates condemned to death by the majority in Athens, but also the precedent of Pythagoras and his schools having been burned down.
So he has to tread lightly.
Tread lightly. He has to be deceptive for a noble purpose, which is to re-engineer society on a folkloric level in order to give people a religious belief system that works with images and symbols that they're familiar with, not something completely outlandish that they can't connect to at all, something that's going to use language that they would be conversant with, but that's going to reorient their development in a way that, reaffirms the rational faculty of the human individual and ultimately jumpstarts science and a more, enlightened society. So that's the idea, basically, of the noble lie. He introduces it in the context, controversially, of a eugenics program that he thinks would be beneficial for society. Plato's the father of eugenics. The first person to suggest selective breeding among humans rather than just selective horse breeding or selective dog breeding or whatever, or selective cultivation of plants. The first person to take that idea of selective breeding and apply it to human populations was Plato, where he suggests in Republic that in the ideal society, not just anyone should be allowed to marry anyone, because you're going to wind up with imbeciles and retards. And, especially the higher rungs of society should have a good genetic stock, including, significant cognitive capacities. He introduces the discussion of the noble lie in the context of his proposals for the eugenics program, because he also thinks that you're going to have to be careful how you introduce such a program to the general population, and basically you have to sell it to them in the right way. So that's where the term noble lie is first used. But the much bigger example of the noble lie, and the one that is more central to my work, and is of greater interest to me, and it casts a longer shadow over history, is this idea that we, the philosophers, need to come up with a new religion that's going to be more conducive to the cultivation of the individual and of human rational faculties.
And the philosophers to be wanted to be at the top of that pyramid.
Well, because they're the only free thinkers, and they are in danger of being martyred by the rest of the ignorant rabble who want to persecute and ultimately execute anybody who deviates from custom and questions established traditions, including, for example, for the sake of giving women equality, right? One of the fundamental proposals of Plato's Republic is that women should be not just, afforded equal opportunities in education, they should also be equally represented in the political system. So among the philosopher rulers of the society were these female philosophers, which is why it's wrong to call them philosopher kings. It's a bad translation from out of Republic. They're philosopher rulers or sovereigns, including women. And that was considered insane in his time.
Right.
It's an extremely progressive, outlandish policy. Yeah.
So if the philosophers like Plato were the ones at the top of the society, calling all the shots, was the idea that there would be a round table of geniuses that would keep each other in check, or would they be aware of the corruption of power? And
number one, round table. So there's no king. There's a chairman of a round table. It's like King Arthur in the Knights of the Round Table, which is a whole other conversation we could have sometime. I've written about that too. It's a round table, but then interestingly, they're also not allowed to have bank accounts.
The philosophers aren't.
Yep.
Oh,
People who run society are not allowed to even own any private property. They cannot have a personal bank account to prevent from corruption. He makes it so that no one who's avaricious, no one who's a greedy person, or someone who's a power seeker would even want to be in this position. Also, by the way, he says that you're not allowed to get married. There's no one-on-one marriages because you'll be corrupted just out of love for your wife. You'll put your wife and your children first, your own children. So he says, no, the philosophers, they can all have sex with each other, and we won't know whose child.
Is it also true that they were just like having sex, guys were having, like, there was no distinguish between homosexuality?
No, that's actually not true.
That's not true?
No, and I heard that in your interview with Amon. It came up again in the conversation with Neil.
Yeah.
And it's not true. And I don't know where these guys are getting this from. There were extremely strong stigmas against homosexuality in Greek culture. There was a lot of homosexuality in Greek culture, no question about it. But there were also rants against it from very prominent intellectuals, including vociferously from Aristotle. But many intellectuals talk about it and how it's not right and it's corrupt and it goes against nature and stuff like that.
Who said that, though? Where did you read that?
one of the most prominent intellectuals in the period of Plato was a guy called Isocrates, not to be confused with Socrates. Isocrates, he was a sophist. He rants against it. Plato himself, I hate to say, because I do love Plato, but in his late book, The Laws, when he kind of became a stodgy old man, his final work, The Laws, Plato proscribes homosexuality.
Prescribes it.
Proscribes. He bans it.
Oh, he bans it.
Even Plato, and people say Plato was gay. Some people say Plato himself was gay. I don't buy it. I think probably he was bisexual. But in any case, in his late work in The Laws, when he's much less of an idealist than when and he's now gone through all kind of misery, including an attempt to change the regime in Syracuse, where he had to flee Syracuse 3 times in the course of trying to turn this tyrant there, Dionysus, into this ideal philosopher king that he envisages in Republic, to use Syracuse as a testing ground for his theory, right? And so he's gone through all this misery, and at the end of his life, when he's an old man, he writes this book, The Laws, and even Plato himself in there writes against homosexuality and why it should be banned, and then Aristotle vociferously is against it. So there's a whole Greek intellectual class that's critiquing that as something corrupt and like against nature. So I don't know.
So why would someone like Ammon, who's read probably more ancient Greek than anyone on the fucking face of the earth, why would he say something?
Because he's prejudiced. Look, everybody looks at things. I would like what he's saying to be true. I would prefer that Greece, right, where there aren't these extremely rigid sexual mores and so on.
Right.
And that was true of the mystery cults. So he's right there, and his focus is the mystery cults. The Eleusinian mysteries and rites of Dionysus and various cults, the cult of Artemis and so on and so forth, where the people who were initiated into those societies did not adhere to customary morality in secret.
How important do you think that these mysteries of these sacred rituals involving drugs, how responsible do you think those were for the explosion of intellect during that time?
I would say that Ammon overstated it. It might have been a factor, but a much larger factor was the rise of literacy. Because like I was saying earlier, when writing is developed as a technology, you get to reflect on a narrative in a way that you don't if you're memorizing it. It sits there outside of you, and you can read it and reread it and stop and take notes on it. So the rise of a literary culture is very important. There's another huge factor, which I point to in my first book, and that's a drama. In the generation of Aeschylus, you had the Greek theater emerge as an art form for the first time, right? And I make this argument in Prometheus and Atlas that the fact that these Greeks were sitting in different seats in the amphitheater to watch plays on various nights allowed them to comprehend perspective for the first time. So, to begin with, this is very hard for us to wrap our minds around because, it's become so second nature for us. Think back to that time, there was nothing like theater. Whenever there were performances, they were religious rituals where you were part of the performance. You were playing the role of a god or a hero or something yourself in a ritual context. You were never sitting in the stands and watching a play be performed outside yourself. Moreover, the Greek theater is semicircular, and so depending on how rich you were or how much money you had for a ticket that particular evening, you'd either be sitting in, some crappy seat up here in this corner, or you'd be sitting near the stage down here in this corner, right? And so on different evenings, you're getting a different perspective on the action. Do you think it's a coincidence that shortly after theater arises as an art form, we get photorealistic Greek sculptures?
Oh, yeah.
That the Greek sculptures before theater are these rigid things that look like second-rate Egyptian or Babylonian sculptures, and then suddenly, within a generation of Aeschylus, within a generation of people sitting in semicircular amphitheaters and having perspective on the action, we get true-to-life Greek sculptures. they discovered perspective. And when you combine the discovery of perspective, also perspective in a psychological sense, where you're watching the dramas in other people's lives on the stage. And it makes you reflect on yourself for the first time from a third person perspective. Right? You start to think, damn, that's me. I've been in situations like that. Look how that character is going through this and that. And you start to reflect on your own life that way.
And they're experiencing this before they can actually even read stories.
Yes, and at the same time, the culture is starting to become literary. So you take the rise of literary culture and the perspective that was inculcated in the population through drama and theater as an art form, beginning with Aeschylus, and I think the two of them together produced this mutation in cognition. Drugs may have also been a factor, but I think it's been overstated.
Do you believe in God?
No. Not only do I not believe in God, I think that the belief in God is extremely deleterious. It's probably the worst thing that anyone could do for himself. And the reason has to do with free will. Right, so now we're, what are we, almost 3.5 hours in, and this is extremely central to my work. And so it really requires a much more dedicated discussion, but I will try to condense it. Okay? Let me know if you're not following.
Okay.
So first of all, God, capital G. You know, in distinction from the gods that we've been talking about, right? In distinction from gods, titans, angels, demons, God, capital G.
That would be like Zeus.
No, that's a god. That's a god.
Okay, I thought Zeus was like the boss god.
We don't have God, capital G, until Christianity in the West. They don't have it in. They don't have it in the Middle East until Islam.
So we're talking
India,
like AD. We didn't have a god with a capital G.
That might be a fair argument. You might say India had a god a little bit sooner than that, insofar as Brahman, is a supreme being beyond all the devas. The devas or gods are subordinate to some supreme being, Brahman, who's considered like the macrocosm. He's considered a mind that encompasses all of cosmic order, and he's also said to be reflected or mirrored in the microcosm of the Atman. So they say in Vedanta, in Hindu mysticism, that your truest innermost self is God. God is your truest innermost self, and vice versa. The macrocosm is the microcosm.
Got it. Yes, makes sense.
Brahman, Atman.
Okay.
Gautama Buddha completely deconstructed them. He argued that there's no God, capital G, and he argued that there's no self either. What reincarnates, by the way, they don't use the term reincarnation in Buddhism, in the Buddha Dharma. They use the term rebirth because they think that what gets reiterated from lifetime to lifetime is basically software code. It's like what we would today consider a software code which can be copied, and it can also there can be bugs in replication, and it can change as it's copied, and it can be recoded, right? Because Gautama Buddha, in very much the same way that I'm going to lay out right now, thought that it's a dangerous delusion to believe in a permanent, immortal soul or in an eternal supreme being. So here's one of the reasons why it's a dangerous delusion. God, capital G, is definitionally an omniscient and omnipotent being. God is all-knowing and all-powerful, right? I mean, you've heard that, I'm sure, a million times. Would you stop and think about that for a minute? If God is all-knowing, God already knows everything that's going to happen in the future. Right? Yeah. Where is God's mind accessing if God knows future events? What is being represented in the mind of God when God thinks about any and all events that are going to happen in the future? The future. Right? God is accessing, God with his omniscient mind, is accessing the future as an existing state of affairs, whenever he wants to know what's going to happen a million years or a billion years from now. Meaning the future already exists for God. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Meaning the future already exists. Meaning it's already written.
Or does he create the future?
If God creates the future, now we're talking about God's omnipotence.
Okay.
Where God is considered by any religious person to be the power behind anything that happens in the world.
Yes.
And the Quran expresses this very eloquently, where it talks about how like even a single leaf doesn't fall without the power of God being behind it. So it's absolute fatalism, in the sense that everything that happens in the world and everything that you do, that you think you do, everything you're under the illusion of having chosen to do yourself is actually an expression of the power of God. Moreover, God knows in advance everything that you're going to do, meaning that everything that you're going to do, think you have any choice over, is already foreordained, meaning you have no free will. You see? You are like a ventriloquist dummy. So, an immediate consequence of belief in an all-knowing and all-powerful being is the negation of your own free will, which I consider to be the worst thing conceivable and the most disempowering. Because if you don't think that you're responsible for your actions and that you are the agency behind what unfolds in your life, at least to some degree, right? I mean, we have all kinds of things that supervene, that influence and impact our decision making. All kinds of things, psychological factors, going back to our childhood, biological factors, right? But our even pursuing a certain line of thought, let alone like carrying out an action, depends on admitting that we have some intentionality, recognizing that we have intentions that we carry out by pursuing a line of thought or deciding to act in a certain way. Whatever other factors supervene on it, that fundamental intentionality is a prerequisite of even making sense out of human life. Moreover, any criminal justice system is nonsensical without it, right? I mean, what sense does it make to hold somebody ethically responsible for something if they had no free will, right? In I don't know, mutilating a child or whatever, right? I mean, so there are horrendous consequences in terms of personal agency and ethical responsibility as soon as we accept the idea that there's an all-knowing and all-powerful God.
Yet this is what majority of society in America believes today.
It's what the majority of Europeans still believe, although Christianity is declining in Europe. The slack in belief in Christianity in Europe is sadly being mitigated by a rise of belief in Islam in Europe. And it's certainly what the whole Islamic world believes. So the vast majority of people on the planet, and by the way, the Hindus also believe this, because as I was suggesting earlier, the idea of Brahman and the mirroring of Brahman in the Atman, the mirroring of the macrocosm in the microcosm, fits within the same basic structure of omniscience and omnipotence that's attributed to God or to Allah in the Christian and Islamic worlds. It's essentially the same, despite the other differences in their belief systems. So the vast majority of humanity subscribes to a religious belief that negates the value and purpose of the human individual. Why would that be the case? How could this have ever come about?
Right. That's a good question.
Well, if you intend to enslave and brutalize a population, it would be very beneficial to make them believe that they're entirely at your mercy and that on an individual level, they are nobody and nothing. You see?
Yeah.
So as a cognitive dissonance mechanism, as a gigantic brainwashing and conditioning machination, it makes perfect sense if somebody wants to enslave and control us, to inculcate this belief in God Almighty across the entire planet. And then to say any entities that might come down and interact with you are emissaries. They're angels, evangelos, right? They're emissaries of the one God. So then these UFO pilots can portray themselves as agents of the Almighty God, which you are utterly powerless to resist. Resistance is futile. That's their mantra. I reject it, absolutely.
That's fucking terrifying.
But there's a resistance, and there always has been.
Yeah.
This is why the symbol of Prometheus is central to my work. Because of all the rebel figures, Enki among the Sumerians, Quetzalcoatl among the Mayans, Satan in the Judeo-Christian and Islamic context, the rebel figure against the divine order, the rebel figure against the God, Father, tyrant that is most complex and most empowering as an archetype with which we can identify as individuals is Prometheus. The Greek account of that rebel against the divine order is so much richer and more sophisticated than the ones that we get from any of the other ancient cultures.
Prometheus is the one that wanted to save humanity from Zeus, right?
Well, Prometheus is, to begin with, the creator of humanity. So one of the things that comes across from the myth of Prometheus is that this overlord, Yahweh, Zeus, whatever, is a liar when he says he's the creator of humanity. Prometheus created humanity, and Prometheus wanted humanity to be a race of new gods. But then this overlord, Zeus, whatever you want to call him, Yahweh, enslaved this new race and was intent on keeping knowledge away from this class of beings and using them as chattel, essentially. And so Prometheus steals the light of knowledge. He's the light bringer, the Lucifer. He steals the light of knowledge and the fire of the forge and gives that to humanity. In other words, he gives humanity the capacity for scientific research and technological development, but also for greatness in the arts and crafts. And Prometheus also, his son in the Greek myths, Prometheus' son Deucalion, is the one who saves humanity from the flood when Zeus brings this deluge to destroy Atlantis. So if you think about it, the biblical version makes no sense at all. If Yahweh decided to flood the world, to destroy the civilization of the demigods, the rebel fallen angels who created this race of giants, right? Essentially the Atlanteans. If Yahweh decided to wipe them all out by flooding the earth, why is Yahweh tasking Noah to save anybody? It makes no sense. It sounds like a story that's been rewritten. In the Greek version, it's the son of Prometheus who goes against Zeus and schemes to save some portion of humanity and restart civilization after the flood.
Prometheus' son was the original Noah.
Yeah, Deucalion. And he's like this Quetzalcoatl civilizer figure who goes around trying to restart agriculture.
And Christianity said that Prometheus was Lucifer.
Exactly. And this was
Prometheus is devil.
Yes, and this was well known. Look, diabolos just means the contradictor or the one that is in opposition.
Yes,
creates dissonance, right? And the word shaitan means the adversary. So these are both epithets. Diabolos or shaitan just means the one who's against someone else. Well, yeah, Prometheus is against the whole Olympian order, right? And he's for humanity. And that Prometheus is Lucifer was well known by the modern writers who reappropriated the symbol of Prometheus beginning in the 1700s, when you had people like Percy Shelley, who wrote this poem, Prometheus Unbound, or Lord Byron,
yes,
or Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. It was known to all of these people that Prometheus is Lucifer. And like, for example, in
is that Lord Byron's Cain mystery?
Yes. And in Percy Shelley's Prometheus Unbound, it's interesting how he uses all the Roman names for the gods. So he'll say Jove instead of Zeus and Jupiter. or he'll say Venus instead of Aphrodite, or he'll use Mercury instead of Hermes, right? But when he comes to Lucifer, he uses Prometheus instead. Or rather, he doesn't translate the name of Prometheus into its Latin equivalent because he would have to use Lucifer. And you see, so he uses all, this is a hint, he's leaving. He uses all Roman Latin names except for Prometheus himself, because Prometheus culturally translated into Latin context, Lucifer, he's the light bringer. And the rebel against heaven.
Wow. Do we just become Satanists?
My problem with that, and I've considered it, by the way, I've considered just like going with a branding like this. But the thing is, it's been so warped by Christians.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why I decided to, let's say, package my philosophical project in terms of the archetype of Prometheus is because, first of all, it predates Christianity. It's not dependent on Christianity.
No.
Prometheus was a rebel against the overlords for 500 years at least before Christianity. The first writing that we have about Prometheus is the tragedy of Aeschylus, which is about 500 BC. So we know for sure that Prometheus was, a significant figure in Greek culture for half a millennium before the rise of Christianity. So I'm not then defining myself negatively against Christianity.
Right.
To hell with Christianity.
Right.
We're for Prometheus.
Right.
Maybe that also means we're against Christianity, but it's not a negative definition the way that Satanism is.
Right.
And then you have the whole carnival culture of Satanism today, going back to this charlatan grifter, what's his name, Anton LaVey, in the 1960s. And the guy was a charlatan grifter, and he just appropriated all this really tacky imagery from, I don't know, vampire movies and watered down Gothic medieval, phantasmagoria, and built himself this ridiculous
bastardized it
cult, which is like as much a money laundering scheme as Scientology, right? So I don't want to be associated with that, and this is not what I mean by Satan. My Satan, my Shaitan or Diabolos, is Prometheus. And what does Prometheus mean? His name means forethought. Promethea means forethought. And see, this also connects my appropriation of the symbol of Prometheus with my Iranian heritage. Because in the religion of Zarathustra, the ancient religion of Iran, the supreme deity is called Ahura Mazda, or the Titan of Wisdom. And remember, Prometheus wasn't a god, he was a Titan. So Ahura Mazda is called the Titan of Wisdom, and the chief quality, the primary attribute of Ahura Mazda is Sepanto Minu, or the forward-thinking mentality, the mentality of progress or the spirit of progress at work on a cosmic scale. And Ahura Mazda, defined by his Sepanto Minu, by his Promethea, is not an omnipotent or omniscient deity. He is a force that catalyzes and fosters evolution, and he needs humanity to help him to turn the world into a paradise. And Ahura Mazda is symbolized by fire, by an ever-burning fire. So actually, I've written at great length about how the cult of Prometheus in Greece and the Zoroastrian religion have a common Indo-European origin. They came originally from the same society, let's say, which was based somewhere in the Caucasus.
Jason, I think that's a great way to wrap this podcast up, man. We covered a ton of shit.
Yes, we did.
Thank you for your time. And where can people get in contact with you, learn more about you, find your books, your writings, all that stuff?
Yeah, I have a website, but I actually think that the best thing to direct people to is probably my X account. So Prometheism, it's a contraction of Prometheus and theism. Prometheism at Jason Giorgiani, Jason_Giorgiani is my X account. Okay. And I'm going to put more of my focus there.
So your YouTube channel as well, right?
Yeah. But I regularly post things from my YouTube channel onto my X account.
Okay.
But yes, the YouTube channel is also called Prometheism.
Okay.
It's a Prometheism channel.
And is this your new book right here?
Yeah, Philosophy of the Future is my newest book.
Hold up.
I'll say. So philosophy of the future is not just my newest book.
Cameras everywhere.
It's also a kind of grand synthesis of all of my work. So you could read this book either as a general introduction to my entire corpus, or as a kind of summary conclusion.
Okay.
So really, I would suggest, not for the faint of heart, really, but I would suggest that people who are interested in my work should start there if they haven't read anything else.
Awesome, man. Thank you, man. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And for everyone listening, we recorded the show. We did an exclusive Patreon Q&A where the people on Patreon got to ask Johnny some interesting questions, and we talked about that for about 30 minutes. So if you want to check that out, it's linked below on Patreon. Good night, folks.
I don't want to think about the headspace he'll be in, so I'm happy to have a laugh at his on-air meltdowns with you guys, but beneath the surface, there's definitely some shit that needs to be addressed there, and the first step, in my opinion, is for him to just go off the internet and start rebuilding his life. Anyway, make sure you guys go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. There's plenty of other stuff on there covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's just a great way to support the channel. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I will catch you.
What's up, Eric Wargo?
Just glad to be here.
Good. Good. I'm glad to have you. Excited. I'm ready to talk about time travel. How did you get interested in time travel and this idea of non-linear time? And by the way, your book Time Loops is amazing, and it's linked below if you want to check it out on Amazon.
Cool. Yeah, how did I get interested in it? It's a long, it's a loopy story actually, and it begins with the UFO section.
Oh, wow, perfect.
Yeah, it's these topics, you know. They all touch and contact in some way, as my friend Jeffrey Kripal always emphasizes.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, this was in 2009. Well, let me back up a little. I mean, I'd always had esoteric interests. At that point, I think I was sort of into Carl Jung and stuff like that. But in 2009, I saw a UFO over the Philadelphia Art Museum. Oddly enough, on July 4th in the evening, before the fireworks had started. And it wasn't anything up close and personal. It was just some like orange orbs sort of dancing in the sky. It was just very weird. And I tried to film it with a flip cam, one of those flip cams that they used to sell. And it didn't come out. But, you know, it was like, what? I don't know if I can swear.
Yeah, you can say,
what the? And the next day I got online and saw that there were like reports, people who saw the same thing in the same part of the country that night. And so I made a report to MUFON and all that. Mm-hmm. And like at that point, I didn't really know much about the UFO topic. So I started reading about it. You know, I thought, wow, this is really interesting. And I had no idea that there were like serious people who actually study UFOs, you know, but I quickly discovered things like, you know, Richard Dolan and read his books. And of course, you discover Jacques Vallée when you start going down this path. And I was like writing.
Oh, yeah, he's like the godfather of UFOs.
I was like, right, I had a blog at that point, but I didn't really have much focus. And I started writing about UFOs. And, you know, at that point, like any newbie, I thought, oh, it's extraterrestrial and stuff. But, you know, you start to read these intelligent writers on the topic of ufology, and especially Jacques Vallée. And you realize that this topic, the topic of psychic phenomena comes up a lot. Now, I was a scientifically trained person. I had a degree in anthropology, and my parents were psychologists, and I sort of grew up with the sciences. And I didn't really have any problem with UFOs, but I had a big problem with ESP. Okay, like for scientists, and especially psychologists, scientific psychologists are incredibly hostile to the idea of psychic phenomena of any kind. They just think it's pseudoscience, and that was my assumption at that point, So I'm having a bit of cognitive dissonance, honestly. I'm reading this very intelligent, literature on UFOs, and by very smart people and scientists like Jacques Vallée, who are also saying, look, there's people who experience UFO encounters. They have cognitive dreams. They have there's these psychic phenomena too that you have to take seriously. And he was he was also a part of that Stanford Research Institute work on remote viewing, and he was He was not directly part of it, but he was friends with his office was like one floor up, I think, from the office of Hal Puthoff and those people who were studying GSP and remote viewing. So he knew all those guys, and they all hung out together and shared ideas, and so he became kind of informally a part of that. He was friends with Ingo Swann, and Ingo Swann trained him in remote viewing. Anyway, so he was writing about these topics as well as UFOs, and like I said, this was like real cognitive dissonance for me. I didn't know anything about the ESP research, but I felt I had to do my due diligence in sort of going down that rabbit hole. Like what's really going on here? Is there anything to this subject? And quickly discovered that there was a lot. There's a century's worth almost now of solid scientific, laboratory research showing the reality of ESP phenomena and
laboratory research,
and especially precognition research. Now, so I was immersed in all this stuff, and then in 2011, a paper. So I was working as an editorial director for a scientific psychology organization in Washington, D.C. And this paper crossed my desk, which was a draft of a paper that our rival psychology organization was about to publish. And this was by an eminent personality psychologist named Daryl Bem. I don't know if you've heard his name, but he, very prominent guy in the field of psychology, very well respected. But he had spent like 10 years, maybe, in the early 2000s, running a series of big experiments on precognition, or specifically what he called and what the field calls presentiment. That's the idea of responding or pre-responding to something that's about to happen, or to some stimulus that's about to occur. And what he did was he put these were big studies. He wanted this to be, he wanted to have enough people that there would be statistical significance in these studies. And they were relatively simple, paradigms, because he wanted other laboratories to be able to replicate these things. But so what he'd do was he would put Cornell University undergraduates in these typical psychology type experiments, but where he'd invert the order of stimulus and response. So in his most famous experiment, he had a student sit in front of a computer screen and try to guess which of two curtains on the screen had a picture behind it. Now, it was randomly determined after they would make their mouse click which curtain had the picture, so there wasn't already a picture behind the curtains. Anyway, now you'd think that they would be accurate 50% of the time, which is exactly what he found when the picture that would be revealed was boring. Just a boring beach scene or something like that. But when the picture was erotic, they were accurate more than 50%, which meant that somehow there was a reward there. They were pre-spawned that reward by picking the curtain with the erotic picture more than they had been able to do. And this is mind-blowing.
So they knew that the picture was going to be erotic?
They didn't know, but they're guessing, and they think that they're just guessing randomly, but somehow they had a hunch that the picture would be behind, a certain curtain. Okay, so that was his most famous finding, and he actually did multiple experiments, variations of these things. There was another one where he gave students a word list. All right, this is a typical memory experiment. You might give participants a word list, and then give them a second refresher on certain of those words, and then test them, okay, and see which words they remember. All right, or you'll try to ask them one of the words that you saw on that list, and they would they'd be more accurate with the words that they got a refresher on. Or I'm not saying typically it wouldn't be a refresher. They'd do some other kind of task in which they were kind of subliminally primed with certain of those words. And anyway, they would pick out those words more than they would on the other words. Okay, well, he reversed that. So he gave the participants a word list, and then he tested them. He said, now, can you please tell me the words you saw on that list that we showed you, half hour ago or whatever. And then after the test, he gave them a refresher on certain of those words. And again, they did better on the words that they got the refresher on later. Whoa. Yeah. So he called this retroactive facilitation of recall, as the word is used for it. Anyway, so he took a lot of basic psychology paradigms, but just flipped them in that way. And he got statistically significant results in, I think, 8 of the 9 experiments. So this was what? Again, what is going on here? So, he submitted this to a major journal, and it went through peer review. Peer review could not find any problem with it, but the editors attached a note saying, we have a responsibility to publish this because it went through peer review, but we can't explain this. It goes against all of our beliefs, and so on. So they even had to attach a disclaimer essentially to this article. Wow. All right. Anyway, where was it? Was it published in a journal or something? Yeah, the journal. I'm forgetting the name of the journal. It's one of the top ranked journals. Really? In psychology. How could we search it? Just type in "Feeling the Future." Feeling the Future. Yeah, Daryl Bem, B-E-M is his last name. Feeling the Future. It's very famous now. Okay. And of course, there's a million people trying to debunk it. If you go on Wikipedia, there are cadres of people who just debunk. There you go. Controversial. Experimental evidence for anomalous retroactive influences on cognition and affect. Wow. I have something else here. This is him, Daryl. This is the same. Yeah. It's this is a list of a whole bunch of top 90 articles, and Daryl's is one of them. What was the year again? This is 2011. 2011. And then he subsequently, with some colleagues, published a kind of meta-analysis of a bunch of other laboratories that then who had mostly replicated findings. So something like 80 or 90 separate replications, most of which got the results he got. And anyway, so this is just one corner of the topic of precognition that I have since immersed myself in for the last decade and a half now. Have there been any other studies done since then? Yeah, there's a lot of people are doing this work around the world. No, I won't say a lot. Some people have. There are a few handful of researchers in neuroscience that are open-minded enough to study this stuff, but no one can get the funding necessarily that's necessary to do a big major study on this because no one in the big funding institutes are going to take it seriously, right? Because there's so much resistance to this topic. You find that with any paranormal topic. I hope things are going to change because I think, honestly, I think the way the UFO topic has opened up in the last few years, I think this may help some of these other topics. Now, I honestly have come to believe that there's no intrinsic connection between UFOs and ESP necessarily. But the fact that all these things are sort of stigmatized in the same way and kind of get lumped together under that heading of the paranormal, helps. I think what's happening in the UFO scene right now, hopefully, will kind of help move things in the realm of ESP research. So, but okay, so that's part of the story. In the end, I'm not honestly that interested in the scientific research because, again, right now it's like little studies and it's easy to dismiss them.
Yeah.
But one thing, if you start reading about precognition at all, you realize that most people experience this in dreams. All right. And a lot of interesting things have been written over the last century about precognitive dreams. And the first was an aviation engineer, very early years of flight in England. There was a guy named J.W. Dunn, John William Dunn. And he had precognitive dreams since childhood. And he was fascinated by this topic. And he sort of brought his kind of ingenious mind to thinking about how it worked. And he early on figured out that if he was going to study this, he had to be diligent about recording his dreams and then really trying to figure out what was going on. Which these dreams were, you have a dream like one night and then 2 days later, the thing you dreamed would in some way come true. Mm-hmm. And so he worked on this problem sort of as a sideline to his main work in aeronautical engineering for a couple decades, and published a book in 1927 called An Experiment with Time. And this book is fascinating. The first half of it is just tons of examples of his own precognitive dreams. Here's the dream, here's what happened 2 days later, or here's what I read in the newspaper, 3 days later. I mean, most of his dreams turned out to be about things he was going to read in the media. And then the second half of the book, most people don't even read the second half because it's kind of this, he goes into theories of time and developed his own theory of time based on Einstein and stuff like that. It's very complicated, and that's it. That's the book.
An Experiment with Time.
Yeah. And but it's a really compelling book, and it was actually super influential on writers and intellectuals in the sort of middle years of the century.
So it was in the 27.
Published in 27, and it went through a lot of reprintings over the next decade or so, and a lot of writers at the time, like C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien. J.R.R. Tolkien was super influenced by this book on precognitive dreams and the non-linear nature of time. In fact, the elven races in Tolkien's stories, he developed this whole kind of way in which the elves live in this kind of non-linear time, and it was all based on this book about precognitive dreams by J.W. Dunn. T.S. Eliot, the elves. I mean, that's Tolkien's novels.
They're all about elves.
So, well, the elves are like these immortals that inhabit Middle Earth, and they have this. Because they're immortal, they have this totally different sense of time than humans do, and they live sort of outside of time.
That sounds fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, his works are amazing. But it was based, this aspect of the culture in Tolkien's writing was based on this theory of precognition and precognitive dreams that Dunn came up with. T.S. Eliot is another one, influenced by Dunn. Vladimir Nabokov is another one. Vladimir Nabokov. Okay, let me say, done.
Is that Vladimir? Is that a filmmaker?
No, the novelist.
Oh, okay.
Russian
Oh, okay, gotcha.
This book, An Experiment with Time, is kind of an early example of citizen science, okay, because he was saying, look, this happens in my dreams, it happens in the dreams of the people I know, but try it yourself. Okay, the only way we're going to know if this is real is if you can find it happening in your own life. So he had a few sort of recommendations for readers to, how to record their dreams and look for examples of precognition. So he was inviting people to do this. Vladimir Nabokov, in the 50s, came across Dunn's book and tried it, and he got positive results. He tried it for a month, and he got several dreams that were like very exactly about things he would see on TV the next day. Now he was already Nabokov was already interested in precognition because he had incredible precognition. And I'll just tell you about that. The dream actually was when he was, I think, 17, and he was still in Russia outside St. Petersburg, and his uncle Vasily died. And this was a wealthy family, and Vasily left him. He's like 17, and his uncle leaves him this huge estate outside of St. Petersburg. So suddenly, the 17-year-old poet, he's butterfly collector and stuff, he's suddenly a rich man, a really rich man. He's set for life. He's got this estate, everything. Okay, well, a year later, all that is washed away by the Russian Revolution. Okay, it's like all the elite, the titled elite in Russia are sent into exile, and their wealth is confiscated and whatnot. So his family had to immigrate. But around this time, he had a dream. His uncle Vasily, his dead uncle Vasily, appears to him in his dream and says, "I will return to you as Harry and Kuvirkin." Harry and Kuvirkin. Well, whatever. What does that mean? Okay, he interpreted those names as circus performers. Kuvirok in Russian means somersault. So he somehow associated these with circus performers, but he didn't know what it meant. Anyway, okay, so fast forward, I think, try my math maybe off, like more than 40 years, I believe. And he's now living as an English professor at Cornell University. Not a rich man, making a modest living as an English professor and novelist. Okay, and he's just written.
Yeah.
He's
also, I know you said you like nootropics. These are great.
Oh, okay.
Super brain boosters, man.
Oh, awesome. Oh.
They're
I need that.
Little nootropic shots, like super boost your energy and mental. It's like amazing. It's called Magic Mind.
I can always use them.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, so he's just written his novel Lolita, his most famous novel, and he suddenly gets word. In fact, I think he reads. Oh yeah, a friend calls him up. A fellow professor calls him up and he says, "Have you read the New York Times today?" And there's an article in the New York Times that, or maybe it's not the New York Times, in some paper, there's an article that Harris and Kubrick Pictures, that's Stanley Kubrick's production company, has just purchased the rights to Lolita for this massive sum. It was like $150,000 at that point, which was, in today's money, would be huge. And so he basically learned that he was now a rich man. And indeed, Vasily, his wealthy benefactor, had come back to him as Harry and Kuvirkin. Kuvirkin, if it's anglicized, would be Kubrick. Yeah. So, but it sounds amazing, but this happens all the time. There's so many examples of this. And if you do what I call precognitive dream work, I'll talk about that a little bit if you want. It's essentially what J.W. Dunn recommended.
So J.W. Dunn, he came up with
He's
a protocol.
Right. Yeah.
So you can have precognitive dreams. Right now, not all dreams are precognitive.
Well, let's talk about that. Okay. He came up with a protocol not to have precognitive dreams, but to notice. Notice precognitive dreams. His presumption, and it's one that I agree with, is that first of all, we're all dreaming all through the night. You know, we have, and they flow one to the other, so it's hard to say how many. People have tried to quantify how many dreams you have in a night, but you're dreaming throughout the night, not just in the REM sleep periods, but even in the deeper non-REM sleep periods, you are dreaming. And we can talk about what contemporary sleep scientists say about dreams and what their function is and so on. But Dunn's argument was that, well, dreams are reaching into the future, reaching into our future, as well as into our past. Okay, reaching into our memories and reaching into the future somehow to create these dream scenes. Okay, now this was a time when Sigmund Freud was very influential. Everyone was, well, not everyone, but his ideas about dreams that he had written about right at the turn of the century were that dreams were the symbolically disguised fulfillment of repressed wishes. Okay, that's Freud's dream theory in a nutshell. So G.W. Dunn sort of fit his theory into Freud's by saying, well, Freud would say that we're reaching to our past. I mean, our dreams are full of things from our past, basically, but jumbled up and rearranged. Freud, would say that we are expressing our repressed wishes in this disguised fashion, using these symbols and using things drawn from our past memories, but juxtaposed in new ways. Okay. Dunn accepted that basic thesis, but said, well, instead of just reaching into our future. And so some of the things that haven't happened yet. Okay. I lost my train of thought. But
so Freud's basic idea was that dreams were wishes of the subconscious mind, or desires that we're not aware of consciously, but that exist deep down within us.
Yes.
And Dunn kind of took this and said, this somehow has to do with the future. How does it have to do? What is
just
it?
That what he said was that like I said, he accepted the idea that dreams are wishes that are disguised somehow. But he's saying that the disguises are built from events that are happening in our future as well as the past. Now we can move beyond that and say that I think that he kind of got it backwards. And what I argue in my book on dreams and in my first book, Time Lapse, is that in fact Freud was wrong about the function of dreams, that they don't have to do with repressed wishes. That the function that really is precognition, that we are reaching into our future, and it's helping as a guidance system to the individual, and that we're using materials from our past to help represent those future thoughts and future experiences.
We're using experiences from our past,
memories
from our past to process events that are going to happen.
To represent, like, imagine a dream is like a little diorama or like a little tableau or whatever. Okay. And you take this old friend or this old coworker and your mom and stuff like that and put them together like little action figures and then like a tableau and make them do things. That story of the dream. Freud said it was a repressed wish that you were acting out. I'm suggesting that it's acting out important realizations, important experiences in your future is what those memories are helping represent in your dreams.
That's wild.
But when you start first of all,
I've had some crazy dreams that I hope never happen.
Well, of course, yeah. This is its whole topic. People who start going down the rabbit hole of precognitive dreams, there's a fear component there because everybody has negative dreams and dreams about awful things happening to yourself or to your kids or whatever, and they go, oh my God, I hope that's not a precognitive dream. I'll say right off the top that most, dreams do not come true literally. Okay, these are, again, they're symbolic, mostly symbolic representations of things that are going to happen. Like even in Nabokov's case, this was not a literal dream of him getting, a check, $150,000 check from Stanley Kubrick. It was a dream of Harry, of his uncle Vasily, this rich man, who had died, decades earlier, returning to him as circus performers. There was no movie industry at the time when he had the dream. Circus performers, that's the nearest thing to movie industry executives, or people in the movie industry, and named, Harry and Kuvirkin again, which is incredibly close to Harris and Kubrick. And in fact, Kuvirkin is Kubrick in English. It's like
right.
Yeah. So but that's an example of how dreams, they symbolically represent events in the future. But there are exceptions. There are exceptions that are what I call video quality. Precognitive dreams or something that will happen in the next day or 2 or years sometimes. But most of them are symbolically twisted, distorted. But that makes the topic easy to debunk, or easier for debunkers and skeptics to say, how can you prove that this dream is about this event or whatever?
And dreams are often very hard to remember.
Yeah.
Right? It makes me wonder, is that the fact that dreams are often very hard to remember unless you really focus hard after you wake up, or unless it's a really good dream that's like unforgettable, is that by design that there's some barrier there to us accessing our dreams after we're conscious?
No, I don't think there's a barrier, but that's a great question. And it's kind of one of the big ironies of dreaming, because if you ask any modern or most modern dream researchers, the consensus that has sort of formed around dreaming and why we dream is that dreams are making new memories. Okay, the idea is that they take daily experience that is held in short-term memory, and then at night during REM, especially, but during other modes of sleep, that stuff in short-term memory is getting shunted into long-term memory. And
backing up your hard drive.
Not just backing up. You're sort of creating. You're sort of cleaning out your I don't know what the word is in
your RAM, your
desktop, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Right, and you're moving,
desktop.
Right, yeah, and you're moving that into the longer term storage.
Okay,
right. That's the basic idea.
Okay.
Well, I basically agree with that. I think that dreams are making new memories. I just think that they're making memories based on future experiences as well as past experiences, not just past experiences. So that at night in REM, we are mashing up, what happened, maybe, things that happened, yesterday with things that are happening tomorrow. And because that idea is so impossible or counterintuitive, that nobody even pays attention to that idea. We have, when you start doing precognitive dream work, you start noticing, oh, fuck, I'm not necessarily every night, but I'm able to identify all these elements of my dream that crop up in the next day or two. And this is happening all the time, and we're just not attuned to it. If you don't have a concept of precognition or any idea that time may not be as simple as we like to believe since the Enlightenment, you just won't even look for it.
So what is this protocol that Dunn came up with to recognize or to do this dream work?
His protocol boils down to 2 steps, and that is record your dreams, record all of them in a dated journal in detail. Now, anyone who's interested in dreams, whether they're interested in Freudian or Jungian, or there's all kinds of ways of approaching your dreams. A lot of metaphysical approaches to dream interpretation. Anyone's going to say you have to record your dreams. I mean, if you're interested in dreams, you got to record them. That's number one. But his second step, and it's actually my third step. I add a new step in the middle, but his second step is so write your dreams down in the morning and then set them aside. Then at the end of every day, go back and look at your dreams from that morning and the previous couple mornings, and just reflect on like any similarities that you notice between the events that intervened, over the course of a few days during the your life, and what you reported in your dreams. Now, he was living in a time before there was computers and hard drives, and one's written records of dreams would quickly be too massive to deal with. I mean, you can't compare every dream, every experience you've had in your life to every dream you've had over the course of your life. Right. So he recommended just tossing out the dream records after a couple of days. So just look at the last few days. Nowadays it's easier to keep longer term dream records. You can keep them searchable. I've kept dream journals for decades, even long before I even knew about premonition. You can search them on hard drive, whatever. So this is the other aspect, getting back to the biographical thing of how I got interested in this. Yeah. Around the time I was reading Sam and Dunn and so on, I was realizing, I've had these dreams before. I had a dream the night before 9/11.
You did?
Yeah. I had, I had other dreams that were just stunningly what I dreamed about, or some variant of it would happen the next day.
What was your dream before 9/11?
So I dreamed on the morning of 9/11. This would have been about 3 hours before the events. It was one of my last dreams before waking up. And those are typically the ones that are easiest to remember. Those are the ones, if you remember any dreams at all, you really remember the last dream you had.
Because you're kind of awake.
Yeah, I kind of sound awake. So the dream was this. It's not on the surface going to sound that compelling, but just wait. I was driving down a certain street in my hometown in Lakewood, Colorado. It's a suburb of Denver. And I was living, at that point, I had just moved a week before to Vienna, Virginia, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. Okay. But dreamed about this street near where I grew up. And on this certain part of the street, I drove past two identical buildings with corrugated facades, a gray corrugated facade. And somehow these buildings were mosques. Now, I'd never once dreamed about anything to do with Islam or mosques or whatever. But I dreamed about these two identical corrugated facades, very square, a pair of them. Okay, they've been mosques, right? And I drove past them. Okay, and I got up and I wrote this dream down. It doesn't seem very remarkable. They weren't tall towers, but they were squat, very square, pair of them, and they had that kind of. In fact, I think I wrote down they looked like corduroy, kind of gray corduroy. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so the events of 9/11 happened. Didn't even think about this dream until the next day. I looked at my dream record and I started thinking about it. Well, actually, I didn't. I thought that's weird because that pair of buildings, the same gray facade, and the fact that they were mosques, and then all of a sudden, the media chatter was all about Islam and Islamic terrorists and stuff like that. But I didn't know what to make of it. It's not like I didn't dream. Like a lot of people had literal dreams of towers falling and explosions in New York. A lot of people had those dreams in the days before 9/11. But this wasn't obviously precognitive. But then when I went back to this, after having read Dunn's book and having being more open to the topic of precognition, I realized all you have to do is pre-associate. That was Freud's method for interpreting the dream. Was you take every element of the dream and just think, that's the first thing it reminds me of. Okay. And free associating on this dream, oh shit. So the certain place in my dream where these buildings were. In fact, in actual fact, it was a little, what's there, it's still there, is this little old, like one-story office building where my father had his psychology practice for like just like a year when I was in, I think in junior high school or around that time. And I have one association to that building, and the time he was in that office was that he had to be called late one night by a patient who was having a suicidal crisis. This patient was on the verge of committing suicide. He had to go to that office to meet this patient and help talk him out of suicide. Okay, so that's interesting because that's an association to suicide. Additionally, to the association to Islam and those corrugated facades and all that. So it's like all the big parts of that 9/11 were like mashed up into this little dream diorama that was meaningful to me. I mean, it wouldn't be meaningful to anybody else.
Right.
Your dreams are all about you and your thoughts and your experiences and your associations from childhood on up. But it's not that's not going to be super convincing to someone who's not a believer in precognition, which most people aren't, and B, to anyone who thinks you have to interpret your dreams symbolically. I mean, Freud went out about the middle of the last century because scientists didn't find his approach compelling. They say how can anyone prove this dream means that if you have to symbolically decode it? Okay,
Right.
so there's that problem. But
And there's the problem of recording them too. Like you can't just say, "Oh, I had this dream."
Right.
You have to have evidence that you recorded it.
and that's why John was so adamant you have to record your dreams. But anyway, so that's just one example. But I had a lot even more compelling examples where the event that happened the next day was, obviously what I had dreamed the night before. But tons of people had these dreams about 9/11. I mean, there's one of the examples that I've used in all my books is a painter, and this is a painter who lived outside of London, probably not still alive yet. He was old. He was already retired when he had his dream. On September 11th, 1996, he had a dream about two towers crumbling in New York. Now, he had already had lots of precognitive dreams about IRA bombings and plane crashes and stuff like that. And so he knew he had already developed sort of a method where he would have the dream and he would paint it. He was an artist, and so he would actually paint his dreams in watercolors. And then he would go to his local Barclays bank where they had a clock, they had a clock with the date, and so he would have himself photographed at his bank under the clock, showing the date, just to prove, to put a date stamp on his dream. Okay. All right, so on 9/11, 1996.
He did this?
Yeah.
In 1996, he took the picture?
Yeah, you can see the picture.
Holy cow.
But a few months later, he had another dream about the same event with planes crashing. Okay. And he also, I guess, drew that. I don't have that photograph. But
is it online, you think?
Yeah, it's online.
Who's this guy?
Okay, his name is blanking on his name. It'll come to me.
Okay.
Anyway, So when 9/11 happens, he's astounded and kind of terrified, frankly, that he had such an accurate dream about this event. But tons of people did. And that fact that he had it on 9/11, 5 years earlier, is also extremely common. People who do this, who start to study study their own precognitive dreams, find that they, either they'll dream about something that happens in the next few days. Sometimes it's longer, but significant events in their lives, they may dream about exactly 1 year earlier or exactly multiple years on the same date. It's something that I call calendrical resonance. And it's very common when you start to record your dreams and keep a dated dream journal over multiple years. People who do this find that there is something about dates. There's some way in which we unconsciously keep track of dates. And, it's a very common phenomenon. It's like you suddenly feel sad on a certain day. And then you look at your calendar and go, oh, this is the day that my dad died, 3 years ago. And like I wasn't consciously aware of it, but, the date, the anniversary, our unconscious keeps track of it. Well, I think it works in reverse too. And it is, a certain date might prime us or pre-mind us about an event that's going to happen in our future on that date and prompt a dream. I've worked with other frequent precognitive dreamers who knew the same thing in their dream journals.
And wasn't there another guy who was an artist who was actually had rented a space in one of the towers?
Yes. This is the first chapter of my new book, From Nowhere, is about artists and writers, So his name is Michael Richards, but this is not the Michael Richards, the comedian.
Right.
Michael Rolando Richards. He's a Jamaican American sculptor, and he was sort of a rising star in kind of the New York art world in the 1990s and approaching the millennium. And he made a lot of very striking sculptures. So he was black, very, his sculptures were all about the struggles of a black artist in a white dominant art world. And his sculptures were all on the themes of aviation, and so he was really compelled by aviation. But he would do these sculptural self-portraits where he was in the flight suit of a Tuskegee Airman. Now, the Tuskegee Airmen in World War II were black pilots who flew in World War II and distinguished themselves in World War II. But the name Tuskegee also calls to mind the Tuskegee experiment. Right. You know about that. So it's like it was kind of a double meaning there for Michael Richards. But anyway, he would do these sculptural self-portraits.
Find Michael Richards' portraits.
Yeah, look up Tar Baby versus Saint Sebastian.
Oh wait, this is you find the other guy.
I think
no, that's not.
Tar Baby versus
Tar Baby versus Saint Sebastian. Anyway, he painted these self-portraits as a Tuskegee Airman, often where he had like parachuted to the ground or where he crashed to the ground. And in this one case, in 1999, he made this sculpture of himself in bronze, levitating off the ground, impaled by all these airplanes. Okay, now he at the time. In 2001, he became part of what is called the World Views program, where the World Trade Center gave some of its unused office spaces to artists. Like there'd be for like 6 months. And anyway, he was.
Oh yeah, I was watching a video about this on Twitter.
And so he was working in his studio. Actually, he'd spent the night in his studio. He was the only one in his group, his cohort of like 15 artists, who had spent the night of September 10th in his studio. And he was killed on the morning of 9/11 martyred by planes. So he's like, here, he's a self-portrait of himself as a saint, martyred by planes. So, but my book is full of examples like this. I mean, this is a particularly striking one, but this happens all the time. I mean, this is what I'm trying to get people to take seriously in my work, is that precognition is not real. I mean, people kind of imagine, well, okay, maybe it happens occasionally, or maybe certain things like 9/11 are so awful that they somehow ripple through space-time and can cause what have precognitive dreams. But the fact is, 99% of precognitive dreams are about like the sink action at work the next day, or some relatively trivial event in your own life.
There's so many crazy examples of people predicting 9/11. It's so freaky. There's remember the X-Files episode? I think it was a pilot of an X-Files.
Lone Gunman was a spin-off series. A pilot episode of the Lone Gunman spin-off series was about some faction in the government, trying to remote control planes into the World Trade Center. But there's a million other examples too. And chapter 1 of my new book is full of these examples about 9/11. It focuses mainly on Michael Richards, but yeah, a ton of people have these dreams. Same with the Titanic. I mean, people, if you know anything about precognition, you might know that in 1898, a sea adventure writer named Morgan Robertson wrote a novel called Futility, which was about the biggest ocean liner ever, named the Titan, which hits an iceberg on an April night and sinks, and almost all the passengers die because there's too few lifeboats. So it's like exactly what happened 14 years later, in reality. But
this is real?
This is totally real, and totally, and he wasn't the only one. I mean, people know, if they know anything about, premonitions of the Titanic disaster, they may have heard that story. But tons of people had dreams about it.
Titan. If you wanted to find that, it would be called what? Titan story, written in
Morgan Robertson. Futility is the name of the novel.
Morgan Futility novel.
Robertson. I don't think there's going to be an interesting picture of it. I mean, yeah, it was republished. Okay, so the publisher republished it as the wreck of the Titan because they're trying to capitalize on the Titanic disaster.
Oh,
so they reissued it in 1912. And
scroll down, see. Oh, you're not. Okay, what's that say? It features a fictional British ocean liner named the Titan that sinks in the North Atlantic Ocean after striking an iceberg. The Titan and its sinking are famous for similarities to the passenger ship Titanic after it sank 14 years later. That's freaky. What to you is the most compelling premonition or precognitive experience that was documented, like a dream that was actually documented and proof that it happened later?
Well, as far as dreams, I love the Vladimir Nabokov story. I just think that's wild. And one of the things that it shows is that precognitive dreams can be very long range. I mean, they can span decades in a person's life. Okay, I'll give you two examples of very compelling dreams. One that anyone can look up, and one that I've written about in my precognitive dream book that's from a friend of mine who's highly precognitive. One of the famous public one that people don't realize is a precognitive dream is Sigmund Freud's most famous dream. And it's the dream that gave him the theory of, to him, the idea that dreams were disguised fulfillment of repressed wishes. It was a dream that he had in 1895, where he was, he dreamed this. He was staying outside of Vienna at like a summer villa, whatever, he and his wife lived. And he has this dream that there's a party, and a bunch of his friends, doctor friends, are at this party, and this one patient of his is at this party. And he goes up to her, and she's reluctant. She won't open her mouth or talk. And he finally compels her to open her mouth. And he looks in her mouth and he sees white patches on the back of her mouth, and scabs, a bunch of scabs. And he can somehow see the bones inside her nose by looking at her mouth. Some other things happen in the dream, and he sort of interpreted this dream as being about sort of medical malpractice issues that were happening in his sphere. Because the doctors in the dream all were like having these, one of them had killed or nearly killed a patient. He himself had nearly killed a patient. And so he was having all these sort of anxieties and doubts about his work. And he interpreted this, the woman in actuality did not have any of these physical symptoms. She was a hysteric. She had hysterical symptoms. That's what was common at the time. What we would now call depression, probably. But he interpreted this dream, yes, the dream of Irma's injection. So he interpreted this dream as being about his wish that he be blameless in all these medical malpractice issues, including the fact that Irma, that's not her real name, had not gotten better from his treatment. One of the people in the dream had told him the night before that she was not better from his, and he was feeling a lot of anxiety about himself as a physician and so on. But okay, so fast forward, let's see, this was 1923, so like almost 3 decades, like 28 years. He is diagnosed with an oral cancer. All right. The doctors found white patches called leukoplakia. People who smoke a lot often develop an oral precancerous condition called leukoplakia, and that's what he had because he smoked cigars. He was like a big cigar smoker. They had to do these like really horrible surgeries. I mean, this is like 1923. It's like where he had to cut away these parts inside his mouth, and it left him with these huge scabs. Right? And then they ultimately had to cut out his palate, all right, inside his mouth, and then put it in this. And so every day he had to be fitted with, or had to put in this wooden denture, which made him unable to open his mouth or speak. So all these elements that he was seeing in Irma's mouth in that dream were true of him. The white patches, the scabs, the bones in the nose. If you take out your palate, you can look inside the mouth and see up into your nose.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. You recorded this dream right after it happened?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes up like 14 pages of his book, The Interpretation of Dreams, and it was his interpretation of free associating all the elements of his dream. But he didn't believe in precognition, and he didn't, it never even crossed his mind. This was about something that was going to happen in nearly 3 decades in his life. I mean, who's going to think about that when they record a dream? So he's interpreting this dream all in terms of his sort of contemporary situation in his past, not his future. So that's one of them. It's very striking, and also Irma in the dream can't open her mouth or talk. Well, that is in fact what happened to him after he had to wear this denture every day for the last 15 years of his life. Another very compelling dream example comes from a friend of mine named Toby Watcher. She has a whole chapter in my book, Precognitive Dream Working on Himself, because this is just such a mind-blowing experience. So this happened when she was in college in the University of Colorado in Boulder. She was living in a basement sort of apartment, like group house kind of basement situation with a bunch of other people. And she had these recurring dreams about this kid that she'd known like in second or third grade. Like this kid, like she'd moved away from that city years earlier, never seen or thought about that kid. Just one random kid from grade school. But she had this dream, this recurring dream over the course of, I don't know, a few weeks, I guess, of this kid, and she was trying to kill him with a certain weapon, okay? And she kept having these awful dreams, and they were like really disturbing and distressing. And she, whether because of the dreams exactly, or just because she was going through depression or whatever, she had to leave school for like a semester or whatever. It was really kind of a bad, phase in her life. Okay, so fast forward, like a couple of decades later, she had another dream about this kid. I won't go into the details of the dream, but then 10 years later, and this is in 2018, she had another dream related to this kid. Now, in 2018, she was able to do a Google search. This is something that she couldn't obviously have done back in 1988, but she had the original dream. And so she Google searched this guy, and she discovers terrible news that he had been murdered in exactly the way she had been in 1988, and and at the date of the murder, she had been, like me, she'd been keeping a detailed dream journal for years and years by this point. She happened to be interested in dreams, was interested in Carl Jung, stuff like that. The date of his murder was exactly the date of that second in-between dream that she'd had, like about 20 years after the initial dreams. It was not the same year, it was exactly the same date of the year. And okay, so that it gets better. So it occurred to her, like, so she's like, what the fuck is going on here? So she, among other things, decided to Google her classmates that year at the University of Colorado Boulder. And one of those classmates was me. I was one of her housemates. She was a friend of my girlfriend. And we had completely lost touch after college. She did not know, and what she found out when she Googled me, she thought that I was an anthropologist because I had gone off to graduate school after college. Well, she did not know that I had been writing about precognition and had just published, like literally a couple days earlier, I had published my first book, Time Loops. So she, or she reads my blog, orders the book, and like discovers, holy shit, I'm a precog. That was the next word for someone who has recurring precognitive experiences. And she suddenly realized that a lot of her dreams, she'd been chalking it up to synchronicity. That's the term that if nobody knows the word precognition, they'll think, oh, this is synchronicity somehow. So she had all these dreams that would come true the next few days or later. Anyway, so she then reached out to me, and then we started sort of working together, figuring all this out. But it was a mind-blowing experience for her, mind-blowing for me as well. In fact, it kind of prompted me to write the dream work. It was part of what prompted me to write the dream work. But amazing experience, and she's very, very smart about this whole topic. She had already sort of figured out a lot of aspects of precognitive dreaming and how precognition works. And so she's been an influence on me.
Are there any records of precognitive experience, like conscious thoughts, not dreams? Because I had something like this happen to me a week ago.
Oh, okay.
Craziest thing I've ever I was telling everybody about it. My wife's blown away. So there's a guy, one of my dad's close friends, he's been friends with for 30 years. They work together at the post office. I've known this guy my whole life, right? One of my dad's close golf buddies. He's called me maybe 4 times in my whole life for various reasons. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Maybe to borrow my golf clubs or something to go golfing with my dad, whatever. 4 times in the 25 years I can remember knowing him. Mm-hmm. I was driving home one day from the studio, and I was thinking about something, and for some reason I was thinking about people's reaction to something that I was going to do, right? And this guy's voice popped into my head, and I was thinking of, how would this guy react to this? And I never really think about him either. He's not a guy I think about often. And I was I heard his voice reacting to something that I knew he was because I knew I was going to see him sometime in the next couple of weeks or whatever. And I was imagining what his reaction would be to seeing this thing. And I had his voice in my head, imagining what his reaction would be. 3 seconds later, he calls me. And I was just in my pants. I was like, this is so crazy. And I was telling my wife about it. I'm like, did anything like this happen to you? And I don't know how to explain it. But have you ever heard any stories like that?
All the time. It happens all the time. And the moment, the thing is, it's going to start happening all the time to you now that you know about this stuff.
Yeah.
Because
that's the
starts happening.
It's a cycle. Yeah.
It's the thing that we just don't pay attention to. These things happen all the time. And because we don't have a cultural concept for it, it's not part of our upbringing. Kids, all the time to little kids. My little kids have these, they say, oh, this thing is going to happen. And then it happens. And it's but it happens all the time, but it gets socialized out of us. Because most people, kid, yeah, right. It's socialized out of us to even talk about these things.
Yeah.
And so we wind up growing up in a society that just doesn't accept that this kind of thing happens at all. If we grew up in almost any other society at any other time on Earth, it would be totally accepted.
Right.
Ours is literally the only culture on Earth that doesn't believe that dreams sometimes foretell the future. And yes, it always happens in waking states. People are most aware of it in dreams because the most famous stories are from dreams. But it happens all the time, exactly what the kind of thing you're describing. Just kind of comes into your head. And that's what the new book is about. Because I'm talking about inspiration. The idea of ideas that come from nowhere. The title of it is From Nowhere. Thoughts that just pop in our head. For artists, they pay attention to those things. That's where they get their ideas. The muse, or different cultures have had different words for it. Yeah, the Greeks had a lot of words for it.
Yeah,
the muse is the demon is one word, but. And every culture has ideas about where ideas come from. It may be from the Lord, it may be from the gods, maybe from the muses or spirits, spirit world, whatever. I mean, every culture has theories about this. I know you've had Diana Pasulka on your show, and she writes about tech people who think that they get ideas from the non-human intelligences behind the phenomenon. That's a new kind of variant of a very old idea that that our thoughts come from some external, source in the spirit world or whatever.
Yeah, there are people talk about a protocol you can follow where you can open up a portal to channel some sort of download, right? Some sort of creative download or inspirational download that can help them in what they're trying to ultimately achieve. Stephen Pressfield writes about this too. He has a book called The War of Art. He talks about channeling the muse. He's a writer, and he talks about, he spent his whole life writing, and talks about how he was a failed writer most of his life until he came up with The War of Art. And the muse, essentially, he talks about showing up to work every day, sitting down and putting pen to paper. And he goes, every day, because I have to sit down and have to start writing every day. I don't know when the muse is going to show up, but all I know is I have to be disciplined to sit down, start writing, and then maybe an hour later, maybe 2 hours later, the muse will arrive. But you have to sit down and do the work first. And he also talks about a thing called he talks about what's the word he uses for it? It's distractions or something. Anyways, he talks about all the things in life that are meant that try to distract you from achieving that, right? Like whatever it is, like distractions or doing other things. And, it's really hard to channel that thing. Anyways, like you said, people have been talking about this, throughout history.
Right. Well, what I'm arguing in the new book is that, I'm not going to say it's not spirits or the Lord or non-human intelligence, but most of the time it's your own self. It's your future self. That's you are tapping into things that are going to happen in your future, and that's where your best ideas are coming from. They're coming from the future, and exactly the same way it works in dreams. But you asked about it happening in waking life. Well, that's the way it happens for most. I mean, some artists, certainly get their ideas from dreams, but they're most are getting them in this sort of inspired states, or the muse, or however you want to describe it. And there's, so there's a million compelling examples of people channeling their future in their art. I mean, we already saw Michael Richards. Let me give you another example, a beautiful example of this that I just learned about this a few weeks ago after I finished the book, so I couldn't give you the book. But this was a guy named, I can give you his actual name, Kevin Archer, because he wrote a blog post about it. Really beautiful little blog post. Where I had known him, or we had been communicating a few years ago, because after Time Loops, he sent me some of his precognitive dreams. He had a few really interesting precognitive dreams. I used one of them as an example in my dream book. But he, this story is not a dream. this starts when he was 10. Okay, he was in school, and he's in England, and I'm not sure exactly what grade that equates to in the English school system, but he was. I guess it was the last year of primary school or whatever. His teacher assigned the class to imagine that they were some ancestor of theirs in any kind of historical period, and to just write a story about being that ancestor. So, okay, so this guy's name is Archer, and he said he'd always wondered about where that name came from. Okay, so he writes this story. He's just thinking this up. He writes this story where he's a bowman, an archer on a medieval battle. Okay, and he sort of describes the armor he was wearing, describes the scene of the battle and all that, and describes that this ancestor of his, describes how he prevailed as a bowman so successfully that the king said, from now on you must call yourself Archer. Okay. So, okay, the teacher apparently talked to his parents and said this was such a good story. I felt like I was transported into medieval time. Okay, so fast forward 40 years. Okay, he's now about 50, and his young daughter is asking about her heritage. And so again, he's now at an age where you can look these things up on the internet rather than which wasn't the case, so he starts doing genealogy research, or not even doing genealogy research. He just immediately finds online that one of his distant cousins had been doing the genealogy of his family and had a vast spreadsheet of the Archer family. Okay. Well, the very first entry of this spreadsheet he sends in is the story of this bowman in Henry V's army at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415. And this ancestor was named Simon de Bois. All right. And if you know anything about the Battle of Agincourt, it was won partly because of the English bowmen. They were vastly outnumbered by the French in this forest or near forest. But their bowmen were superior, and that the archers sort of won the day. And it's a very famous battle, and Shakespeare's Henry V, the famous speech, we band of brothers, that comes from Shakespeare's story about the Battle of Agincourt and Henry V. Anyway, so the very first cell in this spreadsheet about this guy's genealogy explains how Simon de Bois, was so successful as an archer or as a bowman in the Battle of Agincourt, but Henry V awarded him an annual stipend of 5 marks or whatever, which was pretty good salary, on the condition that he changed his name to Archer. Huh. Okay. So it's exactly what he wrote about randomly at age 10. Now, he, like any person who's at all skeptical, and you should be skeptical of these stories, he immediately reached out to his parents and said, "Did you guys know any of this history about our name? Have you ever told me this? Am I just imagining that I didn't know this at the time?" And they were just as new to them as it was to him. He never knew this history. And there's an added detail to it. A lot of people are going to hear that story and think, "Oh well, maybe he's the reincarnation of Simon de Bois or something like that." Okay.
Oh yeah, he was remembering a previous life.
Yeah, okay.
That's what Frankel talks about there.
Well, in his subsequent to this, he learned that story about the origin of the name Archer happening after the Battle of Agincourt is false. That actually the family name Archer originates some few decades before that battle, but it wasn't that story at all. Really? So it's not. He wasn't remembering some past life, because that was actually kind of fictional, or it was a fiction that he wrote, or a bit of kind of legend or folklore.
Right. Interesting.
So, but he was pre-cognitive in his inspired moment, or he wasn't inspired. He was just forced to write a story in school, and so kind of what emerges under his pen as he's writing is this amazing learning experience he would have for decades in his future about his ancestry. It's just a lovely example of what I think happens all the time when artists are working, whether it's getting that kind of random out of the blue, this new idea comes landing in your head, or whether you're just doing what you described, which is just kind of the work of sitting down and forcing yourself to work. I'll give you another example that I think some people are going to raise their eyebrows at this, and I would love to hear people's reactions to this. So I was watching. So I'm obviously, when I read artist biographies now, or when I learn about an artist's process, I'm always kind of looking for possible examples. And so I was, a couple of years ago when it came out, I was one of those people just utterly blown away by Get Back, the Peter Jackson series about the Beatles and their creation of the Let It Be. And I don't know if you saw the series, but it begins with Paul McCartney kind of noodling on his bass, the first strains of what the song became, Get Back, and he's kind of noodling, and over the first few days, this is about a rehearsal. They're kind of rehearsing for what they think is going to be a live show, and it's just it's. On the surface, it's kind of boring, but the fact that these are the Beatles, and if you grew up with the Beatles and are awe of the Beatles, it's amazing to watch this, and it's the best, it's the best document of artistic creation that's ever been put on film. It's a phenomenal show, and it's just this footage of them in the studio jamming essentially, and you're watching these songs come together, essentially as you're watching. So anyway, so on January 7th, 1969, which is when the show starts, Paul McCartney is noodling this idea. He's the only line he has is get back, to where you once belonged. So, and then over the next 2 days, it sort of evolves a little, and it's this idea of they're JoJo, something about JoJo. And then JoJo, somehow he lives in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. JoJo, get back, JoJo. They're just kind of they're all kind of just playing around with this idea and whatever. And then on January 10th morning, there's a book, by the way, that goes with this film, so you can read the transcript, and it's amazing. So on the morning of January 10th, 1969, they're noodling this idea. John Lennon tosses out there, but he knew it wouldn't last. Okay, there's another new line in the song. Okay, so that day at lunch, George Harrison leaves the band. He walks out. He stands up. He's so exasperated with all the disagreements between his band members, a lot of frictions. Paul's being very bossy, and he feels George is just feeling unappreciated. So he walks out. He says, "See you around the pubs." So that's the big cliffhanger ending of the first episode of Peter Jackson's series. And so what transpires is over the following week, the other three Beatles all the four Beatles had to convene at Ringo's house to convince George to get back. And JoJo sounds a lot like George. And Harrison sounds a lot like Arizona. So I think
Harrison sounds like what?
Arizona. I mean, the only words he had at this point were JoJo and Arizona. So, is this precognition on the part of Paul? Is he kind of channeling this kind of important upheaval that's about to happen in his life, that George Harrison's going to walk out of the band and they're going to have to do some real do something big to convince George to get back to where he once belonged, But there's more irony here. That line, get back to where you once belonged," actually came from a song that George had written called Sour Milk Soup. And it was a song about getting out of situations that you don't want to be in because they're not satisfying. And he'd just written this song and he actually given it to another artist to record. So basically, Paul McCartney had essentially stole this idea from George, who was already disgruntled about get back to where he once belonged, and then creates this song. And of course, it never would have occurred to any of the Beatles that that's what the song was about. They kind of the song then evolved, and they even thought, well, maybe it was somehow about immigration and stuff. There's a lot of theories, whatever. And then there's another character they added. All that. None of this would have ever been conscious. But I just find it really uncanny that Paul McCartney has this idea, or telling someone to get back. It's just telling someone named JoJo, get back, JoJo, get back, JoJo, get back to where he once belonged.
That's fast.
And then in literally 3 days, that he was in that situation of having to convince George to get back to where he once belonged.
Right.
So anyway, it's an example. It's not one of the main examples in my book because I think people are going to go, yeah, But if you're at all open to the suggestion I'm making that inspiration and creativity might often involve these kind of precognitive, upheavals in our future.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's is it any way this precognitive or this precognition? Is there any ties that you've found to remote viewing? Because I had this guy on here a couple times. Mr. Morehouse was on the show, and he was overseas training, and I think he was an Army Ranger. And anyways, he got shot in the head by a stray bullet, and he was wearing a helmet, luckily, and crazy concussion, knocked unconscious, had a severe head trauma. Came back in to see a psychiatrist, and they decided to do a bunch of tests on him, and then they submitted him to Project Stargate in the CIA to do remote viewing. And he came on here and he walked us through how they do remote viewing and the whole protocol. And it's crazy because it's not something you can really measure or duplicate, with the scientific, doesn't path scientific method muster. But it's insane that our government would spend so much money on it if it wasn't real.
Oh, it's totally real. I mean, the question,
this is the whole battle between science and supernatural.
The thing is, it's not it's not supernatural. This is just an uncharacterized factor of human cognition. And we don't know how it works because we are stuck with Enlightenment models of causation and causality that really were inherited from the Enlightenment, but they are really outweighing their usefulness. I'll say a couple things. Yeah, the remote viewing stuff is fascinating. There's an argument about whether remote viewers, there's the sort of mental model we all have with remote viewing, or clairvoyance, as it's sometimes called, as somehow seeing things across space, right? Seeing things that are happening simultaneously with us, but they're happening, in another room or another country, or seeing into that closed envelope. Okay,
they can also go across time.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
And there are great examples from remote viewers where they're actually seeing things that haven't happened yet. Paul Smith is another remote viewer who's in this program, and he writes several fascinating examples of, in one case, it was the end of the day on Friday, he gets this, he has a mental image of a missile striking a ship in some desert, off of some desert country. And it somehow was accidental, but on purpose, kind of weird, which wasn't corresponding to anything that was going on in the world at that time. So he just kind of filed it. That Monday, one of his colleagues called him, saying, "Have you looked at the news today?" And it was the strike on the USS Stark in the Persian Gulf, and it was, I think it was Iran, or I forget, it was Iran, struck the ship, and it was supposedly accidental, but there was an idea that motive behind it. Anyway, so he was seeing this event that it was about to happen in the future. But there is a debate among people who study this stuff whether maybe remote viewing is all precognition. That is to say, if you're going to get feedback in the future, if you're going to learn the truth in the future, are you in fact seeing across space? Are you seeing into that envelope, or are you seeing your future moment when the contents of the envelope are revealed and you get that excitement that, oh, I was right, it was this thing. Are you seeing that moment in time in biography? So this is a disputed thing, and a lot of remote viewers would push back on that. But yeah, but some argue that that's what it is. Like Edwin May has argued compellingly that it's really all precognition. I think Russell Targ too has always kind of suspected that it might be precognition, and so this is a debate in the field of remote viewing.
I would imagine that they still, if this stuff, there's so much evidence and there's been studies on it, like you pointed out earlier, that it has to be being still used to some extent if it was used, like that in the 80s and the 90s. Yeah.
The question is, though, that if it is precognition, that changes its value in intelligence gathering, because if you can always, the feedback you get can always be false, right? I mean, you can get, feedback from the news, but the news story might be wrong. So if you're precognizing like a news story or precognizing information that you get that may be manufactured or fictional, because a lot of what people precognize is fictional things, TV shows like Bottom of the Buckeye. Who's recognizing scenes in TV shows that you just want to watch. People often precognize movies. I've got tons of examples in my book of precognizing some breaking scene in a movie I watched the next day.
Is there any way to focus it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, some people would say definitely. Another person who studies precognition, she's a neuroscientist, Julia Mossbridge. I don't know if you've heard her name. She's very much about developing ways to focus this, using sort of the remote viewing style protocols to focus your precognition. So certainly there are ways to focus it. I've not been so interested in focusing it. I'm not really in the end that interested in developing precognition as some kind of new superpower or whatever. I think I'm more interested in what it reveals about just spontaneous precognition, what it reveals about what I call the long self. That is to say, the fact that we are four-dimensional creatures extending through time, and somehow we are in contact with those future moments. The same way we're in contact with our past via memory. I just think precognition is just memory. It's all memory. So memory goes in both directions. It doesn't just go in one direction. I wanted to say one of the reasons that people have such a mental block about this stuff, it goes back to the Enlightenment. One of the rules of science, modern science, when it was first emerging in the 17th century, was that you had to banish anything that had to do with God. They had to keep God out of it. They were looking for naturalistic explanation for phenomena. So one of the things that they threw out in the bathwater, basically, with God was teleology. It's called teleology. Now, teleology is the idea of causes running in reverse. We would now call it retrocausation. That's the term that physicists now use. Causes running in temporal reverse. That is to say, something in the future affecting something in the past. Okay, we usually think of causes going forward in time.
Right.
But
effect happening first, cause happening later.
Exactly. Yeah, an effect happening before a cause. Right. Okay. So at that time, teleology was just assumed to be like, if you were talking about teleology, you were automatically talking about God's plan, right? And so teleology got thrown out of science because it was not fair bringing God into the equation. And if you're talking about causes running backwards in time, you were implicitly at that time talking about God's divine plan. Right?
Okay.
So now, so the idea, the presumption that causes only run in one direction, it worked fine in science for a couple centuries, but then almost exactly a century ago, physicists discovered that on the small scales in nature, and we're talking about quantum scales, doesn't quite work. That there's this element that's always been called randomness, or indeterminacy, or uncertainty. Okay, and so quantum physics for the last century has been about this component of causation that cannot be predicted from past events, from prior events. Now you have all these interpretations of quantum of this. Okay, there's a lot of different interpretations. You've got the Copenhagen interpretation. You have the many worlds interpretation. You have like a lot of different sort of competing interpretations of what it means that certain things cannot be predicted from a chain of prior causes. And one of the theories is retrocausation. Well, wait a minute. Maybe causes are propagating from the future to the past as well as from the past to the future. Maybe that's what accounts for this thing we're calling randomness. Now, one of the most influential figures in early quantum mechanics was Niels Bohr, and he was a very brilliant man and very sort of powerful personality, and he sort of dominated the conversation, like in the early years of quantum physics. And he sort of convinced people that it's just random, and you have to accept that the world is random on the smallest scales in nature, and we have to just accept it. There's no reason for it, and that you've probably heard the idea of wave functions collapsing, the collapse of the wave function. This is kind of a core mystery in quantum physics. Is like things are they're mostly unpredictable until you make a measurement, and then things take on a solid reality. These kind of things behave as
double slit experiments,
double slit, all that, yeah. And sort of there's this mystery of what happens when you make a measurement or something, and that from that there's a popular idea that somehow it's observation itself that collapses the wave function, and maybe it has to do with our consciousness or something like that. Right. That's one. It's not a mainstream idea in physics, but that's been taken up by, certainly by people in the New Age and stuff. It's an appealing idea that somehow it's our minds that are causing reality or whatever.
Right.
But anyways, Bohr said, just don't worry about it. Just do the math. The equations can be used to predict very well what happens to particles in the aggregate. Like if you have a bunch of particles, you can tell exactly what's going to happen, even if you don't know what's going to happen to a single particle because of this indeterminacy factor. But more and more physicists now are talking about retrocausation. Hey, wait a minute. What if that whole randomness thing? What if it isn't random? What if my measurement now of this particle, this electron, is actually causing what happened in its past? And in that case, it's not random. And there's this retrograde component in causation, retrocausation. And they have actually done experiments that suggest that that's what's going on. I'll give you an example. This is from Time Loops. I talk about this. But in 2009, there's new methods in quantum physics that are enabling researchers to kind of probe this question.
Okay.
And one of the methods is called weak measurement. It's kind of complicated how it works, but the idea is, in most measurements, you affect the thing you're measuring, and so it causes problems. But there's this method called weak measurement, which if you like weakly measure a bunch of particles, you can kind of like measure them without affecting them. Okay. So what they did in this experiment, it's very similar to what happened in Darrell Bem's experiment, except this time we're using photons, not Cornell undergraduates. Okay? Just substitute photons for Cornell undergraduates. Basically, what they did was they took a laser beam and they put it through a beam splitter. So you have the same beam, and it's split into two. Now, then what they did was they weakly measured the photons in both beams. Right? And then they subjected one of the beams to this strong measurement of that way. And what they discovered was that back in time when they were weakly measured, the photons that got the later strong measurement had been amplified significantly. So that later measurement amplified the photons in their past. I see the look on your face. This is the exact look, on your face when you learned about their GEMS experiments. I mean, you like, what the fuck? But that causes that events in the future, the time point B, somehow affect things at time point A in the past. And the idea, I think the idea of me and others who study precognition are that, okay, so the brain is somehow, well, first of all, a lot of more and more people now think that the brain is some kind of quantum computer or quantum, sort of a hybrid quantum classical computer, because there seem to be quantum processes going on inside neurons. You've probably heard about microtubules. Yes, so microtubules. One theory of consciousness is that they have to do with these little molecular quantum computers inside neurons called microtubules. Well, I think microtubules are responsible for reshaping the synapse during learning, and I think that microtubules are getting information from their future and reshaping the synapses based on future, what's going to happen to that cell in the future. I know it's mind-blowing, but evidence for this is actually coming from the field of quantum computing, because one of the things that's being discovered in people who are working with quantum computers and working with models of quantum computers is that you can reverse temporality in a quantum computer circuit, and sort of essentially, my simplistic way of putting it is that you can get an output before an input in a quantum computer circuit. And there's several articles on this phenomenon just in the last few years. So it's looking like quantum computers, might be more than just sophisticated number crunchers. I mean, it looks like, quantum computers might eventually make possible communication across time. This is a possibility that if you saw did you see the television show The Peripheral? It's based on a novel by William Gibson. He wrote The Neuromancer back in the early 80s. He sort of predicted cyberspace and everything.
Right.
Well, his novel The Peripheral, and they made it into an Amazon series a couple years ago, is about people using a quantum computer server to communicate across time. And and so, but that if what's being shown in these early days of quantum computing, if it pans out that this is, this isn't about sort of spatial non-locality. You hear that word non-locality a lot. It's about temporal non-locality. And if these threads from quantum computing are true, if these threads of quantum biology hold, that indeed the brain is a quantum computer or involves quantum computation, well, right there you would have a physical explanation for how information from the future could get into the past, and how we could have cognitive dreams, or we could have exactly happen to you. It's like, a thought comes into your head about this random person you haven't thought of in ages, and suddenly you get a call from them. What if this is always happening?
Right.
What if this is always happening, and that that's kind of a part of like a guidance system, or the analogy I draw in my dream work is to imagine the usefulness of something like this in like a safety device. Like, and so I imagine like my 2030 Tesla, okay, has a quantum airbag, okay, and it deploys a second before a collision, not because it predicts the collision, but because it's a quantum computer and it knows when there's inevitably going to be a collision, so it deploys my airbag just a second earlier to enhance my survival. But what if we're going through life with this quantum airbag that essentially cushions us against shocks?
That gets pretty philosophical,
Guides
though,
us.
doesn't it?
Extremely. I'm hoping we run out of time before we have to talk about free will, because the free will question is so, it hovers over all of this. But
yeah, how does that change your life when you know that everything that's going to happen in your life is already predetermined? What does that even mean?
Well, right, that's a great question, and I can't answer it for you, like just sitting here. I mean, I've addressed this in my books. I talk about it a lot in the new book. I think, first of all, I think free will is, not the most helpful thing, because it bogs you down. Like, why worry about it? Like, we feel like we have free will. My actions right now affect the next moment, affects the next, our action. We can't help. We can't escape what we experience as free will.
Some bored philosophers keeping them busy.
Right. I mean, essentially it is. I mean, so my tradition, my spiritual tradition, I would say, is Zen, right? And one of the things that comes through again and again in Zen enlightenment experiences is that you don't need free will. Free will is kind of a mirage, and it's actually really blissful when you kind of break through this idea of free will and this worry about free will and this sense of having free will. In fact, like, whenever you are the most successful at whatever it is you do, whatever flow state you get into with whatever your athletic or creative or whatever, or when you're driving a car, you're not exerting conscious free will. Your unconscious is in complete control. Right. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, this guy named Benjamin Libet, a neuroscientist, you may have heard of him, he performed some really fascinating experiments that were really troubling for people, because they showed that our nerves would initiate an action like a half second before we were consciously aware of it. Okay.
Whoa.
Right. Which you can interpret that in multiple ways. And the way that a lot of people interpret it was that, well, free will is just a complete mirage, and we don't exert, the sense that we have of being consciously in control of our lives is completely a mirage. Another way of looking at it is that we are controlling our lives, but from the future. We are reflecting back on think about how I don't know if you do a martial art or something. I used to do martial arts, and you'd make a particular move, and you replay it in your head, like a successful move. You replay it in your head. Well, what if that mental replay? What if that mental replay is actually causing? Maybe you are actually pulling your meat puppet strings from a position displaced into your future, and that's what free will and agency. What if that's what it is? It's kind of retro causation in the body. Yes, it raises there's amazing implications of retrocausation and its biological, physical manifestations as precognition, or what Daryl Bem called presentiment. Feeling the future without being consciously aware. I think that's where it really mostly manifests. We're not consciously aware of seeing the future. I mean, that occasionally happens, like in visions. People have precognitive visions, but most of the time it's controlling us unconsciously. And the implications, if this exists at all, then it's
astonishing.
It's astonishing, and it's I find it incredibly exciting because it's like since the Enlightenment, if you could divide time into the past and future, and then there's this line of the present in the middle of it. All we've been looking at causally for the last 3 centuries in the Enlightenment is this left half, But there's this whole right half, the future, that is, I think, and a growing number of physicists who think is influencing our actions and influencing what happens in the physical world. That we just have had a mental block to because we threw out teleology with God 2 centuries ago.
Okay, so time, it's kind of hard to conceptualize. So we got here some of your infographics that explains how this works. So it says a time loop is a causally circular formation in the block universe. An effect retro influences its own causes. Okay, so on one side, so you have a line going through the center of this loop, right? And the line represents time going forward from the present to the future. And on the left side of it, we have information traveling backwards in time, carried by strong emotion. And on the right side of the line, we have another curved arrow that is freely willed actions that lead to future outcomes. Okay.
So if we were thinking about the Darrell Bem experiment, that would be a good example.
Okay.
Clicking on a curtain and suddenly being rewarded, you're seeing an erotic picture, that's a reward.
Yes.
That's like acting like one of a treat if you were training a dog or a dolphin, give them a sardine. It's like it's like a reward, and it's those little rewards. Somehow we don't know the mechanism, but somehow those rewards get travel backward in time. Not only rewards, but also traumas of various kinds. So that's why people often have if they're aware of precognition, it's often in the context of having a dream about a loved one's death, for instance.
Okay, this is interesting when you look at it this way, because this is not how I was thinking about it originally. So, in the present, we could have, you could think of this sort of as ambition, right? If you're ambitious throughout your life to achieve something, or you know that you want to do something with your life, all of your actions are going to be directed towards achieving this goal that you think that that you were destined to do, like you being a writer, right? Or me doing podcasts. So essentially the idea is that if somebody has, and tell me if I'm completely butchering this, but if somebody has some sort of an idea early on in life about what they want to do with their life, and then they go to college, they get a job, they start writing books, they become a super famous published author, essentially that this happened in reverse somehow. This already happened and it's coming back to them, which is why they're inspired to do this in the first place.
Right.
Okay.
The question is, how pervasive is this? How much of an effect is this? How much of an effect does the future have on the past? And that's an open question. I mean, it's obviously it's not like an incredibly strong effect, or you'd be more aware of it. It is a subtle effect, and even in quantum physics, I mean, you can say, talking about, the direction, if you know a lot about the position of an electron, you don't know much about its velocity, but you know something. There's a way in which we know most of what we need to know from classical physics, used from back to the future, back from the past to the future. Yes, but we don't know everything. And there's that uncertain component that is coming from the future. So there is an asymmetry. I think anyone who studies this would say, yeah, there's an asymmetry there. And why there's that asymmetry, I mean, who knows? I mean, that's getting into realms that we can't even address yet. But some component of the way the world is at this moment is a result of things causes propagating backward in time versus causes going forward in time from the past. And the idea, the reason why quantum computers are so important in this is that it doesn't really matter. This idea of the fact that randomness is really ripple causation. It doesn't matter for just inert matter. It doesn't matter for predicting. You don't need to know about ripple causation if we're going to predict, the planets and weather and things like that. Where it becomes important is when that little retrocausal factor at the micro scale of quantum is scaled up somehow and made coherent at a larger scale. And that's what a quantum computer is, because what a quantum computer is a matrix of electrons or some particle that they're all entangled. They're all entangled. That is to say, they act as a unit. They all act together. So you do something to affect one of those particles, it affects the whole thing, simultaneously. And if you can create something like that, and if that entanglement is really a temporal entanglement, like where it's entangled with our future, and it's going to have a future, then you can create a system for where a system, whether it be a living system or a mechanical system, can be influenced by things in the future in a coherent way.
You're talking about like deja vu?
Well, people have argued that deja vu is a kind of symptom of precognition, that you suddenly have an experience that you feel is familiar and you don't know how. Maybe you had a dream and you can't remember the dream, but there's that feeling of familiar. It's complicated with deja vu because you can artificially induce deja vu. I think you can like probe a certain part of the brain and give someone the sensation that they've experienced it before. So the possibility this is just the brain misfiring, I think you have to kind of keep that possibility. So that's why I hesitate to say that deja vu is necessarily about precognition. Okay. But a lot of people through the years have argued exactly what you said.
What other slides we got here, Steve? Let's see what we got. Oh, this is the block universe. Past, present, and future really coexist. Objects travel along world lines from past to future mostly. Okay, so this is showing a graph at the vertical axis is space and the horizontal is time. And can you explain this?
Yeah, it's not a really graph. It's just a representation of space-time. Now, when Einstein's discoveries in the early years of the century really revealed that we live in a four-dimensional, not three-dimensional universe. And that added dimension is time. Now people have speculated about higher dimensions than four, but let's just stick to four because we can't. It's very hard to visualize this, and that's why anytime you're going to visualize a four-dimensional space-time, you've got to get rid of at least one of those spatial dimensions and turn it into time and make it something solid, like we're seeing in this diagram. This is imagine a big glass brick, essentially, and anything like a particle or a person, we're a world line. We extend through time.
Got it.
And and mostly we extend in one, that world line is generally not tangled, but it's possible to have a loop in that world line, and that's what wormholes are, for instance. That's not how I think precognition works, but this is just an example of how you can have an object that kind of makes a loop in space-time. Wormholes allow objects to travel backward in time and then resume their journey back on.
Particles also carry some quantum information backwards along their world lines from future interactions to previous ones. Okay, this offers an alternate explanation for entanglement. Okay.
Entanglement is the idea that I'm sure you've heard about from other people on your show. It's sort of often thrown around as an explanation for psychic phenomena, but which things having to do with UFOs and so on. It's this kind of mysterious fact that if you take two particles that have been in contact, and then you take them and separate them, even they could be separated by the length of the universe.
Yep.
You do something to measure one of those particles, the other one is going to show a corresponding measurement. And the way this is usually imagined is that they're somehow communing across space. Again, we have a hard time thinking in terms of time. So the assumption of most physicists, the kind of mental image they have, is of it. They're somehow exchanging information, even though they know that that's not possible. And that things, there's not telepathy on the level of electrons. But one of the possibilities, and this was originally proposed by a physicist named Olivier Costa de Beauregard. He offered it back in the 50s, but nothing was much done with it. And then a philosopher, I believe, who sort of got into quantum physics named Hugh Price in Australia, wrote a really good book in the 90s arguing that, wait a minute, this is a possible explanation for entanglement, that instead of these particles sort of simultaneously communicating, but whatever you do to measure particle B sends information backward in time to where it was in contact with particle A, so that automatically particle A contains some of that information from its measurement from the measurement of particle B. So it's what Costa de Beauregard called it the Parisian zigzag, to use a French. So these causes travel zigzag paths in space-time, and that's an alternative explanation for this thing called quantum entanglement. And what people in the paranormal world and who study ESP like the concept of entanglement because, again, the usual explanation is that it means it entails what's called non-locality, that being in a certain place doesn't matter because you're connected somehow across space to other things, and maybe our minds are connected across space to a target in our own viewing experiment, or my mind might be connected to yours in telepathy or whatever. The alternative, if they're really connected across time, that makes what I'm arguing possible about the brain or a person being connected through time to itself.
Right. Have there ever been any studies that you're aware of on the accessing alternate timelines or alternate spaces in time or parallel universes with drugs? There's a guy I had in here, Andrew Gallimore, what he's doing in Tokyo is he's doing this thing called DMTX, where it's DMT, extended state research, where it puts people on an IV drip of DMT for a long period of time, multiple hours in a day, brings them out, and then basically we're just trying to map the DMT realm. And this is very similar to what he talks about.
Well, it depends on your interpretation of quantum physics. A lot of people assume, again, that this is a thing about spatial non-locality, and one of the interpretations of that that goes along with that is the idea of many worlds or multiple parallel timelines. And so there's the idea that what people are accessing in altered states or dreams or whatever is some other timeline. But actually the retrocausal interpretation argues against that. It's one timeline. It's one timeline. And so what you're accessing in those states is really in some way or another precognitive information, or it's you're accessing potentially things happening in the future mashed up with things in the past or whatever, in that kind of symbolically distorted way that precognitive dreamers become aware of when they start to study this stuff. That's the alternative argument. I'm not a fan of the many worlds interpretation. No. Yeah, and a lot of people in quantum computing will talk in these terms, exactly the terms that you're talking about, because again, that's kind of favored interpretation of what happens with entanglement. Not entanglement, superposition. And this is another technical term from quantum computing, but the way quantum computers work is that they're able to take multiple states simultaneously. Or that's how it's thought of.
Right.
It's called superposition. So So it's kind of like parallel computing or parallel processing, but the particles are multiple. It's a superposition of multiple states simultaneously, so you get this amped up computing power because you're capitalizing on all those possibilities. And so people in quantum computing often think that, okay, well, this means that quantum computers are somehow accessing alternate realities or alternate timelines. But if it's really retro causation, then we're truly talking about the computer is accessing its future, not an alternate timeline. It's computing across its lifespan, essentially. Wow. And the prediction of this, now, the prediction here would be that the power of a quantum computer would be dictated by how long you leave it plugged in. So its computing power would be dictated by, the longer you plugged in, the more processing it has, because it has more time that's using its whole future.
That's a good point. Going back to what you were talking about earlier, I think you mentioned P.K. Dick earlier. This is something that he wrote about a lot. He has that novel, that famous story he wrote. I think it was Man in the High Castle or something like that. There was a series made on it, which was fascinating.
Yeah, he loved the many worlds thing, and it's a favorite of science fiction writers. It's like it's certainly a fun idea. Think about multiple parallel realities, and who knows, that could be true too. And it's not what I'm saying is not necessarily prohibit that, but he's a great example actually of a precognitive artist. He's a lot of he wrote a lot about precognition because he experienced it again and again and again in his life and in his works. Like he was hyper aware of how he would write a story, and then a year later what he wrote about would come true. So an example of this would be he wrote a story in 1962, I believe, about these entrepreneurs creating this robot Abraham Lincoln. Okay. And no one was interested in the story, so it just went unpublished. And then a year later, Disneyland unveiled its animatronic Abraham Lincoln. It's like one of its perennially favorite exhibits.
How many years later was it?
1 year.
Wow.
Yeah. But there was a million examples of like that in Phil Dick's life. I mean, he would write about a certain idea, and then he would read about it a year later. Like he would read popular science magazines and stuff. And like he wrote his novel, I think it's A Scanner Darkly. He talks about like split brain stuff, the idea of the hemispheres being split and the effects of that. Well, like a year after he wrote that story, or less than a year after he drafted his story, he read an article about split brain research. It's something that he didn't know anything about before he wrote this story. But he was doing that again and again. His novel Ubik was about this fictional spray can product called Ubik, which has all these time retarding properties, and also like affects the atmosphere in some weird way. Well, he wrote this like a couple years before the effects of aerosols on the ozone layer people became aware of that and started like focusing on that as a focus of ecological concern. Yes, it became like a symbol of the ecology and protecting the environment in the 1970s. The idea of like spray cans. What he essentially wrote about that, a couple of years beforehand, and also the idea of retarding time was he read an article about that from a Russian researcher like a year after he wrote the novel, and so he thought like I was precognizing this article when I wrote this story. And so this happened again and again in his life. And he would write about a character, a certain kind of character, and then he would meet that person in real life. His story about the Abraham Lincoln thing, what makes it more kind of amazing than that he predicted a robot Abraham Lincoln is that the story really focuses on one of the entrepreneurs has this kind of crush on this young woman that they hire to kind of apply makeup to the Abraham Lincoln and make it look really realistic. Okay? All right, well, years and years later, he wrote that story. Well, he wrote that story when he was living in, I think, in the Bay Area in California, but he then moved to Orange County, which is where Disneyland is, or near where Disneyland is. And he discovered that this woman in his apartment building worked at Disneyland. He said, "Oh, well, what do you do?" He says, "Oh, I apply makeup to the animatronic Lincoln late at night, to make it look realistic." And he's like, this was happening all the time in his life. And yeah, he was one of the smartest really people about this topic of precognition. He understood that he was somehow in contact with his.
And he wrote about precognition.
Oh yeah. He's the guy that we get the term precog from. He wrote about precogs in his story, The Minority Report, which they turned into a movie.
That was his story?
That was his story, yeah. Yeah. So, the idea of precogs who can, predict crimes and then have a police unit that goes and prevents these crimes from happening because there was a gun. That's pretty good. Yeah, he was an amazing, very troubled, kind of fucked up
What kind of drugs was he on?
Well, he was on. People have this idea of him as this super druggy. He did not, I don't think, use hallucinogens very much.
He didn't?
No, he used. I think he tried them a few times. I think he took a lot of amphetamines. He'd been prescribed some amphetamine when he was a kid for some reason, and he had a lifelong, I think, maybe dependency. I think. I'm not an expert on
But no psychotropics.
I think I'm not an expert on that aspect of it, but
I'm wondering. I'm trying to connect the dots here to see if there's any sort of correlation between being able to have an objective grip on what's going on here with the brain, and what correlations there are between people who are more predisposed to this precognition than others.
Well, I think that we're all precognitive, but as far as being aware of precognition and sort of accessing it more consciously, yeah, definitely there are people on a certain end of the spectrum, and I mean, people in psychiatry will sometimes talk about what's called schizotypy, all right? And it's sort of an axis of kind of having a really powerful imagination and being suggestible and stuff like that without being necessarily schizophrenic. There are people sort of on one end of schizotypy who are prone to maybe hearing voices or having, hallucinations occasionally, but that are still, not able to function and so on. And these people are, they're the kinds of people who would be shamans, in some cultures. And I think that a lot of those kinds of experiences, those oftentimes those kinds of hallucinations, those waking visions or whatever that don't fit, psychics become aware, be able to tell, oh wait a minute, this might come true, and often that's the case. I certainly wouldn't say that for all or most hallucinations, but that's one way in which this can be accessed. People who are sort of high on that dimension of schizotypy, may be prone or able to access, be aware of precognition in their waking life more than others.
Yeah, it's also interesting. So we actually had a guy in here the other day who wrote a bunch of books on near-death experiences, and I know there's correlations with people that are able to have these precognitive abilities that appear after near-death experiences. And there's this hypothesis or this theory, the brain filter theory. I forget what it's exactly called, but I guess basically the idea that the brain is a filter. The brain is there to filter out all the things that could exist here, so that we can only associate, or we can only sense the things that matter to us for our survival and reproduction and everything else, right? And the connection with near-death experiences is the one thing that they do is they can sort of shut the brain down for a period of time. And does that mean when the brain is being shut down that this filter sort of breaks and now we can access more? Can we access the future? Can we access the past? And there's multiple ways conventionally to do this, right? Meditation is a way to do this. Psychedelics is a way to do this. Car crashes can shut down your brain. Lightning strikes. Jack Kuiper wrote a whole book about a lady who was struck by lightning. Elizabeth Crone, yeah. She had some crazy experience where she was drawn to the afterlife or some other realm where she could see herself laying there on the ground dead. Then she decided to re-enter her body, and after that, she had all these precognitive abilities, which is
I mean, she's one of the most interesting modern cases of, and well documented cases of precognitive dreaming. I mean, she's her precognitive dreams are phenomenal. Again, like David Mandel, that's the name of the painter I was trying to think of.
Oh, okay.
I told you.
He was right. It came to him. David Mandel painting of 9/11.
Yeah. Elizabeth Crone on her own, before she ever met Jeff Kripal, I mean, she learned to send herself emails. Yeah, that's the guy. She learned to send herself
the black and white one in front of the clock. Right. The black and white one? Right. Yep. Yep, this one. Yep. Oh, blow that one up.
She learned to send herself emails, which provides a date and timestamp, and to prove to herself, and to keep a record of these things. So she had some incredible dreams. One of them is she dreamed of an American jet landing somehow in the water in New York, and she had this dream. She was actually on vacation in Israel at the time, and then like a few hours later, the miracle on the Hudson occurs, where Captain Sullenberger piloted a safe landing on the water. And the thing is, she saw in this dream, people standing on the wings. It was like, that's impossible, But then the pictures that went viral on the internet and in the media after this event, all the passengers stand on the wings waiting to be rescued. So it's that kind of, So skeptics will say, well, we're going to have dreams that match some later event just because of randomness, it's going to happen inevitably because of statistics. But no, that's not how it works. I mean, every kind of dream has these very specific details that you can't say that in a life of dreaming, you're going to randomly have a dream about people standing on the wings of a plane that's landed in the water, just hours before it happens in real life. I mean, it's just skeptics who throw out this possibility, dismiss this possibility, just have not looked at the evidence.
Have you noticed any correlation between like the age of people who have these precognitions? I know because there's been a lot of recounts of children having more of this ability. I know Kripal talked about it. I mean, that was a little bit different. He was talking about children having dreams or memories of previous lives involving like very violent depictions of previous lives, and his idea about that is that in these children's previous lives they were always males, and he thinks that they were males because the males were more likely to die of very violent crimes than females, and there's a connection between the trauma and this ability.
Well, I don't know about the past life stuff, Jesus life stuff, but
even with UFO stuff. The trauma, he's right. He calls it the traumatic secret. And it's, people who are psychic or have this developed, ability, there's some trauma there. Elizabeth Crone had trauma. I forgot I lost my train of thought again. Kids.
Oh, kids, right. So, yes. I don't know that anyone has studied this, but people who are younger are more prone to, I think, a lot of experiences that I think are related to precognition, like spontaneous out-of-body experiences, lucid dreams. I know in my own case, I used to have spontaneous out-of-body experiences and lucid dreams when I was in my teens and early adulthood. And then later, when I became interested in this stuff, consciously interested in this stuff, as in my middle age, and I even devoured for a while. I was devouring books on trying to induce out-of-body experiences. It's really hard. I was successful, twice, and whereas when I was younger, if I'd been doing this stuff when I was younger, it probably would have been really easy. Unfortunately, I wasn't interested in, or I wasn't recording my dreams when I was young, so I don't know if I was having precognitive experiences, but I do know that my own kids, I have 2 small children, they are doing this all the time.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, my oldest daughter, I think she was probably around 3, and we were standing near a field, a pasture with some horses, and the horses, there was 4 horses, and they were just ambling around, and we were particularly interested. We liked this one brown horse because we'd seen it before, and she, they're just ambling around in the fields. We were just sitting there kind of enjoying it in Colorado, near my mom's house, and she said, "He's going to run from there over there." And whatever, I just kind of didn't pay attention to it. Anyway, a few minutes later, all the horses kind of slowly ambled back into their barn, which was on the right side of this big pasture. And so we kind of got up and started to walk away. And all of a sudden, that one brown horse charges out of that barn and ran from the left, from the right side of the pasture to the left, just exactly what she had said was going to happen. And so the thing is, this kind of stuff happens all the time if you pay attention to little kids, right, and don't have your mind closed to this possibility. Yes. So I think we all have this. We're born with it. It's part of our cognitive makeup, and it's always operating under, below the level of conscious awareness. And if we live in another society that kind of just accepted this, it wouldn't be strange at all.
Right.
That the kid will, utter some strange thing and then have it happen a few minutes later.
What's going on with lucid dreaming? Is there a protocol you're aware of to induce this, and then how does that fit into everything?
Oh yeah, a ton of people have written books on lucid dreaming and how to have lucid dreams, and I'm not an expert at it, and I wouldn't want to talk. If you just Google it, you'll find a lot of books on it. But as far as what they are and so on, I've noticed in my own case that they're very often precognitive. I'm able to, whether they're more precognitive than other dreams, I don't know if that's even a meaningful distinction, but when I have a lucid dream, I always am sure to write it down, because it very often will relate to something that happens shortly thereafter. And I personally think that so-called out-of-body experiences may be sort of on the same continuum with lucid dreams, that maybe that there's just some sense in which some of these dreams just feel very much like you're in your physical environment. Because I've had a couple of times I was successful in inducing an out-of-body experience. They were incredibly precognitive. In one case, precognitive of an event that happened exactly a year later. The stuff is really stunning.
You said 2 times you were able to induce an out-of-body experience?
Yes. It was... I'm forgetting the details of the second one. It wasn't as remarkable. But the first one was, I'd been reading one of the guides. There's a guy named Robert Bruce. I think he's an Australian who writes guides to astral projections, sometimes called astral projection. Anyway, he has a set of protocols for doing this. It involves, meditating in a certain way and kind of really focusing on your body. Ironically enough, a lot of the most, I think, important techniques for using all this stuff involve really focusing on your body. It's not like trying to leave your body, it's trying to focus on your body in this sort of enhanced way and becoming more aware of your sensations and so on. Anyway, I was meditating in this one way, and I had tried literally for months to do this without any success. But anyway, this one time, I was like, crap. And I was out of body. This is a complicated story, but it's kind of funny. I was out of body, and where I was down the hall from my bedroom, down by the floor by an open kind of closet. All right. And I was like staring at my wife's shoes, because that's where she kept her shoes. And it was just the weirdest thing, but I felt there was a weight on my back of my cat. One of my cats was somehow sitting on my back. And then it shifted. So I didn't have a sensation of like flying, but then I had a sensation of being up by the ceiling in my office, which was just a few feet down the hall from there. I had a sensation of being up by the ceiling in my office, looking down out the window of my office and seeing these two green lights. It was like almost like eyes, like looking at me. It was just kind of like, what the hell? Anyway, immediately, one of the instructions that Robert Bruce has is to keep your flight short. And like, because if you stay too long, you're gonna like not wake up and you're gonna forget it. And so you want to like keep your flights short at first. Okay. And so I like immediately I sort of had this. I immediately basically flew back to my body and woke up and wrote all this stuff down. All right. So exactly, and I forgot. By the time it came true, I'd forgotten about it, but at least I had a record. Exactly a year later, I think exactly minus a day or two, is like just slightly off from a year later. I was in that closet. I had opened that closet that I talked about to get out an Advil, actually, and I dropped it. Okay, I dropped on the ground, and I worried that my cat had eaten this Advil, all right, because that's really toxic for cats. And so I was like crawling around my wife's shoes trying to find this Advil that I dropped. And I was really frustrated. I couldn't ultimately find it. And so I wound up, there was a whole story where I had to take the cat to the vet emergency room and pump her stomach and stuff like that. She was fine. But the fact that I had this experience of rummaging on the floor by my wife's shoes with the sensation of a cat laying on me, See, she wasn't literally on me, but I was worried about my cat because I was worried that she had eaten this Advil. So I don't know if it was that night or the next night. I was changing a light bulb. I was up on a ladder changing a light bulb in my office, and I looked down from that vantage point up by the ceiling in my office, and I saw this. It was exactly the point of view from the second part of that out-of-body experience. And I looked down. I saw those two green lights reflected, and I saw what they were. They was the reflection of my power cord of my laptop. Created this little. It has a little green light. If you have an Apple laptop, it has a little green light and it's charging on the power cord when it attaches to the computer. And it was reflected. It was right up against the window, so it was reflected in the window, and so it looked like two little green lights, like two little green eyes. But it was obvious when I was looking down at it that that's what it was. So this was exactly a year after I had what I thought was an out-of-body experience with both of these this two-part out-of-body experience. It turned out it was precognitive. It was a precognitive experience of two in-body experiences a year later. So I propose, I talk about this at the end of my Dreamland book. I have no, I can't say that that's what all out-of-body experiences are at all, but I suggest that people who are interested in this consider that possibility, and when they have an out-of-body experience, write it down, treat it as a dream, and see if in your real life you have this experience physically later. So I don't know. Are all out-of-body experiences that? I certainly couldn't say that. But since it's happened to me, that possibility interests me.
That's fascinating. Time loops. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Eric. I really appreciate it. This has been a fascinating conversation. Where can people find your books, find more about you, get in contact with you?
Sure. So my books are available anywhere where you contain books on the internet. I won't name names there, but
yeah, I'll link them below too.
Yeah.
Your website?
I have a website. I have a blog. It's called The Night Shirt. I don't add to it that much lately, but I have a lot of many years of articles on precognition on my blog, and I'm on Twitter.
There we go.
My Twitter address is The Night Shirt, all one word.
Okay.
I encourage people to follow me on Twitter, and if they want to reach out to me, they can DM me on Twitter. That's not me. That is not me. There I am. There you go. Yeah. And that, what you saw there briefly was the my new book. Which is, by the time your viewers see this, it is already out.
Awesome. And we got some stuff to talk about on Patreon as well. So we're going to keep going there. But for everybody, thanks for watching and good night.
True story. So, if you don't believe me, go and check out my breakdown video. But here we are witnessing one of the funniest things Brendan's ever done. Just take a look at some of the comments on his TRX video. I thought you were going to give up on comedy. This was hilarious. Spending so much money tuning this truck and then crashing it almost immediately is the funniest thing he's ever done. This is just like his stand-up comedy. Bubba has finally found his niche. Just needs to make a video where he totals a new vehicle every week, and he will be back on top of the YouTube world.
All right, Matt Bell. How much money worth of ancient Egyptian artifacts?
And so how did all of this go down, and how exactly did he...
Back to sitting on this podcast table right now.
Starting with an easy question. I have no idea. I mean, it's worth whatever you'd be willing to sell it for, right? So, I don't know. They've definitely increased in value since I started buying. I'll put it that way. So I mean, I started back in January of 2023 and kind of went through like a crazy person through, like crazy buying spree all through 2023 and then kind of settled down. But in that time, the prices went way up. I mean, they're triple, they're sometimes quadruple what they would have been a year and a half ago now. So,
right.
Yeah. I mean, there's, it's some of them like I would sell, like some of them like this guy right here, this one with the gold handles, like there's not a price that could even say. I know the value is a big question for people, but it's just it's kind of like anything. Like what would somebody pay for it?
For people that are watching this podcast or listening, especially people who are listening right now, this is going to be a very visual podcast. We have like 30 ancient Egyptian vases sitting on this table right now that Matt has purchased on the antiquities market. And we're going to be going through all this stuff and showing this. We got close-up shots. Steve's got the cameras all dialed in, getting the glamour shots of these vases. What is the process of buying one of these things?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's different. There's a couple of different ways. I started when Ben Van Kirkwood released his first couple of videos. I was totally hooked when Uncharted X came out with their take on these things. I was like, it seemed like the best evidence for something really cool happening out there in the world right now. And there's not a lot that's really cool happening. So, and how else can you get a piece of that, in other ways other than this? So that's kind of where I got hooked onto it. Where I got started was from watching Ben, and then I had him come onto my podcast, last year. We talked about these things. He would have never come and talked to me, I'm sure, if it wasn't for the basis. But we formed a great friendship. He's a great dude. I'm sure I'll give a handful of shout outs to Ben during this thing. But I mean, you can do it through auction houses, or websites, basically. So if you go onto on your phone, you can download an app, liveauctioneers.com, and that's a good one. They got a bunch on there. Christie's, Sotheby's, Bonhams, Placus. There's a lot of auction houses that sell these things.
These tiny ones are. When you showed me this last night, my mind was melting. Because not only are these things like hard granite, the most hard stone that exists on the earth, but these things are precise and they're like smaller than a shot glass.
Right. Yeah, and they get smaller than that too. I mean, yeah, there's some crazy. I don't know. Yeah, how they did it, it's a huge mystery. But yeah, all different shapes and sizes.
Why do they make them so small?
Right. Yeah, and they're really, you get some really precise ones of that size too. So it's that's the difference. I mean, there's like this classification that's super precise, like crazy precise, and then there's a classification that looks like it's just done with. It's incredible work, but just done with less, whatever you might call it. Yeah, some incredible tools.
You wouldn't think about something as like a vase being such a mysterious relic when you compare it to the Great Pyramid, because it's just as crazy of a feat of a human being to produce something like this as the Great Pyramids, because it's so precise and it's made out of these stones, out of these hard granite stones.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the pyramids, you look at the serapeum, those huge boxes that are down there. Like you look at the vases. We don't have the tools for any of that stuff. Like we don't know how that stuff. We don't know how they built the pyramids. I mean, there's a couple of theories with like ramps and sand, right? Like pulleys and ropes, and there's some theories for this stuff. There's some, but we don't have the tools from the pre-dynastic time to really know how these were built. So yeah, it's a huge mystery. There's not that many mysteries left. So this is a cool one.
It's really cool. How many of these vases have you guys actually measured in one of those laser scanners, or those what are they, CT scans?
Yeah. There's two different ways that you can do it. So there's a structured light scan, which is like you put it onto a flat surface. You spin it around. You've got like a something shining a laser at it, a light at it, and it picks up the dimensions basically by turning it. And so you get like a full picture of it, and it creates a mesh file. That's a little bit less precise than the CT scanner. So CT scanner is the way to go for sure if you're going to be measuring these things and attempt to like figure out the exact dimensions. And there's a great company that I've been using called EMS, and they've got a CT scanner. I ship them up to Michigan, and they scan them there and then ship them back. It's like they do it in a day and they ship it back. But they've got an incredible CT scanner, and the benefit of the CT scanner is you get the inside walls. So so you get the full thing with the structured light scan on you're just getting the outside. But yeah, the CT scanner, and it's at a higher resolution, so you can really get down to like 1,000th of a millimeter on the measurements to know exactly how precise they are. It's pretty crazy.
1,000th of a millimeter.
Yeah, it's insane.
Which one of these vases is the most precise?
I mean, there's different measurements on all of them. So there's only a few ways to measure each of these. So take this one for example. So this is one for sure. You can measure the top outside of the lip, right? So from here to here, you can measure the roundness of it. But that's one measurement. The inside of the mouth is another measurement. The width, so like from here to here, the x-axis, the y-axis. So there's only like 6 measurements on each of these. 5 if it has a round bottom, and 6 if it doesn't. And so this one is one of those that on some of the measurements it's showing like insanely precise numbers. And so this is one that I brought up to Danville and was with Chris Don and Alex Don and Ben and all those guys, and we were measuring this one. So this one's got some insane measurements to it. This thin wall vase here that we don't want to drop. That's the most fragile. This is the most fragile, yeah, by far. And there's not another one. This is one of the coolest ones, just because I've never seen another one like this anywhere. Like, I mean, there's one in a museum that you can find pictures of online that has actually part of the side broken out of it, and so you can see that it's about 2 millimeters thick. This thing on a band that goes across the middle of this thing. Do we have a flashlight? Somewhere.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. So this thing is 2 millimeters.
Steve, where's the best place to hold it? Like right here, this area? Is that good?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty.
That's wild.
Pretty bright in here, but you can still see the light coming through this.
Let's turn the lights off.
This band.
Let's make it spooky in here.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that, dude. Yeah. Holy cow.
Isn't that insane? I mean, and so what they did is they thinned out this part around the middle. They made the part around the middle about 2 millimeters thick. The rest of it is basically 4 millimeters thick on the bottom and on the top. And then they on the very bottom of it, they make it thicker so that it's it's like stable and sturdy and stuff.
So what is this material?
That's granite. That's red granite.
This is red granite.
Yeah, or rose granite, whatever you want to call it. Aswan granite.
Where does this land on the Mohs scale of hardness?
I mean, granite for the most part is going to be between a 6 and a 7. So sometimes 7.5. It can but it's in that range. It's one of the hardest stones on Earth. I mean, we talk about granite diorite, basalt. There's a lot of basalt here. Those are going to be the hardest stones that these are made out of.
You bought all these, right? And you decided to pay with your own money to get these scans done.
Correct.
To get these things measured.
Yeah.
Did you get any sort of help from any of these Egyptian museums or like the Petrie Museum or anybody like that?
No. I mean, so in terms of what? No,
like
I haven't.
In terms of like trying to analyze these bases and figure out what's going on.
I haven't tried yet. I haven't tried to work with the museums yet. So I'm kind of just doing my own thing with my private collection, and I'm trying to like study them and scan them, and just I don't honestly with work and with life and everything else, like I don't have the capacity to like reach out to museums and try to do all that. I know that by talking to people like Ralph Ellis, a bunch of people have tried to reach out to museums and get things scanned. The answer has been no from the museums that have been reached out to. And I know like Ralph has told me he's reached out to like 10 different people. Adam Young, who's going to be presenting at the Cosmic Summit, has tried to reach out to people, and supposedly he's making some progress. Supposedly he's hopefully going to be able to do that. He hasn't really let me know one way or the other, but the issue is you have to take them out of the museums and then you have to ship them away to a CT scanner somewhere at some other location, and a lot of museums just don't want to do that. So far, museums have not wanted to play ball, but ultimately that's the goal, right? I mean, we have to have things that have been with perfect archaeological context that have been taken out of a tomb, and that we can date that tomb to a specific period of time, and then that thing's been pulled out, so that there's no chance that it was some modern forgery or whatever. So that's the biggest pushback from the detractors or the debunkers or whatever you want to call it, a group of people that hate the fact that we're doing this research and that we're trying to see if there's anything here. That they're saying, well, there's no, it could be a modern fake. So I think
who are the people that are saying that these things could be modern fakes?
I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, I think that a lot of people within the when they see the measurements, it's really the ones that are super precise, and it's people within the archaeology community or the or Egyptologists or historians, people who think that we have the exact right story of the history of mankind, and that there's no tools that we don't know about outside of the archaeological record, and that everything that we know is perfectly true and complete facts right now. Those people are the ones that have a difficult time with the artifacts that are very precise, because there's no tools that can create this artifact in the archaeological record. I mean, you've got, I think, we can check the scan report, but I think on this one, when you look at the lip on the X and Y axis, you've got like 1,000th of millimeter. I mean, it's
thousands of a millimeter.
Of a millimeter, yeah. It's like 1/50th of the width of a human hair. It's totally microscopic. That's the distance on the X axis and the Y-axis,
the variation.
Okay. Yeah. So this from here to here is one distance. From here to here is another distance. It's like 1,000th of a millimeter off. So it's perfectly round, is what that tells you, to within microscopic tolerances. And supposedly these are with chisels. That these were like rounded off with chisels. There's not turning devices from. There's not a lathe. From pre-dynastic Egypt.
What if you asked mainstream Egyptologists when this would have been made, what would they say?
They would, I mean, for the museum pieces or for this piece specifically right here?
For any of these pieces.
Yeah, I mean, they would say, you know, that if it's a real artifact, that if it's you know, then they'll probably go along with the dates on the certificate of authenticity, and you know, so they'll tell you it was from between 4000 BC and 2650 BC, you know, in that time period.
Okay.
If they think that it's just too precise, that it has to be a modern reproduction made on some kind of a machine, then they're going to tell you it's a modern, you know, that it's fake.
And from 2500 BC to 5000 BC.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much 45. Yeah, 5000. You're gonna find some really crude 5000 BC stone artifacts, but 4500 to 3100 BC. Kind of that pre-dynastic time period is where a lot of these come from.
And from that time period, what are the tools that we have?
Yeah, I mean, it's garbage. It's like, you know, you're talking about like, and this is the part where I don't want to like, I think very highly of our ancestors, right? And this is the part where the detractors are always like, you know, oh, they just think our ancestors are idiots, you know, but they didn't have tools that were capable of doing this. So when you look at the tools in the archaeological record, I mean, you're talking about like flint chisels, you're talking about copper chisels, you're talking about you know, just pounding stones, exactly, sticks, you know,
right.
you know, sticks with where you attach a rock to the bottom of the stick, where you stick it inside of this thing and you twist it around.
Right.
And that's how supposedly you get wall thickness that's perfectly the exact same thickness on this side of the artifact as on this side of the artifact.
Right.
I mean, to, you know, to 100 times.
Right.
I mean, and you can't do that by just like turning a stick in.
Right.
But that's the tools that exist in the archaeological record from this time period. Mm-hmm. It's a time period that we know almost nothing about. So, you know, and it's the hardest stones on Earth, and it's the hardest material on Earth to work with. And so it's like you talk about the pyramids. It's like the oldest stuff always seems to be the best. It always seems to be the most precise, you know, and it's like you go back and you look at ancient Egypt and the structures that were built, the pyramids that were built, the oldest stuff is always the best. Well, similar with these objects. And it's like, you know, to not have, it's just a huge question mark to not have any tools that are capable of producing something like this. And yet here they are. Here's the artifacts, and you know, going back to pre-dynastic times, Egypt wasn't even united. It was Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt were two completely separate areas until Scorpion came along in whatever 3200, 3100 BC. Killed the king and united Upper and Lower Egypt, and then they had this glory. This is the story from the establishment, that they had this like incredible several hundred years, couple of thousand year run of, you know, pyramid building and creating all these incredible ancient structures. So at this time period, in the pre-dynastic period, it was literally, I mean, we're talking like just very primitive people, very primitive tools. That's the story.
So if we wanted to, could we recreate a base that's as precise as that one today?
I think so. I think so. Yes, I do think so. Yeah.
How would we do it?
With a 5-axis mill, you know, with like a very sophisticated lathe, and you probably design it on a computer. You know, you just you know, could it be done by hand? I'm gonna say no. You know, I'm going to say that we couldn't today create one of the precision artifacts by hand.
But we would need very expensive machines and computer programs and stuff to create. It's not like a hobbyist could do this.
Correct. Yeah, a couple $100,000. You know, you're talking about machines that cost that much, and there's probably companies that you can, you know, hire to do this. I haven't seen, and this is part of the issue. Like, if people can do it and people can make these, and it's so cheap and so easy, because I've seen some debunking videos that's like, you know. Yeah, it's a company in China that can just go make one of these for like $50. Well, nobody's doing that. Like, you don't see that.
Is there any videos of people making these?
Right. No, and there's no evidence that they exist. You know, so and when you look at the market and you're studying the market like I did in 2023. you look at the inventory that's there and available online. It's not like there's like a plethora of new artifacts coming online at all times. Like right now, if you go out and you try to buy some of these, you're not going to find these. Like there's none available. And if it was that easy to produce these and to make them fake and cheap and easy, and the dealers were like all like criminal, then you would see these all over the place. Like you would be able to buy them from anybody, anywhere, because they could make a tremendous markup. But we don't see that, and we don't see duplicates. That's the other thing. We don't see like the same artifact produced twice ever. You don't. That's not a thing. So it's not as
all so different.
Yeah, totally.
And like this one, they don't have flat bottoms; they spin.
Right.
So if you're making a vase, right? You think nowadays you make a vase, it's like to hold something in it, right? Yeah. Flowers or a decorative piece that sits on a table.
Right.
But if this is a decorative piece that's meant to sit on a table, why wouldn't you make a flat bottom? Why do these all have these rounded, curved bottoms to them?
Right.
They don't, like, they wobble, right? Like that one right there. Or this one right here.
Yeah, all these spins. Yeah. I mean, obviously all the round bottoms spin, but like even like this one, like does not look like it should be able to spin,
right?
But I mean, most of them do. They intentionally round the bottoms. That's a big piece of granite. Yeah, and it's like why would you intentionally round the corners off the bottom to like maximize or minimize friction? I mean, why would you want it to be wobbly and to be able to tip over? Now, I mean, I think if you ask like a historian or someone or one of the debunker channels, they're going to be like, well, it's they kept them insane. They kept them. They wanted to be insane. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, like in their house or whatever. But even that big one, that massive granite one over there, that's gonna spin. Yeah, that's gonna spin. That's got a round bottom. Yeah, it's heavy.
Definition of character, stuff like that. That's even.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's my table's kind of mocked up.
Yeah. But it's crazy. Like you see it.
Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put these on like a flat granite table,
I bet
all day. Like check out this guy, this brushing guy, and like so if you're making modern reproductions, these are the kinds of things that like people today, like if you're making these, they wouldn't know that, like people wouldn't. I don't know. There's just too many. There's a lot of reasons to think that these are. And when you look at them, I mean, these things have got some age to them. Like,
oh my God, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's different when you like
holding 1,000-year-old relics made by people that existed fucking thousands of years ago.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This one,
they're like little time machines.
Yeah, totally. And they all have a different story. And that's the thing. Like you. I mean, there's a possibility. I think there's 3 possibilities for each and every one of these that exist in the world, right? And the possibilities of when they were made. And you could say, just starting in the present day and going back in time, you could say, okay, they were either made in modern times as a forgery, as a fake, or they were made by the ancient Egyptians, or they were made by some precursor civilization, like some lost civilization.
Yeah.
There's actually, there's some good arguments for that. Like, there's some really good, Ben Van Kerkwijk does a great job, kind of pushing that, putting that idea forward. You don't see them after after 2200 BC, pretty much. Like, you don't see any of these hardstone vases
after 2200 BC.
Yeah, like the intermediate period of after the
right.
Yeah, you don't see that's kind of when Egypt fell into this despair. It was like a tough time, and then they came out 100 years later. But you don't see any after that, and there's a question as to whether or not you see any of them after 2650 BC, which is when Dozier or Jozier, nobody really knows how to pronounce his name, but the step pyramid, the guy that buried himself underneath the step pyramid, 40,000 of these things. There's a question as to whether or not we really, if they make any of them after that point in time.
Like the civilization that was there during that time, they were doing very crude stuff. Like they were creating those hieroglyphs on the side of those boxes, and were making other vases that were very crude, right? Very rough, out of different, like very softer stone,
Right.
that were nowhere near comparable to these. But it looks like they could have been maybe trying to copy them or duplicate them or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's insane.
It's a huge question.
Isn't there a video on YouTube of, I think it was on your Twitter, of a guy who tried to recreate one of these things by hand?
Yeah.
What's that one?
Yeah. I think it's Scientists Against Myths,
Scientists
probably.
Against Myths.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, they're biased already to begin with.
Right.
I mean, they're calling this a myth. Anything that's outside of the established story is a myth for these guys. But
in their video,
they spent
This is it. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they spent over 2 years, 2 years and 2 months, I think it was, creating an artifact. So they made a couple out of soft material. That's one of the soft materials. I think that's breccia, and they and so that's again one that's very easy to work with. That tool, by the way, there's no record of it. I mean, they're just assuming that the ancient Egyptians were using like a stick with a copper tip on it and sand abrasive and water to hollow out, to core the inside of it, to create the core.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't have that. That tool doesn't exist within the record, just assuming that it exists, from my understanding. And again, I'm not like Egyptologist guy. I just kind of do this for fun, just hobby. But yeah, they made a couple of ones that were just really. I mean, look, I got to give them credit for trying, right? But I mean, what they made was.
So they're starting with this giant chunk of granite.
It wasn't even their. I think they made 3, and their first 2 were not granite. Their first 2 were soft stones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then they came back. It was like breccia and I think marble. And marble, people don't realize, is very soft. It's like the same as like alabaster breccia. It's a 3 on the most way. It's like easy to work with. So Statue of David, super easy to chisel that away. But then they came back because everybody was complaining that they they're using these soft stones, so they came back and they made one out of diorite.
Oh, really?
So yeah, diorite's like granite. It's a similar density, and it took them or hardness, and it took them over 2 years to create a.
And this is the one. That doesn't look like diorite, though, does it?
I don't know if that's the one, to be honest with you, but. I mean, all these stones kind of blend to get like an all load. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Not precise at all after 2 years. And so they had a lot of problems with it. It broke once. They had to redo it. It's and it's not precise. It's
right.
Yeah,
it's certainly not within 1/1000 of an inch.
Right. I think they're talking about closer to like a millimeter maybe of deviation on roundness, and there should be round, but I mean it's not. Yeah. I mean these are like.
I mean, look at this, dude.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Right.
Using a pounding stone.
The biggest thing with this thing that they made is that they cored out the middle, right? They drilled out the middle, but they didn't ever go in and bore and hollow the walls.
So they just did like one straight tube drill down.
Exactly. And after 2 years, they couldn't like go in and hollow out.
That's pretty decent. I mean,
they dressed it up, but that was like they wrote on it with pen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not really what it looks like.
They were also using the wheel, which Egyptologists say Egyptians never had. They didn't have the wheel.
Yeah, right. So these, I mean, the theory is that with these, that it was like chisels and pounding stones that shaped the roundness.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, right. So when these guys are twisting this thing and turning it, that's not the explanation for how these were made. It's literally like chisels and pounding stones to form this perfect roundness of, up to 1,000th of a millimeter. I mean, that's the extreme, but 1,000th of an inch is very common. A couple thousandths of an inch, very, very common. And you don't get that with chisels.
No. I can't imagine. Yeah, I mean, I've never tried, but I can't imagine it would be possible.
Yeah,
I mean, especially when you're talking about these. I mean, this one, dude.
Yeah, that was weird.
What is your wildest guess to what these were used for?
Oh, man, just pure speculation.
Just pure tinfoil hat.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I really have no idea. I wish I could even.
You ever had any crazy theories?
I mean,
This episode of the podcast is brought.
I think it was probably. I don't know. The interesting thing is like you see, like on this guy, for example, you see two holes, like on the same. So it was very important for whatever reason that they had. It didn't have to be on opposite sides, but that they had two holes on the thing in one of the, so is that a clue as to what it was used for? I mean, I've heard like crazy stuff like, like positive, negative charges. It's like, your like battery or whatever the hell. Like, I don't, no idea. Pure speculation. Really, nobody has any idea. But this one,
some people say they're the urns, right?
Yeah, but there's never been like, to my understanding, there's never been like body parts or like even human remains.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like ashes or anything found in these things. Like that's another one thing. When you find them in barrels, when you find them in tombs, there's not like body parts. Now, I think like the mainstream explanation is that it's like liquids and like perfumes and like just different kinds of. And if you've seen the lids on these things, yeah, I mean it's pretty silly. But
what do they look like? Do you have an image of them on there?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean they're. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I mean, so if you can make the artifact itself, why can't you make a lid to match it?
Right.
So the mainstream explanation is that the lids were used. It's like a clay lid, basically, that you use it as like a stopper. And the explanation is because it's like it'll expand and contract, and it'll be able to.
It's interesting because it's like the insides aren't as perfect as the outsides, right? Like the opposite of the Serapeum boxes, where the insides are perfect, and the outsides are kind of rough and not perfectly square. I mean, it's still pretty damn close.
Yeah, the insides they oftentimes they left the tool marks on the inside.
Like if I rub my finger on the inside of this top rim, like they literally flattened the top ceiling of this thing.
Right.
Like, how are you going to do that?
Right.
With any of these tools?
Yeah, I mean, the inside of them, you've got the tool marks, and it's like, it's kind of a question mark as to whether or not the tool marks are horizontal or whether or not they're spiral.
Right.
I mean, sometimes they kind of like cross over, and you can make the argument that it's a spiral tool mark, but then at other times it's like they're perfectly flat and horizontal. It looks like, but yeah, they don't polish the inside of the artifact. Mm-hmm. Typically, they're leaving that part and showing you the tool marks. And so, you look at any of these and you've got tool marks on the inside.
Yeah.
And that's why I brought one for you that I think could be a modern reproduction, like a modern fake.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so that's this guy. So feel this compared to all the other ones that you picked out.
Oh, it's way lighter.
Right. It's way lighter. Check these inside too. It's like it's polished on the inside the same way that it's polished on the outside.
Oh yeah, the inside is just as smooth.
Right. And there's absolutely no damage. There's no wear. There's no, you don't get any age on that thing whatsoever. But it was sold as an ancient Egyptian.
Did you feel this and inspect it before you bought it?
No.
You just look at pictures.
Bought it and. Yeah, I just looked at pictures and it showed up, and I'm like, I don't know about this one. But I the guy gave me the opportunity to return it.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. But I wanted to use it, and it wasn't very expensive. So I wanted to, and it doesn't spend. It's got exactly. So I wanted to be able to use it as an example of something that is different than what you see on the 65.
Yeah.
That it's like, there's like people that go and that make these today in China or whatever, like they don't know what they're doing. They wouldn't know to round the bottom. They can't put age on something like this. They don't know to leave tool marks at the top in the inside. They don't know how to polish. So yeah, I mean that's I think another good reason to think that these things are genuine and authentic.
Do you have any visuals that show like some of the measurements or the scans that were done on these things?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So which one would you want to?
Oh yeah, any of them. Whatever. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I mean this one's pretty great. This is the gold handle one.
Flacos.
Yeah.
Wow. And why is the gold? How did they get the gold on there? What is that?
It's a question, you know.
Maybe that was later.
It could be. Yeah, could be. I really don't know. I mean, supposedly they say it's original, but it's really kind of hard to know. But this is the certificate of authenticity that comes with it. I mean, you get a different one based on.
Is it real gold?
Yeah, really. Yeah. Wow. And it's very. Yeah, it's like gold plate, basically. But yeah, that one will spin perfectly for like a very long period of time. This is a receipt from 1975, you know, that like describes the thing. And then we go into the CT scan report,
right?
And again, this was done by a third party. They don't know, you know, anything about like the project or whatever, but it gives you these measurements on the artifact, and it tells you, you can compare the different measurements to try to, you know, get a sense for like you know, the symmetry involved in it. So just for example, this measurement is of the X and Y axis of the width of the artifact. So it's like the.
Can you punch in on that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So,
oh wow, look at that.
That's the.
Damn.
Yeah. So the measurement is 128.457 millimeters on the y-axis, and on the x-axis it's 128.476. Yeah. So you're talking 2/100ths of a millimeter, you know, which is like less than, I think that's less than 1/1000th of an inch. I mean, you know, crazy deviation there. The mouth opening, and the mouth opening is a little bit more difficult a lot of times because of like damage, right, for whatever reason, right, like on the inside of a lot of these things. But yeah, I mean, you've got 52.06 versus 52.112. So, you know, do the math there. I think I'm not doing the math.
Yeah, that's minuscule.
Yeah, but very small.
What is that one right there? So zoom in right there. What did that say right there? NOM 52.26, 52.30.
Nominal. So it's not a real measurement. The actual measurement is the measured number. The nominal is kind of like they create this CAD model of what the perfect circle would look like, and what, like, I think it's kind of like what they think if they were to, they take a slice of it basically, and then they do a slice all the way around. Yeah. And then they try to create like a nominal measurement. It's not a real measurement. And then, how to measure the handles. And a lot of times, we haven't even talked about like the royal cubit.
Right. You got the sacred geometry baked into these bad boys.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. But on this one, on the handle measurement, on a lot of these things, the handle measurement is actually a circumference measurement. So the distance there is meaningless in terms of royal cubits, but when you multiply it by pi and you get the circumference of the handles, which would have on almost all of these been the widest part of the original block that they were using, right? You get a number that is like a royal finger, which is a subunit of a royal cubit, which we can talk about in a little while. But on most of the other measurements, it's all diameter. But on the handles, it's usually what I'm finding is it usually shows up in terms of circumference. So that's that one. A lot of I should show you the. I had them.
And then measure the inside.
I had them measure the inside of the holes just to see if there was anything there, in terms of the royal cubit measurements. And but I haven't really found any correlation. So it doesn't seem like that's a measurement that they were trying to do.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that would have been the 7th. But I think I've identified like 6 on these things.
So like, there's 2 questions. Like, was this purposeful precision, or was this just because it was so damn easy for them, it didn't matter?
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the precision as it relates to the measurements, like the royal cubits, then it's pretty obvious that they intended to do that on a lot of these things. It's like, on this round one, for example, it's 4 royal fingers tall, or digits, we'll call it maybe the digit tall. People call it either one. So
it's 4 fingers tall.
4 fingers tall, 6 fingers wide. So, I mean, 6.0 to like just a couple of thousandths of an inch away from Isaac Newton's 18.7 millimeter royal finger, like the measurement that he defined, and like he realized that the Great Pyramid, the Step Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, and Great Bent Step and Red Pyramid would all use this measurement of a royal cubit, which was 52.36 centimeters. So 523.6 millimeters was a royal cubit for all of those pyramids. And he found like the King's Chamber and the Great Pyramid is 10 by 20 cubits, like exactly. And a subunit of that we know is the finger, and so there's 28 fingers in every one of those. So every finger is 18.7 millimeters. And when you measure a lot of these things, you find that measurement in the dimensions of the artifact on a lot of these things. Now I've only scanned 12 I think so far, or something like that. So I got more work to do, but I have found that royal finger measurement in a lot of them. Not every one of them, but a lot of them, and it's consistent because it's in like 4 out of the 6 measurements, or it's way more than coincidental that you'd be finding like perfect, 0.0 royal fingers, like in these things. So it's pretty clear that at least on some of these things that they were using that system of measurement to create it, and it's very clear that dimension and that accuracy of manufacture is like, it's one thing to make a circle, right? And it's one thing to be able to like say, okay, I got a circle that's 1/1000th of an inch of perfect roundness, but it's another to have a dimension that's perfectly round or perfectly precise. And that's one thing that hasn't been really explored on these artifacts in any meaningful way by anybody really yet. And so it's one of the things that by measuring these things, I'm going to be able to hopefully shed some more light on that. Like, is it just random? Is it just coincidence? And I just happen to have found these things in the first handful that I've measured, and I'm never going to find it again. But you don't see like inches, you don't see centimeters, you don't see like, I'm getting 0 hits on just random systems of measurement, like random metrological systems. You don't see. You always see it on that one specific Isaac Newton's 18.7 that the pyramids were built on.
Well, those measurements are the measurements that they used back then, though, right? Those civilizations would use those measurements to do stuff. I mean, even going to like the Romans and stuff like that, they used the royal cubit, the finger, all those different terms for whatever, the hand, to build their structures.
So it did change, like all those ancient pyramids, like it kind of argues that maybe all those pyramids are a lot older, and maybe these artifacts are a lot older. If it's the same system that you find in the pyramids that you find in these ancient artifacts, maybe they were all built roughly within the same, couple of hundred years, or potentially it was like a measurement system in use for some lost civilization. So maybe whoever, it could be a very, very ancient metrological system, or it could just be what the ancient Egyptians used, in the pre-dynastic and early dynastic time period.
Because the pyramids measure the same way, right?
Exactly. Yeah. But like then after a while, the pharaohs started to change up the system, right? So like the cubit changed based on the length of the pharaoh's elbow to their middle finger. They would make the cubit based on how their body was, how long their arm was, and so everything got kind of mixed up. So that could be part of the reason why you only see it in some and you don't see it in others, because I don't know what the freaking Third Dynasty pharaoh's elbow length was.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. This is the surface deviation report of this specific artifact with the gold handles on it. And you can pretty clearly see the deviation is in, this is the scale of the deviation. So, it goes, and this is in millimeters. So the surface deviation is not as precise as like the the dimensions or the roundness necessarily. But what you see is, and some of this could be due to surface residue, that I just didn't like, that just wasn't cleaned off, because these are very, very.
When you say surface deviation, what does that mean?
So it's like this part of the object right here that you see in bright orange is 0.3 millimeters above the average.
Ah, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the blue is going like down in elevation.
Exactly.
Orange is up in elevation.
Yeah. You can kind of think of like the dark blue as just below sea level, the light blue as sea level, the green as land, and like yellow and red as like
volcanoes, islands.
Yeah, like got it. Yeah. So, but it is interesting because you see that clearly. You see this yellow line going across the middle of it. I think that says it was turned. That you've got this whole patch of yellow that goes across the middle of it. That indicates that a lathe was used, I think, and this is not the best example, I've got better examples, but that a lathe was used to manufacture this thing. And then you got this blue line, right there that goes all the way around it that also indicates, this thing was turned on the lathe. But this, and again,
how does that explain the handles?
Yeah, so what they would have done is left the material between the handles and then come back and got that later. And you can kind of see maybe they did chisel that on this specific artifact because, some of these blue like that, that area, this area between the handles, maybe that was chiseled potentially. But what they would have done, let me see if I can find it here. Probably, let's see, right there. What they would have done is they would have
maybe they used some kind of like dark magic to make these things soft, and they could just mold them however they wanted.
It's possible, but there is really good evidence for lathe use on most of these things, like on a lot of these things.
Right.
So let me see the thin wall granite, for example. So this one is this is the certificate for the thin one that we looked at. We shine a light through it. This is the surface deviation report for that.
Whoa, look at that.
Right.
That's pretty telling.
Yeah, pretty telling. I mean, that was turned. I mean, clearly.
Can you punch in a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Whoever did this,
it's like ribbed.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't see that.
You can't see it to the naked
eye.
eye.
Your naked eye. It looks completely flat. It looks completely like, yeah. So whoever made this isn't like, modern day machine that would have made this with like lasers, because you would never get this
right.
You wouldn't get that.
Well, is that how they do it today? With when they cut granite, what do they use to cut like precise granite today?
They use, it's like a they've got a handful of different methods, but it's like very, very sturdy on rods, like metal rods, and they're like turning it, and they're like just like shaving it off at like perfect. It's computer guided 5-axis CNC mills is my understanding. And it's like they're shaving it off like to perfect roundness. It's not like you'd be turning it and then changing the tool and going to a higher level and then turning it again, like is kind of what we see here.
So not a lathe.
This is a lathe.
No, I mean today. It wouldn't be a traditional, like what we think of as a lathe.
It would be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just a very sophisticated lathe today.
Good Lord. Now, what is that red? That's popping out more? Or?
Yeah, so the red, a lot of people, talk about the handles and talk about how the handle are not as precise as the rest of the object, and that this shows that that's the case because of the redness. What you have to understand about the handles is that on every artifact, they're offset. Like, they're not directly across from each other. And so people, like, like the bunker people, they're all like, see that it was handmade. It's like clearly handmade. But in reality, it's on every single artifact, and it's almost always like when you see the side that the handles are closer together, there's some portion of it that's like more visually attractive, like this one, for example. You got this like wide open piece on the granite. That's the side that the handles are closer to. So in my mind, they intentionally had the handles pushed forward to the side where it's more visually attractive. And I think this is a good example of that. There's a bunch of examples of that, but I think they did it on purpose. Like I think the handles were pretty clearly shifted together on one side on purpose on all of these because it's consistent. You don't find any where the handles are directly across from each other. But what that does, the software, the program is assuming that the handles are supposed to be directly opposite of each other, and so when they're not, you get these red lines on the thing.
Yeah, I can see how it's almost like pushed forward.
Right. And does that speak to the function? Whatever the function was. I don't know. It's like, again, that's like pure speculation. It's just I don't know that we know. So that's kind of interesting. And then you've got the thickness report, which is pretty cool. So you can tell, and you can tell that this is where they really thinned out the wall on the thin wall base. And you can see kind of the thickness. And
so the green is the thickest.
The green is the thickest, yeah. And it's always thickest at the bottom.
And I'm guessing the purple is the thinnest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's that band there that's super thin. And unfortunately, the company EMS wasn't able to stack these measurements at the exact same height on both sides, so we can't really like match up the bottom versus the bottom and say these are at the exact same height. They're just kind of arbitrarily picking points. So it's not as if you can compare 4.574 to 4.435. But yeah, what we did find, and I've got tools like wall thickness gauge, is that when you do that, the wall thickness is one of those other measurements that's always extraordinarily accurate, especially on the precision made ones. Like the wall thickness on one side at one horizontal axis is going to be almost exactly as thick as the wall on the other side. So however they were doing it, however they were hollowing out the interior, it's not like they had like a fork, like a stick with a stone on it. I mean, it was much more sophisticated of a process than that.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So pretty interesting. I mean, that's that, and then God, it's so fascinating. Yeah.
So how many of these do you think exist in the world?
That's a good question. I mean, you're going to hear people say anywhere between at a low you might hear 5,000, at a high you might hear 500,000. So I don't.
You got how many total?
65.
You have 65.
Yeah, so much.
Who owns the most of them?
What do you mean?
Like, who is there? One person or organization that has the most of these?
Like the largest private collection in the world. So Fayez Barakat is an Israeli art dealer, and he has the largest private collection of ancient antiquity in the world. The largest private collection of stone Egyptian vessels specifically. I don't know. I mean, I've had people say that I've got to have one of the biggest, collections in the world at this point. But
yeah, I imagine you do.
Yeah, but like, I mean, they go up for auction. So like, the reason there's none available right now is no collector has died recently, basically, right? So like family, like some collector will die, they pass on his estate to his kids or whatever, and then they go to an auction house and they put them up for auction. So you might see like 6 come out at a time, or 10 come out at a time on like Christmas or something or whatever it might be. But again, yeah, you don't see that. Often.
What was the name of the Israeli company that has them?
Barakat.
Yeah. I found out the name of that Israeli guy, by the way, we were talking about last night.
Okay.
His name was Moshe Dayan.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I got a couple of artifacts from this collection.
Really?
Yeah.
So he was like literally a plunderer. The guy like literally just went in there and raided these sites in Egypt and stole all of these artifacts. He was obsessed with it.
And this was the
He got an eye patch. He
looks like a raider.
There's a story he was like looking through binoculars during one of the wars, and he got shot. The binoculars got shot with a sniper, and it like shredded his eye. But he was a legendary military general,
right?
In the what does it say? He was Israeli military leader, and he eventually became a politician. And he was the guy who like led Israel through the 6-Day War.
Yeah, we should talk about that war for a second. But yeah, I actually only have one from Moshe Dayan, and it's very small. So I thought I had a couple of them, but I remember the name. But yeah, so it came through Fayez Bearcat, who's the real art dealer. And in 1968, in the 60s, Fayez had his main office in Israel. And so, when you talk about a war, the 6-Day War in 1967, where Israel occupied Egypt and supposedly stole some artifacts from Egypt, Moshe Dayan and whoever else. I mean, I mentioned General Uzi Narkis. He was also a general in the Israeli army. I don't think there's anything that's like speculates that like he stole stuff, but I do have a couple of these things with his name on it, So I mean, if there's a way to prove that these were stolen from Egypt, I'm happy to give them back. Like I'm happy because now we've got the scans, and now that it's like, okay, you've got some precision on these things, and these things actually do have incredible provenance, and you can prove that these are museum pieces that have been stolen, and we can say, look, these are precise down to whatever. I'll ship them back, no problem. If anybody, absolutely. I just want to know the truth.
Well, who'd you pay? I mean, you should at least get your money back.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like again, I should mention that I'm doing this to try to find out some truth about our history. Yeah, I'm not obsessed with the junk.
Right, you're not just hoarding these away in a closet.
Right.
You're making these public and like trying to explore what the hell was going on back then.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, they're basically meaningless, but they teach us. I mean, they're rocks, but they could teach us a
Spend
lot.
a small fortune on some rocks.
Yeah. But I think they ought to increase, in value as people start to understand them. I think it'll be a pretty good investment. But yeah, I mean, they can teach us, I think, a lot about our true history potentially. And if they don't, if they can't, if it's just we can just hand wave this all away as explainable or fake, that's fine too. I'm totally fine. If the precision ones turn out to be modern day reproductions, it'd be good to know that. It would be good to know that there's like some sophisticated criminals out there that are running these art dealerships and websites and selling things like that.
Well, it would have to be convincing.
Yeah.
It would have to be convincing. If people are going to claim that, like, I can't just accept that. I have to have a reasonable explanation for how. And like what you pointed to earlier was that there's not a ton of these being made and sold for a lot of money. And these guys are very happy to refund you your money, and you can return the days of that if you don't want it.
Right.
Like it's not it's not obvious that these things are being reproduced, right?
No, definitely not. Yeah.
What is you said Flint Dibble had a theory on these things? What do people like him or like archaeologists say about this stuff? She said they were handmade.
Yeah. I mean, so I put out a couple of videos on my X channel. My X channel is it's small, but I put out a video that got like 200,000 views because people are interested in this topic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like repost. And somebody said, Flint Dibble, what do you think? And so he came in, and I actually said first before I didn't even think he would come on and say anything, but I'm like, Flint, I'll save you the suspense. Flint's gonna say they're fake. They're because they're just too precise to be made with the tools in the archaeological record. Flint came on and was like, he basically said this, thin wall artifact. He's like, oh, handmade. That was his thing. And he looked at it, but Flint, I mean, love the guy, and he did a really good job on the Joe Rogan.
Yes, really did.
But that was my first introduction to him.
Me too.
He did a really good job on that. So I am interested in his opinion, but he's not an expert. on ancient Egypt or on these artifacts. I don't think he's ever even seen or held one of these things.
Yeah, but I wish they would have spent more time talking about Egypt on that podcast. Yeah, that podcast was super informative.
Me too. Yeah, agreed. But he looked at there's tool marks at the top of this one from either marks that indicate like a level of liquid or whatever would have been stored in these things. It's like some horizontal indentations at the top of this, or whatever tool was making this when it was spinning slipped and created some grooves in the top of it. I don't know which one, but Flint's whole thing was he saw the marks on this and he's like, oh, handmade. But when you look at this, I mean, there's no way.
You saw the marks on the inside of this,
yeah,
right here.
Yeah. But I mean, clearly the surface deviation report has proven that was turned on a lathe based on this.
Yeah. He hasn't seen all the evidence.
Right.
Yeah, I would love to get his reaction to all that stuff, all those reports, and to actually hold this in your hand and see the light shining through it.
For sure. But archaeologists aren't machinists; they're not engineers.
Exactly. That's the problem. This interdisciplinary aspect of it.
Right. Yeah. But obviously, a very intelligent guy.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a good job with whatever he's doing.
I guess that's the problem with anything, right? Like, people specialize in one thing and don't collaborate enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people get too just tied to their perspective, their story, their side. Just don't stay open-minded to what are the possibilities? So I mean, that the royal finger thing. I mean, before we move on to the royal finger thing, maybe just show this surface deviation report. This is again that other one that's like a super popular, super well-known artifact at this point.
That's this one right here.
That's this one. Okay. Yeah. And again, you got pretty clear signs that it was turned based on the bottom.
Look at that.
Yeah, you can see that.
The rings.
Exactly. Yeah, it's got rings on the bottom. The red handle thing again is because the handles are offset from each other, and the data is assuming that the handles are exactly apart. We'll get to that in a second. But the interesting thing on this one for me is the space between the handles. And again, that would have been, if this was turned, which it clearly was, even though archaeologists don't acknowledge it. Clearly this one was turned. And so, and again, we can see that from the bottom, but then they would have come in with another tool afterwards and removed the material that's between the handles. And so that's why we see that it's a higher.
Because you can't turn it between the two handles.
Exactly. Yeah. You'd have to come in with another tool. Right. And it's not like they just chiseled the area between the handles on this one, because you would see little chisel marks.
No, it's very consistent.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's almost like a whole different, who knows what tool that was. Whatever it was is not in the archaeological records.
I wouldn't love to take a time machine back to when they were making these things and see what the fuck was
Hell
happening.
yeah. Absolutely. And when would the time machine even take you to?
Right. Yeah, you'd have to know, right? You'd have to have a little barometer inside your time machine and see, look, where the fuck am I? I'm trying to go back. Nobody's going to believe me.
Right. Yeah, and then the wall thickness, you can kind of see the wall thickness on this thing is just really perfect. I mean, it's like, damn. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean,
it looks like Jupiter. The planet Jupiter.
Yeah, totally. I'm glad this one iPad. But then so then what they do is they cut slices of the thing, and they rotate slices around, and they tell you on the inside of the wall where the variance is.
Yeah.
And then they extend the variance. So this is not real. We're not actually seeing the inside of this red part right here is not actually coming off of the inside that much. You wouldn't even be able to see how much it's coming off, but they extend it so that it's visible to the human eye.
Right.
But there you can see on the inside, where the tool marks actually happened, compared to whatever slice that they turned around, that there is going to be some indentations on the tool mark. So those blue things that are coming in, whatever round turn that they did, whatever tool is hollowing out the inside, it got a little bit deeper than the rest of the tool marks. And then on the red, they left a little bit on that wall. For whatever reason, and on this one, it's actually kind of likely that they left that material there in order to balance it, because again, this is like that round bottom one that sits perfectly on its bottom. They left material. This is according to Adam Dunn, Crystal and Son, who analyzed the report on this one. I haven't actually verified this yet, but the handles were slid closer together on one side of the artifact, and on the other side of the artifact, they left wall material in the inside of the wall, so they made it heavier on this side to offset the weight that was on this side. Whoa! Yeah, to balance it. Yeah, which you don't do that
because the bottom's not flat.
Right. Exactly.
So it needs to sit flat.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of mysteries with these things.
Man, the little one. When I see this little one, did you see any of these little ones? I'm thinking they use these ones for drugs.
Yeah, could be.
I would be fascinated to see how precise these tiny ones are, dude.
Yep. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I'm gonna get them scanned. Like, I think there's a couple of basalt ones, So this tiny basalt guy is like super round, I mean, it's like it's clearly not done with a chisel, right? Like you can't get this level around this with a chisel. So yeah, I will scan those. It's the same cost to scan the little ones.
And this one is like the oddest shape out of all of them. Like This one looks like it would be a good necklace pendant.
Right.
Or like one of those flasks you can just hang it on your neck, or like
carry your purple.
Keep your little whatever.
Yeah, and that wall was not bored out. It wasn't hollowed out on the wall.
Yeah, you can see it doesn't actually follow the whole circumference of that thing.
Yeah, so very, very small hole in that inches cord. But yeah, man. I mean, the Royal Cubit conversation is kind of interesting. If I can find that document here, if you want to go there.
When you say the Royal Cubit conversation, you're meaning how all these things are a specific amount of, what do you mean specifically?
So it's basically so basically it appears that on a number of these artifacts that I've scanned and measured and found the dimensions of and divided by a royal finger, which is 18.7 millimeters, according to Isaac Newton.
Okay.
So if you find the dimension of like the length and you divide by 18.7, a lot of times you're getting whole numbers, and a lot of times you're getting like perfect fractions of numbers. And so people are gonna say like that's just random, it's just coincidence. But if we can show through scanning enough of these and through analyzing enough of that data that it's just mathematically impossible to have that much coincidence happen, and that yes, they were in fact using this measurement system, then you can prove that these things were accurate on a whole different scale than just roundness. You can prove that they're accurate to like on a dimensional scale as well. So
like a 3-dimensional scale.
Yeah. So it's not just like, this thing is perfectly round within, a hundredth of a millimeter or whatever. You can say that they were able to create an object with a mouth opening that was exactly what they wanted it to be to within, like 1,000 feet.
Right.
Whatever. Which is a whole new, like, mystery with these things, because how could they measure that? Like, how could they verify? How?
Right, exactly. Do they have computers?
Right. Like, what tools were they using to verify that, like, something microscopic in a lot of cases that you can't even see with your own eyes, and they're achieving that level of precision on these things. So that's a mystery.
What was that? What was the name of that? Do you know what I'm talking about? There was a computer that was found in a shipwreck, like some sort of ancient computer.
Antikythera.
There you go. Can you pull that thing up? When was that from?
It was from I think it was Greek. It was like
from like 100.
It was like 1,000 BC or
1,000 BC. Something that old?
Yeah.
Can you find that, Steve? Oh,
I'm probably way off.
There you go. Oh, there you go. The Antikythera mechanism. When was this from? Ancient Greek hand-powered orrery. It was a model of the solar system, described as the oldest known analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It would also be used to track the 4-year cycle of athletic games, similar to the Olympiad and the cycle of ancient Olympic games. So this thing modeled the solar system?
Yeah.
Okay, where does it come from? 2nd century BC. Wait. No, that's just an astronomer. What is this? So what is the motion was studied in the 2nd century BC, but when did they claim that this thing came from?
Most believed to have been designed and constructed by the Hellenistic scientists, 87 BC.
Whoa, 87 BC.
Or between 150 and 100, or 205 BC.
So between 87 and 205 BC, those damn Greeks, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's got a bunch of gears. And I want to get an expert in here that knows more about that. It had gears. It was like a giant watch.
Yeah, go back up to it.
There's they did CT scans of it. You could see all the gears.
Yeah, but that's as incredible as that is. That's at most as early as 200 BC. Right. These things are 2,500 at the latest, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, 26, kind of like 2650 is when they were buried at the step and you find them in graves. That's the other thing. Like there's supposedly an image in Cairo of a tomb, a Nubian tomb that was found that's like 12,000 years old, 10,000 BC, that has had a hardstone base in it. And this is according to, Ben Van Kerkwick, but apparently like the Snake Bros were there and they saw it too. I haven't got a picture of it yet, but Ben had one in one of his videos that has like a burial, a grave from like 10,000 BC that has an ancient hardstone base. If that's the case, like if that's real, these things could be as old as life itself. You have no idea how old these could be.
Is this the tomb?
An archaeological site along the Nile reveals a Nubian civilization that flourished in ancient Sudan.
That's the civilization.
That's the civilization. There wasn't Sudan, right? Maybe. Who knows? That was just a quick search.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Sudan or not. But yeah, I mean, that would be really compelling information. That would be really compelling that these things could be absolutely, very, very ancient, like lost civilization ancient. Like, I mean, somebody built Göbekli Tepe, right? Like, they were master stoneworkers, obviously, in Karahan Tepe, and these sites that were dated to 11,600 BC at a minimum. And so, they're master stoneworkers. They're like carving mountains off, making them perfectly flat, like inserting 20-ton stone pillars. So people were working with stone in a sophisticated way. And we think we know who it was. Like, we think like archaeologists, oh yeah, sure, that was these people, and they were just, I love how Ben always says, like, they were trying to get away from the wife and kids on the weekend.
Right.
They just like
they were just to hang out with the boys.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that's a possibility. I don't think that's really crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, still though, Göbekli Tepe is incredible as it is. There's no precision there.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I mean, it's megalithic for sure.
Right.
And it's astonishing, just considering the date, the carbon dating.
Yeah.
But there's no way to carbon date these, right? There's no organic material.
You can't date stone, but what you can do potentially is do some studies to try to figure out what tools were used to hollow out the inside. Because you can like, and I gotta get connected with the right people to send these off to get that study done. But the inside the tool marks, like you can potentially find evidence for whatever was used to hollow them out. So that could be something that eventually we can test. But again, if it's another stone that was used or copper or whatever, you can't date that necessarily.
Right.
But there might be something that you can learn from it.
What's the most compelling theory that you've heard about these things?
I don't know, man. I mean,
nobody you talk to is like come to you and be like, man, I have an idea. I know what these things are for.
Like for their function?
Yeah.
No. I mean, nobody knows. No, I mean, the most prevalent theory theory is just that they were just used for like, you know, decorative purposes. Like, you know, that there was no. So, no, I mean the function. It's just you're just getting into pure speculation at that point, and I think like a lot of people are just kind of trying to avoid that until you know they know more about until they know more. You know, so. But yeah, this want to talk a little bit about this the measurements on these things.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So this guy at the top, this is Adam Young's artifact, right? So if you look at this, and the unsigned.io did a report on this, identified some sacred geometry in it. You know, I'm going to stay away from that because I didn't completely understand the report, to be, you know, totally honest with you. But what we do find in here, if you just look at the measurements, and unfortunately, so this scan doesn't have the most accurate, like it's down to a tenth of a millimeter on this scan. You can see, you know, when you look at like the height, for example, which is, you know, on here, it's that 6 4, so it's 6.412 royal fingers. But if you back all the way up, if you look at the millimeters on the height, it's 119.9 millimeters. So they didn't go to the 100th or to the 1000th of a millimeter on this, so it wasn't the greatest scan. But what you find from that when you divide by 18.7 is you get 6.412 royal fingers in height. And so you look at that and it's like, okay, well, that's a meaningless number, you know, and nobody's really found anything, you know, with that number. But what 64 represents is the grid of life in sacred geometry. And so I think that when unsigned.io found the flower of life as it relates to this artifact, with all those circles that he was doing, that what he had actually found was the grid of life. And that whoever made this thing was embedding the 6.4 as a sign that, hey, this is the grid of life. And the grid of life is basically the flower of life, except it's like a three-dimensional version of it. So it uses tetrahedrons instead of circles, which this is a three-dimensional object. So that makes sense. So and it's accurate to 6.4 within 9/1000ths of an inch. So it's similar accuracy in the dimensions. So in the height dimension, if this is really what they're going for, 6.4, I think it was. It's similar. It's equal to like the accuracy of the circles that we find. And all anybody's been talking about is accuracy of the circles for the longest time. But I do think the dimensions are actually something that we really need to look at too. The width, the second row down there is 84.3 millimeters, and if you divide that by the 18.7, you get 4.5 royal fingers to within 6/1000. The neck is phi squared royal fingers. 2.618 is phi squared royal fingers. So you've got to take phi and then phi, and then you got to square it, and you get 2/1000ths of an inch deviation. I don't know what 1.2 is, to be honest with you. Maybe somebody on the show can leave in the comments.
What I'm sure somebody will know.
Yeah,
let us know.
right. The mouth opening on this one is very precise to 3/1000ths of an inch of 2.0 royal fingers. So that one is highly accurate. And then the lip is pi royal fingers. So the lip is like the outside of the circle on the top, 3.114 to within 5/1000. So, right. You know, so I don't know, man. I mean, that one looks pretty compelling, although the measurements and the dimensions of it, but that one seems like it's lining up to this subunit of the rotor cubic to within a high degree of accuracy, right? Because it's like all of these measurements. But then, you know, you don't find, this is really the only one where I'm finding these sacred geometry numbers. Like I'm not finding like pi royal fingers and the other ones that I've scanned so far. So I'm just finding like straight up either whole or fractions of those. Wow, dude. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. So the second one, which is the spinner here, this guy, when you look at it, again, the height is 4 royal fingers to within 7/1000ths of an inch. The width is 6 to within 1/1000th of an inch. The mouth opening is 2 2/6. I think they're using sixths as opposed to thirds, but you could say thirds,
Right.
And you're less than 5/1000ths of an inch. And the lip is 3.5 to within 4/10,000ths of an inch. So less than 1/1000th, 40% of 1/1000th.
Right.
Very, very accurate on that, and it kind of just keeps, we don't have to go through every one of these, but you see the same thing on the thin wall artifacts. You see very tight tolerances, and then I guess I just kind of probably close with this one, which is freaking huge.
Holy moly!
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh, this is the biggest one out here.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, that thing's huge.
Lord, look at that, people.
Right.
How big did they
It's
get?
like a 45-pound barbell.
That thing's legit.
Is this as big as they get, or did
I mean, in terms of the hard stone, you don't get a lot bigger in terms of the hard stone. Alabaster, the stuff that's like the imitation of this stuff, they can get much bigger.
you can feel the ribbing on the inside of it, where they use tools to carve it out?
Yep. And that one has good. There's images of that one way in the 20th century. Yeah. There's that one's. I think I feel. I mean, I feel really good about all these. I'm not gonna buy them. I feel good about one, but I feel really good about that one. And that one is measuring out in whole royal fingers. But it's not as precise as some of these smaller ones, right? But when you look at the height, it's 7.02 royal fingers to within 1/100th of an inch, or just less than 2/100ths of an inch. The width is 13 royal fingers to within, it's a similar type of accuracy there. The neck, I might be able to get rid of that neck one just because I had to go to circumference there, and usually you're not seeing circumference on the neck. But even the 8.925 is pretty close to 9. The mouth is 4.99 royal fingers, so that's, you're talking 8/1000ths of an inch. And the lip is 9.95. So, and the handles are almost always in circumference as opposed to diameter. That's, 5/5000ths of an inch. And so you're talking
astonishing, dude.
It's incredible. I mean, and it's all whole royal fingers on the biggest one, which makes sense because they don't need to go to fractions on the biggest one, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's that one. So
that's so wild, dude.
It's pretty crazy, man.
It really is. And it's really cool that you've been able to connect with all these people like Ben Kirkwick and, the Snake Bros and all these guys who do all these trips out there and are fascinated by this stuff and talk about this stuff. So I'm going to get them on the podcast and let them look at this stuff.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Yeah, Ben was my first guest on the podcast.
Was he really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
He's a great dude. I mean, all those guys are great people at Snake Bros.
Was that his first time seeing these things in real life and holding them?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. He's like,
he shit his pants?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, it's hard not to. It's one thing to see them behind a glass or whatever, but when you see these things, you get a sense that these are freaking old.
Yeah.
It's different.
When you go to a museum, are you allowed to touch them?
No. I mean, sometimes they might bring them out if you request it, especially with gloves and
Yeah, we were sitting at dinner last night in a restaurant. You literally poured your iced tea into one of them to see
Yeah.
how much water it would hold.
Yeah, the show.
That's insane.
Yeah,
you're a madman.
Yeah. And this one, that was this guy, and it's a spinner, and it still spins with the water.
Right.
And this one actually, when you measure the volume of the inside of this one, it's exactly an ancient system of Egyptian measurement. It's a hecate. It's
volume measurement.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's 1/16 of a hecate, which happens to also, unfortunately, be 300 cc's. So that's a modern, measurement.
So the volume of all of these things could have sacred geometrical numbers.
Could have just numbers that were important for whatever, either trade, or you had to know how much you were paying, to fill your thing up with whatever liquid or perfume or whatever it was that you were buying, potentially. I don't know, but But I mean, those are some possibilities that the volume did matter.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested to see like how the volume of all of these different bases compare to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Once you find something out, you can maybe dig deeper into what these things were for.
Right. These are kind of cool because what they when you set these in water and they don't have anything in them, they float. Yeah. Yeah, so like the water, they'll sit in the water. I don't know if you have like a bucket that we could fill like with water or whatever for demonstration, but like these don't sink, and so like the water, it'll sit all the way up to the water to this
right
point,
to the line,
and just balance perfectly. Like
no shit.
Yeah. So was that intentional?
Weird.
Right.
Yeah,
I hate goosebumps talking about.
Are there any other artifacts that are as wild as this that are out there?
I mean, if there is, somebody's got to tell me about it.
You're not aware of any though.
No. I mean, because this is like some of the oldest stuff that people can get their hands on, right? I mean, it's like you can't collect stuff because, I mean, this is like times that this stuff was like, we have no idea the tools. We don't know how this stuff was supposedly made. Like,
Right.
This predates writing in a lot of cases. You know, I mean, you're talking about like writing like, whatever, 3300 BC. A lot of these like basalt was being made in like 4500 BC. You know, according to the mainstream explanation for even writing that this predates that. You know, so you can't collect stuff that's older than this. It doesn't exist out there. You know, maybe like arrowheads that we don't know how old they are, or like beads that we don't know how old they are, or whatever. But there's no like classification of artifacts that exist like this. It's like the coolest thing ever.
I got a question. Yeah. So, talking about the metrics, like keeping everything, like measuring royal fingers, right?
Yeah.
Those handles, those shoulder pieces, the lugs.
Yeah.
They all have holes in them. Have you ever measured them to see if those holes are the same size, or if there's only like a handful of drill bits that they used, or are they just random sizes?
They seem to be all different sizes. Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, they seem to be different sizes, and it seems like they drilled into one side, and then they drilled into the other side, and they met in the middle. So so it wasn't as if it was like it's not like one.
Really?
Yeah, it's not like one straight line. That one I think is like carved. It has like some on one of them.
There was one that looked like it dipped inwards, like it was. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see that in the scan better because you get the inside walls, when you look at the CT scan. But yeah, it's like two straight lines that connect in the middle of the rooms as opposed to one thing through, which makes sense because they're rounded off, and if you just you would be like you could potentially run into the inside wall if you didn't take a slight angle.
Right. Yeah. How do you have time to run your business, dude? Doing all this crazy shit.
I stopped doing everything else. Yeah, I have like.
By the way, for people that are listening, you run Bell's Outlets, or your last name is Bell, not Bell's Outlet, but Bell's Department Stores, and there's no more outlet, right?
Right.
Which is if you're a Floridian, everybody knows Bell's.
Yeah,
that's funny because when Ben came out here, you're Bell's, mate. This bloke named Bill. I'm like, Bells?
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder if it's related to bells. And I looked it up. I'm like, God damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. You can tell if people are from Florida or not if they pronounce it bells or beals.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Australian accent gets away too. But,
Right.
But yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, man. I stopped. It was just kind of for 2023. I really got into this, and what I did actually is start to work like 13-hour days. That's the way.
Yeah.
I started a podcast. Like I started. This is actually not as time consuming as you might think it is. It's just like, and I think that shows by the fact that I've only had 13 schemes. I haven't been able to really do the royal finger measurements. Like, I haven't devoted as much. The most important thing to me, of course, family, number one. Number two, business, making sure that that is on good standing, and that's going to be successful. And then everybody's got to have a hobby. So I don't drink. I kind of quit playing golf. So there's not a lot that kind of like just.
You quit playing golf?
Yeah, man, I don't have time for that shit.
Why'd you quit? You just don't have time?
I just don't have time. Yeah. I used to play once every month or two, and now it's like once every year, basically.
Yeah.
So it's just tough to get out and make time, but But yeah, so that's how I just work a lot of hours just to make sure I get everything done.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about last night. You guys have still tons of locations all around the country.
Yeah,
it's pretty insane. Like I never expected to see Bells in like Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
other places like that. I thought it was only in Florida.
Yep. Yeah, we're 23 states right now. So the off-price division, which used to be Bell's Outlet, it's not just Bell's, has really been good. It's really been on a nice growth streak. We opened we've got 650 stores, in total. Yeah, it's been great. It's a great business. It's a great group of people. I mean, it's just amazing. Like I love work. I love showing up. I love working with my team. And it's cool because it's a 109-year-old family business.
In 109.
Yeah, we started in 1915.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah. You don't see that really too much anymore.
So, like your great grandparents?
Yeah. Great grandfather and then his son, my grandfather. And
where was the first location?
Bradenton.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah. Yeah, right on the in Bradenton. And we kind of grew, just kind of expanded with Publix. We would just do like a handshake deal. You guys want to retail in your center, that kind of thing. And, we went through the Great Depression. Almost. My great grandfather almost lost the company. He did lose the company to the banks and his lenders, and had to work like 12 years to get it back. So very humble, very very humble beginnings. Very good. It's been retail's a challenge, obviously. For the fan of heart, there's a lot to it. Super detailed. But a ton of fun. But we've been through a lot in the last 110 years. The Great Recession, the COVID, was shut down for 6 weeks. Hurricanes galore. Like Hurricane 2 years ago was that hit our heartland. Fort Myers and Cape Coral. So tough stories there with people. But we've got a good foundation, and we try to through natural disasters make our employees whole, and do everything that we can to respond to them quickly in times of need while they're waiting for their checks that don't come for months, from FEMA or whatever. We got a good system to really take care of our people. So it's fun, man. I enjoy it. And, we're not the biggest, but
I mean, it's pretty freaking big, bro. Most locations. I mean, everybody knows Bell's.
Yeah,
it's got to be a super time-consuming job. I mean, there's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah. But it's fun. I've been in the company. Just celebrated my 20-year anniversary actually a couple of weeks ago. Been doing the CEO chairman thing for 4.5 years. Right before COVID. Did that. So it's cool.
How do you guys have such a diverse category or such a diverse collection of items for so cheap? I swear it baffles me every time my wife comes home with something. She literally came home with these, they look like Birkenstocks. This was 2 days ago. She came home with these clear Birkenstocks that they're see-through, but when you walk in the sun, they gleam purple.
Yeah.
They're the most insane, cool shoes I've ever got. She's like, I got them from Bell's.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, we got a great
wild stuff.
Yeah.
You can buy enough clothes to last you for 5 years for $50.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. We got a great group of buyers, man. I mean, they're out there scouring the market for deals everywhere they can go for deal after deal. They're finding them,
and such a variety of brands too.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything. Billabong, freaking Quicksilver, Levi's. Every single freaking amazing clothing brand you think of.
All the things. Under Armour, all the active brands.
Yeah.
Got in there. So the buyers do a really, really good job. I mean, they're super talented and they're out there. I mean, they have to. They're competing with the best retailers in the world. Big national retailers that can write orders that are a lot bigger than ours. We gotta be in there, and it's just a great company. It's just a great we have great relationships with people in the Denver community, and they support us and we support them. So man, it's 2 separate buying staffs for Bell's and Bell's Florida, which used to be Bell's Outlet and Bell's Department Stores. I know that's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
But We got Bell's now. It used to be Bell's Outlet and Bell's Florida. It used to be Bell's Department Stores, and they have two different buying staffs. So yeah, it's two totally different companies. People think that people used to think a lot that Bell's Outlet got the leftovers from Bell's, but that's never the case. Yeah, they're out there they're in market, working with the vendors direct on the off price side, on the Bell side. So, yeah, man,
people love deals, man. Oh yeah, I imagine half the company has to be real estate too. Like half of it's got to be like managing real estate and buying and selling real estate assets and trying to play that whole game.
I mean, we rent, so it's.
Oh, you guys place rent?
Yeah, we haven't owned. We got into.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was a lesson we learned super early on.
Really?
Yeah. Renting is better. No, I mean, so if we were to own our store locations, we might have 100 stores right now, but we'd have a lot of value in the land. But we went the direction of, hey, we want to grow. And we want to, we don't want to be tied up, and we don't want to be a real estate company. We want to be a retailer. So yeah, we rent our store locations, and we sign 40-year lease terms, 25 with extension of lease terms. So the real estate division is 20 people or something like that for the company. So they're constantly looking for deals. We're going to open 30 new stores this year, 40 next year, 50 the year after. So we've we're growing. We opened, almost 200 in the last 3 years, probably. 3.5 years. So, it's been good. People love like you said, people love the merchandise. People love the people. We got great people working for us. That's really, when it's a good experience, you're going to come back. When you find great products, so yeah, man, it's a very complex. Retail is not for everybody. It's super complex. It's super difficult, and off price and online are definitely disrupting the retail industry for sure. In a significant way between Amazon and between all these online retailers and boutiques and all that stuff. So you just got to keep competing, keep doing everything you can, and we like providing jobs. We like we like the family likes the fact that there's nobody else that's really not sold out. There's nobody else really out there that's like a big family retailer that's still in business today. That's not you don't see that. So it's all big public companies. And so
it's weird. I always imagined that big companies and department stores and even grocery stores, these the big retailers that you see in shopping centers or not malls, but mostly shopping centers or brick and mortar locations. I always imagined that they would buy the real estate.
Yeah. No, they're everybody's mostly rent.
Really?
Yeah. Publix does a lot of stuff. They own a lot of their properties. But
they do, right?
Yeah. Most retailers.
I think Home Depot does too.
Yeah, they probably do.
Yeah. And then why'd you start? When did you want to start a podcast?
Just kind of for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I wanted to kind of, there's two of them. So I've got Matt Bell Limitless, which talks about a lot of kind of stuff you talk about. I'm exploring just topics that I'm interested in. I know you're exploring topics that you're personally super interested in. And so that's for fun. I wanted to meet people. I wanted to explore this topic. I kind of started off with the ancient civilization topic on Limitless, and I talked to, Ben and Chris Dunn, and I just talked to the Knights Templar, Timothy Hogan.
Yeah, that's a wild podcast.
Dude, Jesus. Yeah, he dropped some freaking bombs on that episode. It was great. But Billy Carson's come on. Yeah, I got Randall Carlson coming on next week. I got a bunch of good guests. People are just interested in talking, so which is cool. It's just a bunch of cool people. So that's for fun. And then I've got Johanna James Brothers is right there. Yeah,
you them all in person.
Luke Caverns is a good friend of mine. Yeah, which is awesome. She's a good person. I do them all in person. Yeah, the one. I've done one who's Ralph Ellis, who he's in
Tim Burchett.
Yeah, the congressman.
That's the congressman. He came in and did a podcast.
Dude, he came on and he dropped some bombs too, man.
Really?
He's like, it's a cover up. He's like, this UFO thing is a cover up. So
no way.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. He's cool, man. I bet he's got I mean, it's like a 40-minute episode.
How long did you do him? That was 3 months ago?
Yeah, about 3 months ago.
No way.
Yeah, George Howard. You talked to George Howard.
George was in here a couple weeks ago. Or a couple months ago. A month ago.
Yep. Great dude. Yeah, it was great getting to know George.
So what is the deal with this Tim Burchett guy? So he's a congressman where?
He's pushing for disclosure. I mean, Tennessee is where
he's in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right. So there was like I don't know if I'm going to get this right, but I remember there was some sort of bill that was going through, and basically in that bill, they were giving protection to those private aerospace defense contractors.
Yep.
To where they could keep their secrets. They wouldn't have to disclose anything.
Right.
And there was 2 other congressmen that were from Ohio that were like supporting those.
The Turner people, I think.
Yeah, Mike Turner.
Yeah.
And somebody else.
Yeah.
And those guys were in Ohio, right next to where Wright Patterson Air Force Base is.
Right. They're getting supported by like the companies.
The biggest private defense contractors there are.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what was his? What was his? What did he have to say about like
Tim?
Yeah, about like specifically about the whole disclosure thing in these private companies.
I mean, he just wants the truth. You know, he's like, where are the tax dollars going? Like, what are we spending money on? Like, why do we need the secrecy? You know, up there. But then he'll go into a skiff, like a private meeting. He's been into a couple of those 2, 3, and they'll tell him stuff, and it's like stuff that he already knew. And they'll tell him stuff just so that he can't talk about it anymore. So now he's like getting, he's like frustrated. Like, now I can't talk about this because it's like, you know, it's I was
only secret compartmentalized information.
Exactly. So they're messing with it. They're really it's interesting, the situation. The UFO topic is so frustrating. Like, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it really is. It's just packed with misinformation and disinformation and limited hangouts, and it's just like it's purposely. I think it's on purpose made to be confusing to the public.
Yeah.
You know, they're using like Twitter and YouTube and all these social media platforms to get people on various sides of things, like throwing every single possible theory you could throw into it, and then people will defend that. You know, they'll die on any hill to defend their crazy UFO theory, and then it just turns into a shit show on Twitter, where it's just like you don't even want to pay attention to it anymore.
Right.
And I think that might be on purpose.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, you got to get Tim Hogan on though, man. Tim Clark, dude, that was.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
he's the Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
The Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
Yeah, so he's like the top guy of the Knights Templar. Knights Templar is this group of people that's like, it's too much. You got to talk to him.
Give me the elevator pitch.
I mean, the elevator pitch is that he says that the Knights Templar are in possession of the bones of Jesus Christ, John the Baptist, Mary Magdalene, and their combined children. And he says that he has all of these artifacts from when the Knights Templar were working for the Roman Catholic Church in like the 10th century, AD. And he's got the Arks of the Covenant. And he says there wasn't just one Ark, that there were possibly a couple of hundred Arks, and that he has 10 of them, 6 of them.
To show you proof?
No, he didn't show any proof. No proof, but he says that he's going to disclose it. He says that he's waiting for the world to be ready for this. I would love to see some pictures, right? But he says that within the next 5 years he's going to disclose this information and release the information. I pushed him to get it done soon, to really like in 5 years is not going to happen to him, but he says that that's what he has, and it's hard to even tell you what he said about the skeletons because you lose like 85% of the audience. He said that the skeletons of Jesus and John the Baptist had elongated skulls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what is he saying?
He's saying that
Jesus was an alien.
He's saying
there you go. Haven't heard that one before.
That's a new one.
I know. Yeah. I asked him to trade a couple of Jesus' bones for a couple of vases, but he was not going to. But yeah. But I mean, hey,
that sounds like an incredible podcast.
It was an incredible podcast. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Wow.
And the Kurt Cobain thing was pretty dope too. I mean, like that's Tom Grant, who was the private investigator. He's another guy you could talk to. I mean, he was the private investigator that Courtney Love hired to investigate her missing husband, Kurt Cobain.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and Tom is convinced that Courtney had him murdered. That Kurt Cobain was murdered.
Right.
And there's a lot of evidence that that it wasn't just
really
cut and dry.
That's
suicide.
interesting.
Yeah. Not that I'm not gonna come out and say what I don't know, but there's a lot of evidence that it was not suicide, and the suicide notes and like there was an incident in Rome the month before where it was like he overdosed and Courtney was saying that was a suicide attempt after he died. She didn't say nobody was an accident until he died. And Courtney's like, yeah, she filed a missing persons report under the name of Kurt's mother, saying that Kurt was suicidal. So like she was like putting all this suicide stuff out about him. There's a guy that said that Courtney offered him $50,000 to have Kurt Cobain murdered. I mean, there's some and the suicide note itself questions about was that actually a suicide note that they found at the scene. They ruled it a suicide the same day, like the exact same day that they showed up and found the body. They said suicide. Like some reporter came on and said to the media that was there, we found a body and we found a suicide note. So at that point, suicide all over the world, suicide, and they couldn't take it back. They never did an investigation. The body was cremated. Courtney had the greenhouse that he was found dead in just burnt to the ground. She had the shotgun. Apparently, there's conflicting stories about what she did with the shotgun, but melted down potentially. It's a pretty fascinating story actually, and I got to follow up interview with Tom coming up because there's been so much questions that we didn't even have 3 hours later we didn't even have time to get in.
Wow.
Yeah.
He lives around here?
No, he's in
California. That's fascinating. That's a story that I don't know shit about. I'd have to learn about that. That's but that is really interesting, man.
Yeah.
Suicides. A lot of people getting suicided lately.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she had a bandmate that actually died of an overdose as well. Supposed overdose a month after Kurt died, and it was her bass playing. And there was like rumors that she was like, that she had this diary that she was like with Kurt. And, like,
really?
Yeah. So that was a suspect death as well. So yeah, man, a lot of interesting things to explore, as you know, which is why I love your podcast. So
yeah. I love the artwork that you use on your podcast. It's pretty incredible. The thumbnails are nuts,
dude. That was something that somebody internally, one of our artists that does like exclusive brands for us, that creates art for our private label brands.
Oh, really?
It's just that we have like 4 brilliant artists that work for us. Yeah, I'm just like, dude, can you draw it's like give me some like a UFO and a hollow moon.
You just drew the guy who made the Bells logo made this.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Bell's logo is like,
that's a century old.
Yeah, but one of our local artists.
I was gonna say this guy's talented.
Yeah, dude.
A wide range of skills. Super. He can do any style.
Yeah. Shout out to Chris. Yeah, he's awesome.
Dude, that's so sick.
Yeah.
There's another guy who's in St. Pete who I had on a couple of years ago, who was the I don't know if you're into like WWE or ever watched WWE.
Not in a long time.
Or if you're listening to Jimi Hendrix. Oh, this guy was the guy who designed all Jimi Hendrix clothing.
Okay.
And he also designed all like the clothing for Macho Man, Randy Savage, and like all like the famous wrestlers. And he lives right down in St. Pete. He's like this hippie dude. He tells all these crazy stories about hanging out with Jimi Hendrix.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, cool, man. Thanks for coming on and doing this and bringing all these vases. This is astonishing to see all this shit and to hold it. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to do this, man. This is really incredible stuff. What do you plan on doing next, like with all these vases, or like are there any sort of tests you're going to put them through, or anything you have planned for the future with this stuff?
So yeah, I mean, I want to keep I want to keep scanning, obviously, and I want to keep measuring to try to figure out, is there something to this growth? keep it a subject question, and I want to just continue down that path. I eventually want to get to the point where I'm analyzing the inside of it to see if there's any residue left over from whatever the tools were. But ultimately, the end goal is to build some awareness about these topics so that we can get some pressure on the museums to have the museum pieces, and then I can quit. I can be like, all right, just turn it over to the
flip it, make a little bit, maybe make a profit.
Yeah. I mean, I plan on keeping these for life.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and just give them to my kids one day, hopefully. But I mean, it's one thing like rock doesn't go bad. Like these are we were talking last night. I mean, you could own some Tesla stock, or you could own rocks. Like you could own stuff.
I choose the rocks.
I choose the rocks too. So that's the plan. There's been a lot of requests for 3D prints of these because people have. The 3D prints are freaking awesome, So I printed 150 for George Howard at the Cosmic Summit.
3D printer.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't want people to. I don't like. It would be the easiest thing in the world to stand up a website and to sell these to people, but I don't want people to think like that's why I'm. It would also be a huge pain in the ass, candidly, like keep up with the volume and to try to create a business. So
yeah,
I'm fighting that. Like I don't want to go that route, but I know there's so much interest in purchasing these things that I don't know. Maybe one day, that'll be something that I consider doing. But it's just too much right now to even think about. So. I don't really have, I don't want it to look like I'm trying to monetize this because literally all I'm trying to do is get some answers for people about, and myself, because I think it's a super interesting topic about what is our history? What's the true history? How were these made? What were the tools that were used to make these things? And B, when were they made? How and when were these things made? And I think that could give us some better insight into our true history. I mean, we know when we get into the 12,000 year ago Younger Dryas event, but I mean that's a major cataclysm where something happened. I mean, we've got the black mountain layer. We've got that's where George has done incredible work with the Comet Research Group, and you got the extinction of all the megafauna happening at the same time. You got Meltwater Pulse A 12,800 years ago. You got Meltwater Pulse B 11,600 years ago. You got these dramatic climate changes. There's evidence that 10% of the Earth's biomass was on fire. 10-12% of the Earth's biomass. You got Denkuyu, where people were digging underground. Potentially that old to when people were trying to survive some major magnetic pole shift or comet impact. Were just the conditions above ground were not survivable. So I mean, there's questions like was that it was obviously a worldwide global extinction event. The only question is, were humans civilized at that point? And if they were, these things could be really freaking old. I mean, these things could be really freaking old. So if they weren't, then if it was just hunter-gatherer as the traditional mainstream kind of explanation is, it's like, well, how was Göbekli Tepe built by a bunch of hunter-gatherers? So I find it interesting and just hope to be able to clarify some of that, some of the story of our ancient history through some of this research. And I won't ever be able to prove it by these because no matter how much I do on these, people could always say that it's a modern reproduction. But I think by putting enough pressure and building some interest in this topic, then that we could get some museum pieces.
I would love to see some skeptics get their hands on these. Not skeptics. I mean experts, like people like the devil. I would like to see him actually look at. He's not an engineer, but it would be cool to have some sort of intellectual roundtable of people who can cover all of these disciplines to sit here and look at these things and talk about them. Yeah. I think that needs to happen.
A conversation instead of an argument.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
Are you making the scans available
for folks? I'm making the reports available for folks. I've got the scans available for a couple of these. So the scans I haven't put out there yet because the measurements, everything's available for people to read, but I guess I'm just a little hesitant to like have the rest of the world be able to like 3D print these and start their own business and just like create replicas of these like all over the place and just
that's true.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of that's really literally the only reason. But what I'm thinking about doing is creating versions of these that are watermarked with like some stamp or something. But people can take that off.
For sure.
But no, I'm not opposed to ultimately making even the scan files available. I just think that the measurements are they're really telling in terms of the accuracy of these things.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the number one smoking gun.
Yeah,
for some sort of super advanced ancient civilization that we don't know about.
Yep. Yeah, but like this scan file's available. This scan file's available on Uncharted X. So so I mean you can go on there and download these and print them up if you want to. But do whatever you want to do with them. So yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, if there is some ancient civilization, like if that was a thing, then this is the best language we could possibly have for it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, this and the pyramids, man.
Yeah,
I mean these need to be added to one of the wonders of the world because it's just as unexplainable as those 20-ton megalithic pieces of granite that are sitting up 600 feet in the air in the pyramid in the King Chamber.
Right. Yeah.
It's just like a minute scale. Like again, I cannot get over this tiny little vase. Yeah, it's so insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then you've got rock crystal.
Yeah,
I mean, you got
that's quartz.
Yeah, quartz crystal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. But crazy. Yeah, man, all different shapes and sizes. You never see two alike. It's one of those. It's one of those big mysteries for sure. But hopefully, by you doing this show and by getting the word out there, people start talking about this, and we can hopefully get some answers to it.
Hell yeah, man! And where can people get a hold of you? Where can they find your podcast? All that stuff.
Yeah. It's just Matt Bell Limitless on YouTube, but I'm on Spotify, or whatever as well. But I'm trying to build that YouTube channel up. So I appreciate all the subscribers, and I'm on X as well. Matt B Limitless on X is the handle there. So man, I appreciate that.
Cool, dude. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time and coming out here and bringing all these amazing artifacts for all of us to enjoy.
Hell yeah, man! I can't thank you enough for having me. This is like seriously one of the coolest experiences ever. You got an incredible show here. I've admired it for a long time, and I know you're like right down the street, so it's like wow,
it's awesome. We're neighbors.
Yeah, exactly. So why not? Really appreciate you having me.
Super my pleasure, man. Of course. Yeah, we'll do it again.
Yep.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
All right.
Tell me that you can't be Batman, but you can't ever give 6 months like this to a straight dude. It's just not. I've just got this level. It's not success level, maybe it's maturity level. Now nothing's worth missing a time. You leave for a week, and if you have a 2 or 3 year old, they're completely different. You're missing that stuff. It's just not. That's where I'm at. So Brendan Schaub hasn't performed at the comedy mothership because he has kids. Like seriously, that was the most incoherent answer I've ever heard. How quickly did he change the subject to Bert Kreischer and his machine movie? Bro, the guy's worse than me with Bert. What are you talking about? It's a comedy club, you're not Batman. And he ain't let it slip that he hasn't been asked to go and perform there. Imagine being such a close friend with someone.
All right, Dan McClellan, thank you very much for coming down here and doing the podcast, man.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
As I was just talking to you off camera, this is I'm very, very new to this world of the classical world and the history of religion, and I've come to realize a lot of people have very different views and opinions of what was going on back in the day.
Yeah. There's kind of a standard deviation, and then you got some people reaching out a little further than that. But yeah, there are a wide variety of these.
So for people who aren't familiar with you, can you give me a background of your education and what you talk about on your YouTube channel and what you do?
So my first degree was Engineering Eastern Studies. I was at Brigham Young University.
and I emphasized biblical Hebrew, but I did a minor in classical Greek. I went away to the University of Oxford, where I did a master's degree in Jewish studies, and I wrote my master's thesis there on textual criticism of the Septuagint. Then I went and did another master's degree at a university up in Canada called Trinity Western University, and it was in biblical studies, where I started working on cognitive linguistics and wrote my thesis there on the conceptualization of deity in the Hebrew Bible. So when they talked and thought about gods, what exactly were they thinking about? And then I did my doctoral dissertation under the watchful eye of Professor Francesco Stavicopoulos at the University of Exeter, and that was on concepts of deity and divine agency. So now I'm looking at what is a god, but also what is a divine image, and how does, like an idol, how does that work? What was the logic they were using for how this could be both the deity and not the deity? And then I looked at how we can better understand some features in the Bible related to divine presence associated with that. And during the COVID lockdowns, I was at home with not a ton to do, and I started seeing people posting TikTok videos on Facebook and Instagram and elsewhere where people were talking about religion and the Bible, and I kind of was wondering who's in charge of it. So got an account and went and checked out TikTok and saw that there were not a lot of credentialed experts who were commenting, but there was a lot of discussion going on about religion and the Bible and stuff. So I thought I might as well just kind of position myself as a bit of an umpire calling balls and strikes out there. So my channel is all about my motto is data over dogma. The idea being that I'm going to try to center the data, what we can say about the Bible and religion based on actual research, and try to prioritize that over and against the dogmas, whatever they may be, from whichever side they come, whether they're related to identity politics or they're related to one's own personal interests or things like that. So, and I was kind of expecting to not find a big audience for someone who kind of stands in the middle and tries not to play for either team. But to my surprise, there are a lot of folks who are interested in that. So it's been a fun ride, but sometimes I also run into people who push back an awful lot. And so I've made a lot of wonderful friends getting into this field. I'm kind of learning, well, the academic world of the study of the Bible and religion, I knew a little better, but getting into the social media world of the Bible and religion, I had to go through my own crash course.
Yeah, you seem like you're the guy that calls out the bullshit when it comes to religion.
I try to, yeah.
And you said you also had, what was your degree in classics?
So I did a minor in classical Greek.
A minor in classical Greek. Okay, so that's interesting. So you do have some knowledge of classics, and you study classics a bit.
A little bit, yeah. Although I transitioned into Septuagint Greek, New Testament Greek, and that's kind of where I've spent most of my time.
Okay. What is the difference between a classical scholar and a biblical scholar?
So a person who studies classics is primarily engaging in the Greek and the Latin literature from the middle of the first millennium BCE down into the first few centuries CE. And I use BCE and CE where people use BC and BE. And so classics doesn't really have a ton of overlap with the Bible, but the people who wrote and transmitted and consumed the New Testament, and as well as the Septuagint, were also people who engaged with classical literature. And there's a lot of influence from classics on the Bible. But a lot of people who study the Bible will also study what's going on in the classical world because of the influence. Yeah, you frequently see a lot of overlap. Classicists going into biblical studies, sometimes going into classics. So there are folks who try to straddle both of those fields, but that's a very difficult thing to do.
Okay. So classicists do entertain the Bible.
Oh yeah, not all of them, but there are plenty who will work with early Christianity just because early Christianity was engaging with Greco-Roman intelligentsia. So there's relevance to what's going on.
Okay, so I discovered you obviously after you made those two videos from the response videos from Amon's podcast. Mm-hmm. He said two things that you responded to. The first one was about the word chrio. Chrio is it's a Greek root word that he claimed was the meaning to apply a drug to the skin.
Yeah.
And he also mentioned that it was to be stung by the gadfly. I think those are two separate meanings for Frio. And then the other point was he believes that the Septuagint came before the Torah, and he thinks that the Greek was translated into Hebrew. So, which one of those do you want to start on? What should we talk about first?
Whichever. We can probably why don't we start with the Septuagint?
Okay.
I think that's a little easier.
Okay.
There are no specialists in the study of the Septuagint who would do anything other than laugh at that claim.
Can you, just to give people who might not be familiar with what we're talking about, can you give sort of a basis of the period of time we're talking about in history, and give me an idea, like just lay out the argument?
Yeah. So the development of the Hebrew Bible is pretty complex, but in short, there were a lot of traditions, a lot of poetry, some legal text that began to be written down between around 800 BCE and down to around 300 BCE. And as they're being written, they're being collected, they're being redacted and edited, and they're coming together into this corpus of texts. Now, most scholars these days would probably say that it's not until around the middle of the 2nd century BCE, around the rise of the Hasmonean kingdom. So this is the Maccabees. This is the story of the rededication of the temple that Hanukkah is based on. But before that time, there were a lot of Jewish folks who weren't speaking Hebrew anymore. They were speaking Greek, because mainly they were the ones who were living in Alexandria in Egypt. In the late 4th century BCE, Alexander the Great sweeps through all of this area, takes it over, and then as his successors are fighting for control of these regions, the land is Hellenized, meaning that Greek becomes kind of the lingua franca. This is what, if you want to engage in international business and sometimes even business between one city and another, usually a type of Greek is going to be the language of wider communication. And so a lot of Jewish folks are living in Egypt and Alexandria. They're living elsewhere where people are being raised speaking Greek as their native language, not Hebrew. Now, Hebrew is still being spoken. So
it wasn't a dead language.
It wasn't a dead language. That I don't know where on earth that idea comes from, because we have letters and inscriptions and things in Hebrew all the way down past the life of Christ.
Yeah, what does that even mean, a dead language? How can a language be dead?
So if people are growing up learning a language as their first language, and then they're out there using it in public discourse, the language evolves. So you get new words are brought in, old words change their meaning. You get
semantic drift, right?
That's one of the things that can happen. There's a lot of stuff that can happen, but once a language is no longer being learned as a first language and is not being used in public discourse, when it's limited only to texts or rituals or things like that, then you don't have that continued change and evolution. And at that point, they tend to refer to a language that it's frozen, it's not changing at all. They will usually refer to that as a dead language. So Latin, for instance, nobody learns Latin as their first language. There are people who can speak it fairly fluently, but it's limited to usually liturgical things and rituals and things like that. So we're not building the Latin vocabulary. The syntax is not changing. You don't have old guys going, in my day we use that Latin word to mean this, and the kids these days, you don't have that kind of thing. So they used to think that Hebrew was more or less a dead language by the time of Jesus, and that most everybody spoke Aramaic. But there's a growing contingent. I would say it's probably, if not about 50% of scholars, probably even more than that, think that Hebrew was still quite active. Yeah. Now, most people think Jesus probably spoke some degree of Greek. I think it was probably some marketplace Greek, like the way that I can speak modern Greek. I can't hold a conversation. I can't argue with somebody in Greek, but I can find my way to the restaurant. I can buy or sell what I need. So that was, and Sepphoris was right over the hill from Nazareth. So if he was doing any work for people who were living in Sepphoris or something like that, growing up as a mason or whatever he was, then he probably would have picked up some Greek. But there's debate about the degree to which Hebrew was a living language around the time of Jesus. But I think most scholars would say it was probably still a living language, although Aramaic and Greek were the more common languages of white communication. Now, when the Septuagint was translated, Hebrew is very much still a living language. That's probably around 250 to 100 BCE. You have the process of translating the Septuagint. There's an old tradition from a text that scholars usually call Pseudo-Aristeas about the king in Egypt wanting translations of all the laws of the world. And so he sends some people to Jerusalem, and they bring back 72 elders, 6 from all the 12 tribes of Israel, and they are locked up in towers, and they each translate the entire Torah into Greek, and they all come together at the end, and miraculously all 72 translations match word for word. And so that's the legend about the translation of the Septuagint. The reality is that the books were translated by different people over the course of a few centuries, and there were some versions that were probably more popular than others. And by around the turn of the era, so the end of the 1st century BCE, beginning of the 1st century CE, around the birth of Jesus, there was probably a set of kind of more or less standard translations of the Hebrew Bible into Greek. And one of the reasons that we know that this is a translation is because, for instance, the Torah, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of Moses, each of the books has a different translation profile. Like, some of the books are more literal, some of the books are less literal. Some have certain habits that they do in translating certain Hebrew things, others have other habits. And so when you look at all 5 of them together, there's no way this is an original composition. It has to be a translation. And
you're talking about the Septuagint.
Septuagint, the ancient Greek translation. When we look at the Hebrew, there's some distinctiveness from book to book. But as we kind of drill down to the foundation of this distinctiveness, what we get is the different source texts, the different sources for these traditions. So Genesis was probably composed separately from Exodus. Deuteronomy was composed separately. We have what's called the priestly source, which is adding layers to several of the books of the Pentateuch. The Holiness Code is an even later portion of the priestly source that is responsible for things in Leviticus and things like that. So, but there's a consistency that is related to the type of Hebrew that we see being used outside of the Bible. So in the inscriptions, in the letters, the Dead Sea Scrolls, there were a lot of biblical texts, but there were a lot of other texts that were discovered there as well that aren't part of the Bible, part of other apocryphal pseudepigraphical books, but other things that were unique to that community that was living in Qumran. And there's nothing in there. Well, so we have Hebrew, some Aramaic, and some Greek texts that were discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's nothing in the Hebrew of the Dead Sea Scrolls that indicates it's being translated from Greek. All of the data point in the other direction, as going from Hebrew to Greek. And in one of the videos, I pointed out that, for instance, you have these idioms that exist in Hebrew that don't exist in Greek, not classical Greek, not the Koine.
Can you explain what an idiom is?
An idiom is something where, like, it doesn't, the semantic content of a given set of words isn't the sum of the whole.
Like a butterfly?
Well, that's a single word, but a common one you hear these days is, in 1,000 years, they won't know the difference between a butt dial and a booty call. Right. Because butt and booty are synonyms, dial, call are kind of synonyms. It doesn't exactly work, but those are things where you combine words in a way that has a specific kind of semantic impact that you might not be able to decipher just from looking at the words themselves.
Got it.
And so in the thesis I wrote at Oxford, I was looking at Exodus 24:10, and this is the story of Moses goes up Sinai with all of the elders, and it says, "Vayehu et Elohei Israel," and they saw the God of Israel. And the text goes on to say there was like a sapphire paving under his feet, and they sat down and they ate there. In the Greek, it doesn't say that. It says they saw the place where the God of Israel stood. but it's
So you're saying there's way more detail in the Hebrew?
well, no. The point here is that there's a difference between what the Hebrew's saying and what the Greek's saying, but the Greek is not phrased how you would normally phrase that in Greek. So it actually says they saw the place which God stood there, and so the which and the there are an odd way. That's not natural Greek, but it exactly matches something called a resumptive pronoun that is used in Hebrew, where you would say stood asher for which, amad, he stood, sham, there. And so what it shows is that the Greek translator is translating very literally, so much so that it doesn't make a ton of sense in Greek. But if you know Hebrew, you could be like, oh, I see, that's doing its Hebrew thing. And so there's, I'm trying to think of some English examples of like translations or some things. Well, I guess just saying they saw the place which he stood there. That doesn't make a lot of sense in English. But a Hebrew speaker would be able to see, oh, I see what you're doing. That's something that we do in Hebrew with this resumptive pronoun and adverb.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that Amon pointed out to me when he was trying to make the case for the Greek being original was that the ancient Greek has like 1.5 million unique words, and the ancient Hebrew only has 8,000 unique words. And he was explaining to us, he was showing us the differences. And there was like, for one word in Greek, when you translate it to Hebrew, there's like 3 or 4 words just to equal that one word in Greek.
So there's a couple of things there. One, there's nowhere near that many Greek words. There are ancient Greek. You've got, I think, 275,000 is the estimate, more or less, of how many ancient Greek words there are. If you look at all Greek, ancient, medieval, and modern, you've got 400,000 to 500,000. And
what's that lexicon website where we can actually look it up?
Thesaurus Linguae Graecae.
Yeah, okay.
TLG.
Can you find the TLG and the way you can just search for unique words in a certain language and it'll tell you?
You have to have an account, I think, to do the most robust kind of search with that.
Oh, do you?
But I think you should be able to do some pretty basic stuff.
Okay. See what we can find, Stephen. Okay. Anyways, keep going.
And then there are 79,945 words in the Hebrew Bible alone. So
79,000?
79,000, yeah. So I think he may have heard 80,000 somewhere.
Oh, 8. He said 8.
Yeah, I think he may have mistook 80 for 8, because the Hebrew Bible itself, which is not all of ancient Hebrew, like there was a lot of Hebrew writing speaking outside the Hebrew Bible, but the Hebrew Bible itself has 80,000 different words in it. But when it comes to translation, there are a lot of different ways that between one language and another, one word may need a whole phrase in another language.
Yes.
But at the same time, in that language, there may be another word that needs 2 or 3 words in the other language.
It's just it's just wild. Like, it's bizarre that let's just say what you're saying is true, and it's 80,000 in Hebrew and it's only 250,000 in Greek. The fact that you need multiple Hebrew words to match one Greek word is like pretty wild.
I think more frequently you need more Greek words. Greek uses articles a lot more frequently. Mm-hmm. Like you don't just say Jesus in Greek, you say the Jesus. So if you were just speaking in Hebrew or Aramaic, you would just say Yeshu or something like that, and you wouldn't have to use the article. And Greek is a much more systematic language than Hebrew. Hebrew is a lot more vibes going on in Hebrew. You kind of have to just get a sense for how things are being used. But also in Hebrew, things get packed together into individual words. So you can have your direct objects tacked onto the word. You can have the definite article tacked onto the word. And so if you're looking at a text, you may only be looking at one word, but it could be he did the thing. It could be 3 different words in English. So I actually tried to figure out what he was talking about with this going from more complex to less complex. I honestly don't.
Yeah, he did a debate with a guy named
Kip Davis.
Kip Davis. Yeah, he did a debate with him. I think it was on Neil's podcast, where they were debating with what came first, the Greek or the Hebrew. And this is the example I was talking about.
Okay.
I forget what the exact word was. Steven, maybe you can find it on Neil's channel. He is like he's a scholar of
Dead Sea Scrolls.
The Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay.
He's in fact, he was on a team that helped demonstrate that a bunch of the Dead Sea Scrolls fragments that have been discovered and purchased in the last 20 years are all forgeries. So he's a really good Dead Sea Scrolls
They were
scholar.
forgeries?
Yeah. So there were a bunch that were discovered with the initial excavations that went on in all the caves down in Qumran and elsewhere.
Right.
So since then, every now and then, a little piece of something that somebody calls a Dead Sea Scroll will pop up somewhere on the antiquities market, or a school. We just purchased this. This was just discovered, and in fact, there were just some texts that were discovered just a few months ago in a cave that was adjacent to some of these others. But there were about 80 of these fragments that have been purchased since 2002 by different institutions. I think the Museum of the Bible purchased a bunch, Azusa Pacific University, a handful of faith institutions purchased them. And one of them that I really thought was fascinating was a fragment of Deuteronomy 27, which there's a variant reading where it says that they're supposed to be on Mount Gerizim. And this is what the Samaritans have always said should be the reading over against the traditional Jewish reading. And so this shocked a lot of people. It's like, this is very, very early evidence for the Samaritan reading. And they were given access to a number of these fragments to do analysis. And they did a bunch of different types of analysis and came back and said, every single one that we've looked at is a forgery. And the features of these that we have used to diagnose them as forgeries are found in pretty much all of the 80 or so that have popped up since 2002.
And what sort of tests do they have to do to determine if they're forgeries?
They look at a handful of different things. They do a lot of work under microscopes. For instance, if you have like a tear in the manuscript, that happens an awful lot, particularly for fragmentary manuscripts. You have multiple different layers to the page. And if there's a tear, usually the layers will be separated from each other. And they were able to show, for instance, that some of the ink goes off of the top layer and shows up on the bottom layer as well, which means that the ink was put there after the text was torn. Yes, indicating this they may have found an actual, authentic, ancient torn piece of paper, but what they wrote on it came after.
Wasn't it on like animal skins?
Yeah, mostly cow.
So people are just trying to create fake Dead Sea Scrolls to make money to sell them.
That basically. Yeah, there are an awful lot of people out there. Who are getting very sophisticated when it comes to their forgeries.
So Steve, you're gonna have to drag your cursor across that timeline right there, and you're gonna find when they're gonna have like a something pulled up on the screen that shows texts.
Oh,
yeah, you'll see. There you go.
Okay.
So go to the beginning of that, and we'll be able to play that. There you go.
And you're translating into a dead liturgical language. When you go to the synagogues, you see Greek. Why don't you see any Hebrew? You see Greek in the synagogues. No, the Theosebea is what this guy Job has. And I want you to see this is that Saba of Zeus or Theos. Good, keep going, Neil. Right, now, how does this translate it, right, on the Masoretic side? You just use an adjective for being afraid, and you drop in Elohim. Look, Theosebea is taken by the Hebrew back translator and done literally. They have no internal concept of Theosebea or Saba.
All right, pause it there. All right. So what is he saying there? Do you understand what's...
Yeah, Theosebea is God-fearing. It was a title that was used. You do see synagogue inscriptions where somebody, and God-fearer was a title that was used in the Hellenistic Jewish world to refer to somebody who was a Greek or Roman, was not Jewish, but supported the Jewish community. So it was like, he's a friend of the Jews. He's a God-fearer. And so you have like funerary inscriptions where on somebody's headstone it says, "This is Dave, God-fearer." So that just meant he was a friend of the Jewish people. Or it might say this synagogue was built thanks to the help of so and so, Theosebes, a God-fearer. So that's a title that developed within Hellenistic Judaism as it's interacting with the Greco-Roman world. So it's not unusual that there would be a title that is unique to Greek, because that title developed from the interaction of Jewish and Greco-Roman individuals. The notion that this Hebrew didn't pre-exist that title, that this is a translation from that title is nonsensical.
So, and he's also mentioning here that the synagogues, they had astrology, or they had like Greek astrology on the ceilings and stuff like that.
So they had mosaics that would have Greek
astrological
the zodiac signs.
Zodiacs,
So most of those are from 2nd century CE and later. Dura Europus is the most famous one. There's and this is again the interaction of Jewish communities with the Hellenized world. They're living in a world where everybody around them is speaking Greek, and so you have a whole spectrum of people, from the folks who ran off into the desert at Canaan, and these are the hippies that went out in the desert to live by themselves. We're sick of the man. We're going to go be by ourselves. And then you had like the Medes and others who fought against the Seleucid tyrants like Antiochus IV Epiphanes. And these are the folks who want to defend their culture. They're not about to go out into the desert, but they're also not going to adopt the Greco-Roman worldview. And then you have other folks, and this was primarily the elites, the people who are well off, who there's a lot of social capital associated with integrating with the broader Hellenistic world, who are fine with it. And what we find in what is preserved in what we call the Jewish scriptures is mostly the production of the people on the more conservative end of that spectrum. So the folks who are very insular, running off into the desert to hide from the Romans, and the people who are fighting against the Romans. Christianity is kind of the folks who are a little closer to the assimilationists, the people who are accommodating to the Hellenistic world, the Greco-Roman world. And so this is why the New Testament
to the Greco-Roman world.
It's basically, we're not your enemies. We can be friends. Our kids can play together. We can speak the same language. It stands opposed to the folks who are saying, no, the people across the street who speak Greek are not us. They want to destroy our way of life. We need to stay separated from them. And so you've got this whole spectrum of people, and the folks on the more conservative side are overwhelmingly going to speak Hebrew or Aramaic, and they may know some Greek to get by, but Greek is also kind of seen as the language of the enemy to some degree. And so we have the remains of people living across this whole spectrum, from the folks who were like, yeah, sure, do a giant mosaic of the zodiac calendar in our synagogue. You guys are paying for it. We're friends of yours. We've got a bunch of Theosebes, God-fearers who are visiting us, who come to the barbecue, so to speak. And so we have those remains. And then we also have the remains of the folks who are doing it in Hebrew. About 100 years after Jesus' death, you have what's called the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is another attempt on the part of Jewish folks in and around Judea to try to throw off Roman rule. And we have like coins that were minted that have Hebrew on them. We have letters that are all written in Hebrew. And these are another example of the folks on the very conservative side who we're going to fight against them. We're going to go live on our own. You don't want to be a part of that world. We need to preserve our language. We need to make sure that we're not using their money, we're not using their language, we're not dressing like them. So there's a whole spectrum of distinction versus accommodation going on with people who are consuming and using the scriptures, the Jewish scriptures, whether what would ultimately become the New Testament.
Okay. So the point he's making here is, Steve, can you just play like the next 10 seconds of it to see if we get to the Greek? Go ahead.
One who feared God. You're saying it would be really hard to go the other way around to translate those two words into theosebeo.
Right. It would be impossible, Neil, because
so he's saying what two words? So he's saying it would be impossible to translate Elohim and Yireh into theosebea? Is that what he's saying?
Seems to be what he's saying, which is nonsensical, because translation is not just a surgical, technical reproduction of the same words in another language. It is just as much an art. There's a whole range of ways to translate something, and particularly when it comes to things that are considered authoritative or even inspired. And
so you have a word like theosebea, which means is one who fears God. So that's one word in Greek, right?
Right.
And then so if I say
it's a compound word though, because it's theos and the verb for fear. So theos, two of them being put together in one word.
It's a compound word. Okay, so it's kind of like booty call.
Well, it would be two words or a hyphenated word, but
football.
Football.
There we go. Okay, got it. Thanks, Steve. Okay, so this is like that we're taking a word like football and we're translating it, and basically, so you're saying they're separating it and they're taking each part, the person who's doing the fearing and the entity God, and they're separating those into Hebrew. And Armin's point is that it's impossible to do this.
I worked in scripture translation for 10 years. That's laughable. The notion that would be impossible is just nonsensical. That has absolutely no basis in any kind of valid translation theory that exists.
Mm-hmm.
There is a presupposition in the translation of the Bible that anything that is said in a given language can be translated into another. And I think there's a degree to which that's accurate, but at the same time, there's so much nuance and so many layers of meaning that can be added by the nonverbals, by emphasis, by context, by all this kind of stuff that you can't really communicate in writing. So there are ways to say, you could have a text and a translation, and you could say this is an accurate translation because these words mean this and these words mean this. And then you could say this is an inaccurate translation because there's also this thing going on here, but you have to be on the inside. You have to get the joke, and the translation doesn't communicate that. There's in Bible translation, you're trying to strike a balance, because what you're doing is you're taking something that is a product of a specific time and place, and you're trying to render it understandable to a different time and place and language. And there are a bunch of ways that you can, your translation is going to fall somewhere between those two, and you can make it a lot closer to the original. Like if you use the same word order, or you ensure that the same number of words are being used or something like that, and that makes it closer to the original. But then the reader has to do a lot more work to understand it. They have to get themselves closer to the original time and place in order to understand what's going on. And so like an interlinear, people think they understand the Bible better if they look at an interlinear or something like that. And that's not how language works. It becomes harder to understand. The other thing that you can do is you accommodate the language to the target audience. You can move the translation closer to the understanding, the conventions, the history of whoever's going to be reading it. And that makes it easier to understand, but it also moves it away from the meaning that it had in that original context. Yeah, and so the example of butt dial and booty call, again, in 1,000 years, if for whatever reason they lost all knowledge of this, both of those are going to feel pretty similar because they're not close enough to the source culture to be able to understand what those words meant.
Yeah, and here we are, more than 2,000 years away, trying to figure out what was going on back then.
Yeah,
that's the hardest part about this whole thing, is trying to figure out the context of what the hell was going on back then.
Yeah, that's where the meaning is found, is in reproducing the history, the literary context, why somebody was writing, and so an example I use a lot of people like the King James Version of the Bible. I think it's a great literary artifact, but it is an awful translation of the Bible. And
it's an awful translation.
Yeah.
Why is it awful?
For a number of different reasons. Because they were using inferior manuscripts, because they were frequently being overly literal, and so they weren't. If they didn't have a clear understanding of what something meant in the source, they would frequently just render it literally, translate it as literal as they could, follow the same word order and everything like that. And sometimes it's just nonsensical. Like we have passages in the King James Version that are semantically meaningless because they just punted. They were like, just render it literally. And but an example of why it's also outdated. Nobody speaks the language. In fact, when they published the King James Version, nobody spoke the language of the King James Version, because it is a very conservative revision of the Bishop's Bible, which was a very conservative revision of earlier translations back to Tyndale's New Testament and this Pentateuch, and then Coverdale's translation of the rest of the Old Testament from almost a century before. And so the language is almost a century out of date on the day it was published. And now it's more than 400 years further out of date. But a good example is the Epistle of Jude in the New Testament, verse 22. It says, "Of some have compassion, making a difference." And I've seen sermons preached on this where people say, have compassion on people, it makes a difference in their lives. It has a positive impact. It has a positive influence. That's how we interpret making a difference. It has absolutely nothing at all to do with what the King James translators were trying to say. Because in 1611, making a difference didn't mean have a positive impact or influence. It meant to distinguish one thing from another. So what they were trying to say was, of some have compassion, but be discerning. But exercise discernment regarding whom. And that phrase, making a difference, didn't start to mean having a positive influence or impact until around the year 1900. So our experience of the language of the King James Version is different from the experiences of the translators. So, and there are a bunch of different ways that we misunderstand the King James Version. But even that's an example of how we can be far enough away from the source culture that we don't even need a translation. The same language that we are speaking, we're too far away from the source culture to understand it. So when you're talking about a translation from one language to another, isn't
it so funny that we can be so far in the future and still be arguing about what the hell they're talking about? It's kind of goofy.
Yeah, well, and it's unfortunate because, it still means life or death for some people, what the Bible says.
I know.
What people think it says.
Yeah. And that's an interesting point you make. It's perplexing to me how people can be a scholar of the Bible and dedicate their lives, to go to school and to get a master's degree in studying the Bible. It's a science. You're trying to figure out the truth about something. And it seems to me so counterintuitive that you have all of these people who are Bible scholars, but they're also subscribing to the very belief of the thing that they're studying.
That is one of the things that causes me an awful lot of heartache, is the fact that there are folks who ostensibly want to understand this as it was understood anciently, but conveniently it always seems to line up with what they want it to mean today.
Right.
And I think there's a degree to which that's inevitable, because we don't have the authors here with us today. We can't drill them for understanding. We can't say, what did you mean by this? Did you mean this or did you mean that? We can only try to reconstruct their perspectives and what we think they meant. And for a text that is authoritative, this happens with the Constitution and other things as well. For the texts that are authoritative or thought to be inspired or anything like that, just intuitively, not even on purpose, just the way the human mind interprets language, we're going to be nudged in the direction of an interpretation that serves our interests or makes sense to us. And for a text like the Bible, which there's so much power and authority and values wrapped up in it, I think it's just so incumbent on people who do make it their life's work to study the Bible to distinguish what I want the Bible to mean from what I think, what they originally wanted it to mean. Because if it just conveniently always happens to be the exact same thing, there's a problem and your math is wrong. It's because they live in an entirely different world anciently. They don't magically hate all the same people and magically love all the same people and magically need all the same things.
Are you religious?
I am.
You're what sort of religion do you follow?
I'm an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So I'm a Mormon. But and some people discover that and they're like, you deceived me. Well, I've had a pinned video on the top of all of my social media accounts that introduces myself and says that, but also says I make a very concerted effort to ensure that my religious beliefs, my dogmas, don't influence my academic positions. And I'm very good at that. And I get accused all the time. People will post comments on videos saying, your Mormon is showing. And it's always wrong because they're confusing something that looks similar on the surface if you squint at it, but don't really understand either in any detail. My positions that I share on social media are just strictly scholarly and not aligned with my religious beliefs.
Where are your biases?
My biases, the biggest one I have is something that I also state in my intro videos, is that all other things being equal, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the less powerful group. So if it's between a privileged group and an underprivileged group and it's a wash, it's a toss-up, it's 50-50, I'm going to side with the less powerful group. And I'm a specialist in the cognitive science of religion. That was part of my doctoral dissertation. And so I study why people believe what they believe, how they think about it, how they talk about it, why they talk about it the way they do. And so a lot of my work also includes commentary about this is why this is going on. This is why people are interpreting the Bible the way they are. These are the kind of the intuitive nudges that they're getting to that's leading them in the direction of interpreting it that way. And so a lot of people accuse me of kind of reading minds. No, I just read a lot of research about why people believe the way they do.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to be aware of their biases and to not completely deny the fact that there's any biases.
And I think I would also say, like everybody, I have my own personal biases. Like if I publish an argument, I want that argument to be right, and so it'll be a little more difficult for me to think critically if somebody comes in later and says, here's the flaw in your argument. I'm going to be a little less eager to accept that argument, and that's a bias that I'm always going to be struggling against. But I am aware of it in case anybody is doubtful.
Right. Now, going back real quick to the Septuagint, is there any evidence that we can date the Torah? Let's just say the Torah was first, the Septuagint came after. Is there any evidence that places the creation of the Torah in the Hellenistic era?
There have been some theories about that, but it's not the composition of the Torah. It is the consolidation of all these traditions and texts together and their arrangements that almost certainly took place in the Hellenistic era. So, for instance, like the book of Genesis has some of the oldest poetry in all the Hebrew Bible. It may go back to 1000 BC, like Genesis 49. It also has some traditions that are post-exilic, that come from around maybe the late 6th or the 5th century BCE. It probably did not take the shape that we know it now more or less until probably around 300 or 200 BCE. So there, these texts and these traditions all have very, very long lives. But I think that the actual arrangement of the 5 books of the Pentateuch and the way we have it now, that probably did take place during the Hellenistic era. However, the stories in them, and many of them in the actual textual form in which we now have them, probably existed for several years prior to that.
Yeah, I watched a video with the guy Gad Barnea, and he says that he insists that the Torah was at 300 BC or later.
And usually these scholars are talking about when it all came together in the shape that we have it now.
Okay. Which is close to the Septuagint.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very close.
Relatively close.
Yeah. Within a century.
Within a century.
Yeah. And at the same time, when we look at the Septuagint translation of Jeremiah is 1/6 shorter than the Hebrew version. And so what a lot of scholars think happened there is that the version of Jeremiah as it existed when it was translated into Greek was much shorter, and that it was expanded scribally in the centuries after. So there's probably a lot of stuff going on right in between 300 and 100 BCE. There's probably an awful lot of stuff going on, and it's an incredibly complex thing to try to unpack and parse apart. But in general, in kind of broad strokes, we can talk about the main sources being the Deuteronomist source, the priestly source, and then the other which we call non-P of the Pentateuch. The Deuteronomist probably started under King Josiah, the end of the 7th century BCE. That's when the earliest layers of Deuteronomy probably started getting written down. But Deuteronomy in the shape that we have it now probably is around 300, 200 BCE. So there's over 300 to maybe 400 years of development of that text.
Here's another thing I don't understand.
Yeah.
Moses. So the first time Moses is written about is Hectaeus of Abdera.
Outside the Bible.
Yeah.
That was talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Hectaeus.
This was like 320 BC or something, 300 something BC.
Yeah.
So how come we don't have any mention of Moses between when he supposedly existed 1200 BC up until 300 BC? So
most scholars would say the Moses tradition probably started being written down in the 700s, maybe the late 800s BCE, but probably in the 700s BCE. And up until we get to the Greco-Roman period, there's not a lot of interaction between these cultures. So the classical authors who are away in Greece, they're not really interacting with what's going on in Jerusalem. They may know about it. There are some travel logs, people who are traveling through and taking note of some general traditions. But yeah, I don't think it's a huge surprise that we don't hear about Moses until the Hellenistic period.
So Hectaeus of Abdera is 300. You're saying there's someone else who wrote about it in 700?
Not somebody outside the Bible. I'm saying the account in the book of Exodus probably comes from the 700s originally, not as we have it now, but the Moses tradition probably originates in the 700s.
So you're saying the accounts in the Bible refer to the 7th century BC.
I think it's kind of like this. If your grandfather had some kind of cool war story or something like that, and it doesn't get written down until 100 years after he dies, and then hundreds of years later, people are starting to publish it. Yes, it's kind of like that. But the data don't support the historicity of Moses or the Exodus. So
the data what?
The data don't support the historicity of Moses or the Exodus, at least how it is told in the Exodus. In other words, there is not good evidence that there was a historical Moses, that Moses existed.
Not good evidence.
Right. Most likely this is a tradition that got started up and over time accreted more and more details and got altered and got changed and got added to. And there are a bunch of different theories about how this happened. Some folks think that one theory is that there was a band of Levitical priests who were enslaved in Egypt, and they escaped and made their way to the northern hill country, and that their story of escape grew to millions of people, and we trudged along in the desert for 40 years. Another theory is that it was just a small group of people who were already in the northern hill country of Israel who escaped enslavement and told their story. And over the centuries, the fish got bigger and bigger and bigger, and we have what we have now in the story of the Exodus. But the way the story is told, the language that is used, most scholars would say this seems to be something that developed between the 8th century and probably the 4th century. So, and another important point is that when a lot of these stories were being written, they're being used as scribal exercises. So they're being used to train scribes to write. So they're not, not everybody has a copy of Exodus in their living room. If you get special training to be a scribe, you will have read this because it will be something that you had to write out. They're also being used, the elites are using these texts to kind of structure power. There's competition between the palace and the temple, and they're writing different kinds of texts to try to show that they're the ones who should be in charge. And then particularly after the exile, there's a lot going on with groups who want to return to Israel and want the land to be pure. And so we wouldn't expect to see people from speaking another language in another nation being aware of these texts because they didn't publish them. There was no New York Times #1 bestseller list that they looked at. These were texts that were kind of internally circulating and until we get into the Hellenistic period when they're probably more widely known. And there's a book called The Origins of Judaism by Jonathan Adler that was recently published that argues that we don't see widespread knowledge within the people of Judea of the laws of the Torah and their enforcement until the middle of the 2nd century BCE. So like 160s is when you start to see widespread avoidance of pork, when you start to see certain kind of purity practices suddenly start being practiced. And so the argument there is that the text that we now know, the Pentateuch, is the Torah, were not used by the whole nation. They were these scribal exercises. They were passed around the elite. They were used to try to structure power. And then when we had this war, the Maccabees and the Seleucids, and we have the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty. So for a brief time period after the Hellenistic period, there was actually an independent, quasi-independent kingdom of Judea. And it was at that time period that the people who were in charge of that kingdom probably said, all right, everybody needs to follow these rules now because we're a people again, we're our own nation, and this is how we're going to identify ourselves. These are the identity markers that are going to distinguish us from the people we just fought off. And so that's a theory about the rise of all the practices that we now associate with Judaism.
Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's watch the second video you did.
Oh, okay.
The second video you did was about the word, the Christ, right? Yeah. What's the root of the word again? Creo. There we go. Yeah. Hold up, we'll just watch it.
What is Christ?
What is the Antichrist?
What is the Christ? If you have to know the Antichrist, you have to know the Christ.
Right.
All right, let's see it.
It's a Greek word.
For
applying a drug to your eyes so that they may be open.
That's what the Christ means in Greek.
Yes.
The incredulity on the face of this podcast host is warranted because that is pure and utter nonsense.
From the verb creo, to be stung by the gadfly.
So as with many words in many languages, the verbal root creo in ancient Greek can mean more than one thing. overwhelmingly, it refers to rubbing with some kind of sticky fluid of some kind, either after bathing or for some kind of ritual purpose or something like that. So to anoint, be anointed, anointing, something like that is going to take up the majority of the real estate for the occurrences of this verbal root. However, it can refer to the sting of a gadfly, but that is overwhelmingly in the minority of occurrences of this verb, and it's limited to classical and later Greek lyrical poetry, none of which has anything whatsoever to do with early Jewish or early Christian literature, not the Septuagint, not the New Testament, not the early Greek literature.
Okay. So
and he did correct me on something there. I said it was limited to classical and early Greek lyrical poetry, but it's also in classical and early Greek medical texts. And he pointed that out. So
he did?
Yeah. Now, that has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the claim that that's what it means in the New Testament. But but it is in medical texts.
Okay. So is it true that the word chrio means to apply drugs to the eyes of the skin?
So it can, if the context indicates that that's how it's being used.
Okay.
Because
so the way Amen described it to me, he said what classicists do is they take the meanings of words and they figure out what part on the human timeline, where in history the context fits, where they fit into where they come from and what was going on at that time in history to figure out what it meant then. To figure out, because there's like the semantic drift over time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go back in the time machine to 100 BC. And during that time, he's saying the word chrio meant overwhelmingly to apply drugs to the skin.
Yeah, that's just not true. Like you can isolate certain texts where they're using it in that context to indicate that.
Okay.
But if you just gather occurrences of the word for a given time period, the majority are just going to be more generic about rubbing with something. Either you just got out of the bath and you rubbed some oil on you so you smell good, or somebody who knows, won a contest and so they get a little smudge of something, or Simba is born and you go on his forehead. Like, all of those things could be called this anointing, but you have to look at each individual occurrence in its context, because the context is what determines the sense.
Yes.
And so Amen did a whole 2-something live stream responding to me, arguing that I was wrong about all this. But all he ever did was show the non-Christian and non-Jewish texts. So you can't say, look at all these texts over here. They are using this word to mean this.
But I don't think he's saying, when he said in the podcast, he didn't say it was in the Bible. He just said it was a Greek word.
Well, he's trying to define what the Christ is. And his theory is that
he's saying that the term Christ means this.
Right. Well, you asked about it. He said, what is the Christ? You said, what is the Antichrist? And I said, Christ and Antichrist, as we use those words today, are biblical terms.
They're biblical terms, right? But what his point is, in the sources, in the original sources, when the people around that world were talking about and were writing about this kind of stuff, what he's saying is, outside of the biblical context, Christ meant drugs and Antichrist meant antidotes to drugs, like venom and anti-venoms.
They could be used that way, sure.
What is this?
Is this what would this help? This is
so that's
Christos.
Is that the word?
Yeah.
That's a Greek word. So Christ right here in the definition. So this is a Christos.
Okay.
Gives you a definition.
Is that the proper? Is that the? So are you saying?
So Christos right there.
Yeah, Christos is a title.
This is the Greek actual Greek letter up here, and then this is the English translation.
Okay, so it says to be rubbed on, used as ointment.
Now you occasionally have occurrences of this form of the word in classical Greek, but this was not a salient title. Like if you were just if you just had some random Greek text and they just referred to the O Christos, the Christ. No one would know what on earth you were talking about unless something in the context were to indicate. As a title, Christ and Antichrist are overwhelmingly for us today and in the ancient world are going to evoke Christianity in the New Testament, where the words are used very differently. They're never used to refer to. And this was something that I pointed out that.
But this was before Christianity.
Oh yeah, this was before Christianity.
Right.
So it is. There's the way it was used in the centuries prior to the development of the New Testament don't necessarily govern how they're allowed to use it in the New Testament. My whole point was that if you're talking about Jesus in the New Testament, if you're talking about the translation of this word in the Septuagint, because this occurs in the Septuagint, like Cyrus the Great is called my Christ in the Greek translation of Isaiah 45:1. And that is a translation of the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is a pre-existent, that also long predates Christianity, that is used to refer to people who are anointed for certain purposes. They're consecrated, whether they are prophets, priests, or kings. So Samuel anoints Saul and David to be king. So in that sense, they're anointed because they're given special authority, or prophets could be anointed. And Jesus is the anointed one because this tradition developed that primarily in the Greco-Roman period, that there was going to be some special figure who had special authority, who was going to be kind of a mediator between God and humanity, who was going to be known in some circles as the Anointed One. Now, there were a bunch of other titles as well, and when Jesus' tradition starts to arise, he kind of consolidates all these different titles, but the one that takes over, at least in the New Testament, is Christ.
So how come when we type in this word here, it only pulls up this, to be rubbed on and used as ointment?
Because this is the generic sense, but then in different contexts, it can have more specific reference. So, like you could use the word anoint today. If you hit somebody with something that was wet and knocked him out and they got all their face wet, you could say you anointed them, just to be funny. So the word has this kind of generic sense, but in that context, there's all that additional semantic content that's associated with it, with the generic sense. And this gets into some complexities of how language works.
Right.
But
now, in his book, The Chemical Muse, he makes the case that during this time, during this classical period, this classical era, that life was absolutely brutal and terrible. People were not dying from heart disease. People were not dying from old age. People were dying from hand-to-hand combat, plague, and famine. And he was making the case that medicine and drugs, which weren't distinguished, there wasn't really a difference, were ubiquitous everywhere. People needed them just to heal from wounds, from battle, from everything, to get through the day, basically. And he was saying it wasn't drugs as we look at drugs today, right? We have the war on drugs. We have this schedule system of scheduling drugs depending on how bad they are or what the crime is going to be, or how much jail time you're going to get. That did not exist. It was just they were viewed as medicines and ways for these people to get through life and to make life more bearable. So he's saying that because I think he's connecting the dots here. I think he's kind of using that was what his dissertation was about, and he's taking the meanings, like you look up the word for Christ, then it means to apply an omen. He's connecting the dots there with drugs, and he also showed a passage from what was it?
Euphrates?
I saved it and I emailed it to you, but there's a passage he showed me. Is this it? Why do famous Greek authors okay, yeah, this was an example, right? So this was from what? This was from line 516 of Euphrates of Hippolytus. The Greek is very simple. So that's a sentence in Greek, and he's saying translated, it means what kind of drug is it? Is it a Christ or a potable? Potable means to drink it.
Yeah. So is it topical,
or is it
something you consume? Yeah.
Right. So this is, anyways, my point. Like this is his point of view. You can see where he's coming from.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with the fact that they were using whatever they could find to get by. You know, doTERRA is around today because people want to use whatever they can find to try to clear the world. But to use that as an interpretive lens to try to entirely renegotiate what Christianity was, what Jesus was within early Christianity, is like at least be able to use evidence from those texts, because Euripides has no bearing whatsoever on how the author of the Gospel of Mark or how Paul were using the term Christ. If you go look in their text, they're not using it in a way that is amenable to these other medical texts. Like just the genre of text is different. It's not a medical text. You have kind of Greco-Roman bios is part of what the Gospels are doing, and you've got a bunch of epistolary stuff, a lot of paranetic stuff. The context, the genre, the way the words are being used, I don't see any support in there for taking that understanding of the ancient world, which I agree is a valid one, and he knows a lot more than I do about medical texts and classical and early Greek literature. But the notion that just overrules everything in the New Testament, that my understanding is that is part of the argument that he's making, that Jesus was. There was some kind of purple stuff that Jesus was rubbing on everybody and everything.
Yeah, that was part in the Greek magical papyri. There was one of the first words that was translated from there was the word purple.
Yeah, I think from one of the Herculaneum papyri.
The Herculaneum scrolls.
That they used the new technology to read.
Right. I think his whole point was that the Bible completely misrepresents what the terms were, or changes what the terms actually originally meant, which paints a false narrative of what was actually going on.
And that's where I would want to see evidence from the Bible, because it's not like when you talk about the original sources, the original texts, they're not original to the Bible. They're earlier than the Bible, but the Bible would have to be literarily or conceptually or in some way based on them for them to be the original text when we're talking about the Bible. The biblical texts they're using their own traditions, they're using their own, they're using the language in their own way. And the idea of Christ as the anointed one, this one who is to be anointed by God for this special purpose, that predates Christianity. That's in the Septuagint, that's in Greco-Roman period literature. So when we're talking about the original sources for what we see in the New Testament, that's going to be Greco-Roman period Jewish literature. And the usage that is in classical medical literature, that kind of usage, that's not in the Greco-Roman period Jewish literature. And that's, I think I responded to Amon's live stream saying, show me a text from early Judaism, early Christianity that uses the word in this way. Just because it is used that way in other texts does not mean it has to be
in the older texts,
right? In the classical Greek literature, and there's literature in Greek that is being used contemporary with the New Testament that can use it in these ways as well.
Well, I guess his point is that if you are trying to start a religion and you are trying to develop a way of life and to somehow evolve your society, right, with a religion. This goes back to like Plato's Noble Lie. You don't want to have it being based on drugs. You want to have some sort of a positive outlook. You want it to be positive. You don't want it to focus on things like this. Maybe they wanted to later when Christianity came about. Maybe they wanted to change it to make it fit a different sort of narrative.
Maybe, and I'm sure there were folks who thought of drug use as something positive, and so there's certainly I think there certainly would have been an audience for that kind of thing. But there's just no evidence within the literature, the other material remains, the history of early Christianity that supports that. Some of the earliest references we have to what the Christians were doing are just reports that they gather, they sing hymns, and this is a religion for women and slaves, and they don't do anything wrong, but they're just a bunch of superstitious weirdos.
What's a religion for women?
Christianity.
Oh,
that was Pliny the Younger.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Huh. I think that's fine. Well, he has one of our earliest accounts of Christian meetings. There was a rule that he was supposed to be enforcing that people weren't supposed to be gathering together, and he arrested some Christians for doing that. And it was like we tortured some of the slave girls, and all we could get out of them is that they meet together in the morning and they sing hymns to Jesus as to a god, and they're just a bunch of superstitious weirdos. So I said, if you'll denounce Jesus, you're free to go, otherwise you die. And he wrote to the emperor, said, "I'm doing okay, boss." And he said, "You're doing great, kid." So there's just no evidence that this is that Christianity was oriented toward anything like this in any of the literature. The only reference we have to any kind of drugs in the New Testament is there's a reference to pharmakia, which is a Greek word that could be used to refer to like potions and poisons and curses and things like that, but also to elixirs and things that you might rub on your forehead or might ingest. But there's a negative reference to people who engage in pharmakia. And these days, you hear just asinine conspiracy theories about how, because that's the source of the word pharmacy. And so a lot of people think the pharmaceutical industry is therefore the Antichrist.
That's amazing.
It's all interconnected. So.
Yeah. What is Christianity like when Christianity was developed? What did they say about the Eleusinian mysteries?
I don't know that we have much at all about that. I mean, not really. The closest you have, I think, is there are some folks who think there may have been some overlap between Christianity and Mithraism, just because they were kind of both seen as mystery cults. And then there's some who think there's kind of a Bacchic background to Christianity. There may be some influence from the Bacchae on, like the Gospel of Mark, for instance. Some of the ways that Jesus is represented in some of the Gospels kind of mirror. What is Bacchic? The Bacchae is a story associated with Dionysus and mysteries and people who dance and frolic and get drunk on wine and stuff like that. And the Bacchae is this famous piece of literature. And there have been scholars who suggest some of the imagery in some of the gospel accounts is riffing on what's going on in the Bacchic literature. And some people see, particularly in the Johannine representation of Jesus, so Jesus in the Gospel of John, particularly his relationship with wine, kind of hints at Dionysus a little bit. So there's some ways some of the writers of the New Testament literature are pulling in some imagery from the Greco-Roman world and from the mythology to try to represent Jesus as kind of the true one who has all this power and is sovereign over all the different aspects of the world, and including the beginning of the Gospel of Mark may be riffing on something called the Priene inscription, which celebrates the good news, the gospel of the coming into the world of the god Augustus, because it uses a lot of the same terminology.
What do you make, speaking of Mark, what do you think of Amon's interpretation of the scene in the public park where Jesus was arrested at 4 a.m. with the kid?
Yeah, that's I think that's wildly over-interpreting things. There's just a kid with like a cloak on or some kind of piece of fabric.
He claims it was a medical bandage. He claims the Greek word means medical bandage.
Like if you have a text where he says, "So the doctor applied a blank to his wound," you could interpret it as medical bandage. But if you just see the word, on its own, it does nothing.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it's the idea there is that there was a kid who just had something wrapped around him to keep warm, and they were like, "Come here, kid," and they grabbed it, and he ran off, and they were left with the piece of fabric in his hand. Yeah, so you just see him scurrying away. So the notion that there was anything sexualized about that, or that it had anything to do with drugs or antidotes to drugs, and support that.
And is it true that Jesus said, "I'm not a lay stace"?
I don't know which parties.
When the people came to arrest him, the cops, when they got there and they had all the weapons, he was like in a state of mania. He says Jesus was like, he was overwhelmed and he was in this state of mania, and he said, "I am not a lay stace."
That's something that can be interpreted a variety of ways as well. It's not indicative of any kind of enhanced or alternate state or anything like that. It doesn't mean because they use a lot of words to refer to Jesus being kind of overcome with sorrow and grief and things like that. And sometimes they're overinterpreted when it's I think some of the translations should probably relax a little bit. It's more like he said it in this kind of voice, not necessarily.
No. So what was saying?
What passage is it? Because I can look up the passage and we can find it.
I have no idea.
It's like
He said, I believe he said it was in Mark. Oh, God, I'm like 14 or 15. I want to say he said. Anyways, he said that he says that the word lay stace means human trafficker. And he says that human traffickers were also everywhere in that time.
Yeah,
he says there was pirates, there was traffickers. I mean, even he said Julius Caesar was captured by human traffickers. And when Julius Caesar, like he says that in Julius Caesar's account, he actually calls these guys lay stace or lay sty or something like that. And then he goes and crucifies these guys that captured him when he gets ransomed and catches them.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of human trafficking going on because you had the society was even more stratified than that it is now. So you had a lot of people who were enslaved, and then you had different types of enslaved people, and so. I'm sure there was a lot going on, particularly in the more densely populated areas.
So his point about that was, why is this guy saying I'm not a lay stace, which means I'm not a human trafficker, when this boy is with him and the boy runs away, and then he goes and he says the next he's crucified in between two other lay stace. He says the guys that were crucified next to him were human traffickers.
So I know that the terms when it's talking about So human trafficking wasn't from what I know from first century Rome, human trafficking wasn't one of the crimes that was punishable by crucifixion. It was the word that they used to describe the criminals. I think in the later text it calls them thieves, but they're brigands. They're because it was
Steve, maybe you can find that Greek word and we can punch it in that thing again.
Yeah, there's I'm trying to think of the English word. It was basically it's sedition that was punishable by crucifixion. Yeah.
What does that mean?
So that's trying to revolt against the state.
Okay. Okay.
But they would have been people who were probably revolutionaries or people who were attacking the Roman rulers or things like that. I know thieves is not right.
Go back, Steve, to that long list. Yeah. Go down. It says on the right, kind of like what they all mean.
Yeah.
Plundering, booty, spoil, taken as booty, captive, robber. There you go.
Wasn't a lay stace
to seize, to carry off as booty. Keep going.
It was like a pirate, I think.
One of them said buccaneer, didn't it?
Yeah, but
I think buckaroo is the right translation.
It's hard to every way I can spell it in the English language. It doesn't.
But you'll notice with these glosses as well, because these lexicons just use glosses. Jesus, which are basically here are equivalent words.
Okay.
It's not necessarily
Right.
saying this happens in this context and all this other stuff. It's not a definition, but it's pretty generic. Like a robber can be a lot of different things, and you might find if you tell a story about a robber in a specific circumstance, and again, there's all this additional semantic freight that goes along with the way the word is used, but that doesn't mean that is evoked with every single use of the word. But yeah, I don't think I know of any New Testament scholars who would agree that the other two people crucified alongside Jesus were human traffickers. I mean, it could have been included in the broader notion of someone who committed sedition or someone who was a brigand or something like that, but it certainly doesn't specifically refer to human trafficking.
But he says that the word he uses, that lay-stace word, is the same word that Julius Caesar used for the guys that captured and kidnapped him and that he crucified. There it is. I found it. That's the word right there.
It says the Greek actual spelling. It's funny. It says predator.
Yeah, well,
lay-stace. That's
predator.
Let's plug it in.
Maybe let's plug it in, and then we should find the actual passage in, I think it's Mark, right? Oh, maybe it's Matthew. I don't know. Anyway, so pump that in there. There you go. Okay, here you go. To be carried off his booty, to be won by force, a pirate or a robber.
Yeah, so that can refer to an incredibly wide variety of things. Okay, so yeah, robber, highwayman, bandit, revolutionary, insurrectionist, guerrilla. So I think that second sense, revolutionary, insurrectionist, that's the kind of sense that could merit crucifixion.
Oh, that's not even here.
You said, yeah, where did you find the revolutionary?
So I'm looking in what scholars affectionately know as BDAG, which is a Greek English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature. So it isolates the usage of these words within early Christian literature to show how they're being used in those contexts.
Yeah, but wouldn't that kind of be a biased translation? If Jesus is saying he's not a lay-stace, they wouldn't want Jesus to be saying he's not a predator. They would want him to be saying he's not a revolutionary.
Well, they look at all the different places it's used to see how it's being used, and I'd be interested to see the usage of this word, to see in what genre of literature and what type of context it is used to refer specifically to human traffickers. Because robber, highwayman, bandit, that's pretty much anybody who's waiting along the side of the road.
Well, the guys that captured Julius Caesar. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be in the same context? Because he was what?
But the context would indicate it.
I mean the same period of time. I'm sorry.
Oh, it would be near the same period of time. It wouldn't be the same literary corpora. It's not the same literature. And also, one of the big differences between what's going on in the literature written by Greek elites and the literature written by early Christians is the Christians are using the Koine Greek, common Greek. This is street Greek. It's the Greek that you use as a second language. These are not people who were raised reading Plato and Aristophanes and all these other people. And so this is, they're more closely related to classical Greek over and against the New Testament Greek, which is referred to as Koine, which means vulgar or common. Okay. And so they use words in different ways. And this is one of the main points, is that all the literature that Ammon is pointing to is exclusively classical literature or literature from elite Greeks who are literarily trained and all that kind of stuff. I did see.
Are you familiar? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say I have yet to see a single piece of evidence actually from Christian literature to indicate that it's ever been used in anything approximating the way it's described.
There is you found the verse, Mark 14:51. Yeah, version. A young man wearing nothing but a linen garment was following Jesus when they seized him. But where does it say? When does he say his response to the cops?
Oh God, where did we go?
What was I going to say? Oh, are you familiar with Lucian?
Not very familiar. It's been a while.
So he wrote. Lucian was another example of a writer. I think this was like 150. I could be wrong here. Steve, you have to fact check me on this. I think it was like 150 BC. Lucian was a poet, and he wrote a story about a guy named Alexander the False Prophet, who was a Laestace. And he's using the context to how Alexander, the context that Lucian uses to describe this guy Alexander the False Prophet as this terrible, tyrannical Laestace who's trafficking people and using them as like putting them into like prostitution rings and all kinds of stuff. I think he's using that for the main historical context for that passage in Mark where Jesus says, "I'm not a Laestace."
Yeah,
so that wouldn't be relevant to what was going on the ground in
no,
that part of the world.
Because we're talking 200 years later, 200 plus years later, and a different part of the world and a different type of literature altogether.
Can you Google Lucian so we can actually get the real story about what his deal was when he was? Sorry.
But yeah, you need to be able to show that this usage is actually going on in the text you're looking at, you're asserting where it's occurring. But I don't think there's anything in the New Testament that can plausibly
scroll down about
the old
125
Wikipedia.
Okay, so one.
That is CE.
What is CE? What does that mean?
So it's AD.
That's AD, right?
So this
a
is
satirist.
Yeah.
So this is saying he was 125 to 180 AD. Right. Okay. So roughly about 100 years of change after.
Well, less than that for the actual composition of the Gospels. So their Gospels are 70 CE to maybe 125 CE.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So around the same time.
Yeah, it's much similar, but
that's also interesting. The Gospels are written then, and they're talking about this story of Jesus being in a park, being arrested at 4 a.m. 100 years later. And Mark, the gospel it's in, Mark wasn't even there.
Right.
A bunch of it. Who were there? There was Paul, Peter,
James, and John.
Peter, James, and John. Yeah. So why is it in Mark if he wasn't even there? I don't know. I don't understand this.
Well, none of the gospels are written by people who are there. None of them are eyewitness accounts. They're all later people who are basically just committing the tradition to text, and probably because they're getting far enough away from the actual life of Jesus that nobody really has a plausible case to have actually heard the words of Jesus directly from him, and so now it's time to actually commit these words to text, because there was an idea initially that Jesus's words had more authority than the scriptures, because scripture means written things. So words on a page don't have as much authority as spoken living words. So the whole you have read that Moses said this, well, I say this, is a way of suggesting that Jesus' words trump scripture. But once you get far enough away that nobody can say, I sat on my grandmother's knee and heard the words of Jesus, now you kind of need the written words to ensure that they actually get preserved. But you still have the continuation of this tradition of what they call the agrapha, the unwritten things. So there were traditions about Jesus that weren't written down but would continue to be communicated orally, that were considered to be of special authority because they remained unwritten.
So do you think this gives it more merit, the fact that this was written, Lucian was around the same time those Gospels were written?
I don't think so, because there's a context that is giving that word a more specific sense. In the absence of a context that indicates what it means, you've got to look at what it means most generically, and then try to reason from there why it's being used the way it is being used. Because if I am on a street in San Antonio and I say the word boot, there's an image that's going to pop up into people's heads. It's a generic term, but they're going to come up with a very specific image. It's going to be something like a cowboy boot. Yeah. If I'm in London and I say boot, they're going to think either of an army boot or the trunk of a car, because it's a different context. Same word, but the context is what determines the semantic content that gets evoked for the hearer or the reader of the text. And there's just nothing in the New Testament that points in this direction.
So where did Lucian come from? Was he not in the same area?
He's close to the same area.
Can you slow down?
I don't know where he was living when he was writing, but I know he's...
Does it show you where he lived?
Syria.
Roman Syria?
He was born in Roman Syria, died in looks like Egypt. So it was near the same area. But yeah.
Same area, same time.
Yeah, but the context is what's most important. I got to come up with one.
Right.
Off the cuff examples of contextual differences in contextual.
And it seems like in his definition, every single definition had something to do with thievery or piracy or robbing. But what was the one that you looked up again? What was you said you found a different definition? What was the website you used?
That was a lexicon, BDAG.
BDAG?
Yeah, that's just an acronym. A Greek-English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a bunch of different lexicons for.
So that basically just references the Bible, the scriptures, and figures out what the word meant specifically in those scriptures.
Well, it's the New Testament and the other Christian literature is usually the writings of the first couple of centuries after the New Testament was written.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's generally considered kind of not a totally isolated, but its own kind of linguistic corpus of the early Christian literature, because they're all talking to each other, and they're sharing a lot of background, a lot of understanding, and they're talking about the same themes, and so that's considered its own kind of corpus for analysis.
When it comes to the crucifixion of Jesus, what is the conventional understanding of why he died so soon? Because isn't that the consensus that he died soon, like quicker than he was supposed to? When people get crucified, it takes a long time to come back and break their legs, so they drop more and they suffocate. But for him, he died like way earlier than he was supposed to.
Yeah, that's what it says in one of the texts, that they went to break his legs, but
he was already dead.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's anything historical about that.
Mm-hmm.
However, that text is used to show that he was the perfect sacrifice, because according to Jewish custom, this specific type of sacrifice, we're not supposed to break any of the bones of the animal. And so it was basically a way of telling the story in a way that makes Jesus the fulfillment of prophecy. And I don't know that we could demonstrate one way or another that it actually happened that way.
Right. Hold that thought. I got to leak real quick. I'll come back in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. This guy, he says he's a big fan of Dan. He's got a couple questions. First one up here.
Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. I appreciate his expertise in citing the sources and his responses to people. Danny Jones, can you please ask Dan McClellan about his views on the people like Billy Carson, whom he has made very critical response videos on YouTube about, and the rise of the simplification of the Sumerian creation stories and the Anunnaki? Does he feel like Billy Carson's teachings are dangerous? And why are people confusing Protestant teachings with Catholic teachings and blaming primary Catholics and not Judaism or Islam for the misunderstandings they have of the creation stories? Does Dan know where the Vatican have their secret archives?
I don't know where the Vatican archives are. I've had friends who've gone and done archival research at the Vatican, but I was never a part of that. But the Anunnaki, the fake.
Everyone loves talking about the Anunnaki.
That's primarily the result of. It's primarily coming from Zechariah Sitchin's fanciful translations of the Sumerian literature, and then also trying to kind of harmonize what's going on in Sumerian and Akkadian literature with what's going on in the Bible. There are resonances between the two, but it's kind of trying to weave them together to make it the same historical story. And so you get this idea about aliens coming to Earth looking for sources and stuff like that.
So you made videos responding to Billy Carson's videos?
Yeah, Billy Carson's made a lot of videos making ridiculous claims. When he talks about Hebrew, particularly the word Elohim, that's where I get the most annoyed.
What does he say about Elohim?
That it means gods, and so Genesis really is talking about the gods creating the earth, which is like something you would be disabused of in the first semester of learning biblical Hebrew. It is grammatically plural, but it's overwhelmingly used to refer to singular subjects, and there's a lot of information on why that is, but all you have to do is look at the verbs and the pronouns, and if they're plural, then Elohim is being used to mean gods. If they're singular, then Elohim is being used to mean God. But there are a lot of folks who get a hold of like a Strong's Concordance or something like that, or learn some little nugget and don't really understand anything else about the languages, and so just go off on all kinds of ludicrous tangents.
Didn't he also say Yahweh meant something specific? I think he said it meant hail. Did he say it meant hail?
No, it's just Jesus means
hail.
Oh,
Jesus means hail.
Yeah, no, and that's hail Zeus would be Chayla Zeu. And Jesus has absolutely no relationship etymologically whatsoever to hail Zeus. That's another thing where somebody was just like, hey, that reminds me of this other word that I know in English, and so maybe they're the same. And then, unfortunately, they go from saying, oh, that reminds me of that, to going on public and saying, this is what it originally meant. They have no training whatsoever in that. And there are a lot of claims about, like, there are a lot of things.
It's interesting, too, the similarity between the Epic of Gilgamesh and Noah. Is that just a coincidence?
Well, it would be Utnapishtim and well, actually, yeah, that's in Gilgamesh as well. The flood story pops up in a couple of places. It's not a coincidence. They probably are borrowing the idea of the flood from the version that was in circulation in Babylon around the middle of the first millennium BCE. So the flood story first is inserted into one of the Sumerian king lists very, very early, but it gets shared in a lot of different versions. First in Sumerian, then in Akkadian. When the Judeans are in exile in Babylon, they're now surrounded by all of this. And a lot of what's in the Bible is being written by the elite members of that community when they're back in the land of Israel. And they're kind of riffing on what was going on in Babylon. So they are the idea that these patriarchs are living for 800-900 years, that's based on a version of the Sumerian king list that was in circulation in Babylon in the middle of the first millennium BCE. The flood story is probably based to some degree on that. Even Genesis 1 is kind of, it's heavily altering it, but it's kind of related to the Enuma Elish creation story. In fact, the idea of a 7-day week is probably borrowed from what they were experiencing in Babylon.
Were they able to translate those tablets back then?
Sumerian
tablets?
Oh, when they were writing Genesis?
Yes.
No. So they were translated from Sumerian into Akkadian. So Akkadian is the language of Assyria and Babylon. Sumerian is the language of Sumer. Now, it survived for quite a bit longer, but it was primarily Akkadian that the Neo-Assyrians and the Neo-Babylonians were dealing with. And so when the Judeans were in exile, it would have been the Akkadian literature. And they would have learned, they were there for many decades, so they would have learned to engage with that language, with that literature. And so when they're kind of telling these charter myths and these origin stories, it's being influenced by the way the Babylonians are representing the world. Only it's the Judean spin on it. And so, whereas in Enuma Elish you have Marduk doing battle with Tiamat and splits her in half, and one half becomes the waters above, and the other half becomes the waters beneath. It's kind of de-deified to some degree, but you have God just by divine fiat just commanding things to be. But Tehom is the Hebrew for deep, which represents the waters of creation that also get split to the waters above and the waters beneath. But there are little resonances here and there, but at least when it comes to the creation story, they all do it pretty significant.
Yeah, the Anunnaki story is so bizarre, man. There's like the idea that they created humans. They created a slave race of humans from sacrificing one of the demigods or one of the other gods and mixing them with these other beings and creating these like subhuman or humans that would be the slave race to terraform the earth for them. And they were called the Ajiji. And then Enlil was the one who decided he wanted to save them. And
I think it was Enki.
Enki. Okay, Enki. Yeah.
And and one of the interesting things about the Akkadian literature, a lot of people think that there's one consistent story, but there are dozens of different stories. Like you've got multiple different creation accounts. Sometimes they have some of the same characters. Sometimes they're different characters. You know, these are some of the earliest ones are separated from the later ones by more than 1,000 years. And so people want to try to harmonize it into one narrative, and that just does.
That's interesting. Who do you think is the? Did you study any of the Sumerian stuff in school?
A little bit in translation. I didn't ever study Sumerian.
Do you know I wonder who the most authoritative scholar would be on this stuff?
I knew some. There are a handful of folks when I was at Oxford who are some of the leading figures in Mesopotamian era, but they're retired now. I know there are folks who could say at the drop of a hat, but all the people I'm thinking about are people I either knew or read when I was in graduate school. There's a wonderful book by a guy named Lambert called I think it's called Babylonian Creation Myth, which is a translation of the main Akkadian creation myth. So if somebody wanted a decent translation that was academically sound, that would be the place to go for that. I don't know who it is these days.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about was it seems to be a controversial idea that there are any pagan influences in Christianity. Is this the case?
It depends on the degree to which people argue for pagan influence. But yeah, it's controversial.
How much pagan influence do you believe is in Christianity?
I think there was probably a little. A lot of people who came into Christianity are coming from other traditions where they're going to keep doing some of the things that they're doing. And like even today, you can visit different parts of the world, and Christianity is practiced in different ways because of frequently the preservation of indigenous traditions and conventions that they just carried on. And so Christianity is not a monolith. There are a lot of different ways around the world and throughout time to be a Christian. And in the earliest generations of Christianity, I think there was definitely influence from the Greco-Roman world. A lot of Greek philosophy gets into Christianity. I think there's probably more influence from Greek philosophy than Greek mythology or paganism. But yeah, it depends on what you're looking at, whether you're looking at ideas about divine mediation, what the gods are like, where humans come from, morality, all that kind of stuff.
So first of all, I don't understand why is that controversial in the first place? So is the idea that Christianity was just this new thing that developed in its own bubble that was completely in a vacuum from everything else? Why is that so defended?
Because most people who identify as Christian believe that this way of life, this whole package, is something that was delivered by God. And so they want to minimize the degree to which social circumstances are influencing it. Most thoughtful people will recognize there's some degree of influence from the world around them, but there are usually a handful of non-negotiable features of their belief that they want to have dropped ex nihilo from the heavens. This is pure revelation. This is pure inspiration. There is no borrowing or influence from paganism. So people tend to be pretty sensitive about that.
What about the idea of gods that die and resurrect? Like Persephone, Osiris?
Yeah.
There's a ton of them.
So the idea that this is like a discrete category of deity, the dying and rising God, comes from Fraser from the 19th century. It's an outdated anthropological model that is used to try to, like, if this is a discrete category, if you can define it by these features, and then Jesus fits the definition, then you can just say, well, Jesus is just one of these other deities, just like these other deities. It's kind of an archetype. It's just the way people create deities, and that also means that Christianity is just kind of a product of the natural interaction of human cognition and the environment around them, which also kind of desacralizes things. So for people who are Christians, they tend to be pretty sensitive about that as well. But scholars these days don't really think of the dying and rising God motif as something that has much analytical value.
No analytical value.
Not a lot of analytical value. Like it's, you can point to some parallels, but when it comes to analyzing the rise of Christianity, I think most scholars who study that kind of thing would say the Jesus tradition doesn't seem to have been based on any dying and rising God motif. It's more likely the idea of Jesus dying and rising is just a relic of the fact that their Messiah died, was executed, and the only way for this tradition to carry on was for his followers to develop this tradition of his return to life. And so the fact that Jesus dies and rises is more incidentally related to the dying and rising God motif than it is inspired by it.
So it's more of a coincidence, you think?
I think it's more likely that the whole resurrection motif is an outgrowth of Jesus's followers trying to cope than it is with because usually when people are suggesting Jesus as part of the dying and rising God tradition, this is a part of a mythicist approach. The idea that there was no historical Jesus, that it was all made up, and that it was patterned after the dying and rising God motif. That's usually where that argument is going, that it's there to support mythicism. I think most scholars agree that there was a historical person named Jesus who was an itinerant apocalyptic preacher who was executed by the Roman state, and then shortly afterwards stories about him having come back to life began to circulate. So, and there are other ways the tradition doesn't fit the dying and rising God motif, but I think most scholars would say it's more likely incidental.
Right. Now, the word pagan actually means to be. What is the word pagan? What is the actual definition of it?
It's kind of like, it's almost like hillbilly. Like
a hillbilly, right?
Yeah. Initially, it was. There were two different ways that it was used. It could be used to refer to somebody who wasn't from the city, who was from out in the country, or it was also a term that people used to refer to civilians as opposed to soldiers. But yeah, it was kind of a pejorative term to refer to. Yeah, guys over there.
Now, when Neil was on the show a couple weeks ago, he blew my mind with this thing, this festival, this ancient festival called the Hilaria Festival, and it was essentially like Easter before Christianity. Do you remember this, Steve? We could pull up the Wikipedia and we can read about it. But do you remember what we were talking about? He was showing.
Here's the Hilaria. Day of merriment and rejoicement. I can try to find some pictures.
Yeah. So what does this say? This says the Sibylle, Attis cult, and in this Isis Osiris cult, March 25th to November 3rd, respectively. It was one of the several days in the festival of Sibylle that honored Attis, her son and lover. March 15th, his findings by Sibylle among the reeds on the bank of the river Gallus. March 22nd, his self-mutilation. March 24th, fasting and mourning at his death. March 25th, the Hilaria, rejoicing at the resurrection. Some of the activities on Hilaria resemble those associated with April Fool's Day, November 3rd, and Hilaria of the Isis Osiris cult, marked by the resurrection of Osiris, the husband of Osiris. Yeah, I don't know. He was showing we were on some other page where he was explaining to us the dates of this festival and how it has to do with resurrection. And there was like a Christmas tree. Remember that?
Yeah, they would bury a tree.
They would bury a pine tree. and then what would happen?
I think it was just it was like a.
Have you ever heard of this?
Oh, I'm aware of the festival. Some of these details are a little fuzzy, though.
Mm-hmm. The idea is this was like a pagan festival that came before Christianity, and it's very, very similar to Easter, how it's depicted.
Yeah. The date of March 25th is associated with when Christians determined when they believe Jesus was conceived, and then the traditional date of the resurrection, associated as it was with the Passover.
Was conceived on March 25th?
So there was an idea in the ancient world, in some ancient biographies, if they didn't know when someone was born, they would associate the date of their death. If it was some kind of spectacular death, they would link that with the date of their birth. And with Jesus, he died. The traditional date of his death was March 25th, which was when the Passover was, more or less. Like these are movable things, but March 25th became the traditional date. And instead of associating that with Jesus' birth, they associated it with his conception. And this is where we get the date of December 25th for Christmas, because that would be 9 months later. And you see that in around 210 CE, I think, is when you have the first calculation of when December 25th was determined to be his birthday. But March 25th, that's much earlier.
I found a hilarious, funny enough, Wikipedia has more information.
Oh, wow.
So way down in here, they talk about.
Okay, the full this is I think what we were looking at before. The full festival that can be tentatively reconstructed as follows.
Oh yeah. They talk about felling a tree at one point. A pine tree is felled. There it is.
Mm-hmm. And then the tree is set up at the Temple of Cybele. Its trunk wrapped with wool and its branches decked wreaths and violets. Then, a day of mourning the next day. Then a day later, the day of blood. Frenzied rites, including scourging and whipping. Castration rituals would take place on this day. Well, they certainly didn't follow that. That didn't make its way into the Bible. The tree is symbolically buried. And then March 25th is the day of joy, celebrating the resurrection of Addis. This was the Hilaria proper, as opposed to the mournful tone of the previous days. Then 26th was a day of rest. The next day was the washing, added by Marcus Aurelius. Interesting. Possible ceremony at the Vatican sanctuary appears in the calendar of Philocalus. Is that how you say that?
Philocalus. That's where we get the first reference to the celebration of Christmas.
Yeah. This is supposed to.
Now, when was this festival happening, Steve?
This happened.
This says Salastius, writing in the 4th century AD, described the basic multi-day structure of the festival.
But that was the writing. I remember it was
the writing was that late.
No, the writing about it, but the actual event was way earlier.
It's got to be in there.
I remember we saw it. Yeah,
Well, then how do we even know this is before Christianity? Sounds like it was.
I think he had a source.
Okay. Interesting. Well, it's very similar. It's very similar, right? The resurrection and.
I'd be interested to see what sources predate, because Easter is one of the first Christian celebrations that existed, and we have pretty early evidence for that. And I've never seen someone produce evidence that the celebration of Easter, either the date or whatever features of the celebration were associated with it, were drawn from pagan sources. Normally, it is stuff that's coming from centuries later. And then the Christmas tree thing is interesting. We know how the Christmas tree developed. That developed in the 1400s along a specific part of the Rhine from within Christianity. Like if they did the pine tree thing, that's unassociated. It has no relationship to Christmas because Christmas trees don't even start being used by Christians for over 1,000 years after that. 1400. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any relationship that can be asserted between the pine tree and that festival and the Christmas tree.
Right.
In Germany in the 1400s, when they first developed the idea of the Christmas tree.
In Germany?
Yeah.
Really? To you, what in your experience, what do you think the biggest popular misconceptions are about Christianity?
There are a lot of them. I think one of them is the mythicist idea that there was no historical Jesus, that it was just stolen from pre-existing pagan stuff or from the existing astrology or things like that. That's something I confront frequently on social media, but I think that's limited to kind of a specific demographic. Most people aren't. It's usually folks who have some kind of ideological opposition to Christianity that are quicker to adopt a mythicist position. Within Christianity, the one thing about the Bible that I'm always harping against is this presupposition of univocality, the idea that the Bible all speaks with one voice, that it can't disagree with each other. That's one of the most frustrating things I run into talking to people about the whole Bible, but particularly the New Testament. So you'll see people when they're talking about the Bible, they'll say, you got this verse in Genesis and this one in Mark and this other one in Daniel and this other one in Psalms, and they all mean the same thing. It's like, well, no, these are passages written in 3 different languages over the course of almost 1,000 years, right, by people living in different parts of the world, writing for different reasons with very different perspectives. But the idea of the inspiration of the Bible means that all the Bible has the same source. It's all coming from God, which also means that it's representing a single perspective. And so they can't disagree. So there are no contradictions in the Bible, is how it usually bubbles to the surface. And the Bible's full of contradictions. It contradicts itself all over the place. Between the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, within the New Testament, within the Hebrew Bible, individual books of the Bible contradict themselves. And that is one of the things that some folks just refuse to consider. But there are absolutely no data anywhere that support the notion that all of the Bible is speaking with a single voice. But that's how it is most commonly used by Christians.
Dude, I can't thank you enough for coming and doing the show. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
It's been really interesting. Tell people that are watching or listening where they can watch your videos, your YouTube channel, you Twitter and website and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I go by, my username is McClellan, MAKLELAN. It's a phonetic spelling of my last name that I used when I lived in South America. And so I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, I'm Twitter, and YouTube as well. Forgot about that one. And then I also have a podcast called the Data Over Dogma Podcast. My co-host Dan Beecher and I put out episodes every week talking about our goal is to increase access to the academic study of the Bible and religion, and then combat the spread of misinformation about the same.
And then you lived in South America?
Yeah, I shortly after I joined the LDS Church, I went on a 2-year proselytizing mission. So I went to Uruguay. So I lived in Uruguay for 2 years and learned to speak Castellano.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was a fascinating, life-changing experience. So,
2 years, huh?